Katie, I feel like we kind of got off to the wrong start when we first met in Paris.
She called me her little dog. On a compris que t'es américaine. On a compris.
So that's why I'm super excited that we get to have a traditional French meal. Oh, bonjour!
Bonjour. Bonjour, mesdames.
Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome.
Merci.
Avec plaisir.
Oh, I know some of these words.
Okay, like 6 huîtres. It's like one of the best things that you can have as a starter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, and you can have 6 of them.
Oh.
Exciting.
6, 7.
Oh God. Oh wow.
Enjoy.
Merci beaucoup.
Avec plaisir.
Merci.
You take it with your hand, like that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then you can have that lemon. You
Okay.
can squish. I will do it for you.
I'm okay.
Are we okay here?
I'm okay.
And then you...
And here we go. Viva la France.
I got it.
I can do it. I can do it.
No, not with the finger.
I did it.
Not with the finger.
I did it.
Why?
It's really good.
You liked it? I'm so pleased. Maybe one more.
Okay. Oh.
How do you feel now?
Très bon.
And the best part is that we have so much more.
So, pourquoi this?
This is like a type of bluish cheese, and you also have jam with it.
This cheese looks like it has a little something growing on it.
That's the ones that are the most powerful. If you want to really taste cheese, you try that one.
Wow, that is
Okay.
definitely some mold. Now, if I peel it off
No.
before I eat it,
No.
so you know how sometimes they give you shrimp and the shrimp isn't deveined, so you gotta take like the poop out of it? All right, there we go. I think we got, okay, there we go. We got all the mold. Bon appétit.
Oui, à la tienne. So,
Regard. Did you regard LaShawn?
no.
You know what this is, Kitty?
Yeah, this is.
This is escargot, a French dish that I am definitely experienced with. So I'm gonna teach you how this works. All right, so peep
Okay.
this. So you got these 6 little shells, and what's in them are snails. Now, in order to eat them, it's a little bit of a tricky process, but I'm gonna show you. So you use this little clampy clamp. You're gonna pick up the shell with the clampy clamp, like saw. Okay, and then you're gonna use your fork to dig. It doesn't matter that I had a pet snail when I was little. 3, 2, 1. A little hot. I'm definitely not thinking of Gary the snail right now.
Congratulations.
Merci. So clearly I've nailed it.
Yeah, you've snailed it.
Ooh, wait, what?
It's a tartare, so it's raw meat.
I don't think you're allowed to eat meat raw. That's how you get salmonella.
Oh my God. How do you come up with all of that? What's going on in your brain every day?
It looks like they forgot to bring us a grill. So here's the thing. I can
What are you
improvise. All right?
What
This
are
is
you
what
doing?
the Americans know how to do. All right? We bring our own equipment.
What are you doing?
I'm cooking for you. I'm appreciating your culture.
No, it's not appreciating the culture. It's insulting French. It's insulting me.
No. I'll
it is,
add the
it is.
salt
It
later,
is.
okay? So what do
Right.
we have next up on the menu, Kitty?
It's called soulmenia.
But salmon is supposed to be pink. So usually when I see fish, it's usually in stick form. I feel like we can just make one slight change to this to make it even better.
What are you doing?
It's just a little
Don't do it.
bit of ketchup.
Don't
just a
do it. Don't do
little bit
it.
of ketchup. It's some of my culture with you. So
You
I'm just
don't
gonna
put ketchup
a
on it.
little bit of ketchup.
Oh God. Are you here to insult me?
No. This is actually really good. You should try some.
No, I don't want to try it. Don't
wanna
make
try a
me
little
try
bit?
it.
You
Don't
wanna
make
try
me
it?
try it. Oh my
It's
God.
really good.
It's just, you've gone too far. You've gone too far. I can't anymore. La cuisine française.
I think it's organic. I'm right. It is better.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hello.
Hello.
I'm your teacher, French teacher. Bass
Is this
à
torture
escargot.
equipment?
Bass for the snails.
Huh?
Oh, the snail? What snail?
Yes.
No,
yes,
no.
of
I ain't trying
course
to
you
see
do
no
it.
snail. Wait, there's no snail. I dare there's snail be in there. I dare
Hold
you.
up.
I love
Oh,
Canteen.
wait. I got it out.
Why can't you bring butter croissant? This place is mental.
AJ.
All right, so when are we gonna do the? Oh!
She is matched.
Nah, no. There's no way.
And people say that
You
the
like it?
Americans are not cultured. What are you doing? Don't you eat beans on toast or something?
Hey. She went too far there.
She went too far.
too far? That was a hate crime. I apologize.
You went for the low blow there.
I apologize.
Oh, this is the frogs. Ou alors vous dégustez les...
Oh! Look at chilling like this as well.
Just stick with chicken. Like, what's the point of doing this? You know what I mean?
C'est une spécialité française.
Just let them just walk around. They don't want to be eating. They were just trying to rib it, and jump around.
Ce sont
And
les
these in front
cuisses
said,
de
go on
grenouille.
then, put some sauce on it.
Cuisse de grenouille.
Yeah, double check.
Cuisse de
Double check,
grenouille,
double check.
like a chicken.
Oh, that's like an action figure.
No, you don't do that normally.
Well,
You put it
they
in
used to do that, and they
Put it
can't
in your
now.
plate,
Yeah, not possible. Frog legs.
just like
Why?
Colette.
We can't.
Madame-
Look, the fact that they're there right now, I'm devastated.
Cut it in two.
Cut it in two?
Yes. Okay.
How do you say
cut it-
teacher?
Yes.
Professora?
That's
Professor.
Portuguese. Professora.
No, you put it in
Professora, this is
Vici,
6'7".
my Vici,
My
my
Vici,
Vici, my
my
Vici.
Vici.
I said the change. I'm trying to finish 6'7".
Sorry.
Am I insulting the French if I don't try it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, here I go.
Let's
3,
go.
2, 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh là là, c'est magnifique. Bravo.
The snail was easier. The texture
Yeah.
Oh,
is interesting.
That's
yeah.
not good.
Why do people only eat the legs?
This is nearly.
Nearly the whole body, yeah.
Yes, afterwards it's a hand.
Ramon, chuck me a baguette.
This is I can go with
Yeah!
bread. This is what I can get into.
Catch it.
That was a good catch.
Alors,
Put
in
it
the
in.
plate.
Okay.
Comme ça.
Just do the sideways, man.
Ouais, sur le côté. Voilà,
Yeah.
c'est ça.
With my hand. If he's put his hands all over the bread, at that point you might as well just put it in your mouth.
What are you doing? It's
Voilà.
not French manière. I'm so sorry.
Voilà.
but
Bread's good.
Hey! Finally the good stuff.
Madame,
What is this called?
Ouais.
why does AJ get a cake when he didn't even try the snail?
I don't know.
Is that what type of snitch you are?
Yeah, that's kind of bad cheese.
Could you please take a spoon?
She's not looking, she's not looking.
No.
They're not bad. I think you have to cut his cake for him.
Why
Dessert,
did it take that long to do that?
If we lost our napkin, do we use the tablecloth?
No, never. Take your napkins.
So you never used your hands to clean this ever?
Wipe it off.
Look,
On the
this,
napkins.
not here. So if we don't have anything,
That's what the tablecloth is for, right?
we grew up in the
You're gonna
wilderness.
wash it anyway.
Merci beaucoup.
And we'll see you at the next French lesson.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
There is no way that they padlocked every single exit. Is that a guard lion? How did we get the budget for that? Oh, hey. EWC Week 3 was full of surprises, upsets, and the French Interior Minister calling my content a travesty to French culture. They revoked my visa, and they took my badge, but they cannot stop me from reporting on this tournament! Let me in! Speaking of visa issues, PUBG Battlegrounds defending champion Twisted Minds had to have their coach unexpectedly fill a player role early in the tournament. Heartwarming as it was, that grandpa is over 29 years old, and the grand final lasted way past his bedtime. VP secured the last winner chicken dinner, which sounds delicious considering that I've been banned from all eating establishments. Let me in! In TFT, it was all China whose clubs dominated, securing all 4 semifinal spots, both final spots, and get this, the winner as well, Team Vision. Now, much like this Great Wall, a repeat was too difficult to overcome for defending champions Weibo Gaming. You know, I think I'm sensing a theme here. Now, because last year's EAFC winner Manu Bachure lost to tournament favorite Vergang, that makes 9 of 10 reigning champs unable to repeat so far. Vergang then suffered a shocking upset in the quarterfinals, but they handled it with poise and grace. Just kidding. They got really mad and yelled a lot. Then underdog RVP legend won the whole tournament. Come on, guys. I slipped you a euro. Well, it doesn't seem like I'm the only one locked out, though, because where's Team Liquid? They finished second overall the last 2 years, but have yet to register a point so far. Maybe they just lost their secret international weapon. Meanwhile, reigning club champions Falcons were supposed to have a big Sunday, but find themselves all the way back at 6th. They better hope for a big week 2 in MLBB, MSC, DEFG. Until then, oh no. La Policia! Run! Run! Burn the tapes! Burn the tapes!
Heroes from around the globe gather as Overwatch Champion Series Midseason Championship once again steps onto the stage of the Esports World Cup. A true uphill battle for each participant, so let's break down exactly how it works. 16 best Overwatch teams enter the arena and throughout 5 intense days compete for a share of the $1 million prize pool. It all begins in a group stage where contenders are split into 2 even groups of 8 teams and face a double elimination format with all matches being best of 3. 2 wins will grant teams a spot in the next stage, and 2 losses sends them back to the airports. The 8 best teams from the group stage advance to the playoffs. Here, it's do or die in a single elimination bracket. No more room for error, as 1 lost match match means the team's tournament run is over. All matches are BO5s and the grand final is a tough best-of-7 marathon. Only after overcoming all these challenges will one team claim the right to call themselves the Midseason Champions and have their names etched into this year's EWC totem.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello and welcome to the Midseason Championship, coming to you live from the EWC in Paris, where Johnny, Jake and myself, Zoe, are currently enjoying the sizzling summer sun. It's bright, it's hot outside, and it's gonna get hotter still because we have a set of great matches coming our way today. And our team's gonna play it out for an overall prize pool of $1 million. The winner taking away $400,000. I mean, if that's not a lot to play for, I don't know what is.
I mean, this is one of the biggest prize pools of the year, and obviously all the players, you know, putting so much into this tournament here, Jake, because you want to come home with the top prize, 400K.
Yeah, I mean, life-changing prize money is what the Esports World Cup is all about. So for a lot of these players, this is their biggest opportunity of the year to take home a big chunk of change. And so they're all coming motivated. But with 16 teams here, only a few are going to be able to rise to the top and really earn a big payday.
I was about to say, we have 16 teams in the mix this time around. I think that's the most teams we've ever had at a LAN event. And they're going to duke it out in a double elimination bracket here as well. We have 8 matches today. So there's a lot of good matchups, a lot of great stories to take a look at. Is there any particular team or story that interests you here?
Well, I feel like we have to start with Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they're coming into this event as the previous champion, and from the Champions Clash, of course, in Tokyo. They had to fight very hard for that, but they have still looked just as good in Korea in the most recent stage here. So I expect them to potentially just run away with this. I mean, they've been dominant for the last few years. Feels like the team has only gotten better with the addition of Stalker, who in particular I think is playing fantastically well this year. So you got to consider them. They're the team to beat. They're the team that a lot of these squads are going to be testing themselves against here at the EWC.
But we have to follow up then with Twisted Minds, right? Because Crazy Raccoon stole the crown that Twisted Minds had a grasp on for quite some time now. Twisted Minds have been looking shaky this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Twisted Minds, they don't really have the same comfort in their compositions no more, because we went into a bit of a Jetpack Cat meta. And Twisted Minds, they were so reliant on the Symmetra dating back to the Champions Clash. That's how they won the World Finals last year. And so I feel like it's a Twisted Minds roster that we still very much respect. But what is their peak level at if they can't properly adjust to the meta?
I'm also just having my eyes rather on our NA teams. You know, that's the region in which I feel like people are currently ranking pretty lowly. But if you're talking to the teams, they actually rank them highly because the NA teams, they're dancing to the beat of their own drum, to the drum of their own something, I don't know, scrimbox. People in the back rooms, they'll be talking. How do you see the NA teams ranking here?
You know, I think with teams like Dallas Fuel, it's going to be particularly interesting because, like you said, they march to the beat of their own drum, they play their own comps, and they do things that other teams aren't doing, which is honestly, I think, an important look to bring to the Esports World Cup. I mean, 16 teams here on LAN. You can't come prepared for everybody. You really have to go play your own game. So a team that is, throwing an X factor in and going to play something different is going to be hard to come in against in a LAN match.
I also think SSG, that's a team that's really unlocked things into stage 2 here, but they fell short in the finals once more. So now, going into this event, can they finally live up to their potential and have a good performance on LAN?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at both of our groups, right, Group A and B, I think there's just so many teams which are really looking for redemption. So many regions, looking at the Chinese region, which are looking for a redemption arc. They want to be back on top. They want to be back in the conversation.
Yeah, I think Chinese Overwatch right now is in a tough spot. It's been a while since we've had even a strong placement from a Chinese team. I mean, there's been a lack of competitiveness internationally from that region. And I think fans are starting to ask questions, rightfully so. Here at the Esports World Cup is another big opportunity for teams like Weibo Gaming, and you'd have to consider the favorites, to maybe, show another strong performance. But I don't know. I don't think my expectations are super high anymore. It's been a while since they've been able to deliver a big win. And the teams in Korea and EMEA in particular, feels like those regions have really elevated the competition for themselves. So there's no easy victories here on LAN.
Yeah. I could even see a Chinese team not making out of groups. It's honestly that rough at the minute. But, we want to hype up Leave and Shy, so maybe they'll come online in this tournament.
A new patch, we haven't seen them, duking it out on LAN. We don't know what these teams prepped, right? The Scrimbox, again, a whole different story. We're hearing a lot in the back rooms. But if I have to ask you for our Sony story of the day, which team would you hone in on?
I gotta hone in on Virtus.pro. Not only because they're already doing so good in the club championship here at Esports World Cup, and now if they win a lot of points here in this Overwatch event, that could be so fortunate for them and their hopes of winning the entire thing. But also, their team is doing phenomenal over in the EMEA region right now. Landon joining this team at the start of the year has really made things click, and especially Kevster has just been on a tear so far this year, Jake.
That's a great call out. I think, it's been such a fun team to watch Virtus.pro through EMEA this stage. It feels like in Japan, they awoke something, right? In a recognition of the team's potential, of the possibilities for them, and able to realize a lot of that in EMEA, which has been an incredibly competitive region. I mean, to have Twisted Minds be the third place team out of EMEA is completely crazy. Teams are even talking about Geek as another super competitive squad, but Virtus.pro beat them all out in EMEA. So we got to be looking at them as maybe Overwatch is an opportunity for them to further take a leg up here in the club championship.
Yeah, the playoffs have been crazy competitive in EMEA, and I know other regions really played it close as well. Now it all comes down to this. So I'm so thrilled to see our first round of matches. Again, 16 teams, 8 matches on day number 1, and so many more to come. Of course, also, we're not just having our mid-season championship on the line, it's also about the club champions. And for that, we're going to send it over to Ginny for some updates.
We're approaching the halfway mark here over at EWC, which means that the club championship points are getting much more crucial. A lot is happening, and it feels like the big dogs are not the ones that are stepping up to the table this time around, Lauren. So what's going on with your stage?
All right, well, for a quick recap of what we had in PUBG Battlegrounds, it was VP that came out on top, and they did so in a very strong fashion. They headed into the last day finals with a lead, and then never dropped it, to the point where they even went out early in the last match on finals, and it truly did not matter. They got the win that they needed in order to be trophy eligible for CC, and now they're in second place overall, so massive for them. But looking towards what we have coming up, we've got Warzone right around the corner, and it is another lobby stacked with CC squads. We've got defending champs and Twisted Minds, but they've been so inconsistent they might not be able to bring it home yet again. We also have Falcons in here, and this is probably the biggest one in this lobby because they actually could get a win in Warzone, the win that they need, especially with Hisoka, the best player in the world on the squad.
I mean, look, for us, it's MLBB again, right? We had the previous week, we were getting the qualification to get through to the knockout stages, which was a weird one. We had Team Liquid coming into this event as our favorites, 100%. Everyone was like, Team Liquid are going to win.
You say it a lot.
Yeah, well, this has been happening a lot for Liquid. Still sitting on pretty much 0 points. They got knocked out in really a devastating fashion, honestly. Then towards the latter end of the day, we actually had a Falcons v Falcons matchup. For both those two teams, it could have been a top 8 placement, but at least they had a guarantee that they were going to get there, of course. So Falcons are through. But today is where we start our knockouts. Vitality and Falcons going up against each other today, this afternoon. Loser goes home. So that's a massive one. But the team to watch out for, I think, this week for MLBB at the MSC is Aurora. They are a really, really strong outfit. They're one of the teams who surprised a lot of people. We're keeping an eye on that.
All right, and then we have the stage 4 TFT last week. What's going on this week?
Yeah, well, keeping it the same with Aurora, they kind of managed to only get second. They were just edged out by Team Vision in the grand finals. So Team Vision wrapping up their Esports World Cup journey. They were only in Apex and TFT. They managed to get 1,750 points, which I don't think is anything to complain about because that managed to get a team $700,000 last year. So I think that's a pretty good performance from Team Vision. We're on to Street Fighter 6 this week, though, and it's Team Falcons. They're fielding 3 players. They've got the reigning champ in Zhao Hai. He was supposed to come out strong in Fatal Fury City of the Wolves at the start of Esports World Cup, but fell out early. So he's looking to make a few reparations here and there and get the win yet again in Street Fighter 6.
Seems like Falcons is the name of the game this week. For us last week, Hyperspirit were the ones that were able to close it out on the AFC, but Falcons this time around are the ones that are the defending title champions. Overwatch 2 last year was the only title they won to actually make them eligible to win CC, so a lot of pressure going on this roster, regardless of the slow start that they've had so far this season. Whether or not they can do it, we're going to find out by the end of this week, and we will, of course, keep you updated.
We are Team Falcon, reigning Overwatch champion at Esports World Cup. We are here to do it again.
It's a pickle Lambda, the perfect answer. Symbol comes up, Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocks out of Mech, can't get back in. They will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable!
Team Falcons' run last year at the Esports World Cup was led by their Overwatch 2 team. Their win in Overwatch was what sealed the deal for Team Falcons in winning the club championship in 2025. That was last year. This year, they come in the EWC somewhat a shadow of their old selves, but still with championship expectations. They did not qualify for our first event of the year, the Champions Clash, and are here in Paris thanks to their amazing performance last year. The loss of Stalker has been huge, as he's moved over to Crazy Raccoon, who have been a powerhouse to start the year.
이적을 한 이후로는 연락을 딱히 한 적은 없고, 네, 그 전까지는 조금 친했었는데 아마 이적하고 나서 약간 라이벌 팀으로 가다 보니까 좀 안 하는 게 아닐까.
Falcons is to repeat as the club champions in EWC this year. They'll need its Overwatch team to rekindle some of that championship magic that's still on this roster. With the competition stronger than ever, they'll need an all-time performance to defend their title.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with Jordan, the global head of esports for Falcons, and I'd love to have a conversation about the club championship. It's been a very big topic of conversation here at EWC because you guys took this trophy home last year and the year before that, but what's going on this year?
At the moment, we are not in the best spot, I would say, to keep the trophy home, but it's still at least our goal is to still keep it and bring it back to Saudi. We're looking forward for the next weeks.
You guys in general have a lot of different rosters competing, and Overwatch is the one that's the focus point for this week. And last year it was the most important one because that's the one where you won the title, so it allowed you to actually qualify to be able to be that winner for the club championship. Is there a lot of pressure on that Overwatch this week as well, or do you think you're just going to see how it goes?
I think we will see how it goes, to be honest. Like, no pressure on any of our players. We know that they have the talent to win. They're like all really well prepared. But you know, like EWC, like everything can happen. So it's just like competition at the highest level. For us, like, we're ready. We don't put any extra pressure on the players. They know what to do to win. That's it.
And I actually want to go back to the roster specifically because I feel like when we're looking at the Overwatch roster, there have been a little bit of a hiccups in terms of like how the season has been going for them. Do you think being in Paris now, not having that response of the Saudi crowd is going to make things a little bit more complicated, or do you have full faith in them?
No, full faith in them. I think like they're ready. Again, yes, of course, like we don't have like the same crowd as last year, and they know that. But it's also like maybe better to release also like the pressure, in my opinion. And they're also like strong against like other crowds. So, I mean, we're in a good spot, in my opinion.
So then looking at EWC in general, because of course there's a little bit of catching up to do because we're looking at the standings right now. Na'Vi is doing quite well this time around. First of all, was that even your expectation to have a team like Na'Vi? Because last year it didn't feel like they were as strongly when it comes to their club championship performance.
We are monitoring like every team, and Na'Vi were, at least like for us, like on our projections, they should be like in the top 5 because like they have like really good competing roster. Of course, we didn't expect them to be this high as early in the competition, but they have like strong roster on many games, and they still have like a few. So in my opinion, they can still like be at the top here if all the big dogs are just like not like giving what they need to do. In my opinion, like they can still like keep up here.
I actually like that you bring up the big dogs because last year it was Liquid, it was Vitality, it was you guys. Liquid has 0 points at the moment. Like, what is going on there? Do you think it's been the move to Paris that has made things a little bit different, or is it just nature of the game because it is esports and it is competition?
In my opinion, like both, because like, well, all the team are used now to the setup in Saudi, so moving to Paris on the short notice like this, like you change your plan, you change everything. I'm glad that one of our players like kick out many Liquid player on EFC, so that's great. But I think like Liquid can still like earn a lot of points. They still have like a good title contender in many games. So in my opinion, like right now, like it's just like we continue with the big dogs. Liquid is still there, of course, like 0 point. I'm happy for that, of course. But we have like still like Vitality around, AG, Aurora looking strong, also Genji. Like there is like a lot of big teams that still are up. And look at VP, like they're just like killing it at the moment. So
yeah, I think it's really interesting to see just how different organizations are performing now that we're in Paris. But I want to hear your expectations for Falcons, not just in this week, but in terms of like their entirety of EWC. What are you hoping to achieve?
Well, first, and the big goal for us is to bring this beautiful trophy back home, as I said at the beginning. The second thing is like having like at least like 2-3 big wins, big title in EWC. This would be like the goal. We have still like a lot of roster that are able to achieve it. We don't put any pressure, any extra pressure again on the players. They're just here like to enjoy and to perform at the highest level. But in our opinion, yeah, we have like 3 titles. I will not like disclose like the game, but in my opinion, we have at least like 3 titles that can go and take the trophy home.
All right, well, thank you so much for that. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in Overwatch, but I'm also in general looking forward to the performance of Falcons here. Thank you for your time. That's it from us over here at the beautiful Totem area. Back to you, Puckett.
Thank you, Ginny. That's right. It's Puckett back in the Overwatch scene, and I'm excited to be here alongside Reinforce and Jake. Now, Jake, we see our players from Varel walking in. They're the top dogs in Japan. Who's their opening competitors to start off the group stages?
Maybe a bit of a tough draw for them going up against Zeta Division, which if you just look at the names alone on this roster, you can see their faces here. Very recognizable players in the history of Overwatch. This is a team that is absolutely stacked top to bottom. That being said, though, Varel, despite being a Japanese team, they have risen competitively. I don't think that they're a pushover squad here, even up against Zeta Division.
Zeta Division, of course, a Japanese org. So, Johnny, we've got a lot of representation for Asia today. Talk to me about the expectations for Zeta overall, though. Are they the team to beat here in Paris?
I'd say so after their success in Korea. Obviously, they fell short in Champions Clash, but that was to their dismay. They were really disappointed with that result. I'd say in this tournament pocket, Zeta Division, their sights has to be on number 1.
We have an excellent staff here breaking down all of the action, but we're not the only ones on the mics. We've got our co-streamers, and we've got one from Zeta Division joining us live. How's it going over there? Welcome to the live stream. Can you hear us?
Oh, I can't hear you guys.
Is it good? Zeta's doing good.
I can't hear you guys. 聞こえないです.
You look good.
I can't hear you.
It's okay. We're going to sort this out later. for now, you can go check out Tayo's stream. Tell me a little bit about the streamers because, Jake, I know you're familiar with all the personalities here in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have Tayo here. I mean, one of the OGs from playing in the Overwatch League back in the day, now being kind of the face of Japanese Overwatch in a big way, which is an exciting place to be considering the region has really elevated. I mean, from the Champions Clash in Tokyo was our last major event. It was a huge success, I think. Tons of viewership, a lot of excitement. To see teams like Veril really rise competitively and show good performances in international competition. I mean, there's a lot of heartening signs, I think, for fans of Japanese Overwatch. And I mean, Tayo's got to be #1 in that regard.
Has Tayo ever done a wall to you, Johnny?
Oh, Tayo, he's way better, way better. I mean, this guy was actually a freak when he played himself, San Francisco Shock and stuff like that way back. And so, Tayo, much love for that guy overall, and hopefully you can check in with him again later.
Enjoy his stream. In the meantime, we got to talk about this matchup because the fans, they weighed in, and 73% of them believe that Zeta Division is the favorite over Veril. Let's talk about the format. This is group stages, first time people are seeing it. First to 2. We don't call it best of 3 here in Overwatch. It's first to 2. So, Jake, walk me through how this is going to work.
Yeah, so, I mean, in the group stage, you need to win twice to advance to the main bracket. That's going to be the goal on everybody's mind. For a team like Zeta Division, Johnny, you're right to reference, they want to be going 2-0 here. They want this to be a dominant run. For Veril, it's a tough draw in the very first round, but hey, if you can win this one, or even if you lose it, you're still alive. You still have another chance at the competition.
Johnny, 20 seconds till we get to stage. Give me the prediction. Do we get to a third map?
It's got, a third map. Zeta Division, it's got to win this series, but hey, Shamboli Monastery for Veril, that could be a win for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is day 1 of Overwatch here at EWC as we get it down to the stage.
Mesdames et messieurs, je suis ravie de vous accueillir à cette 4e semaine de l'OWC pour du Overwatch Ian, it's already our 4th week here in Paris at EWC, and this time it's Overwatch time. I'm excited.
I can't believe it's week 4 already, but I cannot wait for this week. We have got regional champions, world champions, rising contenders, established giants. All of them want to leave Paris as the top dog at the halfway point of the season.
Yeah, and we're in for a treat today because we're going to have 8 series. On va avoir 8 matchs aujourd'hui, donc ça va être une longue journée. And bear in mind that Overwatch is a game with quick reaction time, speed, young blood. It's a young man's game, so I think you're pretty done, Ian.
Yeah, I think I missed my chance. That's a good point. Welcome, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the arena. It's good to have you here at the SEC Arena. It is the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup. And there's only one thing left to do. Lou, let's welcome our first team.
Of course, and the first team comes from a long way. Mesdames et messieurs, Zeta Division! A rebuilt roster that has quickly become one of the most complete teams in the world. Korea's Stage 2 champions.
Up next, it's Varel. Japan's champions, consistent at home, increasingly dangerous abroad, and no longer an opponent the favorites can overlook.
Next up, Crazy Raccoon. The Champions Clash winners, the tournament's top seeds, one of the favorites. C'est l'équipe que tout le monde s'attend à devoir croiser, affronter dans la route pour le trophée.
Please welcome Team Secret. Pacific champions, a veteran roster carrying its region into one of the strongest fields Overwatch has ever assembled.
Next up is an EMEA representative, GK Esports. Their EMEA second seed, a roster that exceeded a lot of expectations all season long. Personne ne les attendait ici et pourtant, les résultats ont parlé 2 fois cette saison pour eux.
Please welcome AGAL. They've got some fans in the building too. China's 3rd seed arrives having earned every opportunity. A strong run here would help further move their org up the vital club championship table here at the Esports World Cup.
Of course, the North American champions, Dallas Fuel! Lots of fans in the building as well. Veterans with championship history. They're returning to the international competition on the back of a remarkable lower bracket run. Ils sont là et ne vont rien lâcher après cette run énorme en loser bracket.
Please welcome Space Station Gaming. Sorry, it's actually JD Gaming. Let's give them the respect they deserve here. China's 2nd seed, the first team to defeat Weibo since the return of Chinese competition. Now looking to repeat that form on the international stage.
Vrai danger effectivement, and now is up for Space Station Gaming. They are North America's regular season runner-up. Domestic consistency has never been the question, but is it the same when it comes to international stage?
Up next is Twisted Minds. Big ovation here. The reigning OWCS World Champions, Stockholm, established them as the best in the world. This week is all about proving they still are.
A lot of championship points on the line also for Twisted Minds here. And also for another organization, it's T1! Une organisation qui a défini l'e-sport. Vous le savez, même si leur palmarès domestique n'est plus approuvé, il leur reste le titre international à aller chercher on Overwatch.
Please welcome Team Liquid. A young North American roster making their first appearance on this stage in desperate need of club championship points too. The pressure is on.
Next up is Weibo Gaming. They are China's champion. 2 regional titles this season have established them at home. Ils sont champions de la région chinoise. 2 titres régionaux cette saison. Et maintenant, il pourra aller chercher le titre à Paris.
Please welcome 9Z Globant. South America's underdogs, carrying a region still searching for its breakthrough moment on an international stage.
And of course, what will be the party without Virtus.pro? There are the undefeated Stage 2 EMEA champions, l'un des plus grands espoirs de l'Europe, avec une ambition claire, enfin mettre un terme au règne coréen à Paris.
And finally, the title defenders, the defending mid-season champions. 12 months on, the trophy is still theirs, and every contender here wants to take it from them. It's Team Falcons!
Ce sont ceux que tout le monde veut faire tomber ici à Paris, les Team Falcons!
Plenty of talented players on the stage, all eyeing up the opportunity of a lifetime. Long day of Overwatch lies ahead, Lou. Shall we do this?
Let's go.
Faites du bruit!
Welcome to Paris. Select your hero.
Time to dominate.
We're here to take back our crown.
The bears have arrived. Let's go.
30 seconds remaining.
Capture Sun here. Good connection, and there you go. Who needs fusion power when you've got this guy lighting it up for you? Crazy Raccoon is jumping, ends up going down, and Twisted Minds are rewriting history. It's anemic. It's not enough from Alcancia. Not even close.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome here to what is going to be an incredible experience once more. We are in Paris, and we have a rare opportunity to put the very best teams in the world through their paces at the OWCS Midseason Championship. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matt Morello in the booth. It's been a while, Matt.
I was going to say, I was like, your voice came through my headset, and I was like, whoa, wait, that's not Jake. That's a different accent.
Is that a ghost of your past, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just being attacked by my past. But no, this is going to be an awesome event. I mean, the best teams in the world. And what I love is the format, right? We have so many games with groups into the bracket. Like, we are most certainly going to find the best team in Overwatch at this moment in the season.
Yeah, look, I think in the grand scheme of Overwatch tournaments, in fact, past and present, this is a pretty unique format. We have two teams of, two other groups of 8 teams. 4 from each of these groups will be advancing, of course, to our playoff stage. But let's take the opportunity now to drill down on this first match, which might seem like 2 teams from far-flung regions, disparate players that maybe never had the chance to go head-to-head, but that is not the case at all, because in Asia, these 2 teams clashed earlier this year and gave us
quite the matchup.
I mean, Varel has such a live, active fan base, right? They've been wanting to see this team at an international event for a while now, and this is a team that's been on the ascend, right? That they've been getting better and better in Asia over the last few months, and then now they finally kind of get here to the Esports World Cup. Excited to see how they perform.
It's not the first time that we've seen teams from Japan, primarily Japanese players, perform on the international stage, but this might be the best time to be a fan of this region since
I don't think
Slay
it might be. It is the best time. It is the best time. I mean,
since Slay and Chop Dragon joined this team, they become more than just a regional force, a team that was looking competitive in Japan. These guys have really put their region on the map. Varel are the real deal, and Zeta Division know this all too well. It was a game that went the distance in that OWCS Asia Stage 1 clash, a 5-map affair that did see Zeta Division ultimately triumph and deny Varel a chance to play in front of a home crowd at a Champions Clash.
I did a ton of media day stuff leading up to this event, and it just feels like Zeta Division, that team is too talented to not win an international. We were talking in the back, like how good they've actually been, right? In their region.
Some cliff notes on this Zeta Division team. They won Korea Stage 1.
Yeah.
They won Asia Stage 1. They came third at the Champions Clash, which to some might have been a bit of a surprise. But then they had a comeback win over Crazy Raccoon in OWCS Korea Stage 2 to win that series out. They are known, Zeta Division, to start a little bit slow in some series, right? And here it's a little dangerous, Matt, because we are playing a first-to-2 format here. Best of 3 for the uninitiated, and that's dangerous for a team like Varel, who did beat Zeta Division in the control map when they fought them in those upper semis of OWCS Asia.
I think the Zeta Division team, though, this could be their time, right? This could be their event. It feels like you're going to see them win an international event at some point throughout the year. Maybe this one's it. You also, dude, VP has been sick this year, right? They're in the field, obviously, a really strong contender. Twisted Minds, you kind of can't count them out. Crazy Raccoon, they end up winning.
They still have that champion pedigree. They're winning the big events that matter this year.
But I don't think there's ever been a time in Overwatch Esports that there's so many teams you could make a realistic argument for winning an international event and not be laughed out of the room, right? You can make an argument for 5-6 teams that they have a potential chance to win it.
That's the revelation for me coming out of Stockholm last year and the Champions Clash, is that we no longer exist in an era of Overwatch esports when South Korean rosters are expected to be dominant. EMEA looks very powerful. You cannot be ruling out our rosters from China as well, as Weibo are still reaching for former glory, or a piece of that they used to have in yesteryear of Overwatch, and that's still a star-studded lineup who have been putting in the time.
And I didn't even, Weibo, obviously, right? Like you mentioned, we didn't even talk about GK, who's pretty much the Katsia roster from last year with maybe one or I think 2 changes to it, but it's still the core of Ziad, with Kelix and Labda. So it'll be first map. The pick will be Busan here.
Yeah, Zeta Division being able to make that selection ostensibly is the higher seed, and here are your bans to start things off. So Bastion and Malga, respectively, both taken out. Malga has been tweaked slightly in a recent update just to increase the spread on those chain guns, but it hasn't prevented him from being a real menace when it comes to brawl compositions, and Bastion is obviously someone who, with certain synergies in the game, is always a danger.
Yeah, I know Bastion, obviously, with Jetpack Cat has turned into a nightmare for a lot of teams. But Malga has been pretty consistent throughout the last few months as a viable tank option, and one who's just very annoying to potentially deal with for certain teams. So seeing it gone right away here. We'll see what Zeta Division decides to go to as, Violet and Proper. Just having them on the same team, shoes-wise, it's just it's just a riches of talent. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think this team benefited in a big way from the changes that Crazy Raccoon, for example, made to their roster, and some of the other shuffles that we saw over, in that region. Proper certainly doesn't have to be the solo carry on this team anymore. Chu is one of the most illustrious stabilizing elements I think that any of our top rosters in the world have seen. Make no mistake, folks, for Zeta Division, this is the beginning of a championship campaign, and for Varel, is the chance to write one of the greatest upsets, the greatest upset Japanese Overwatch has ever seen. It's a first to 2.
Yeah.
You're never gonna have a better chance to try and sneak one in.
I was gonna say, first to 2 is the time to get it done, right? That you get these like really early series in a tournament, a shorter series. Teams are used to playing a lot of first to 3s, where now you get this first to 2 here early for Varel. This is like a prime opportunity to potentially get an upset, but obviously with Zeta Division on the other side, one of, obviously they don't win Champions Clash, but you could bring a really good argument that at the start of the year, they've been like overall, with our regular season and things like that, the strongest team.
They're the top seed out of their region. They're just missing that silverware in the trophy cabinet, Matt. And I think the Midseason Championship is a ripe opportunity for them to start to make additions. We're going to go on downtown to kick things off. Already some hover over towards the Jetpack Cat. Should surprise nobody. Shu on the Ana, it's a legendary combination. Let's get this one started, folks. Out of the gates on downtown, it's Varel versus Zeta Division.
And Freya obviously gets buffs in this latest update, like in the mid-season one. So we'll see the Freya here for Varel. And on the other side, you're going to see Emre. So Emre was a hero we saw a ton, and then just kind of fell really out of the meta. You'll see Divas on both sides. And Mitch, you also notice, right, we're going to see some Jetpack Cat action without the Bastion in play. Jetpack Cat is like a really good damage dealer from the support role.
Yeah, and also some environmental kill potential on a map like downtown. Early Bernard's just really trying to control that high grab, but Knife has been mostly uncontested, and eventually Cloud folds up there. With KSG out of the fight, Varel weren't really able to get their pieces together.
Yeah, and I mean, with Violet on the cat, right, you're going to be able to get this Emre to the high ground consistently. That's like, Emre like just doesn't have the greatest mobility, but in terms of like just overall damage output, like one of the higher damage outputs overall in the game, where now the Jetpack Cat will be interesting as this tournament goes on. How that hero is used, a lot of like flanking damage, obviously the healing, pretty decent. See Nico put some shots into Benar on the high ground here. It's going to be a fight now over the point as Zeta Division gets above 20%.
KSG doesn't want to overcommit to this now. I can see Zeta Division can really sit Knife very comfortably over towards a backline, and still if you're able to get some of those minor perks, you find your mobility as Emma is greatly sort of enhanced. Top Dragon, though, always dangerous. Someone who really has put this Varel team on the map. There's a lot of heavy lifting, though, to be done. 37% and counting now for Zeta Division. Shu had that nano boost available, and Nico is the first casualty of this fight. Slay's trying to have some impact from afar, but it's a bit much to handle.
And I mean, like, you see the position that Shu is in, right? Violet getting it onto that high ground is, you can get Shu any type of advantage on the Ana. You will take it. As Varel, they tried to get aggressive, right? Onto the Emre, onto the Ana. It was actually a nade that kind of shoot through right on top of himself, kept everybody alive there for Zeta Division, and then Varel just not able to escape on the exit. So it'll be a nano boost available for Cloud, one available for Shoot as well. Most likely like Tracer Diva here is the target.
Pretty volatile fight coming up though, especially with the impact of catnapping, so keep your eyes on that. Top Dragon's trying to sleuth out a bit of a flank route, but look at Ori's Jetpack Cat is already there. KSG attempting to dive, and Zeta Division fall back. It's going to be a nano boost here, given over towards Knife as he gets closer to that first override protocol. But Zeta Division disengage for long enough at least to get the damage on KSG and knock him out of mech. Slay has already fallen as Shu picks him off, and that should be wraps here on that fight.
Yeah, well, I see the catnap here used here by Violet, going to drag Nico right into Bernard, and he ate the bola. It was interesting for Zeta Division mid-frame. They actually used the nano onto Knife, but it actually is Violet dragging him away at that time, so they didn't really get a lot of value out of it. It doesn't end up mattering in the end, as it's going to be Varel, right? They'll have their catnap to use, maybe an environmental opportunity.
Cyberfrag attempted for Knife as he drops down to that low ground. How override protocol going to be empowered by the Jetpack Cat, so you have a bit more of that mobility, and Slay comes a direct hit in midair. It's brutal. Knife finds Cloud at extreme range, and Varel could never get their ducks in a row in this round. Zeta playing very disruptive.
No, and I mean, look, Emre is obviously just going to be a lot of consistent damage output, in terms of like what that hero provides, where Freya, like you're looking at like some of these, big explosive bolts that go into targets, and then like potentially the Tracer kind of finishing it off. They were never really able to get, that kind of action rolling as, a team like Zeta is so good at denying those types of things. You see the cat battle here between the two. It's too good. Oh, that is so sick.
Again, Jetpack Cat does have the tendency to be a little bit floaty, as do the players that, get sort of hooked onto with the lifeline. So you have a player like Shu who will always demonstrate a very high level of skill expression. Those sleeps are going to hit a little different. Up to Sanctuary now.
And you'll see Nico actually will match the M right here. So if you feel like maybe the Freya obviously just not providing the damage output that you need there. So going to match Knife in terms of that hit scan roll.
Proper here. Already going to make his way wrapped around. Happy to take 3 damage on KSG as Varel's team has certainly been the target for Zeta Division. An early decent really limits them, but Bernard is able to make a great dive on towards Cloud, and Nico's going to find himself without a lot of help. And there's no need for proper overcommit over towards his Emra. Nico's already knocked off of a useful sightline.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll end up losing Slay as well, but honestly, you're not going to be able to survive. Like, the one thing with Jetpack Cat is, like, the healing is, you know, good, but not good enough to, like, keep an entire team alive, right? Like an Ana could potentially. So as soon as you lose Yana, you're in a really rough spot there for Varel, as Zeta has looked awesome this far.
And they're going to be quite happy to push up a little bit more here, especially with that lifeline being able to drag them out of trouble. And so switch over towards the Hazard and the Kiriko for Cloud. So wholesale changes to this Varel lineup. Now they realize that their D.Va just doesn't really cut the mustard, perhaps doesn't have the burst potential they're looking for.
It's Proper gets airdropped over the top there as Violet, after dropping him off, just kind of takes out Nico. That's one of the things that a lot of people say about the Jetpack Cat. It's like, really difficult, although you mentioned kind of floating. Like when you have the boosters and you're kind of doing some, damage, and then also the melee, right? You get that empowered melee. It becomes like really kind of nasty.
This little swipe, yeah. It's a very flavorful perk that you can pick up there. I mean, the line of scrimmage couldn't be drawn much further forward here for Zeta Division. Violet and Shu also with ultimates at the ready.
That's a big pick, though. No defense matrix used there, so Nico has to take down Knife.
Yeah, but I'm maybe not mindful about how to make use of that matrix defensively there, but it may not matter. Proper's going to be a problem for them either way, and Nico simply has nowhere to go. Violet does get picked off, so it's a trade up for Varel, but it's a matter of trying to cap this point. And Zeta Division can simply fold back and bolster it.
Yeah, and a nano burn there by Shu, so didn't really get much value out of that. So this is a pretty good fight here for Varel, but the contest still live here for Zeta Division. Shu gonna get escorted out of harm's way, and now you're gonna have KSG getting brought into the fight, trying to separate some players. The Hazard Wall, nice job with that Violet lead, taking out Knife. Full spawn from Proper, though, takes out the Hazard, and Varel never flips throughout all of this.
Yeah, that's the problem for Varel. They can never really get enough players in position. They're constantly staggered out for the entirety of Busan, in fact. There's going to be a Kitsune Rush attempt here. Top Dragon might be able to benefit from it to some degree. Nico's going to be brought down, though. It's costly. They get themselves Shu, in fairness, but this cap is looking less and less likely. Proper struggling to win that 1v1, though, as Top Dragon sees an opportunity to pressure, but its override protocol for Knife means he's going to be hard to catch, and he's going to be vomiting damage. But KSG is there on the point now. Cyberfrag to maybe find a chunk on that Hazard as Proper recalls away. It looks like he's won the Tracer duel for the time being. It turned his attention now over towards this Hazard.
Support so low for Varel.
Violet's back in the fight now as well. Here's an override protocol from Nico. He must find connection, especially onto someone like Shu. Looking for the backline. Shu's going to be forced off that sideline for the time being, but Nico can't contest from this high position. He eventually finds the Ana. Banana now initial on the point. The Siphon Blaster pulled out, but Proper's going to find that Nico pick-off, and it's overtime. He's looking grim indeed for Varel. That's Busan snapped up by your top Korean seed.
Varel never able to get a flip there. It feels like they got a slight advantage in that fight, but look, you never deal with Proper. The Tracer kind of keeps contesting. Bernard also ends up having a self-destruct, right? Being able to kind of stall that out, get a mech back, and I mean, Zeta looks so strong. I mean, look at this, like, what do you do there against that Cat, right? Just kind of comes from that high ground, like assassinates your hit scan. Violet doing it pretty consistently here.
This composition or this way of playing, I feel, really does tax your bandwidth as a team who wants to play coordinated, because there are 2, sometimes 3 separate skirmishes happening at any point, right? The Anas are trying to fight against Jetpack Cat or trying to pressure from long distance. You've got Hazard being flown in by the Cat there to try and take a fight. The Tracers are fighting for flank angles.
The Cat's like another Tracer, right? You're just going to see like on a flank, and then all of a sudden right now Proper is on a flank. He's got somebody to work with, like, somebody healing him in the sky. Like one of the, it's really difficult to kind of like see it from the first person POV, but like one of the harder things like a shooter just in general is when you have like a character like Tracer on your screen, but then a character above you off screen, right? Because you can't really look, because then you're going to lose sight of the Tracer, so you kind of have to look.
Well, we saw
Tracer,
that.
And
we saw that when
Violet,
Tracer got dropped into a fight. Proper got dropped into the fight by Violet, but then
Violet's one with the kills.
That finds the elimination. So, your Jetpack Cat needs to be ferrying your tank into position to sort of
augmenting their mobility. They also need to be doubling back to make sure they get that per AoE healing as well in moments like that, and also helping your Tracer. If you get 1v2'd by Tracer and Jetpack Cat, you are in trouble.
I mean, you're in a world of hurt in that regard. So we'll see what these bans end up being map selection as well. Will go to Varel. So this map pool, Mitch, one of the more interesting ones we've had in
I would
Overwatch.
say
a lot of like the kind of fan favorite, not even fan favorite, like the maps that a lot of teams would just like to go to are not really in this pool.
A lot of the easy answers, I think, for these teams are out of the pool, but some maps that cater more to a specialized approach, I think, are in the pool, you could say.
Well, I think it's fun. You know, it doesn't allow you to, everybody is just going to practice King's Row coming into this, and then, that'll be map 2 every series, right? It's going to be very varied, I imagine, the approaches that these teams take to kind of like identifying like what maps in this pool they want to go to.
I do think that loser map pick lends itself to some closer, some longer games. So for Varel here, it's important that they're able to choose an arena that really suits them. Stylistically, for the most part, they opted into a Jetpack Cat mirror with a Bastion band, and then made the move over towards Kiriko Hazard, maybe feeling like Hazard had a bit of that burst damage.
But they still have the Cat though, right?
Yes.
So it's like, if they don't want to ban Cat, like we're going to see something fairly similar. I mean, or it's with the Bastion in the mix, and then we're back to kind of Cat Bastion like all over again, right?
Obviously, you can target both sides of that combination. Bastion is not available ban heading into this next map, but if you want to take the Cat out, you are welcome to do that. But again, you start to run out of time here in a 1st to 2. So Varel have to have the answer right here and right now. And Zeta already know that Varel demand their respect and their full attention. So don't expect to see them take their foot off the gas in this map. Remember, this is a Zeta division who are all but uncrowned kings coming into this tournament, especially with Falcons qualifying purely on virtue of being our EWC winners last year. Zeta division in everything but name are expected to be the dominant force here, but it's been Crazy Raccoon at LAN that have been able to outperform them.
And when we talk about the map pool, right? Hybrid, you have Eichenwald, Neon Junction, and Paraíso. So there's like no Kings there, no Hollywood. Like those are 2 maps that people pretty consistently kind of go towards. Escort, it's Junkertown, Shambali, and Route 66. I mean, those are like, if you're looking at that, I mean, you have no circuit for like SIG teams, right? Teams that want to play that type of style.
I guess you can.
We do have, I think what we're going to see, at least in my opinion, I think we're going to see a ton of Flashpoint early. You have all 3 Flashpoints available. And teams love Survasa. They love New Queen Street. A lot of ball teams like Atlas, right? So I think you're going to see, to dodge some of those potentially, like if you were trying to put together a series of, let's call them comfortable maps, right? For teams, you'd be looking at something like a Busan or Nepal, and then you're looking at like one of the Flashpoints, and then Esperanza has been a map that's been pretty popular when it's been in the pool, right? So it's much different. We'll see Shambali Monastery will be the pick for Varel. So Shambali is one. Okay, so the Diva ban comes through, then a Kiri ban as well. So Kiri ban, interesting. That almost feels like they're locking into the Ana Cat.
They also might be concerned about. Sometimes Kiri can also be targeted if you want to take the cleanse out of the mix, right? Yeah. You might feel that like leaning into Byronade could be a decent option. With Kiri off the table, you don't have the ability to.
But you're going to see Sigma, right? You'll probably. I mean.
Yeah. So you talked about like there being few Sigma maps here in this.
This is one of
Shambali is one of the few. It's quite a precipitous climb. You can play those poke comps pretty happily, but it's fertile ground also to play some of these flankers.
I mean, Sig does get some adjustments to make him not invincible recently, so we'll see. You could also play Ramatra here, right? This is like a Ramatra, Sigma, that type of map, it feels like. You could potentially play some Hazard here, we've seen in the past as well, if you kind of think that hero's potentially strong right now. Obviously, some time here, as I know Varel will be on defense to kick things off. So looks like they're just going to play, Cat Bastion here with a 6. So this is kind of like the historical comp, I know, for this. I know where we see the Cat Bastion, right? We saw kind of Sigma played against it, right? That Sigma was really good into it. But with Diva ban, feels like 6 obviously the next best option. So Looks like...
Oh, I love this.
I think this is going to be a swap here. So I think you'll see Cat Bastion. They're going to match with a Sig, yeah.
Okay. So management of those Sigma cooldowns is going to be really important. Kinetic Grasp as well to mitigate those burst windows for the Bastion and not to serve your shield up to him on the silver platter are going to be things you need to consider here. High ground perching for Varel to start things off and want to limit how much poke damage they take in reprisal, but the Bastion's already flying on overhead. You see Slay's trying to respond here. Get Nico in a position to take this fight, and knife behind enemy lines is blunted.
So those are the fights you need to win if you're Varel, right? I know Knife goes in deep. Obviously, him and Violet trying to get a really nice angle and just chase there by Nico and Slay. It's a really nice play. Kind of forces out that turret form, also forces the detach there from Violet. He wants to end up trying to play his life a little bit, get out. So you see just slowly, here's Zeta Division trying to work their way up towards that high ground.
Nico here taking a safer position now, but now with the kinetic grasp, but Shoe's already been picked off. Nicely done by Slay. Gets into the backline, past the Sigma's damage mitigation, and plucks out a pretty important player. Top Dragon, though, straight up loses the Trace the duel, but it's plenty of damage there to clean up Benar. And this is going to waylay Zeta Division further. Knife will get a bit of extra car progress here, and KSG will need to be protected. And you've got to watch out for those Ana darts, because she will be called on often to pressure these cats.
Yeah, and it was a really nice bio grenade from Cloud as well that kind of connects with some players from Zeta Division actually going up towards the high ground. But the payload progress there from Proper, they're just kind of moving it through that choke, is going to buy them some space that can allow Zeta Division to at least get around that first corner, put themselves in like one fight here potentially to be able to take this checkpoint.
Quite the battle here between Top Dragon and Proper to secure the flank angle there. Accretion not quite connecting on Nico, can go aggressive, caught inside the catnap though, but Violet's got to be careful, he's not invincible. Cloud picked off, Proper's able to get into the back line, and he's found yet another one. It doesn't get any better than that for one who many would consider the best in the world. Proper runs roughshod over the back line of Varel.
Yeah, and it was Cloud end up using the nano there onto Nico and just tries to get him around the corner, but Zeta played that so well. Had the kinetic grass, had the shield available from the Sig, just kind of kited that. Then Violet comes in with a catnap, just kind of locks Nico in place, and that's how they're able to take that first checkpoint. So we'll see now, as no Zeta, they end up with their nano of their own. I wonder if this is like, do you use this like Proper maybe on a flank, see if you can kind of like assassinate Nico? That's a potential option here.
I think that is the main flashpoint in this fight. It's the Tracers fighting for control of those flanks. Proper, I think, has the W so far. Shields being exchanged here now as the card is going to wrap around the corner. Keep your eyes on the periphery. Okay, Bastion ultimate now going to be coming into play. Top Dragon realizes that Proper surely is going to be encroaching on his position. Knife has to get out of line of sight for the time being here as Benar is surging forward. Hit with the bio briefly, but still wants to fight this out. His shield, though, is getting very low, but well apportioned to stop that accretion in its tracks. Cloud is down. Proper's found another one in the back line now, and KSG's under extreme pressure. That is nicely done. Gravitic Flux essentially claims that kill on the Sigma. Benar surges forward.
Yes, they end up having to use the nano boost there on the Bernard to actually keep him alive through KSG's Gravitic Flux. There's a bio as well from Cloud that kind of goes into the mix, but not enough to take out the Sigma of Zeta Division. Look how aggressive Bernard is playing. He is just moved all the way up here, just trying to deny even a contest.
Oh, Proper gets slung over the wall, going to get into a flank angle, and Cloud's now going to be feeling the heat. Oh, that's the sleep dart gone, and Proper knows it's on for young and old now. It's easy, and he takes his time. Nico caught in the catnap here and not able to take Violet down before he's thrown off the cliff. And that was a dominant fight for Zeta Division now. 4 minutes and 10 seconds in the bank.
What do you even do, though, if you're Cloud? Because, like, historically, right, if the Tracer's going to have to get in the position, you're going to have to, like, dodge some Sigma action. You're going to have to dodge the Bastion. He just goes right over the wall, just kind of, like, just
flung over the wall?
Yeah, just avoids everybody. I mean, and then as soon as you miss the sleep, I mean, it's GG, right? Like, it puts Cloud in such a horrible position because you can't even get towards that choke to be able to kind of see your Sigma heal players trying to contest, and then you're just in a 1v1 against Proper.
That's the issue, is Ana, you need to position so safely that it isolates you in cases like that and makes you an easy target.
So this is a counter, per se, to like what we've seen with Cat Bastion is like having the Cassidy in the mix. The Cassidy can do kind of enough damage to really kind of make the Bastion, the Cat's life a little bit more difficult.
It feels like a concession to the Cat and also the Tracer to some degree. Nice little grenade there from Nico to get the kill on Knife, and now needs to position back pretty quickly though. Does find himself in the front line. Well done by KSG to try and keep him protected, but Proper still is going to break through. There is not a legitimate answer on Varel to stop him running through their front line and getting to the soft underbelly.
And I mean, you see, as soon as they lose one player, Zeta Division, they don't kind of give up the fight. Like, Violet's in there putting down some damage. They kind of like look to just pay attention to the cat. And it ends up being Proper who ends up the nano boost, and he gets a few picks. It's going to be Nico using the artillery here. Shu ends up using the bio to keep himself alive. It's going to be artillery over the point here. Poor Zeta Division puts some serious damage down on the KSG, but he ends up living.
Pulse bomb into the back line here, got some damage done. Proper though can duck back and let his team do the rest of the heavy lifting. KSG gets a quick geology lesson as he's unable to stop this map completion. 2:37 is a whopping time bank for Shambali Monastery.
Zeta Division looks awesome so far. I mean, hey, there's going to be, if they play like this, there's going to be a lot of fast series here in Paris. I mean, they look incredible here to kick things off.
The best thing they can do to dispel any doubts, not just, the fans, but theirs, is to get a good start in these series. Don't show any fallibility. Don't show anything that's, exploitable necessarily. And just lean overwhelmingly into an opponent who you have the measure of. The Cassidy switch there, Matt, comes pretty late in the day, frankly, and we understand in theory what it is supposed to achieve, but Top Dragon on Tracer and on Cassidy is not able to slow this man down. Proper is in prime form, and what a time to do it.
So we take a look at some of the stats here early on. I mean, it is a bloodbath. Proper at 16-0. I mean, dude, if there's a Tracer in your back line, they're 16-0. I mean, it's Kurt.
We're just seeing this for the first time now, and it's pretty damning.
Yeah, it is curtains. I mean, that is rough. You also have, obviously, the Violet kind of getting in the mix, right? Being a nuisance. Doesn't really represent in terms of the stats. So Nico puts down some serious damage on the Bastion, just not enough to really kind of make Zeta Division sweat.
So Zeta Division want to open with a pretty powerful poke composition. Emra in the mix. Someone who can really utilize the safe pockets created by the Sigma. So Farrell want to play something, though, a bit more brawly.
So Ramatra's good against Sig, right? Like, that's a good matchup. I wouldn't say Ramatra's awesome against Cat Bastion. Like,
you don't have any damage mitigation outside of blocking, right? Or your shield.
Right, but you don't want to be
neither of them are great against Bastion.
But if you're going to use Nemesis form, right, you want it to be able to kind of pressure down the Sig, not to use it to survive the Bastion.
I think you really have to play around Bastion's cooldowns. You got to play around Wheels mode in a big way. Dragon picked off early, not a good sign for the defenders at all, but Art's able to find that elimination, and Cloud once again is on an island. Proper shows that maybe that one doesn't have a silver lining. KSG and Nico, though, at least do some good work in the front line, but Aaron Shu are down, but the damage, Matt, might already have been done.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they can make this Emre work here against the Cat Bastion, because, like, it's not like a, obviously Emre gets some adjustments. It's not like a pick you would kind of see into this. We were talking, like, obviously it's like kind of like Cassidy. We've seen teams go like Sick Mizuki, right? Mizuki connecting with those chains. But, I mean, maybe Emre, like, obviously you have the ability to kind of like scope in. One of the things with Emre with the advantage of scoping in is like there's no like speed reduction like some of the other heroes that can do that type of stuff. Maybe there's enough damage output there that you're actually able to make it pretty interesting.
Dangerous here. Mobility needs to be made use of there for Violet. Zeta Division, yeah, correction, of course, are defending here. 2 minutes 34 on the clock here for Varel to make some progress, but they've lost Slay, and Proper doesn't really have a challenger. Not a legitimate one anyway. Pulse Bomb, and then a fold back with that recall, and he's happy just to throw up signs as KSG knew there was nothing he could do to take the Tracer down.
I mean, he's just been dominant, right? It's, we talk about all these different comps, and what you can do is it'll be Cassidy selected here. Poor Nico really hasn't had the best of matches in terms of hit scan, right? We saw the Freya, we saw Emre, we see now Cassie just Bastion trying to find a hit scan that would work. But ultimately, none of that matters if the other team's Tracer's going to finish, 27-0. You can play whatever you want at that point.
Like that from Slay. Happy to give as good as he gets. Forces Violet back for the time being. Both Jetpack Cats have their ultimates ready. Top Dragon again has to think about flank angles constantly, and he'll get tossed over the wall here, I'd suggest. Violet can have strips torn off from there. Fair bit of damage done as Top Dragon... Oh my goodness! That is exactly what you're looking for. Shu's out of the game now, and Top Dragon's going to linger to do a little bit more damage. Slay goes deep. There's the catnapping, but he himself gets caught. Who naps the napper is the question. And Violet's able to bring him down. Knife being pressured. Violet's going to be there with the per healing, though. AoE pulses keeping Knife in the fight, but Zeta Division... They're buckling, but they're not crumbling.
I still think, okay, I was going to say, they still had Proper in the mix, as he was actually putting a lot of pressure down on Cloud, but that's a huge pickoff. It's going to allow Cloud to move up into better position here. You're going to have the nano boost here, potentially for KSG.
very low. Okay, gets healing when he needs it. There's a nano here for Cloud. Varel have what they need to try and take this fight. Big sleep though on KSG is going to slow him down, but the card's still going to be contested. Here's that override protocol for Knife going hyper-aggressive with it. And Cloud gets blown to smithereens alongside Nico. Tough to pick yourself back up from this one. Varel will be denied the checkpoint. I mean, a couple of minutes to go.
That ultimate for Emre is like nasty on its own. Then you combo it with the nano boost, and he can just kind of safely get into those positions and just challenge players with ease. So now you're going to have both Ramachas obviously with Nemesis form. I'm looking at proper here, right? Deadeye available for Nico. That could be interesting because we've actually seen that, maybe with a cat right over the top potentially. But proper with a pulse bomb could end it here. Oh, you lose Top Dragon. That's brutal. And you get slapped going over the building with a Deadeye.
Nico's still there, though. Still has that Deadeye available. Didn't lose it, per se. Cloudo's going to be picked up, and Nico's very much on an island now. He needs to make a play from this position. It's an annihilation here for KSG and Benar, respectively. And the former simply doesn't have a health pool to hang in this fight. Knife is picked up, but that's the only casualty Varel have been able to inflict now as we head into overtime. Benar, Imperious on the point. A great stick over the pulse bomb from Top Dragon, but they need more than that. Proper's going to bring him down, and unfortunately, the Lucio won't be able to touch. That's all she wrote, folks. Top performance from your top seed out of Korea. GG.
I mean, that is what a top seed looks like. Just absolute destruction here in our first series. Is Zeta just... Now, Varel, like, that's a team that'll probably beat a bunch of other teams here. Like, they're a very good team. Zeta just kind of ran through them. I mean, that was pretty impressive.
And I think what generates success for Zeta Division is all the same elements that you would expect if you look at this team on paper. The intangible being that they have a better grasp, I think, of how to make use of their jetpack cat comps, and Violet is always going to be dangerous there, but it's Shu on the Ana. It's proper on the Tracer. Everything you love about this team is still there in spades, and it contributes to a dominant win.
And your concern earlier on is one that's pretty valid, right? They're potentially like slow starters and tournaments and series. If they play full gas, just kind of running through people early on. I mean, this is a team that, like, look, they're too talented to not be in a final or something like that here.
Not a lot of fallibility being displayed here by Zeta Division. That is for sure. Of course, a lot of work still to be done for this team. We're going to head over to the stage here. We have Lou standing by with Shu.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, a first win for Zeta Division here in Paris. Congratulations, Shu, for this first win. I wanted to know, because you come a long way to come here in Paris. It's a long trip. Maybe you're a bit jet-lagged and stuff, yet we see you on one of your comfort picks. Ana, you get to win 2-0 in a very good fashion. So what is your tip to be so in shape since the first game here in Paris?
일단 슈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 파리로 정말 먼 길 여행 왔음에도 불구하고 사실 피로도 좀 많이 있을 텐데 이틀 만에 정말 감을 잘 찾으시면서 2대0으로 좋은 승리 거두셨습니다. 그러면서 이제 또 시그니처 픽인 아나까지 또 선보이시면서 굉장히 좋은 모습 보이셨는데요. 이렇게 빠르게 적응할 수 있는 좀 팁 같은 게 있는지 한번 알려주시죠. 예.
파리에서요?
네.
파리에서의 빠른 적응이라고 하면은 이제 저희 팀 매니저나 이제 크러스티 형 이제 관계자분들이 좀 잘 도와줘가지고 네, 좀 그렇게 적응을 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I mean, the Paris, settling into Paris and getting used to it, I think a lot of team effort, honestly. Our management and especially Krusty help us a lot. So I think that's why we have really good performance today.
Beautiful, and I think we saw that indeed. Donc première question, c'est vrai qu'ils ont fait beaucoup de routes, beaucoup de voyages pour arriver ici à Paris. On le voit sur un de ses confort pick Ana, 2-0, très rapide. C'est quoi un peu le secret? Et honnêtement, le management a beaucoup carré, nous ont beaucoup aidé, que ce soit pour le rythme, etc. Et au global, c'est quand même un effort d'équipe, donc je suis très content d'être ici à Paris. My second question, because I'm not an Overwatch specialist since the beginning, so I want to get to know your team and your teammates a little bit better. So who is your MVP from today? Who played the best and who has improved recently in your team? Like, who are the proudest of?
이제 이번 파리 대회에 와서 사실 제타 디비전이라는 팀이 사실 좀 낯선 감이 좀 없지 않아 있긴 한데, 그래서 이제 제타 디비전 팀에 대해서 좀 더 한번 말씀을 좀 드릴게요. 그래서 이번 매치에서 좀 수훈 선수가 있다면 좀 어떤 선수인지 궁금하고, 그리고 수훈 선수 MVP. 네. 수훈 선수가 누구인지 궁금하고, 그리고 이번 대회에 앞서서 정말 좀 기량이 많이 올라온 선수가 있다면 어떤 선수인지 궁금합니다.
저는 둘 다 바이올렛 선수를 뽑고 싶습니다. 이제 저희를 승리로 이끌어 줄 수 있고 하지만 반대로 패배로도 이끌어줄 수 있는 바이올렛 선수. 네.
I want to pick both of Violet because actually it depends on him of how he lose or how he wins.
Oh,
so yeah,
okay.
I think I pick Violet.
Kind of a game changer player, let's say, for Violet. Donc, ma question, c'est qui ton MVP dans ton équipe? Qui est-ce qui a vraiment bien joué? Bah, honnêtement, pour moi, c'est Violet. Ça dépend vraiment de lui. C'est un peu le game changer. Ça dépend de lui si on gagne ou si on perd. Donc, props à lui. And last but not least, you're gonna face the winner of either GK Esports or AGAL All Gamers. Who do you think you will face and why?
이제 다음 상대로 이제 GK e스포츠와 이제 AGL의 승자를 상대하게 될 텐데요. 혹시 어느 팀이 올라올 것 같은지 좀 궁금하고요. 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 여기 와서 GK랑 연습을 못 해봐가지고 이제 GK의 기량을 잘 모르겠지만 아마도 GK가 올라올 것 같고, 네, GK가 올라왔으면 좋겠어요. 네, 또 이제 또 핀이라는 아는 선수도 있고 또 제가 또 지하드랑 좀 친하기 때문에 네, 경기에서 만나서 이겨보고 싶습니다.
Yeah, honestly, I feel GK would advance, and I want to really face off against them. I didn't really have any time to scrim, honestly, so I don't know how good they are. But I have so close friends like Ziad or Pin, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match.
Yeah, of course, and I'm sure they would be looking forward to facing you as well. Donc, prochain match, pour lui, ça sera le vainqueur de AGAL ou Geeky. Qu'est-ce que tu penses que tu vas affronter? En vrai, Geeky, j'ai pas eu l'occasion de les scrim, mais je crois qu'ils sont très forts et j'ai aussi certains de mes potes dans cette équipe, donc je suis aussi excitée de pouvoir les affronter. Thank you very much. Comme ça et oh. Congratulations once again for this win. And we'll move to a short break before moving on to our next series. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Lou, and congratulations to Zeta Division. As we take a look at the highlights, I saw the word proper, and I knew he was going to win. I didn't know they also had Krusty behind the scenes. Zeta Division, the team to beat in this tournament. Do they have all the pieces to win the title here at the Esports World Cup?
They definitely have all the pieces, Puckett. I mean, you look at this team, they're firing on all cylinders now. You know, I think you mentioned this, Johnny, that anything less than, like, I think a top performance for them, maybe like top 1, top 2, probably going to be looked at as a failure, considering how incredibly dominant this squad is. So this early on in the tournament here, in the group stage, they're going to be untouchable.
Yeah, I think for Zeta Division here, the one thing that they didn't figure out at the Champions Clash or previous major tournament was they relied so much on individual skill that they kind of fell behind to Crazy Raccoon when it came to more like the tactical, the team synergy kind of stuff. And I think we saw in this very first match, it's like they look so much more improved from just a couple of months ago. This could be the first tournament they win.
Looking at the game right now, who is the most important player on the team? Is it the support? Is it the tank? Is it the DPS? Jake, who do you want to put some more focus on for the casual viewers out there today?
I think it's important, especially to look at support in the current meta, because the game has really changed. Supports are called upon to play a really large variety of heroes at the highest level. Characters like Jetpack Cat really just play completely differently than anything else in Overwatch. And what we've seen from, both Violet and Slay in this match was they could get active, make a lot of plays individually. They can also support the teammates and create all these creative opportunities. So from my perspective, I think main support is actually going to be a key role to watch in this tournament, in this meta. Any player with limited flexibility is going to be a liability for their team.
Johnny, is Tracer Queen once again, or is it just in the hands of Proper that it looks this good?
I actually think we might see a lot of different flex heroes throughout this tournament. Obviously, Tracer is very reliable, but, you know, we might see a lot of Symmetra being played, especially by the EMEA teams, and so the meta is kind of an foreign concept, an ancient concept at this point. It's all about playing to your own strengths. Instead of Division, they can quite comfortably match Varel here and just outclass them. But depending on the region, we might see a lot of different compositions.
This second game was a speed run. Jake, walk me through the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just Proper taking this series over. He was doing massive things on the Tracer. I love the way they would set him up, bring Jetpack at the Tracer into the backline, which is not something we often see, but it meant that Proper could be deep in that enemy backline where he likes to be, but with full resource and ready to just wreak havoc. So, I mean, this guy was really taking over here on Shambali Monastery, on Busan as well.
I mean, you highlighted support players, Jake, but if you have a Proper in the server, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, they're going to take
16-0 on the attack.
It's just unbelievable. And same goes for a lot of the hit scan players we see here. So Knife, obviously, I'd say is a bit more up-and-comer compared to some of the established hit scan players. So the question for Knife is, throughout this tournament, can you keep matching the opposing hit scans?
There is a look at your first victory. All smiles from Zeta Division as the team from Korea tops the top squad from Japan. Speaking of Korea, Johnny, you went there in 2016. You won a championship. That was a decade ago for Overwatch.
Thanks, Bucket.
Now that we look at it 10 years later, who are the top dogs? Is Korea still the strongest region? Who can compete?
Okay, Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon are the favorites, Bucket. But I would say there is no better time in Overwatch Esports history than to be Hopium for EMEA. EMEA, I think, might be the more consistent region across this whole tournament. I think all three EMEA teams could advance to the playoffs, ultimately. But if EMEA wants to win the entire tournament, they got to overcome the top teams here.
Jake, that was a look at Group B. Would you rather be in Group B with the Zeta Division Crazy Raccoon crew, or what's going on over in Group A?
I think it's the groups are a little different, but honestly, neither one is easy. I mean, I'd say Group A maybe is a little bit spikier with the very best teams in the tournament and some weaker foes who could go down easy, but whereas the other group is a little bit more stable and consistent, every opponent is going to be a problem. So at the end of the day, I think the group stage, it's just your first test. For some of our top teams, they shouldn't have any issue here, and I don't expect them to really run up into problems with some of these weaker teams that just barely scrape by qualification-wise. But there's always the opportunity for some interesting upsets. I mean, here in this Group A, I'm curious to see that Dallas versus Falcons matchup, with Dallas being such a unique team.
Group A also has a lot of teams in the club championship that are desperate for points now that we're already into week 4. For now, we're going to a short video. When we come back, it's Crazy Raccoon versus Team Secret. Group play continues on live from Paris.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And so the tournament was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest of the club championship,
What's going on? Guys, why did she stop talking? The rat got out again. Guys, let's reset the rat. Reset the rat. Come on. Under the couch. Under the couch. Oh, no, it went the triangle thing. Triangle thing. Do not let that rat find its family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, no, no. Over there. Over there. Come on. We're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here if we can clean that up. Probably, unless you can read the prompter without it.
What, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll... Hey, little guy, just want one. Okay, okay, I think that'll work for now.
All right, we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go. Let's go. We gotta get started. Losing time, guys. Come on. And action.
And that's what's been happening in the club championship. In other unrelated news, cats. Why are they here? Why do they smell so bad? And what can we do about them?
Welcome back to the Midseason Championship. We are live from Paris at the Esports World Cup, and we're ready to keep the group play rolling on as we have Crazy Raccoon taking on Team Secret here in the STC Arena next. I welcome Zoe into the studio alongside Puckett and Jake, and I want to start with you, Zoe. So Crazy Raccoon, last year, #1 seed overall, favorites to win it. They got upset by Twisted Minds 3-2 in the quarters, who went on to win the overall EWC tournament. So now, where's Crazy Raccoon at this year in 2026?
Well, listen, they were off to a really good start, obviously. They won our first LAN event of the year in Tokyo. They won the Champions Clash, and they finally managed to regain that crown. And I think they're here to hold on to it this time around, because Twisted Minds, the one team to beat for them, they not look so hot. So really, Crazy Raccoon, they got to be considered the favorite heading into this tournament.
They've got some huge names on the squad. Stalker stands out to me. Jake, though, in this title right now with some of the new heroes in the game, who is the poppiest player? Who can have the biggest flash?
For me, I love watching Heesang and Junbin on this team in particular. You know, just the level of explosiveness of their play. Heesang, I feel like he's always been a player who's wanted to go beyond the conventional Tracer pick. I mean, he's phenomenal on the Tracer, but flexibility is the name of the game in Overwatch these days. And Crazy Raccoon is absolutely a team to live up to that standard and really rise to the occasion in the current moment.
And if you could describe their play style, how would you describe the play from Crazy Raccoon?
It's I want to use the word crazy, but I just feel like that's doing a little bit too much. But they are honestly incredibly hard to keep track of. When they bring out Junbin's Wrecking Ball, they bring a pace that I don't think anybody else in the world can really match. Pretty much every other team has chosen to try to slow the game down and just try to control Junbin. No one really seems to be confident in taking them on in the ball mirror. We'll see if Kaffa has the cojones to go for that.
Cojones galore. Speaking of them, we've got Danny Lim on the floor with Chorong, one of my favorite supports.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Chorong from Crazy Raccoon for a quick chat right before he takes the stage. Now, Chorong, this is your first match in EWC. How are you feeling right now? 자, 일단 오늘 이제 EWC 첫 경기입니다. 초롱 선수 좀 어떠신가요? 지금 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
너무 기대되고 설레네요. 솔직히 저희가 지금 좀 잘하고 있고 뭔가 이번 EWC는 진짜 다르다라고 생각합니다.
Definitely, very excited, and I feel like we're gonna put up a good result. We've been having very good results in scrims, and so I'm very excited to be up on that stage. All right, you are about to go up on stage. You're going to be facing off against Team Secret. How do you feel like that match is going to be played out? 자, 첫 번째 경기 팀 시크릿과의 경기입니다. 좀 어떻게 경기가 흘러갈 것 같으신가요? 마이크는 제가 잡도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 팀 시크릿.
네.
뭐 연습해보지도 않았고 약간 좀 뭐랄까 좀 약간 좀 별로 그 붙은 그 기억이 없는데 쉬울 것 같네요.
Alright. We actually never really scrimmed against each other, so I don't really have a lot to say about the team. But to be honest, I feel like it's going to be an easy win. Alright, I love the confidence, Chorong. You're about to go up on stage. Best of luck. Thank you so much. 화이팅! 감사합니다.
Well done by Danny Lim to guard that microphone. He held it steady. Jake, as we jump into this, we talked a lot about Crazy Raccoon, but we got to mention the team on the other side of this fight. How big of an underdog is Team Secret in your eyes?
Just about as big as they get. I mean, this should be, 1 in a million, honestly, for this team to even take a map here. Any points on the board would be a huge victory for Team Secret.
Yeah, but the players are not completely unfamiliar, right, Pocket? Like, we're seeing, obviously, Kaffa here on your screen, then we have a lot of representation from Thailand and Singapore. These players are currently representing their respective countries in the Overwatch World Cup as well this year. So we know and love these players. But yeah, today it might be a rough one in the office for them.
So as the person with the best style here in the studio,
well, thank you.
Can you give me an official number of mullets on Team Secret? Because there's some that are like blended in. I can't tell if it's official or not.
Where do we draw the line of a mullet? Like, how is Matt Morello sporting a mullet right now?
Matt Morello is our resident mullet expert.
And Jake, according to sources, is also sporting a mullet that I do not see.
I'm not. I will neither confirm nor deny. Matt chose his own haircut. He's an adult. He's responsible for that. I won't speak to it, frankly.
Speaking of making choices, we asked the community, who do you think is going to win this match? Guess the percentage that chose the Crazy Raccoon. So I bet it's over 50.
I would have bet it's over 90. It should be.
73, says the producer. You're a little bit off. Very close, though. Over 90.
Out there?
The Team Secret
Where's
fans
that
are going
coming from?
crazy. I mean, this one, this is like a 99-1 for me.
99-1?
Anything better than that is honestly friendly for Team Secret. I mean, there is a huge level difference between these two squads. I think this is probably going to be a non-competitive series. If it's competitive, that is a alarm bell for Crazy Raccoon. This should be a walkover 2-0.
Shout out to everyone who's been playing along. EWC Play is live over on the esportsworldcup.com website. Check it out. And if you're here in the venue, we've got quests galore. You can earn some extra bonus points. Just bring out your cell phone, scan some QR codes, and party with us. In the meantime, we got to talk about this group stage matchup. Zoe, if you're Team Secret, do you panic if you lose this first to two?
No, they expect to. They will be delusional on like some insane level if they think they can take it against Crazy Raccoon. No disrespect, love those players, love what they can do, but not against Crazy Raccoon.
Jake, everyone said Twisted Mind couldn't beat Crazy Raccoon last year. They went on to win the whole thing.
I predicted that they would win that match.
I was going to say nobody but one very handsome man on my analyst desk, but I thought you were trolling. I thought you were just trying to win over the guys wearing teal.
No. I mean, there's always an opportunity, right, at the Esports World Cup for upsets for, some lesser represented teams with 16 teams here. Team Secret, maybe they'll show us something, well prepared, something rehearsed.
And final question for you guys. If Crazy Raccoon is as good as you say they are, why didn't Proper join up with this squad? Why are he and Krusty on Zeta Division instead of forming a super duper team?
I honestly just think there's so much talent in Korea. You can't even really put just one superstar team together with the amount of players from that country that are world elite. There's room for 2 or 3 super teams. Crazy Raccoon is just another one of them.
Yeah. Zoe, we've got a lot of highlights coming. Who is going to be most featured in our highlight reel?
I want to give it to Kaffa here. Because, he's beloved, okay? So I think we should be highlighting Kaffa a lot just because we love him.
Kaffa is going to be our person in the highlight reel.
Yes.
If you disagree with that answer, Jake, who would you go with?
I hope to see some Kaffa. I mean, I think he's going to be maybe the centerpiece for Team Secret, the best, the player with the most history of playing at the top level. So there's definitely a lot riding on him. But for me, I think this is going to be a big opportunity for Hisang in particular to just eat the backline alive on Tracer. If Junbin's in there on the wrecking ball, he'll definitely get a lot of airtime as well.
Well, I know our observers incredibly well, and they're all tank players. So get ready for a Junbin highlight reel, as this one is going to be incredible. It's time to watch Crazy Raccoon for the first time live in Paris.
Welcome back to the Overwatch Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup. I'm Ian, this is Lou. We started the day off, we teed up, this is going to be a long day of Overwatch. I'm still hoping that it will be, but that was a rapid start.
I wasn't expecting such a fashion from Zeta on the first game, so indeed series can be pretty quick, but you have to remain sharp, because even if we're still in the winner bracket, key crushes are going to come very soon.
They will arrive, don't you worry about that. Hey, for all we know, we might get another 2-0 here. It could be another one. Let's find out.
From what we heard.
Yes, let's welcome onto the stage, Crazy Raccoon! Champions Clash winners, the tournament's #1 seed. A roster that has won almost everything the OWCS has to offer. And they arrive in Paris as a team every single contender here wants to be.
And to stand strong against them, Team Secret! They carry with us and with them the hopes of Pacific. They're underestimated, but very, very resilient, full of surprises. Peu sont ceux qui les attendent, surtout contre un adversaire du calibre de Crazy Raccoon. Mais à l'OWC, tout est possible. At EWC, everything is possible.
Absolutely. One of the favorites here begins their campaign, and on the other side, Team Secret has the opportunity to start with a shock.
Ladies and gentlemen, Overwatch Midseason Championship at EWC continues.
Both of these teams reached Paris by refusing to accept the scoreline in front of them. The difference is the level at which they proved it. For Crazy Raccoon, it was a comeback over Twisted Minds at Champions Clash in order to become victors there. For Team Secret, it was a wild comeback against Shang-Chi in the Pacific playoffs to get them here. Kappa went back to Australia for a university break and saw a pathway to the Esports World Cup through partnering up with this team, and that gambit has paid off. But standing in their way, Matt, is Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kappa a lot on the international stage last year. Great to see him here in Paris. Like you mentioned, right? It's like, hey, you know what? Maybe I take a year, figure things out. And then, you know what? Hey, the Esports World Cup rolls around. You're like, hey, I think I could qualify. And you kind of take a look over the globe. We got Hydron here, right? He made his way to EWC, but you know, it's great. I'm sure Team Secret, they're thrilled to qualify and make it in. They are less thrilled to see their opponent on the opposite side of the stage, though. I mean, Crazy Raccoon is, I mean, look, we just saw Zeta Division. We know how good they can be. Crazy Raccoon won Champions Clash. Like, this is a dominant team. And especially, look, we see one game. We don't know what the meta is, but if the meta is somewhat similar or somewhat in the same vein, they're going to be just as good.
And Team Secret, in Stage 1 in Pacific, were pretty fallible. They actually leaned a lot into like Wrecking Ball, ERE compositions and didn't really go far there.
Yeah.
So they accepted their limitations after that stage and they rebuilt around flexibility, right? Being a team that can really play a lot more of the meta comps and also the experience of someone like Kafo, who comes in from Nightmare, from GK Esports. The guy has been a journeyman around the world playing at this level, with a couple of names that in Pacific have been around the traps for a very, very long time. Soggy, someone I want to point out of Singapore, is a player who has always been towards the top of the tables in that region. But it's still an international debut against this team, and they get pitted against the final boss before they even get the dungeon map.
I know, yeah, it's no, you talked about it, right? We've seen Kappa also at international events with those rosters have like success, right? So I don't think he's going to be phased by this matchup. He probably is going to prepare the rest of Team Secret though, of like what is going to be like on the opposite side. And I think for Team Secret, look, this isn't the end of the world, right? You're going to get a game against CR. There's a really long tournament that we're going to be playing here at EWC. No, not the end of the world if you know, it doesn't prove to be a great result.
Pass to victory for Team Secret. If we, want to broach that topic, is having a great opening map, right? They need to look good on control. They need to be able to play a very broad, general composition. And frankly, they just have to keep Crazy Raccoon guessing for the better part of an hour. Still, yeah. In a first to 4, Crazy Raccoon could figure anyone out. In a first to 2, if you knock them off kill too early, there is a way. It's slim,
it's also like
there's a way.
The path for underdog teams in the first to 2 is to essentially steal the control, have the other team burn their best map in map number 2, and then you get map selection for the third game. The path of like dropping game 1 and then winning 1 and then winning on their home turf and on their best map is like quite unlikely, right? So for any of these teams that you're hoping to see like an upset here today, it's really this first control map that you're looking at, which is massive.
And Kaffa's going up against a revolving door of tank players, right? Yeah. Between Max and Junbin, Crazy Raccoon can do everything. And by Kaffa's own admission, he hasn't played D.Va in 7 years. 7 years. He will not be playing D.Va. So you can expect to see Sigma, Ramatra, maybe Malga from this guy, right? So you are dealing with a Crazy Raccoon team who can throw way more looks at you, and Bastion banned here on the first map, not a huge shock. Hazard is going to be banned out, as Kaffa has had his moments on that pick. This could well be, a bit frustrating for you.
I think also Team Secret probably doesn't have a ton of reps probably playing against a Cat Fashion comp at the level that CR can play it, right? So getting rid of that Bastion. The Hazard ban could also be in somewhat a protect, right, for Crazy Raccoon, right? They love to play the Wrecking Ball, right? Potentially. Don't see the starting lineup, but it's going to be Jumpin in the lineup, right? I know he's great in Japan, so we'll see kind of, as we load in what that lineup is, and then maybe if that was more of a protect.
I like that we talked about resilience in the intro for this Team Secret team, because they've had to have a lot of it to even get themselves here. They were 3-1 down in that Pacific final. Winter was disconnecting on Hollywood. They had to play with 4 players in that map. and they had to run it back from that point entirely in order to make it here. I mean, there were many, many points where you could justifiably think this team were going to be out of it. Crazy Raccoon, it's so funny, they are your Champions Clash winners, but such is the depth of talent in South Korea that they may not be the favorites from that region here at this tournament if you look at teams like Zeta Division, right? However, this team has the LAN pedigree. They dropped games online and they lost to Farrell in Asia Stage 1, right? They will lose games online, but when it comes to the composure required to find success at LAN, these guys have it in spades. Chorong and Vigilante obviously is a new look backline for this team this year, but God, it's like you swap one world-class backline for another. Feels like they just haven't skipped a beat in that regard.
It feels like they are just focused on making the international events, and it doesn't matter. They're not worried about the seed.
There.
Yeah, they're not worried about the seed. It's like, okay, as long as we're there, we know what we can do on LAN. We know what we can do when the pressure ramps up. And as long as they qualify, they're good. They're not, I mean, look at Zeta, right? They're hunting these, stage wins and then not finding it at the international event or not qualifying even. So we'll see. So it'll be Junbin starting here for CR. That's always something to look at. Like you mentioned, Max and Junbin, really fantastic tank players. We saw a lot of Junbin in Japan, right? I know we saw a lot of the Wrecking Ball. I know one of the big surprises, the Wrecking Ball doesn't get banned there towards the end. Team Secret, Kappa probably wants to play this Ram, right? Especially with the hazard.
He's not playing D.Va, bro. I'll give him the big tip. Oh, not happening. Is it Domina here from Junbin out of the gates? How interesting. So it's a comp, obviously, that features this Symmetra as well, seeing a few teams lean into that. The poke is terrifying, especially with the Sojourn in this lineup.
I mean, Domina, if you play at home in some ranks, a lot of players complain about how strong Domina can be. The one kind of weakness with her, right, is like compared to Sig, is the shield for Domina just doesn't really move. Obviously, it's kind of you have that perk that you're able to do so. As Stalker just a nasty railgun shot. You have the perk that you can move it. It's still not as effective though.
You are asking for it if you are going to play Pharah with no mercy into, rather with a Lucio Kiri composition. Soggy is going to need a lot of help to stay alive in these fights, especially with Domina's ability even to perk into an increased range off a Photon Blaster, and Stalker being who he is. That is a dangerous proposition.
Yeah, I mean, you'll also have the ability for Domino, right, when you have that first perk online for the E to kind of like
to increase your range.
And it slows, or you're gonna have that primary fire. You extend the primary fire of the beam, and then the secondary is the one that actually kind of adds that slow to the E.
Yeah, the crystal charge slowing people down is nice. And anything to keep them at arm's length, right? Which against the Ramatra comp, I think you're gonna want that.
You see also Junbin kind of moving up forward here, getting closer towards that Domina ult. That would be a game changer if we see some Domina at this event. Very sturdy if you can kind of like deny teams from like really getting aggressive and pushing into her shield. I think they're also why you're playing a Sim and a Lucio with it, because you want to deny that Ramatra any opportunity to put the pressure on the Domina like that.
I'd be scared of Panopticon as well in this lineup when you're sort of grouped up so much. Here it comes. Junbin's going to let it go now. Kappa struggling in the front line. Winter and Palais look like they get knocked up against the wall. And Junbin is making short work of them. You come at the Raccoons, you had best have a plan. Team Secret are repelled once more, and Stalker has an overclock ready to rock.
And obviously the primary fire with Domina, right, kind of has that big burst at the end of the beam charge. That thing does crazy damage, especially to targets like a Lucio or a Kiri. It like deletes them. It's so
hard
strong
to anticipate, and also you sometimes need a high healing throughput to answer it, right? It's actually a big problem for your backline. Vortex going to be thrown down, but Stalker's going to play clear of it now with his overclock now in play. High Vision got taken down, but a Crystal Charge itself, not good to lose your Soj so early in the fight, and now Sound Barrier reached for by Chorong, but for Crazy Raccoon it feels like smooth sailing. Secret vaporize before them, and it'll be a comfortable start to the map.
Yeah, that is, probably did not have the Domina, I know, on their board there, did Team Secret. That's a bit of a surprise. Don't think anyone would have said that.
Yeah, I think you just can't be doing that. This is, so nice. Obviously, Domina can fight in close quarters. She can, for a time, LARP as a brawler, right, where you get that, the sonic repulsors knocking people into walls. You can also perk, obviously, into making your barrier a wall for the, purposes of getting that stun. and obviously, like, Dominus Barrier is weaker to like the high rate of fire weapons. Sojourn can break through that easily, but it takes time, and time is something Secret simply don't have in these fights.
I mean, look at this. I mean, almost like 4,200 damage in that first round, right? From Junbin, leading the lobby. Now Team Secret, they'll win the award of now having to go up against the Wrecking Ball. This is a rough one, so we'll see iVision play the Freya here. I know a little bit of more aerial mobility. This would have been really good actually into the Domino, right? You can actually almost like get above the shield, by getting up in the sky, but obviously going to be really difficult to deal with this ball.
Stay clear of Junbin, I think, is your mandate as HiVision, and well, then you've got to deal with Stalker on the other side. HiVision is a standout hit scan player out of Thailand. You've seen him on Bleed, 99 Divine, if you've been following Pacific, but he's definitely outmatched in that moment there with Pale going down. Stalker's happy to fold back here comfortably. Tupper is simply not going to get close enough.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're obviously, if you're HiVision, right? You're playing the Freya at that moment. You're trying to kind of see if you can make a play for the ball. And the ball is such a nuisance and a distraction that Stalker rounds the corner with a railgun shot and just takes you out, right? After just getting booped into a non-ideal position, so.
And again, we've seen this time and time again. The Cassidy switch into the Wrecking Ball to give you some edge, some equity against that raw mobility and disruption. Sure, you're going to have the flashbang. The hindrance will be helpful against the Tracer. Junbin, though, just going to drop on in. HiVision already taken quite low. Secret need to get the healing on. Remember, no burst healing availability means they need to take time. Kappa's low. Soggy's out on an island and picked up by Vigilante. The Kunai is well apportioned for dealing with the Tracer. And HiVision, under a lot of pressure here, has a pocket to play in, but no line of sight to relevant targets as Winter is fighting for his life to keep him up.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to give so much healing resources over to the Cassidy that you end up losing your Ramatra and everybody else on the point. And that's the hard part, right? Not only do you have to deal with Junbin here on the ball, you also have Heesang on Tracer, right? You end up trying to use the flash onto the Tracer, then all of a sudden the ball is slamming down above you. Just nothing you can do there if you're Team Secret.
With Soggy being the only Secret player that can meaningfully pressure Crazy Raccoon's backline, Chorong and Vigilante might feel like they're on a holiday, sailing down the Riviera.
This minefield could be nasty, right? They may come out here and try and rush, and you're just going to get a minefield to the face.
Winter, dash forward, no minefield being used yet. We're going to have Kitsune Rush thrown in, overlapped. In fact, as Winter's going to make use of his own, as does Vigilante. He's saying looking for a pulse bomb opportunity, but frankly, it's not a target-rich environment as far as the Tracer is concerned. Not a lot to be done here now, as Winter will be staggered out painfully. And Team Secret may not have another meaningful fight on this map.
Yeah, I mean, players just getting knocked in every which direction, even back into the spawn room. This is a quite aggressive, doesn't kill him. That's actually going to be Junbin using that shield there, the major perk, and get out. That is insane. Oh, he gets out into the Annihilation, but not able to get a touch. And that is a map one that we've had there, and that is Crazy Raccoon taking care of business.
So it's a map of all time.
That is a map one.
This is why our expert desk were pretty blunt, pretty frank about the prospects of Team Secret in this game, saying there was like a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of finding success.
The games I was getting with Jake were awesome.
Not this again. No, it's true.
And then, you just come on in here and we just get,
It might be time for me to retire in earnest so that Overwatch Esports can benefit and have quality matches.
Well, we don't get a 3 Overwatch for...
No, I'm going to indulge myself this week, Matt. Yeah. I'm going to sit here and cast some good games.
That was an awesome one, though. In a blowout, because it was fun to see the Domina, right? You see Taya having the reaction as he's laughing his head off. I mean, that's a blowout right there. I mean, look, Team Secret, I don't think it's a surprise to them how good Crazy Raccoon is, right? And how, this is definitely a underdog story with Secret coming into this match, right? Taking on the team that just won our last international competition. And honestly, with the Wrecking Ball out there and everything that CR can do, there's really not probably a lot of prep you can have if you're Team Secret to play against things like this, I know, in your region at home, or even practice scrims here.
The best thing you can do, I think, as a team is make yourself less ban sensitive, right? Make yourself more broadly potent across a large number of maps and ban scenarios. And they did that with the changes to this team in the first place, right? But there are still going to be limitations. When you go up against a team who feel like they were purpose-built in a laboratory to play Overwatch, not just play Overwatch, but play every comp, every hero in every era, every meta, that is Crazy Raccoon. So there's a fair bit of legwork that needs to be done. before you can even stand on even footing with a team like this, before you can even put pressure on, before you can even play the same game as them. Because we are seeing, make no mistake, we're seeing 2 different games of Overwatch being played on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, they ended up just kind of playing that dominant round 1, and like we don't even know if we'll see that ever again from them, right? It could have just been like, oh, let's have some fun here. I don't really feel like playing the ball.
I don't know if the theory's quite there about dominant on that map, but sure. You can make it work.
I'd be fascinated to see them run it again. Be fun. I'm sure, there's a lot of people at home who've been like, they got up down, I get down in a better spot, right? Like you've seen all kind of the new heroes when they put the 5 drop at once. We've seen really all of them have like their kind of moment.
Yes.
Outside of dominant.
It certainly feels like that batch of heroes had a real impact on the game. Like Mizuki, Jetpack Cat, both.
Yeah, I mean,
Emra, very reasonable. Unrun, maybe we're waiting on that a bit.
I think better.
She's definitely looking much better. I'm personally a fan. And Domina, of course, felt like another replacement or another option for Sigma in sort of poke compositions, the more static front lines here, but she has perks that make her a little bit more flexible. Reposition the shield, have the ability to stun, have stopping power, have range. But as I wax poetic about that, don't expect to see her in too many situations like this. Don't try this at home, kids, is what
it looks like we're going to get a sub. So it looks like Max will end up coming in here. Like kind of what it looks like at the moment. So obviously it changes Team Secret. They're ready to get back into the action. Headbutt is the better perk. Oh, okay.
It is kind of cool. I do like that displacement effect that you have, but bro, I do like getting my claws out, man. I don't know.
I think the players love the claws one. I mean that's been a popular one for a bit now, but
even just anything that as we discussed, Jetpack Cat and perks you should pick. Anything that gives you that extra kill pressure. It's heal pressure as well because it's damage over time.
Oh, we're seeing a Lip come in as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, so 2 subs.
Everyone needs a chance to warm up here.
Yeah, right, as giving everybody a chance here for CR to get some action early on.
Secret stew in this a little bit, obviously, to reflect on a very challenging first map. I mean, they will get to select our next battlefield. It is a map pool that has a number of arenas that can let you lean into.
This would be one where I would say don't go to Flashpoint because, well, actually, I mean, with Max coming in, I wonder if this is just Shambali.
It does feel like, at least, Matt, this is probably a slightly more comfortable stylistic matchup for Kuffa. Someone who might get to play Mirror, but again, between Junbin and Max, you have a lot of hero pool overlap. They are not simply
not really finding advantages really there, I think. They're a tough crew to play against. Yeah, I wonder with Max coming in, and then looked like we were seeing Lip coming in as well. So I wonder if we will see. Could be like a Joker Town. I think is in the pool, right? Shambali, like some of these like long rangey, maybe hit scan type maps. That's kind of where you can see Lip, thrive. Or maybe they're just like, hey, let's get some players some practice time, get them on the stage, get them comfortable in the flow early on.
I also think that as a team, it's usually pretty beneficial to practice your workflow for getting like players in and out as well, making sure players get acclimated. For someone like Lip, he probably needs to even just feel out the setup here. I think this is, we'll be frank about it. It's the kind of matchup where Crazy Raccoon are going to be heavily favored, so an opportunity just to get their sea legs here in Paris.
Yeah.
And Lip obviously will take his time in setting up. Coach Moon is like, I'll get stuff in, mate.
Yeah, Coach Moon's like,
we've got dinner reservations.
Yeah. Like, he's like, we got places to go. All right, CR looked dominant in map number 1, obviously coming off of their win at Champions Clash, goes all the way down to the wire with Twisted Minds, who a lot of people didn't really kind of think that Twisted Minds, I mean, they didn't really think that was their kind of meta, and they end up kind of making a crazy run. Obviously, Yubi's playing a big part in that team now, yet again.
Watching that tournament, I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, I think, for Overwatch Esports. It really felt like a golden era. New Jump City.
Okay,
fair enough,
this
though.
is like,
you play some Brawl here.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's kind of what you want to do, right? Maybe Ramatra Brawl here. We'll take a look at some of the bans. It's a Malga ban here, which obviously that would have been pretty nasty for Max to have his hands on. And you'll see the Mercy ban. That's just a bit of a throwaway there for Crazy Raccoon. They're kind of fine with everything else.
Kuffa does play Malga. Happy to do it under many occasions, but can simply be a bit of an oppressive matchup to play into. And I do think that trying to get your most experienced player in a comfortable matchup is going to be favorable. I do not want to see Pharah with a Kirilucio shell again. I don't think that is safe with Lip coming in as well. He's going to be just as potent in the hit scan role at punishing that. So let's see something from Team Secret that is, broadly applicable in this meta. Doesn't have to be a strictly meta composition. We need to see a solid look from them that can't be exploited, because that is what Crazy Raccoon will do. I mean, whether it's one map or 4 they play you on, they're going to find weak points here.
Yeah. We've seen teams, at least in the MEA, go to like Ramatra Rush with like Mei in the mix, right? We see some Mei here on this map.
Oh my God.
In the past, yeah, Vago got a close-up.
It's absolutely frame-mogged me out of nowhere.
Yeah. We've seen like Mei Reaper at times. I think like Cassidy, obviously, I know a pretty viable option here. We've seen some teams try and get like hyper aggressive, even with like Vendetta back into the mix. Yeah. Right.
Even on Atlas as well.
Yeah.
Decent flashpoint for it. New Junk City also very reasonable. You could be forgiven for having very different opinions about what the Mercy ban here is supposed to indicate. Obviously, it's not a protect, as this came second.
Do you think they were worried about it, Crazy Raccoon?
Do you think they were about anything?
No.
But they have to submit something for bans.
Yeah, I guess so, right? You can't just kind of forfeit it entirely. But no, with this roster, they're not really worried about anything. I think I think they probably feel like there's more competition now than ever. I mean, obviously we have T1 here, we have Falcons. I know VP and Twisted Minds still very strong. You kind of look at those teams, obviously with Zeta Division, like it's not it's not as clear cut like making it to the finals as it once was. Like, one of those teams potentially, finishes like 5-6. I mean, 7-8. That's like a brutal. Like with the way the bracket probably shakes out, like there's going to be a matchup like that happens really early on. And it's going to be a brutal loss for one of those teams.
Identified that one of these groups is a little bit nastier looking than the other, right? So that also is at play.
Yeah.
There are probably some teams that maybe would reach fetch underdog status, might feel like they have a path to playoffs in some of these scenarios.
I think EK will be pretty good, right? I know Labda, Ziad, right? You got Kellex up there. I mean, that's going to be a very formidable team. They always play pretty well at international competition and events.
Ziad, who to me over the last year or so has just continued to excel and improve drastically.
Yeah, I mean, look, now we're talking a little bit of, EMEA Overwatch, kind of my game here, but like Ice Gnome has been on one this year. I mean, probably the best tank in EMEA throughout this season as we take a look here. Kappa, Team Secret, obviously there's some tremendous performances last year at the international stage, right? I know very talented in terms of like Hazard, the Ramatra. Not with the same maybe like obviously we talked about how he kind of took a break maybe this year, was looking at like a little bit of a gap year. Maybe he's going to find a home later in the season. Finds a home here with Team Secret to qualify through the Pacific. Now finds himself here against Crazy Raccoon.
And in this era of Overwatch, Matt, the most successful Australian player, I think, it's not a long list of them, right?
Yeah.
I would say almost in any era, frankly, has really shown like a dedication to his craft that has put him, despite geographical challenges, that has put him in a spot to be eligible for a number of teams to pick him up. Like, it's no mistake that he ended up on Nightmare on GK for the same reason. This guy has played multiple regions. He's represented his country at World Cup as well. Will do so again this year. Australia did quite well through their groups, pretty dominant. So you're going to see more of him this year, hopefully. Much more of him in this tournament, but I don't know if we're really going to be on deck for a 3-map affair here, folks. I'm going to give to you straight.
Yeah, as I know, New Junk City, right? Obviously, a flashpoint could be rather quick, and obviously with some of the subs, right? We have Max coming in here for Crazy Raccoon. We're also going to see Lip in play. With the Malga ban, we're most likely theorizing we're going to see, Ramatra Rush style of play. That's I think.
I do like the commanding shout buff from Junker Queen.
Queen is obviously.
I do like to see a bit more of that.
I think Queen is on the come up, maybe a little bit. I know Hazard is always kind of lurking. Like, I think there's always varying opinions on whether Hazard's strong enough or like underpowered or like kind of like where he sits in the meta. But yeah, like I mean, there's an opportunity here for Team Secret to get a little funky with it.
Well, we mentioned at the start of the game, I think that's an angle you need to take. But if you recall, we discussed the pathway to victory for this team. It certainly involves winning the first map of this series. The fact that they've been unable to do that means that the pressure is on. Yes, it's their map pick. Yes, they get to ban to try and set up a more comfortable scenario. The Malga was taken out here, but that's about all you have to hang your hat on. When we get down to brass tacks, you still have to go up against a team who have been honing their fundamentals for years and years and years. The team with championship pedigree, the team who are your Champions Clash winners. It's a long list of accolades that Crazy Raccoon boasts, and they're here to add yet another one to that ever-growing list. Team Secret, in some senses, might be here on a holiday. They're here to compete, here to show what they're capable of, but I'm sorry.
It's a pretty awesome holiday. I mean, the venue looks awesome. I mean, when the big screen kind of like opened up before, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, the venue's fantastic. Obviously, here at the Esports World Cup, there's something for everybody. If you're an esports fan,
just a gaming fan, I feel like.
Great to see the fandom turn up here. I mean, Team Peps appears on our screen before any EMEA squad, so they're always going to turn up in force. Obviously, we are in their home. Shout out to Peps for I think their record in FACEIT Master this year is 50 million wins, 0 losses. So they're having a great time.
1 million maps to 0.
Yeah, they're dominating. Basically, clean sheet for them.
Oh, we gotta get them to an event though. I mean, we gotta talk to Pepe. I think he's over there on the French.
Soon was on the French desk as well. Big shout out.
Yeah, be like, hey, we gotta get. I mean, dude, it would have been so awesome if they were represented here, right? I mean, that would have been great. But obviously, Pep's going through. They're in our stage 1 in EMEA, and then obviously you don't make it back through relegation, and then now they'll have to work their way back up through FACEIT Masters, but it seems like they're being successful.
They're doing well there. But again, with 6 teams in OWCS EMEA, it's never been harder to be a part of that. So you have to work a little bit harder.
Well, especially this stage in EMEA. I know we talk about that region, though obviously we're here in Paris. It's like every one of those teams was hyper competitive, pretty much. We had maybe one bad team in EMEA, but everybody else, very close, to being a team that could qualify for this event. So it sounds like we're just getting the sub sorted on the stage. Lip wants to make sure everything is perfect. For his debut here at the Esports World Cup. So we'll afford him that time.
I mean, again, you are smoothing out your workflow for later on in the tournament, because Crazy Raccoon are one of those rosters who are going to make a fair few changes midway through the series, right? They have developed a large roster for the purposes of being as meta and ban agnostic as possible. Not every team has taken that particular approach, but it certainly works if you've got the cash.
I mean, not everybody can, they just get the players that can do that, right? I mean, I think it's really difficult, especially in the tank and support roles, to find those players that can be that flexible and do that type of stuff. I think DPS have really kind of evolved over the last few years, where you're seeing it's not really much of a projectile or a flex and a hit scan. I think players are able to do everything pretty comfortably.
I mean, I think also Funny Astro, was it Vega, I think, was saying in an interview on OWTV recently that main support, flex support moniker is very outdated now.
Yeah.
The same is being expected of your supports.
Well, every role, it's really been expected, right? I mean, the one role that can maybe get away with it is tanks, right? You kind of have certain maps that work only good for certain tanks, and you can make some substitutions around that, kind of how CR potentially doing here. But yeah, I think everybody kind of expected, right? I mean, look at Violet, right? A player who, we kind of like Zen, Ana, these tremendous, highlight plays. We see him go and play Cassidy in a serious type of manner at times. And he's now playing Lucio. He's playing Jetpack Cat. You're just expected to play everything in that role.
You think it was serious?
The Cassidy?
Serious manner?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was ancient times at this point.
That was such a legendary time. Yeah.
Well, he did it 10 times, so it had to be.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to see that.
It lives in the Hall of Infamy with the Super Genji.
Oh, it's low on the iceberg, that's for sure, folks. It's time to head off to New Junk City, folks. Currently, Crazy Raccoon leading 1-0 in this 1-2 series, and Team Secret have had some time to stew in the result of that first map. Unsuccessful in the first round against the Domina Comp, and then beaten in the mirror. What do they have for us now? Soggy hovering a Vendetta, which would be a fun little wrinkle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Ramatra mirror here in terms of tanks. That's been really a go-to on New Junk City, especially with Maga gone. Teams want to play that brawl, so looks like we're going to get a little bit more time, a little bit more stewing here from Team Secret. As the crowd goes wild for the pause.
So this is what we were discussing earlier, is that when you have a substitution, you don't always have an extensive opportunity to test all of your peripherals to make sure everything is hunky-dory. So Lip is calling a pause here just to make his accoutrements are functioning.
Yeah, I mean, look, he obviously, wants to play his best. Don't want to mess around in a series that's like a 1st to 2, right? And you'll play at a disadvantage, or your settings are kind of off, and then all of a sudden now we're in a game 3 in this series, and it starts to get really, really silly. So Lip obviously kind of wants to take that time, but at least from what we saw hovering, I think we're going to see that Ramatra brawl head-to-head.
What do you think about the Vendetta being thrown in here?
I mean, we'll
touched on it briefly.
Yeah, we'll see if it's picked. I mean, Vendetta does get some adjustments in our last patch to try and kind of bring her back a little bit closer towards relevance. I would say is very strong early on, and then kind of fell off. Obviously, like I think maybe like 2 patch rounds of just kind of nerfs for Vendetta or adjustments. So now getting a slight buff. We'll see if she does kind of find her way back into the meta. As hey, we got a replay here from Tayo. Oh, hey, he's got the Zeta boys behind. So they had a good day.
Yes, I mean, their day basically barely begun. They got out there, got themselves a quick 2-0. So plenty of time to soak it up and enjoy the sights. We're out here,
I would love to see Tayo's stream of us watching Tayo back
watching the
again.
Game. Yep.
Like us watching Tayo. Tayo watch us watch Tayo. That would have been...
What do you think he would say?
He'd probably laugh for like 30 seconds. Then he'd probably...
Bunch of these guys.
he'd probably, thank his chat for a few gifted, maybe. No, I was chatting with him in the lobby. He just got in yesterday.
Remember the first time we saw him? He would have been in Sydney, right? World Cup 2018?
Yeah, we've all been doing this for a while now.
Yep.
So
Team Japan gave us one of the most exciting games of that World Cup group stage against Team Australia. And ended up going down to the wire. Great crowd, great time. We were at the Star in Sydney, so pretty nice location.
I don't think I was at that one.
Oh.
Now
that's true. I was casting with Zucchini Panini. Yeah, our good friend ZP. Fever Dream 2018.
And now what could be going on with Liv at this moment?
Oh, I mean, are these chairs even built for someone as statuesque as him? A 10-foot tall gaming warlord?
Yeah,
I mean, he's to get acclimated.
Yeah, it looks like, no, obviously we're in game. Looks like, look, not an expert. It looks like he was going to touch on the audio thing there. But
okay.
Maybe getting with a headset issue. Yeah, this is the right idea. Pillow, lounge, lay back.
I do love that these Secret Lab pillows are magnetic, bro. I can put it wherever I want it.
That's true.
I can even gag you with it if I need to.
I don't think that's the intended use of it.
Listen, it's all about resourcefulness, you know what I mean? Make use of what's at your disposal.
Personally, for that not to happen. But I guess there is a world in which you could end up doing it. Thumbs up. That's the universal sign. We are good to go, and we can get back into game here shortly. So pause will be lifted. To remind you guys, Crazy Raccoon up 1-0 here against Team Secret. Really dominant. Map number 1. 2 subs coming in to New Junk City. It'll be Max and Lip coming on in for CR. We'll get the crowd excited one more time there. We're with the French cast, and then now we're ready to go. So it'll be Lip playing the Soj here. So we'll see if Stalker continues to play this sim.
Yeah, the sim is. You have to be pretty much in tune with each other to beat this sim comp.
And it will be Vendetta. So Vendetta obviously does really good in these like brawl types of styles. It's just going to be so you have to be very careful, right? Once you use some of these cooldowns and you don't have anything to kind of stay in that fight or even get out, you're a pretty easy target for a Soldier.
But keeping a respectful distance from the Vendetta as he drops on him with an overhead swing there, so able to see her coming. Crazy Raccoon adjusts here. Palais is going to get picked off. Vigilante finds yet another pick on a support. We saw so many of those on Nepal, and that means that the mobility, which is so core to Team Secret's game plan, has already been taken out of the picture. Crazy Raccoon have that in spades with the Sim Mana Lucio of their own, and now High Vision is getting chunked down in that front line. Soggy does get in though. Lip can't quite evade Vendetta's questing blade.
Yes, I mean, Vendetta has actually been pretty useful against some of these Symmetra comps, right? Symmetra Brawl comps that want to use these TPs and multiple players through. You can get a lot of value out of the Vendetta as Polly gets back into the fight, takes out Chorong, so now it's going to be Team Seeker clapping back.
Draw on pick off is great. Palais sees an opportunity there. It looks like maybe Caught inside the Ravenous Vortex was Palais, an easier pickup. Stalker going to be healed up. That's one thing for the Symmetra, is that when you have Nemesis form on your Ramatra, you don't have a lot of protection in your own front line, and you are pretty susceptible to that long-range poke damage.
So it'll be a Kitsune Rush here, formed up pretty fast by Winter. Gonna get back to Sangyubi, keep him alive. Kappa gets dangerously low, so they end up going to heal the Vendetta. You're gonna lose the Vendetta anyway, and then you end up giving up the Ramatra as Crazy Raccoon, they realize that the Curie is not there. They kind of just run over Kappa. That's going to allow Crazy Raccoon to flip the point back. It is Team Secret, though, taking the lead.
Yeah, promising signs from Secret. They see an opportunity to go forward, get aggressive, but Crazy Raccoon have an insane ability innately to disengage away from this Vendetta. It is terrifying trying to deal with that. Sundering Blade has been developed here for Soggy. As a Crazy Raccoon have to have their wits about them, but Annihilation battle is sure to ensue between our frontliners.
Yeah, a beat advantage, though, for Chorong here coming up. It'll be the Kitsune Rushes used by both sides.
Is that beat yet?
Nice headshot slash there by Soggy, takes out Vigilante, so you do have the Simwall in action. It's going to be Max using the Annihilation here. This is definitely not over as CR.
Oh, way!
Going to be 4 here for Max.
That is insane! How are Secret supposed to flip back? They actually do in these last moments, but Max is going to run through them! Devastating!
5K.
Secret need a quick fight. They need the Vendetta to get into the backline. Ignore the Sim, blow her up as quick as you can, but if you deal with Annihilation, the Ramatra is virtually unkillable for that window, and they cannot do a thing about it.
And I mean, yeah, you see Kappa just trying to get out of range of the Ramatra, right? Deny that Annihilation from keep rolling, but the slow of the Sim turret that he's backing up into. And then Max finds the last one. That'll be the first flashpoint here over to Crazy Raccoon.
Secret have a nice ult bank to work with, though. That Annihilation for Kappa could be the difference maker. Max and co simply want to tease these ultimates out of Team Secret, make them spend heavily to get control of this point early, but we've got 10 seconds before it opens up. Team Secret are not incentivized to dig too deep and make those investments.
But they end up using their overclock there. It actually, like, you know, it gets them off the point for Crazy Raccoon, but you had so much time until the point opens up. Now it's going to be an OC on an angle there.
Not bad,
Lip
but
finds one.
The Annihilation is a problem. Lip can fold away from it, though. Kappa's trying to get some attention, demands that someone challenge him, but the Annihilation expires. Chorong went quite low, and eventually Kappa's going to be able to pick him off in that Nemesis form, running down Vigilante as well. But it's a big spend in the fight for Secret.
I mean, they needed it, though, right? I mean, if you don't spend there and you end up losing that, especially the first kill comes from Lip with that OC, I mean, you're going to fall behind, what, 2 flashpoints, and then it's just game over at that point. You needed to invest everything you had there. But you still hold on to the Sundering Blade, right? So you have this, you know, Vendetta ultimate that can obviously do some serious damage from off angles.
Kappa trying to push forward, sees an opportunity. Chorong a little bit isolated there in the front line. Big damage on towards Max here, and Sundering Blade will secure the elimination, but Winter and High Vision have already fallen, and Soggy finds himself a little out in the open. Whirlwind to dash through, but doesn't have a target to latch onto presently. Secret, though, gets to 58%, and Kappa is still alive, but look at Stalker charged up, ready to go. Nice Suzu as well to keep Crazy Raccoon hale and hearty to win the fight.
You know, you get Max dangerously low there, but still able to kind of, you know, fight back. As the Sundering Blade, you're trying to get around the corner, right? He's trying to use that Nemesis form to kind of get out of harm's way. 65% though for Team Secret. Really strong here. We'll see though how they kind of battle through this. Like this sim wall is going to be pretty nasty to like kind of fight through, right? Kitsune Rush, you can drop that sim wall, you can hold on to your rush, then have Vigilante drop it a little bit later on.
Last time the sim wall came out, Secret just ran past it, right? They had a Kitsune Rush of their own, which they have here, and they use their Vendetta just to get into the back line. See, sim wall is all well and good, but the fight doesn't last long enough to really abuse that edge. Soggy's able to get in there, and Vigilante is picked off, and this is the pace you need to see from Team Secret if they want flashpoints here on New Junk City.
Yeah, Soggy's Vendetta is really clean. Able to kind of get through that sim wall there and put down damage, and you know, finding 2 is you will get back into the fight rather quickly, obviously, with the sim here for Crazy Raccoon, as they end up saving their Kitsune Rush. They don't end up burning it in that fight. We'll see, though, they decide to go to it. The Vendetta here, putting down some damage.
Soggy's got to go, Matt. Yeah, probably needs to be your target.
Yeah, cooldowns, they actually kind of use them to get back towards the rest of the team, as they don't want to go just yet. Oh, the sound barrier actually doesn't connect with High Vision. It's going to be lit with a railgun shot. Takes him out before it would have landed.
Sound barrier comes out a little bit later here for Crazy Raccoon, and it's quite effective. Palais going to get picked up here as Max runs Winter down inside that Annihilation. Had a lot of Nemesis form window to work with, but now Kuffer holds his ultimate until the opportune time. Is this it? Kuffer a little bit low, has to give the point up entirely though, and Crazy Raccoon at the numbers. Eventually Kuffer gets run down and maybe, just maybe, held on to that annihilation a little too long.
And CR is so smart, man. They end up flipping the point, right? And Kuffa and Suggy are like off of it trying to fight, Max. They end up getting back over to the point. And they just kind of like, it obviously they lose Stalker because of it, but they end up just stalling them for a little bit of time where they kill them at a moment where their other teammates are coming back and they're like, well, we're not going to take like a 3v5 without our tank and the Vendetta. So just perfectly timed kills there from Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, Lip getting high vision at the start of the fight, Matt. It's a bad situation for Team Secret. And there it is yet again. It's Lip finding high vision. Clearly, he stands out in the crowd. Soggy picked up now as well by Max as he gets clouted by the Nemesis formed Ramatra, and Crazy Raccoon have set the table for a third and final Flashpoint take.
So yeah, it's going to be very difficult here for Team Secret. I mean, what, you have Sundering Blade, you're not going to maybe get a kill off of it. You're not necessarily going to win the point off of the Sundering Blade. And I think the scary part is, right, you have Charon kind of building towards the sound barrier. If you win this first fight here for Crazy Raccoon, you may end up finding yourselves like, with a beat plus sim wall for what could be a final fight.
Secret now, just trying to jockey for position. Clear this TP, deny that easy pivot away. Soggy's trying to wend his way into this backline. An overhead strike might have had the better of Stalker if he could reach him,
really,
but he has the mobility to get there. And that Sundering Blade is still being held onto. Team Secret here would be wise to ration out these ultimates as much as possible. And even though Soggy goes down, it's a clear fight win for the Pacific squad.
Well, I mean, you see why the Vendetta is really good against the Sim, right? Like, you kind of get, you get that whirlwind and on top of, 3 targets, potentially, who are coming out of that TP, and then you just get an overhead slash, deletes the Symmetra. No way you can kind of survive that if you're Stalker.
It's a bad matchup for Stalker.
Yeah.
31% and counting for Team Secret. Here comes a preemptive Katsuna rush now from Secret. Crazy Raccoon, they'll have a wall of their own, and Soggy's trying to get into the back line. Is Max the ideal target, though? What? He uses the Annihilation here. Bizarre. Lip gets picked up by Kuffer, and Max is now down. Good money being thrown after bad by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think what Max probably thought there is the point ends up flipping as you'll have the Suzu user by Vigilante just keeping everybody alive for a little bit longer. I think what Max was thinking there is his Nemesis form was probably running out, just kind of spiral into another block, and then maybe you get a Suzu and some healing and they overextend and you get a pick. I think you're going to keep that one rolling. The issue is none of that happened.
It's a pretty delicate scenario. Yeah, you've got to strike a balance there.
Outside of him using the Annihilation, no other things I mentioned there happened. So ends up being pretty rough there for Max. Look at the amount of pressure there.
They've got to beat. No choice here. Max barely alive, and he eventually gets brought down. Crazy Raccoon are struggling to get a feel for the tempo that Secret are playing at. And Kuffer's Annihilation here is going to be fantastic, but Crazy Raccoon have the point right now. Remember that they flip it at the start of the fight. Secret have to be aware of this. They do get control of it now, though, and time is of the essence. A TP onto the point now as Lip's trying to reposition. Crazy Raccoon need presence on that point. They're going to play there to contest, but Stalker's brought down by High Vision. Soggy here eats a bit of damage from Lip. He's trying to build an overclock, but it might be too little too late for this particular flashpoint. Crazy Raccoon are bleeding out. Soggy is making it even harder for them. And Lip will have to throw himself just to be a body on the point, but it's not enough.
Yeah, putting so much pressure onto Max with that Vendetta. Obviously some railgun shots coming in from High Vision, and then Kuffa as well. As you see, whenever Max is kind of in that Nemesis form, it's like perma blocking, just trying to survive some of that damage, because once the Vendetta starts to build these onslaught stacks and Soggy's at 4 or 5
attack
stacks.
speed, move speed increase, it's crazy.
I mean, the Ramatra has no real chance, especially with all the other damage coming on through.
I like this Secret again, dictate the pace of play. Katsuna rush now, but a full disengage by Crazy Raccoon to effectively nullify that whole ultimate.
Yeah, really nice TP. I mean, Stalker getting the rest of the team out of dodge, and then also Soggy had used all of the movement cooldowns to that point.
Soggy's trying to get to the back line, and Lip knew about it, but couldn't really respond. High Vision going to be traded out, though, so we're down to a 4v4, and Stalker has a wall, but again, it does very little to stop Soggy. A mid-team fight pause.
All right. We'll see,
that's a tense one.
We'll see who this comes from. I know potentially it looks like, as I look back to the stage, we have
I have admins behind Crazy Raccoon side of the stage.
So it looks like potentially something on that side of the stage, but Hey, I mean, the Vendetta has really made things difficult for Crazy Raccoon, who are trying to close the series out here.
Soggy, someone certainly worth highlighting.
I think we're, what is this, Max? No, looks like
Yamuna's decided he wants a mid-team fight substitution. Doesn't like what he's seen.
Yeah, I think it's Stalker here this time, it looks like, so.
So we can talk about this composition a little bit. Obviously, there's a snowball element because Max tried to riskily commit his annihilation to a fight a couple fights ago when he was sort of blown up. The very next fight, Crazy Raccoon are forced to use their sound barrier to keep Max alive. He takes too much burst damage in the front line, and after the beat expires, Secret get an easy later beat. They still burst Max down. They win that fight too. I'm impressed to see a team of like Team Secret or anyone, frankly, playing at a pace that is pressuring some mistakes out of Crazy Raccoon in terms of ult economy, in terms of positioning, in terms of just predicting the required amount of healing.
It's been a little while since we've seen Lip, right? So like you see like in that last fight that we saw before we got this pause, like he ends up using the OC, both dash is already gone, and then the Vendetta's like in his face, he's just dead, right? It's like, you know, stuff with the pace of play that obviously if you're only playing in scrims, you're not going to see this kind of level of aggression potentially with this type of comp out there. And then, you know, trying to obviously play, potentially, man, that's tough. Ooh. There's like the positive of that one is like, I know it's like when does Optic play, and then the sad version is when does Reps play. Yep. They play soon, just not here. But what I was saying is like, you know, you also kind of compound it, obviously hard for Lip, right? And then it's like playing the Sim, it's actually a pretty good matchup for the Vendetta generally.
It's very good, yeah. Okay, so we have
okay, so now it's Max, it looks like.
Yep. Max saying, my Q button keeps pressing at weird times. It's not me, I swear.
Yeah, it's the ghosts.
They're in the walls. The ghosts of esports past.
I wonder what this is like for Secret though, right? Because you started to get a little bit of momentum, and now it's kind of like, let's sit in a pause. I mean, you know, look, it looks like you do have High Vision and Lip down in this fight potentially when we get back into it.
Yeah. That's right. It is very much a fight that's in progress. High Vision got picked at the start, and Lip got skewered by the Vendetta. It does feel like Crazy Raccoon is forcing this comp, which on a couple of axes is certainly weaker, right? The Sim wall does...
They still are winning the map, though.
Yes.
Like, overall.
Yep.
Like, it's not like, you know, obviously I don't think it's advantageous potentially against this comp, but they're still winning.
You can't dance a Sim wall against a Vendetta, right? So if Soggy continues to have this level of output, then it's going to be very, very uncomfortable for Crazy Raccoon to keep forcing this symmetric comp. God forbid they have to play Cassidy, right? Something to slow the Vendetta.
Yeah, you don't have anything to really threaten the Vendetta, right? Like, you don't have a Mizuki, a Cassidy, something along those lines, right? Where you can be hyper aggressive with Soggy. You're not threatened like, you know, a stun or something in that world coming in. As long as you kind of play your movement cooldowns right, you're gonna be, you know, unimpeded.
Obviously the score right now on New Junk City is 2-1 in flashpoints. Team Secret finally getting an objective on the board. Series score 1-0. So this is Last Chance Saloon here for Team Secret. We are getting ready checks from our players now just to confirm that everything
I see thumbs up.
Shape. I like thumbs up. Internationals, can I just say, that Pep's Nugget is immaculately drawn.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody else as well, but I'm really, my eyes are drawn to just the Nugget being recreated in full HD there.
Our fans for Overwatch, I mean, they're, you know, great artists. We see some fantastic signs are at the events. We're just day one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got a long way to go here.
I mean, that's the kind of the beauty of this format here at EWC. We have, you know, it's a longer tournament than like your average OWCS major, for example, which means that we get to lean into a format like this, which is a bit more leisurely in pace. We have a group stage into playoffs. Teams are being forced to play 3 games a day. There's a lot to love about it, and frankly, more Overwatch for me is always going to be a win. 16 teams at a tournament is also pretty sick. You don't get that every day. That is a rare treat. So soak it up, folks. So now we are mid-fight here on this 4th flashpoint. Crazy Raccoon do lose Lip at the beginning, and that seems to be enough for them to get on out. Max has switched to the Ray. jungle? Okay, back to Ramatra.
Yeah, it looked like maybe going to the ball to kind of get back. It also looks like he potentially, DC'd from the lobby. So we'll see now. An advantage in support ult for Crazy Raccoon. They will fall behind on this point, but a really good opportunity here to potentially take it back.
Okay, Max able to TP forward now, try and isolate Kuffer perhaps, but he disengages in the correct direction. Sundering Blade comes in, the connection though dubious for Soggy, that has found an opportunity to accost Vigilante, who has Kitsune Rush ready to go. Pale going to go with the sound barrier now. Chorong with the later beat. Team Secret under some pressure here. Winter's picked off first. Vigilante, if you can hold on to this rush, it's going to be huge in the next fight. Ration out those ultimates and put yourself in a position to win the map. Pele and Soggy though, looking scary. Annihilation coming in late from Kappa. This is a real gambit. He is actually throwing caution to the wind. Pele trying to keep him standing. Nice little dive in the backline here for Soggy. And a late fight comeback for Secret might well be on the cards. Chorong can't evade the edge of the blade. And here come Team Secret.
I mean, Secret is playing awesome right now. Crazy Raccoon has no answer for the aggression that is coming down from the Vendetta. And they're one flashpoint away from sending us to a decider map here with CR.
Insane stuff. Like I said, can you keep Team Secret, or rather Crazy Raccoon, guessing for an hour? You do, and you get through this match with a dub. You head over to Vents here. Vigilante did maintain that Kitsune Rush from the previous fight. Something perhaps to hang your hat on, but High Vision is poised to have an outsized impact on this fight with an overclock.
And I'm kind of surprised you see no changes here for Crazy Raccoon to kind of deal with this Vendetta. They've been kind of running that same comp the entire time, as it'll be the Kitsune Rush. It'll be a disengage here from a Team Secret. You also end up losing Sagi, so that is kind of brutal. You're going to have to fully back out here and give Crazy Raccoon the point.
Obviously, this point, Flashpoint is known for its innate verticality. Perhaps that gives Crazy Raccoon options to try and kite Soggy. Obviously, being able to pick off the Vendetta is a huge win condition for your composition. And they make it work last time. Can they do it again? Kappa ignoring Max there as he just phases in and out of existence with those Symmetra TPs. And High Vision has a nice little vantage point to play from, but has to have a Suzu burnt on him to keep him alive. Good pokes. I think a Kunai actually laying him low. And here's that Kitsune Rush down coming in from Winter. Stalker pressured in the front line, but Max is holding on to an Annihilation. Lip though, fallen by the wayside. Stalker getting cut up in the back line, and Max now going for another questionable Annihilation. Once again, shut down midway through.
I mean, everybody's dead pretty much, right? You had lost Stalker and Lip at that point. You're not going to survive long enough with the Annihilation to like get into a sound barrier and then pop that. Just a really bad use of that Ramatra ultimate. And
yeah, there's not much redeeming about that one, I'm afraid.
No, and now it gives Team Secret a pathway back into this game, right? No, let's see if Lip can maybe do something with the OC. We've seen, like, he's gotten a kill with the OC on, High Vision earlier, but hasn't really, been popping off, I would say, on the Sojourn.
Ooh, that's another good pick, though. Exactly what you're looking for. Max took his licking for it, though. Very, very low in that front line, but still a factor in this fight. Stalker has a wall now to play with. It looks a lot better when Vendetta is not on the field, and it could give a big edge here to Lip in a hit scan fight. He's going to dance that wall now. A sound barrier comes in for Team Secret. Chorong is holding onto his beat until now. Throws it down, and Crazy Raccoon are far more durable in this fight. The Sundering Blade doesn't quite find the purchase here as Max is going to find his opposite number. It's Kappa, who'll also commit an Annihilation under dubious circumstances and be brought down.
Yeah, but you do get this to one fight territory, though. If you're Team Secret, they're going to try and stall out Pele here, as they will. So you'll be able to come back here for Secret. You're probably only going to get one fight. You'll end up being opening things up with your OC, and very easy, I would say, for Winter to end up building towards this Kitsune Rush. Vigilante may have his at the start, but they actually deny them the touch.
What a way to go!
Oh, Sagi not able to use. I think he actually he uses the whirlwind, and then he kind of goes up into the sky to go like the dash and just knocks. I think it was the Ramatra Vortex that maybe slowed him down there.
Yeah,
and not able to get a touch. That is brutal.
Again, when you lose a flashpoint, your opponents are at 85%. You already know that your chances of contesting meaningfully are going to be slim. Crazy Raccoon get pushed to the brink on New Junk City. It's a tempo, it's a pace of play from Team Secret that we can only hope we get to see showcased more here at this Midseason Championship. Great to see the Vendetta. Great to see that, adaptability just the fact that there's a desire from from Secret to determine the pace of play themselves is very good. Don't let the game come to you in Overwatch. Don't let the game come to you when it's Crazy Raccoon. But unfortunately, well, the pedigree in their opponents overwhelms them.
And I think it's a little bit of a wake-up for Crazy Raccoon, right? It's like, okay, they thought, let's bring in some subs, let's get Lip some kind of stage time. You know, Max obviously in the rotation pretty often. But the quality of teams here across the board, you're not going to be able to do that. I mean, Team Secret, no, if they get a touch there, potentially they get an OC, there's a world in which they kind of extend that.
All right, we're going to head down to the stage. It's Lou standing by with Lip.
Yeah, Lip, congratulations, of course. Crazy Raccoon taking the win here in Paris. Lip, the fans are very glad to see you back on stage. They've missed you a lot, so I want to know how it feels being back after, a long period of not playing on stage. Does it feel good?
일단 립 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 좀 오랜만에 이렇게 또 큰 대회에 나와서 이렇게 경기 치르셨는데 사실 립 선수를 많이 팬분들도 보고 싶으셨을 텐데 다시 이렇게 와서 경기를 치르신 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
오랜만에 좀 큰 국제 대회에서 경기를 뛰게 됐는데 좀 색다르고 좀 오랜만에 대회 뛰어서 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been into international land, so yeah, it feels good to be back here.
Ouais, effectivement, ça fait un moment qu'on l'a pas vu jouer sur des grandes scènes internationales. Est-ce que ça fait du bien d'être de retour? Bah ouais, je suis vraiment contente d'être de retour. Ça faisait effectivement très longtemps que j'avais pas joué et ça fait du bien. And you know, a lot of people have told me, analysts, fans, that Korea is the best region in the world for Overwatch. Is it true?
사실 많은 전문가들과 팬분들이 항상 한국이 이제 오버워치 최강 지역이다라고 얘기를 하는데 확실히 본인이 생각하시기에도 한국이 항상 최강이라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
네, 지금까지 아직도 한국 지역이 다른 지역보다 우세하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I still feel that Korea is best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people agree with you. Effectivement, il est complètement d'accord et il confirme. La Corée reste la meilleure région du monde. On verra ceux qui soulèveront le trophée, évidemment. And you've seen more than 7 years of Overwatch. You've seen pretty much all metas, everything. What is the thing you enjoy the most about the game as of today?
사실 7년 동안 또 오랜 기간 동안 또 대회 경력 쌓으시면서 사실 또 많은 메타들을 경험하셨잖아요. 그래서 이번 메타에서 좀 즐긴 어떤 점이 좀 즐겁다든지 어떤 점이 좀 색다르다든지 좀 이런 거 있을까요?
그냥 뭐 딱히 생각은 안 하고 그냥 제가 스스로 할 수 있는 좀 자유분방한 상황을 좀 즐겨하는 것 같아요.
I honestly didn't think about that much, but that being said, I'm trying to think about what my place will be in this meta. Okay. So I just trying to be myself and all more like freely roaming around. That's kind of stuff.
Trying to find your place, of course. Donc effectivement, ça fait plus de 7 ans qu'il joue à Overwatch. Qu'est-ce qu'il arrive encore à aimer dans le jeu? C'est vrai que c'est une question que je me suis jamais posée, mais j'essaie de trouver ma place un petit peu dans cette méta, me permettre de roam aussi un petit peu et de faire mes plays, effectivement. And last but not least, you're going to face the winner of Space Station Gaming versus GDG. So America versus China. Who do you think you're going to be facing?
이제 마지막으로 이제 다음 SSG와 JDG의 승자를 다음 경기에서 만나게 되실 텐데 어느 팀이 이길 것 같은지 좀 예상해 주신다면요.
저는 개인적으로 SSG가 이길 거라고 생각을 하는데 둘 다 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
Personally, I think SSG will win, but that being said, I mean that I really hope they make a great game.
Yeah, you never know, and we wish, of course, for a great game. 축하해요, 감사합니다. Thank you very much for the interview, of course, and stand by as we're heading to our third series of the day.
Man, that giant is handsome. Lip coming in and making the fans proud. It was a closer game than I expected. And Jake, honestly, I thought this was going to be a clean sweep. 2-0 with a perfect 3-0 finish in Flashpoint. Where did you see Kuffa and the boys turn things around for Team Secret?
Yeah, you got to look at Kuffa and Soggy. The two of them were able to push the pace and really test Crazy Raccoon, bringing in this secondary roster. But honestly, although Lip was, relatively positive, relatively anodyne with his answers in that interview, I feel like I could tell he was frustrated. Like, this is a massive underperformance from this team. to have a Flashpoint map be this close is a failure for them.
Yeah, and I think it really showed that maybe the practice time was just not there with those players, right? It was unusually sloppy, I think is the word we have to use, looking at some of those annihilations we saw from Max there, even though he had big moments as well. But yeah, a little bit more fumbly than what we're used to from the Crazy Raccoons. Of course, it still resulted in a dub.
Can I ask about the Ramatra play? Because at the start, I was like, Max is looking like the greatest. He just got a 5K. He wiped the whole team. The other Qs weren't as clean.
I mean, it's the nature of that comp that it does get chaotic. You're not going to be able to get, exactly the setups you want. Here on Nepal, this is much more what I expected from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Junbin styling on the opposition here, pulling out the Domino, which I actually thought was really intelligent here for Nepal Village.
Why
really
do you
ideal
bust
map
out the
for it.
Domino? Because I'm not used to seeing them.
So I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but ultimately it's a map with really small choke points where Domina can actually do a lot of damage. People have sometimes played Sigma on that map before too, so I actually think Domina fits really well in the niche between Sigma and Ramatra.
And of course, he's saying showcasing that Tracer still works on all maps. Zoe, if you could give an MVP for the 2 games from Crazy Raccoon, is there one individual that shined brighter than the others?
Ooh.
You can say no.
No, honestly, no. I think no would be my answer. I think there were individual moments there, definitely there. Lip, Stalker, of course, doing like good cleanup work, and Vigilante ensuring in the backline. Always they're just such a solid backline that keeps the whole thing together. But overall, Matu, a little sloppy. I don't know if I think I want to give credit to Team Secret for that too, though. Not just harping on Crazy Raccoon. I think what we saw from Team Secret is them being one of the very few teams who was able to push Crazy Raccoon by utilizing every tiny little mistake, every opening. They immediately went in, they went aggressive, they had the timing stein, and they're the one team that managed to actually force the pacing onto Crazy Raccoon. They weren't just playing reactionary. So I think a lot of the performance we saw on map 2 is due to Team Secret playing up to their opponents.
Zeta Division all smiles after their win. Crazy Raccoon a little bit more focus on their face, but both teams walk away with clean 2-0 victories. And you can see our next 2 matches will be Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming and GK versus AGAL. Jake, we're going to go to that GK versus AGAL matchup next, and you heard Zeta Division saying they think they're going to be playing GK. Do you agree with that call?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of teams have been talking about GK as one of the best teams in the world, one of the best teams here. They came second place in EMEA Stage 2 playoffs, but that was incredibly competitive, and that was a team that really had an amazing trajectory through the stage, improving constantly. Really excited to see the European teams play. I think EMEA looks like as good of a region as it really ever has in Overwatch history. I think they could potentially take it to some of these top Korean squads.
And then, Zoe, my match of the day is what we're going to close out the night with, and that is Dallas Fuel taking on Team Falcons. Talk me through Group A and what we see in this bracket.
I mean, listen, I think Falcons definitely a team that want to redeem themselves. They're coming into this year, and they've been struggling. We gotta say it as it is, right? Ever since we saw them in the World Finals last year, where they placed 4th, which was already a disappointing performance, they've really struggled. They didn't even make our first LAN event, which was strange, honestly, not to see Team Falcons in the mix there. And then in the stage, they also didn't really perform well. The only reason why they qualified to come here is because they are the reigning EWC champions.
Jake, who is the favorite to win Group A?
I mean, winning the group just means surviving, right? Really,
winning
like
2 rounds.
That's your goal. So I don't know if I'd really even call a favorite just yet. I do think some of these teams, though, it's like about the dominance of the victories, right? It's not just that you survive, right? Oh, if you went 2-0, great. It's about showing up and just crushing the opposition, right? Like this last match, this was an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to make a statement, annihilate the opposition, show that they're levels and levels above. And I'd say that they didn't do that. I mean, I honestly wonder how much more of Lip we're going to see in this tournament with a little bit of a rockier performance there on New Junk City.
AGAL is in the top 10 for a club championship. They look to climb in the rankings. To do so, they need to score in Overwatch for the top 8. Can they get there? We'll find out with their first match after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
All right, we're here with Robin for a new edition of Is It a Gamer Tag? Are you ready, Robin? Gamer tag or Wi-Fi router name?
Goodbye, sisters. Probably gamer tag.
And it is! It's a Warzone player. There you go, you got one right.
That's good.
Brian, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Is this a gamer tag of a 2026 EWC player or my ATM pin code?
ATM pin code?
Actually, no, this is a gamer tag of a Crossfire player. My ATM pin is actually 211.
Okay, nice. I need your code after that.
Gamer tag or CAPTCHA spelling prompt?
Gamer tag?
It is a gamer tag, but just for fun, can you please tell me how many traffic lights are in this photo?
Well, I'd say 1, but maybe the captcha wants me to say like 8.
I don't know, AI is a anomaly to me, an enigma. I will never understand it. There we go. All right, a gamer tag or a off-brand stomach medicine?
Gamer tag not too good, so off-brand.
Incorrect. It is actually a gamer tag for MLBB.
Yeah, it's a nice gamer tag. I wanted to say it. Nice gamer tag.
Gamer tag or someone who fell asleep on their keyboard?
Oh my god. Probably a gamer tag.
There is a similar PUBG player, but they only have 9 Ds in their name, and this has 10.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't know that. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. Maybe next time. Gamer tag or file type?
Firewall type. Yes, yes, yes.
Wrong. PUBG player.
Yeah, same as I said before. They probably fall asleep also.
Okay, this is our last one. Finally, gamer tag or SoundCloud rapper?
Youngster. I think that's a gamer tag.
It is a gamer tag for Counter-Strike 2. Robin, you did it. And for that, you get this amazing prize.
Oh my god. Banana? That's amazing.
Have you ever seen one of those before?
Probably in my dreams. I get a lot of points, I think.
You got an okay amount of points, but unfortunately, not enough points to claim a prize.
Oh my god. I'm gonna try again, I guess.
Best of luck, brother. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Deacon,
What's up, girl?
welcome in.
Thank you.
Look at us reuniting at the bottom like this.
I know. We're in an elevator.
We are. This is actually my office.
Okay, perfect.
I think it's a pretty good setup.
Well, nowhere to go but up when you're at the bottom.
Exactly. See, I feel like we've got this all figured out.
Yeah, girl, how you been?
I've been doing... Let's jump into this. Listen, you started your esports career in LCS before eventually moving to the LCK. What's it like to do esports backwards?
Pretty fascinating to go from worst to first. It gets you really grizzled, right? You learn a lot about yourself.
But do you miss the money?
Money's pretty good.
We all want those 6 mil contracts, don't we?
I wish. You know, I work with Hooney, who was also here for EWC. He single-handedly tanked LCS. That is my new theory.
Okay, you say that, I say he carried it because he was the only player who rolled up to the LCS in a bright orange convertible Range Rover. He refused to give me a ride in that thing. I felt pretty rejected.
Why?
He said I wasn't cool enough. Every single time I walked up, he locked the doors.
Yeah, and look where we're at now.
I think we figured it out. One thing, I know that you studied opera in college. Do you still got it?
I still got it.
Vegyatsmara senti orusal pial dur shindere sakiroman jordevi nene grazie ricevi.
Beautiful, I would say.
Thank you.
I wish that you would do more of that on the broadcast.
Haven't you seen my renditions of a very popular Netflix song in Korea?
Netflix song?
Yeah, Netflix song. You know, League of
Squid
Legends.
Games.
That song too.
That song too?
Yeah.
The na 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 na. Do you actually know the words?
No, I don't know those words.
And you live in Korea.
Yeah.
It's pretty pretty racist. You got to work with Snoop Dogg.
I have.
Is that hard to remember because of how short it lasted, or because it was Snoop Dogg?
Snoop Dogg.
Every day. What have you changed more, your hair color or your career?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think it's barely hair color, but there's been a lot of career in there. But hair color, I've done red, I've done purple, I've done blue, I've done silver. I did neon green. That leaked onto the pillow. So that only lasted about 2 weeks. This was the last time I was on the LCS, actually. It was neon green.
How do you feel about this when people say that there are studies done when women or men have brightly colored hair, it usually means run away?
I think it's pretty accurate. It's the first time I've seen you in a while, Ray. This is my most neutral color hair that I've had in a while.
All right, well, the final thing that I kind of have for you, just a quick resume review.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity, 1 year.
Yep.
LCS,
Yep.
1 year.
Yep.
Golden State Warriors, 1 year.
1 year.
I hear you just got married.
I did. So I'm still within that 1 year. We made the ring out of our parents' jewelry. So our parents donated jewelry. We found what golds were the same gold, and then we melted it together to make our rings, which was pretty awesome.
Were times that tough?
You know, I'm here in your office. Hey, where's your ring?
I play League of Legends. I'm the one asking the questions here. You're gonna come in here and ask me about my ring?
Yeah, because I care about you a lot. I miss you a lot.
I'm married to my work, all right?
I see.
Look at this. When you first knew me, I was standing on a stage in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And now I have moved on to the bottom. I have my own office.
You do.
I've got my own plants,
Yeah.
all right? I had Tyler 1 in here last week.
Wow.
Okay? Tyler 1. This is your floor. This is your time to get off.
Okay.
Go back to the stage. Go back to your fans. And leave my office. Get out of here. You can keep the pen. I will be invoicing you for that.
Bye, Avali.
It's a $100 pen. Asking me if I'm getting married. Oh, where's your boyfriend? I have a body pillow.
I know.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back to your favorite show featuring a Swedish American who plays Reinhardt. We also have a group of players rocking red and white. Johnny, tell me about AGAL.
Third seed coming out of China here with, the Chinese region, they've been struggling pocket. They're desperate for one of these teams to find success here, and it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these guys, but they got plenty of experience on their side.
Zoe, on the other side of this fight, we have an OG, Kellix, the Great Dane. I ran into him and I asked,
Finally
Kellix,
back.
what are you doing these days? Are you coaching? Are you playing? He's like, I'm still playing, and I'm doing it with GK again.
Yeah, no, we were so excited to see him back in the mix, and even though they were off to a rocky start, honestly, in this last stage, they progressed and they improved over the last couple of weeks. And then in the playoffs, I think they were one of the biggest surprises we had. They played it so close, so well, and they ended up knocking out Twisted Minds to grab the second seed. So super impressive. I'm so excited to see them in action today.
Yeah, also, I think you're gonna love them, Pocket, because they are so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
They're just overwhelming amounts of mechanical individual skill on this team. So much so in stage 1 that they were like, we kind of need an uncle to bring into this team. We need someone with experience. And so they brought in Kellix, and they kind of harnessed all of that mechanical skill. And so this is just going to be a roller coaster ride. This team could be a contender to win the entire thing, or they could fall flat.
Is there pressure on Kellix to perform, or does he just have to keep the rest of the crew calm?
He's had such a long career that it's like, he's coasting at this point. That's how I feel.
He's coasting. I don't think that's a positive thing to say.
We'll find out how Kellix is feeling in a moment, but first, let's check in with his teammate. We got Finn on the stage.
I'm here joined by Finn from GK. Finn, thank you so much for joining me. It's going to be quick. I know you have to go up on stage to play Overwatch. Now, Finn, my first question is, you guys are a multinational team. You guys got 2 Koreans. You guys got 3 Saudi. You guys also have Kelix, who's also from Denmark as well, right? So, how's the team synergy? How's the communication? 자, 일단 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 아무래도 팀에 이제 한국 선수들도 있고 사우디의 선수들도 있고 좀 많은 다양한 국적의 사람들이 있어서 좀 이제 소통하거나 이런데 좀 불편한 건 없으신지?
일단은 처음에는 좀 영어 문제가 좀 많이 있었어요. 일단 알파이가 영어를 아예 좀 못해가지고 좀 힘들었는데 알파이도 이제 영어 수업을 받거든요. 그래가지고 조금 이제 괜찮아지지 않았나 싶기도 하고 사우디 애들은 원래 좀 영어를 좀 하는 것 같아서 딱히 막 소통에는 문제가 없었어가지고 초반에는 제가 이제 막 바꿔가면서 번역하면서 해가지고 좀 힘들었는데 지금은 좀 많이 알아듣고 해가지고 좀 getting better 한 것 같아요 지금.
Yeah, he says that there was definitely a little bit of a language barrier just because Alpha E, he's Korean. He didn't speak any English at all, so there was a little bit of problem there. But he's taking lessons and stuff, and also Finn has been helping out with the translations. Other than Alpha E, the Saudi players do speak English, so there's no problem there. But it was just mainly Alpha E. Now he's learning English, so the communications are getting a lot better. And I feel like that communication is very important because you have your first match coming up very soon against all gamers. Finn, how do you feel like that's going to play out? 자, 첫 번째 경기 얼게이머스와의 경기가 있습니다. 어떨 것 같으신가요?
일단 솔직히 조금 원래 쭉 연습해왔으면은 아예 막 걱정도 아예 없고 하는데 좀 저희가 좀 이슈가 좀 많았어요. 막 캐리어 분실되고 막 비행기가 막 못 띄우고 해가지고 연습을 못 해가지고 뭐 그래도 에이지는 뭐 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
To be honest, we had some hiccups and issues here and there. We had our luggages gone missing. We had a lot of little issues coming into the tournament. So we really didn't have a lot to scrim. That's the only thing that I'm worried about. But I feel like against AG, it should be pretty easy against them. All right, that's it for the interview. Finn, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fighting.
Fighting.
Nothing worse than showing up at the hotel without your toothbrush or boxers. Johnny, how do you regain if you're Finn and crew?
I think they just have to rely on what they do best, which is just play the game with mechanical prowess. And I think that's how they're going to come into this matchup, is not too worried about their opponents. If we play our own game, we're going to find success in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, also, I don't think those are familiar foes for them either. So I think for both of these teams, there's a real opportunity to surprise the other one, especially in a 1-2.
Jealousy, Carrot Peps, apparently. We've got a lot of awesome folks here. I just saw Soon is over on the French broadcast. Poco, one of the OGs for Philadelphia, is now streaming over on his French co-cast. Johnny, what's it like seeing some of the old dogs still in the mix?
I mean, all these veterans now. We even got Rack Attack over there streaming as well, of course, representing. And so it's just, I feel like every event is just the most familiar faces, just like, hey, how you doing? Like, good to see you. How are things? And so we built a nice little community all these years.
As well, right? Like, especially if you're looking at our Chinese team here, there's 3 or 4 former Overwatch League players in the mix there. So there's a lot of veteran talent paired with like the young guns, the new players, which makes it so exciting.
Let's dive into this AGAL squad representing China. They're looking for club championship points. If you get into the top 8, you will be scoring for your club. Zoe, if they're going to get there, who are some of the stars to look out for?
Oh, Easyhan definitely is someone that you have to watch out for. I hope we get to see him on that Widowmaker, something that he's been busting out.
Little snipey snipe.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see some of that.
Yeah, I think it has to come down to the Jetpack Cat, honestly. Because I think they're outclassed when it comes to like the standard tracer, hit scan kind of play. They're just not good enough. So if you can add some verticality, like really change things up, add some chaos, that's where I think they could throw off a team like GK. So that's what I'll be looking for, the Jetpack Cat.
If you're looking at the squad, is it Langza who runs the Jetpack Cat?
Yeah, it's Langza. And if you feed, like, it's just over. So don't feed. No feeding allowed in this game if you want to win.
We're going to throw another 90 seconds on the clock for our players to get into the lobby and get ready to go. So, Zoe, if you're just joining us, this is, of course, going to be the 1-2. We're always playing Control. How does the rest of this matchup work?
That's really hard to tell, honestly. I feel like especially if we're looking at inter-region like matchups like this, where we had different tendencies for different teams, right? On Control, it's a bit of a coin toss, but also I would give the edge here to GK, because on Control, we see usually on the Chinese side, we would see the Morga being busted out, but Morga got nerfed, so might not see that at all. Yeah.
Johnny, we got 1 minute before the stage goes live with our third match here in the opening day of groups. Give me your prediction. Who wins this and how many maps are we going to? We haven't seen a map 3 yet today.
We haven't seen our third map, and I don't think we're going to see one in this matchup either. I'm actually going with GK in this one. But this is a really interesting story with this team because there were always 2 teams dominant in EMEA. It was Twisted Minds and it was Virtus.pro. And now this past in stage 2, GK, they started contesting both of those teams and kind of made it a 3-team region. So going into this event, we've heard the Scrimbox, the Korean teams, really respect GK as an outside team that could even win the entire thing.
Zoe, the fans are going 73% for AGAL.
I'm not one of them.
Are you agreeing?
No, hard disagree, actually. Sorry.
Sorry, there's a Kelix on the stage. I'm riding with the vets. It's going to be GK all day. Let's get into our third match here in the quarterfinals.
Mesdames et messieurs, les favoris Zeta Division et Crazy Raccoon ont fait ce que les favoris savent faire de mieux, à savoir gagner. The favorites have done what they do best usually, which is winning. Yet we've seen some space for outsiders because that's how it works at Midseason Championship, Ian.
Oui, you are right, Lou, indeed. And our next 2 teams are teams that have earned their way to Paris the hard way. One of them, a surprise package from EMEA. The other, a roster looking to put their region back on the map. And a reminder, every win here is vital. Of course, if you lose, that is not the end of your journey. You can bounce back. But at the end of it all of the teams want to get their hands on a true piece of history here, Lou. The next EWC trophy lifters.
Should we get our competitors on stage?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Let's bring first the representatives of EMEA, GK Esports! One of the strongest EMEA's representatives. They came out of nowhere, yet here they are. 2 Korean players, 2 Saudis, and a Danish player. And one question, can that worldwide team be world class here in Paris?
They look so chill and ready for the occasion, that's for sure. Let's welcome their opponents. It's AGAL! A blend of former Overwatch League legends and China's brightest emerging talent. AGAL arrived determined to show that Chinese Overwatch belongs back alongside the world's elite. And as they stand here in the SCC arena, it's 2 teams looking to establish themselves as a genuine international contender here at the Esports World Cup.
Mesdames et messieurs, la run du groupe B continue. The B group run continues here in Paris.
And here we are, EMEA's 2nd seed coming into the Midseason Championships versus China's number 3. Now, China's been a very competitive region so far, been trading wins back and forth of AG and JD Gaming, but yeah, China just need to put themselves on the map. They've just not had success so far on the international stage.
I mean, the question for me for this region is how do they adapt to this latest patch? Because as Zoe mentioned on the desk, China has mostly been focused on running Mauga compositions, especially on control. It's always been the Reaper, the Xion, the Mauga. And here's where it gets more interesting. The Kiriko and the Jetpack Cat. They don't play the Cat with the Bastion or the Cassidy all that frequently, but they adore playing it with the Mauga. But since the nerf on Mauga, we've seen very little of him, and the support that we've been seeing paired alongside the Cat now is the Ana, since you have that verticality with the Tether. The biggest question for me, though, for GK, though, Jack, is how will they fare in this first to 2 format? Because as we've been talking about, EMEA has been super competitive in the playoffs, and all of the matches that all of our EMEA teams are here involved in all went the distance. 5 maps, 7-map grand final. And for GK, both times they faced Twisted Minds, they went down 2 maps early on in the series. So if you take that into this format now, that would be them out.
Another thing worth mentioning too was the state of Labda coming in. He got here this morning.
Yep.
Like, he had a little bit of a flight trouble, and it's like, okay, well, where is he? I'm like running around trying to look for him, and eventually I bump into him backstage. I'm like, where have you been? He's like, well, only just got here, so I'm hoping the jet lag isn't in. I'm hoping he's hyped up and kind of ready to go, because that is tough. Straight from traveling into your first game, and in a first to 2, which is brutal.
Scrims as well, right? If you only just arrived, you've been absent from scrims, and that's something else to talk about. When I talk to a lot of these teams, when I ask them like, okay, how do you power rank the regions? When I asked them about the Chinese teams, there was a big question mark because no one's really been scrimming them. And I think the biggest takeaway from that last series with Secret and Crazy Raccoon is that if you're not ready to deal with some of these surprise compositions, you can be caught out even if you were the best in your region.
I mean, come on. Okay, Max was fumbling some of those cues. I'm just saying. He was fumbling a couple of the annihilations.
5K, got a little bit
Yeah, he got a 5K and then he clicked Q 2 times and he instantly died the next 2 times. Come on, come
yes,
on.
clicked Q when he was down so many players. I mean, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Ramatra. I feel like Ramatra finally got that big quality of life change on this patch that so many people were looking for, like the fluidity of actually getting to use Nemesis form. The uptime has been pushed massively up. Mauga taking a pretty heavy nerf as well, having to really like deviate between both forms of weapon fire. That's certainly hitting our tank lineups. But the big takeaway for me, I'm a support main, I'm going to have support main bias. Anna's back, Jack. It's wonderful to get to see that hero in play since, it was so easy before to be able to jump on vulnerable Anna since she had so little tools of mobility. But now you put that jetpack cat in just the same way that Bastion before lacked mobility, Cass lacked mobility. Cat does the same thing for Anna just at the start to be able to set her up into a position where she can defend herself.
Yeah, we saw it on Busan already, like one of the first maps rolling out at, here at EWC. Anna picked up, put on high ground, and then just left alone, left to her own devices. D.Va the best kind of counter pick to that in the tank role, of course. Players are locking in. The first to 2 in the first round, we're used to it at this point, but it can just be so brutal, and no one knows that best, like some of the Chinese teams who, again, on the international stage have just not fared too well at all. I mean, to be fair, same could be said for teams like Space Station in Tokyo. They didn't even claim a single map, so you're hoping that China can show up for the region. Obviously, Weibo here as well, JD Gaming, there's lots of chances. You know, Hangzhou Spark jersey in the audience. Shout out.
I mean, we have some old blood here today. Like, we have the alumni from Spark, we've got Chengdu Hunters representation, we've got Team CC as well, the academy team of Shanghai Dragons that Easy Han was on before he moved on to teams like the Valiant. There is so much just like past history showcased on this stage. And now we have to see, like, now that you're moving into 2026, can the old guard keep up with the fresh new blood?
Yeah, but sometimes it remains history, though. That's the thing. Maybe your best days are past you. Obviously, AG want to show that actually that's not the case. But, I mean, take a look at Finn here on for GK. Has also been around for a long, long time. San Francisco Shock player way back when in Overwatch League.
So much history between all of these teams, but like we said, first to 2 format, Control is so brutal and it's such a snowball tempo heavy map type as well. When we look at the ban structure, do you want to burn some of those big hefty bans on the first map, since you can't really rely on making it all the way to the third to save off on some of them?
You can't save anything. You just have to swing for the fences early on.
Just like rip off the really heavy hitting bans. Like if you don't want to lean into the Bastion, taking out the Bastion, that at least is something with the Bastion cap, right? If one team tries to go for the roll save by saving a support or a DPS, you can just target out the other one. But we've also seen teams move away from pairing the Bastion with the Cat as frequently, and sometimes it's even being used to put the tank into good places. Like Mauga is getting a lot of good synergy with the Cat. We've seen Orisa as well being utilized on maps like Elias to be able to lift her up into those spaces.
A lot of Chinese fans once again showing up to support not only AG, but JD Gaming and Weibo, of course. The stadium's going to be packed any moment. As soon as Weibo get on stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw, like, the predictions.
Yeah, that was kind of
Totally
surprising.
stacked for all gamers. Over 70% people predicted all gamers to be able to walk away with this one, despite them being the 3rd seed for their region, and GK being the 2nd, having defeated Twisted Minds. As we start off on Control, it won't be Busan, it won't be Nepal, it will be a very rarely seen Samoa. We do not often get to see that map, and yeah, there we go. As we said, if you don't want to face down the Bastion, taking out that Jetpack Cat is a really good way to start things off.
Okay, in defense though, the Bastion's being picked regardless of Cat being banned or not.
True.
I think it's not a set in stone comp anymore. It's like, okay, we can actually just play Bastion normally. That's
Yes.
completely fine.
With the Sim as well,
Yeah.
still in the mix.
Exactly. If you have Sim, you are straight chilling. You can TP the Bastion around, keep him safe. Tank plays a little bit more defensive and just wait for the Bastion to get a pick with a nade or just with the left click. Like, that's fine. I don't think it's needed at this moment in time. So we might even see a Bastion here. On Control and Samoa, if you go like to the downtown stage, Bastion's pretty decent. If you grab hold of that point first, they have to jump down to the point to contest, and then you can sit up on height with the Bastion and then just mow people down as soon as they try and go for a touch.
I mean, Samoa retake is just brutal
Yeah,
in general,
overall, yeah.
right? Like, there's so many angles that are available to the team with the first defensive positioning. You've got high ground spaces, you've got good abilities to be able to set up your flanks. It's going to be a tough time having to walk right back into some of these teams when they're already set up, as it looks like we're about to get ready to head into map. Now, we talked about the fact that the Jetpack Cat is gone. We also have to talk about the fact that Diva has been removed as well. So one of the tanks with the best chase down potentials, defense matrix as well, has now been taken out of play. So right off of the rip, 2 very hefty bans coming on out. And I feel like this is GK with the cat ban, also doing their homework, right? Seeing that all gamers do like playing the Kiriko cat line and wanting to just nip it in the bud straight away.
Unfortunately, we are jumping into a momentary pause. It is a AGAL audio issue right now, as you can see on your screen. The earbud goes in this ear and the earbud goes in the other ear. It should be good. Should be good. Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on, but audio problem, which will get sorted. Just get this pause out of the way, get audio sorted, and then we will be good to run through this and the next series. Speaking of which, we have 8 games then.
Yes.
8. First to 2s, of course, so sometimes they are a little bit quicker. However, that's a lot of Overwatch on day 1.
That is a lot of Overwatch on day 1, and as the desk alluded to, we do have that end of the day huge matchup of the Fuel versus Falcons. We'll get to see how exactly Falcons are faring, since they're only here because they're defending their title here for EWC. They had not been able to qualify through their region playoffs. So there's a huge question mark on how well Falcons will be able to perform.
God, they looked so good last year as well. Yeah, we'll see. If you go on the Wikipedia, it's all trophies along most of the players' names. Like, hey, at the end of the day,
I mean, having
won this
Proper
before.
for your roster
It was pretty good.
is always going to have a lot of trophies stacked in the cabinet, as we saw earlier. Proper's on fighting form, especially now that Anna's back in the mix. Proper on Tracer,
Rose
already
getting
pretty
nanoed?
terrifying.
Come on.
Proper with Nano Boost, absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. One of the best players, if not the best player in the world right now. And in fact, I will say he is the best player in the world.
Oh, you'll go out on that hill?
Currently. I mean, that's the easiest hill to die on of all time. They don't even
Yeah,
call it a hill.
it's not exactly a hill, it's more like a gentle
a
incline.
Flat surface. Still trying to get the audio issue sorted out, so shouldn't be too much longer. Just confirming, making sure everything is okay.
At least it's now as well, like it's not mid-fight disrupting tempo that you're trying to take, so everyone will have the opportunity to make sure that everything is a-okay before we head into map and we look at that oh so important first fight. Feels like it's been a really long time since we got to see Samoa in the map pool as well. In fact, a lot of the maps that we have in this map pool
Completely different.
Not really containing a lot of the favorites. Kings Row got the boot again.
I'm so sad.
Unfortunately.
Who made that decision? We've got to keep Kings Row in permanently. Come on. I know there's some Kings Row haters out there at some point.
Would you put Kings Row in for the Neon Junction removal, or would you rather keep Neon Junction and keep Kings Row out?
Why do we have to have either or? That's not fair.
Just have both.
Just
you
have
want
both?
your
That's
cake
fine.
and you want to eat it too.
Yeah, why not? I'm not making the rule. That's fine. I don't see why we can't have that. There's not one hybrid map in the map pool. We're all good.
I tell you what, I will be very surprised if we see one Junkertown picked at all this whole tournament.
You never know. If you really want to upset people, Junkertown, and then ban Hanzo, pick Widow.
Well, actually, Zoe did talk about the fact that Yuzi Han
She
does have
loves
a
Junkertown.
mean Widowmaker on him. They played it actually for the CM playoffs on circuit. They would play a defense of Easy Han on Widow on first point. And then once first point was broken, he would move on to the more stable Sojin pick. But that does mean that, yeah, if AG really do want to upset the apple cart, a potential choice of Junkertown is there.
Surely. If Zoe had her way, Junkertown would be the only escort map. Thankfully,
Are we
she
just
doesn't have her
going
way.
back to when Zoe's cats pick the map? Except what Zoe does is she just stacks the whole thing and
Okay.
only prints specific maps that she wants.
Nori has a historically good percentage of picking good things and banning Mei, for
Yes,
example.
banning May.
Here we go, though. Audio show sorted. AGAL versus GK Esports. Their opening matches here for both teams. Diva and a cat ban. We're seeing Malga. We're back to it.
Yeah, this is AGAL's bread and butter, except with the Lucio instead of the cat. So keep an eye on what exactly that vendetta is up to, especially when the cage fight is on the table. GK can't beat it to live.
TPs, though, and EMEA historically very good at Sim, and it's got to be mentioned how much practice is a team from China going to have against the Sim prowess from an EMEA team. Don't need too much prowess, though, apparently. Alfari instantly killing Kellex. Rotation quick for GK. But Liga a little bit quicker. Ziad under a lot of pressure already. Pops the Nemesis form and just holds the block permanently. He's got to teleport to safety as Liga taking a little bit too much damage, getting shot in the back of the head. But over the top, Alfari gets in the business as GK happen to back up slightly.
Yeah, he's just totally disrupting GK, so even though they forced out the Malga, they're not able to turn it into a point.
All right, well, there it is. Easy Han and Liga dead should be a fairly trivial cleanup, even with Finn going down. Nice kill from a recall, however. Makes it a little bit more dicey here for GK to stay around, but Labda's still locked in. Alfari dead, and there it is. First catch, GK.
Yeah, Ziad still fighting fit as well on that point, so AG denied the opportunity, but so much damage was actually absorbed onto that Malga that recall is massively ahead of Finn in terms of that rush. Take a little bit of damage, fish for the ultimate to have to try to brute force onto point, and GK will have to give.
Ziad rocking on the bike. Gonna have to try to find yet another miracle pickoff. Ziad once again, defensive mode, just playing underneath at this high ground. Recall teleporting forward, pops the rush, and now Ziad has to act, and he has to act fast. Liga is going to be up on the high ground, but just being chased, in fact, 1v1'd almost by Labda. There is an overclock available to GK Esports as Lengster ends up going down. That's the sustain required for Ziad. Pops the annihilation, and yeah, AGAL just not present in the fight whatsoever.
Yeah, but that was Annihilation and OC, what explains the total absence of AG in that kill feed. So Langston now at least has the sound barrier. If Kellex is forced to use it to match, Alfari just rips it off with the Sundering Blade.
There's a wall, though, that scares me. For AGAL, it's going to be tough to fight back in, because Alpha, you can just separate the point, and then they can just dance around it, and AGAL have to make a choice. Looks like Alfari's trying to get him in a position to get good value with the Sundering Blade. Just trying to run around GK, catch them off on the timing. High ground control here for AGAL. Sound barrier only hits 4. GK have a little bit of a better one. Sundering Blade looking for targets, but already GK have scattered. Alfari now up to the high ground. Liga is trying to get up there too. Cage has been deployed, but it's a 1v5 Cage. Still low is Ziad, but Isihan with a double. A nice ult rip there after the cage. Didn't find too much success. Now Kellex getting chased down too. Easy Han with a third.
Yeah, AG just playing the long con, right? Forcing GK to have to invest ultimates, matching the sound barrier, scattering away from the sundering, and then not having anything to be able to deal with the follow-up of the spree. They take the Mauga down, they can't take the Xion out. The problem for AG right now, though, is that GK is sitting at 94%, and Alpha E has swapped onto the Reaper. So GK want to get aggressive, they want to get into that Mauga's face.
So yeah, it's not really in this backline fight right now, but they're ended up just then swapping sides on the map. Now they have control. They've just ran past AG. They got to act. They got to act now. Finn's going to have a rush in just a moment before they can actually get it online. Recall's going to pop his, forcing GK to back all the way up. But a good disengage saves them time. They don't want to really fight in the front right now. Liga's just going to go for a stomp in, but EasyHan already ends up going down. There's the rush from Finn as they just bowl over the rest of AG.
Perfect plan from GK, right? Go point, threaten the flip, force all gamers to have to invest that rush, kite it out, and then use your own, as that will be point.
There's no touches whatsoever. Good disengage from GK there. Then you just get out of the way of that rush, and the recall rush was decent too. It was on the point, but very, very sharp were GK in getting out.
It's the Lucio, right?
Yeah.
The Lucio is back in, so you have that constant speed boost. You're understanding that you're literally just getting onto that point as bait. You're not going for kills. You're not trying to oversell your position. You just want to force Recall's hand into having to use that rush, and you'll be able to win the fight long term as long as you don't lose someone to silly positioning errors. So everyone from GK are just ready for the 3-2-1 kite call, and then Finn is able to use a rush of his own to bully back onto that point as we now head to Volcano, and Alpha E will stick on the Reaper, putting more pressure on the Mauga, but also having that flank potential to worm his way into the backline off of the teleport and put pressure on Recall as well.
Alfari just testing the side tree, testing the flank. I think it's going to go in really forcefully. And again, Cardiac Overdrive popped on both sides as Recall ends up joining Liga, but it's just sent straight back to spawn. And Alfie picks off EasyHan too. Wow, there was not really much of a test there for AG to deal with, but they still fell flat.
I mean, Ziad gets such a good stomp off as well, since you've already been able to take out Recall, so no Suzu to be able to stop the stun. And Geek are in prime position now to be able to scout where that Xion and Vendetta pop up to be able to protect their back line.
EasyHan looking for a flank again, but Lab just going to be off to the side. Looks like Alfie wants to take measures into his own hands, playing really far forward, taking too much damage, not dishing out as much as he'd like. Here's the bike. Oh, Kellex just ends up going down. Was that like a bike and then just right-click going for Alfari? All right, well, Finn's going to keep Ziad in the live for the moment. Nicely timed Suzu, but Ziad just extremely aggressive with the charges. Manages to get out anyway. And they're still contesting the point too. Just making them pay for it, really. And they're going to go back in straight through Ziad. He jumps into the hole. Finn ends up using the rush too. A little bit too much of an investment there from GK with not much gain from it.
Yeah, GK, they're still getting trades here though. They're holding that fight. They're forcing AG to really want to invest ultimates just to be able to guarantee get this flip. And Recall just doesn't have the rush to be able to force it just yet.
Binding ults now too. Cage for Liga is coming up first. GK was
GK's fully
65%,
back.
but yeah, they're holding all the way back. They're coaxing AG in.
Yeah, because they've got the Death Blossom, they'll have the OC. AG have to take the step forward.
Here they go. There is the counter pin. Ziad and Liga just run headlong into each other. This rush should be enough for them to win the fight. In fact, they're going to use the beat too. Double Supporto and a Tanko. You need kills, and you need them now. Ziad does eventually fall here, but it looks like EK are going to try and go for trades. Not quite. Labda flung himself over the edge. A reset for GK, but 89% is what they get on their first cap.
You've got the cage, you've got a beat as well that you don't have to worry about saving to match. All you have to do if you're GK is shut down EasyHan spree. Don't lose someone early to Alpha Re being able to just walk past Ziad and put pressure on the Lucio. and just walk on with your ult advantage. There's
Nice
the
spree.
spree from Easy Hand, but the cage just pins him in position.
Yeah, and FACEIT just rips the Death Blossom too. A nice counter pin, and that is just all over. GK are already capping the point. Alfari goes down in their own spawn. I mean,
Tracer.
Team kills come in, and Tracer from Easy Hand.
Yeah, it's the panic to just try to get past and onto point to be able to touch for OT.
They're gonna try. They gotta get the touch. Easy Hand, triple blink, there it is. Okay, they get the OT.
But the rush.
And they actually get back in. Rush gets instantly bombed. They're gonna have to go in for another touch. So it's Liga. It was gonna be there to get it. Death Blossom from Alfari ends up getting 2 though. Can he continue this massacre? He gets pooped off the edge. FACEIT sent with him as a miracle Death Blossom saves the day.
Insane clutch from Alfari, Death Blossom right through the team of GK. And now Recall gets to use his own unmatched rush when GK don't have anything to be able to deal with it. What they do have though is time and point percentage to be able to play around with, something that AG are totally lacking. They need early pickups, but since they're on the Tracer instead of the Sojourn, they don't have the ability to find them.
Alfie already using the shift, which is quite dangerous normally, but Recall with the rush. Liga's already gone down. Recall looking for people to actually just shoot out. Now has to heal up the front line. Easy Hand's got a pulse bomb in a couple of moments, but Lengths is sending extremely low. This rush has not found any value whatsoever, and now Labda can just shut the door on them. There is going to be a nice little time. Suzu there on the Reaper to keep him alive, but Labda's just doing the most for his team. Recall already dead. GK gets the cap, and now they're just looking for these stagger kills. Another touch required, but they're not going to get it. GK, with a map under their belt. Wasn't clean, but it will do.
They just played the point percent game as well, right? There are certain situations that you can get away with when you're at 90% plus of point percent and your opponent starting off all the way from square zero. Like, they can force a lot of those ultimates. AG feels so much more pressure since they're starting from 40% as opposed to 90. If you try to go early with something like a Tracer, there's a high risk that they just take the little bit of extra time to be able to take a outnumbered fight, clear the Tracer, pick you off one player, know that that backline won't be pressured in the engagement, and then walk on to point. So instead, they try to just force GK to be so deep onto that point that they can't disengage away from the rush, and it comes with such a huge risk because, yes, Recall's rush is on point, but there's just no follow-up. They don't have an ultimate to purely be able to cultivate that pick potential that a rush should have. So yet again, GK just sort of bait the rush out, step one, put back, and wait the second turn. That's exactly what they did on the beach, and it's exactly what secures them Volcano.
All right, map pick now for AGAL. That looks good though, considering he came off a flight today.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good. Scary when he actually gets some sleep. That'd be scary. Unless he took a nap in the green room, not entirely sure. We'll see where AG want to go though.
I don't think we'll see a lot more Malga come out from AG. It is their strongest composition. It was the
strongest on
composition
control too.
Yeah, it was the strongest on control. China, literally the default was just like Reaper, Xion, Malga, Kiriko Cap. Every team in China played it. So when we watch WBG and JD, they're probably going to be playing that Malga composition too, and it's more than likely that their opponent will do what GK did, which is remove the cap from the composition to just totally neuter it, because that was where China was relying the most on the cap, on control. You can only ban cat out once. It also serves the purpose of not being attached to the Bastion, so you get such insane value from taking that one off the plate because they don't play it really anywhere else.
Kellegs looked like the most relaxed man in human history there. I can't lie.
I think Zeta actually probably looks a little bit more relaxed.
Sure. Okay.
You have to be a little bit careful when you say in history after we literally just had Zeta basically look like they were on holiday for match one.
Although TVNT's got the lean, to be fair, when they're in a break. Almost straight vertical. Or horizontal, not vertical. That would be standing
Some players, when you tell them to get comfy, they literally just like lean all the way back.
The TVNT lean. All right. I think a good opportunity here too for GK is even banning the Malgrif. You're thinking AG are too comfortable on it? I think in that regard, I don't even think Xion, Reaper, I don't think they kind of cop a ban.
No. I mean, the problem for me for AG has always been that it's very telegraphed what they like to play, especially when you look at their DPS players, because like we haven't really got to see him put in just yet, but Insane is their sim player. So if we see a sub of Insane come in at any point in their matches...
risky though. A sim versus an EMEA team?
Yeah, it's a huge risk. It is a huge risk. But at the same time, like, it's also something that they've been relying on to be able to win their maps in their own region. But like I said, it's very telegraphed. Like, every time when you look at the hero pool between Insane and Alfari, they both play the Reaper. Insane plays some Mei, but the big difference is that sim.
Yeah. He is the specialist. The sim Mei, the strange hero specialist, or the
yeah, they've even played Sim Mei Rhine, actually.
That's an all-time
on circuit.
That's
a Chinese team playing Rhine Sim TP strats on circuit.
They were like, you see those London Spitfire VODs? That was kind of crazy, actually.
Hey, what if we did that?
Hey, what if we played Rhine? Rhine's been seeing a whole lot more playtime, to be fair,
Jake's
as well.
really happy recently.
I'm thinking of Johnny. Bro's got a smile ear to ear as soon as he sees that Ryan picked. We saw it in Overwatch World Cup. We've seen it in just the regular season too. I mean, Ryan is so back. He feels so back. Maybe not with the Ram though, to be fair.
Yeah, but with Ram back
being
in the
buffed
mix,
last week. Yeah.
I think like if you want to play the Rhine to have the value, you do have to remove the Ram. Since a lot of the time, Rhine is like, I hold shield and exist to create space for my team, or we just try to run at them. And Ram punishes the I hold shield mentality because you just pummel right through it.
So sad. Atlas is going to be the map choice. Okay, a flashpoint. Saw New Junk City a little bit earlier, but it will be Atlas here. And a Ramatra ban, actually, from AG. Looks like BAP is going to be taken off the table. Sorry, that was a Ram ban for GK, sorry. And AG banning BAP.
Okay, so Atlas, we could potentially be seeing a lot of fast-moving compositions. We could be seeing some full just like rushdown. I like the Tracer on Atlas, a whole bunch of Tracer on Flashpoints.
They're going to play Rhine.
Really good.
Hang on, Ram's
banned. If Ram's banned, that feels like a Rhine play, right?
Curious.
You're going to play Rhine, you're going to just try and create that space, especially on first point. I feel like Rhine just being able to walk at teams with the threat of, hey, if you stay and stand your ground and try to fight us, you will die. And if you have to kite away from us, you don't get to stake a point. And we just cap and just play Ring Around the Rosie without actually
Ring Around the Rosie.
committing anything. Yeah, Ring Around a Rosie.
Put it in the
around
Overwatch
all
scriptures
of
right
those flashpoints. You're on fire today, actually. You had some great ones in the green room earlier.
Don't give away my secrets. I'll write them all down before I get on. Danny, actually, in the green room when we were talking about this game, he was like, I dare you to say Alpha E and Alpha 10 times fast. In fact, chat, do it right now.
Yeah, it's
as
the
you are sitting in your
tongue
seats,
twister.
do it right now. Alpha E, Alpha 10 times fast.
How many do you think you could be able to say?
Probably like 2. I'd probably mess it up after the third one at this point. It's a prophet situation almost.
Oh, the Psycho as well. Yeah.
It's a classic. All right, let's load in. Atlas is the map choice from AGAL. This first to 2, this first round, a brutal start for AG. See GK banning the BAP, sorry, and it was the Ram on the other side. Looks like it was flipped, but yeah, that's what is going to happen. And it is Malga. Okay, I predicted the Rhine. I was hoping for it, but they're not going to give it to us.
Yeah, I think we were both hoping for a little bit more to get to see that Rhine. But for AG, like, now that the cat ban has been exhausted, they get to play the cat with the Mauga, and Flashpoint is very close to control. So it makes sense they're now trying to play that premier Chinese composition when they know it can't be banned out. We're even actually getting to see that Xion, but it will be paired with a Vendetta this time. So a lot of really good flank pressure, and Alfie's synergy on that Vendetta to play around the Mauga too. The slam with the Vendetta damage follow-up, oh, that's brutal.
I think it's so good too. Cardiac overdrive, you're swinging in. Overhead strike as well has got the life steal after the perk. Like, you are trilling in the front line. There you go, that's what I'm saying. You just run at them. It is like the new WM1 comp with Mauga and with Vendetta. And then Easy Arn can kind of chill too. Very self-sufficient in a way on the Xion. A lot of overhealth with the dash, and you got the bike. Like,
it's like Death Ball, but instead of ball, it's jump. You just straight up just jump on people, which is why we'll see Finn having to find so much value with the Suzu, right? Since that has to stop both the Mauga slam, but also the follow-up damage. And speaking about stopping the Mauga, that's why they play the cat with the Mauga. Just drop him right into GK.
Good counter pin though. Eventually Liga is going to be able to get out. They do end up trading DPS. Alpha E for Alfari. I told you it would come up eventually. Easy Hunt does go down to Labda though, so no DPS available from AGAL, but still they can hold the space for as long as humanly possible. This point is very tough to cap when the opponent has a dominant control of the high ground. Easy Hunt's going to be back in a moment. Same with Alfari. Both very quick heroes, to be fair. Liga chased down by Zed as Labda holding his own and helps finish off Alfari.
Yeah, good pressure from GK onto the point, right? Splitting the Vendetta and the Mauga, allowing Labda to farm rail shots off of the Mauga when Liga drops that point to contest, and then take that damage and put pressure onto Alfari. But AG with the cap will be able to get into position pretty quickly to be able to set up these fights, which means that GK not getting all that much point percent between.
Easy Hunt. Oh, he was been spotted by the Lucio. Good scouting there from Kellex. Well, Lengths is going to go in for a kidnap, and Finn ends up getting decimated. Same with Alfie in the front line too, as Lengths just hovers above the rest of the team, and you can't really deal with him, and no one's looking at the cat, who does a fair amount of damage on his own, to be fair, with the scratches. A nice team kill from AG as they get the reflip.
I mean, the question now is, how do you deal with the overclock? Do you simply try to hide away from it, or do you use something like the cage to try to defend versus it? Yeah, it could be the best defense is a strong offense, as AG will just run directly at GK yet again.
Yeah, they've got a cage and they've got a spree, as well as this Vendetta Blade 2 in a couple of moments. There's the flip. GK get that one for free. I'm looking for AG to actually make a mark in this fight. There's been no kills. Here's the cage eventually. A return cage from Ziad 2. A rush for recall. Absolutely destroyed. Thought that was the wound that they could bandage, but not to be. Alfie with a Death Blossom. It's just way too much incidental damage as GK find the first point of Atlas.
Yeah, just Death Blossom and then damage on top of that from the Sojourn, as AG tried to hold on to that Sundering Blade from Alfari to have in the pocket to be able to deal with Kellex and Labda. As GK snowball potential, good ultimate stock to be able to take control of this next point.
Gotta get Labda off this high ground first, please, and thank you.
I mean, they have to just zone the Sojourn out. This overclock is so scary for them. They don't really have a good way of dealing with it outside of running away.
How about this? How about just airdropping the Mauga in? Stomp, Kellex dashes out the way. Alfie not quite so lucky in a 4v5. Labda rips the OC as Liga has to back off. Taking a lot of damage as the Mauga forces the Suzu out of recall, as Easy Han is just left to his own devices on the point. A nice little slam again, or a mutual stun, I should say, as the sound barrier from Kellex ends up hitting 5. Sundering Blade from Alfari, sure, it's a little bit of damage, but it's a tickling more than anything. Point cap from GK as they scare AGAL off the point.
Yeah, it doesn't catch Finn as well, and that's the crucial player for GK in this next part of the fight, because it will be rush for rush. AG's follow-up potential to jump on top of that rush is huge, but GK with the point control, can I play Labda away from the main fight itself, look for those angles, farm rail shots off of the Mauga, and try to find the slams.
Here we go, airdrop again. This time Liga lands himself on the point, now goes for the charge. A little fakey though, was 300 HP by the time he was midway through it. Sound barrier gone for Kellex, of course, but they can still rely on the rush for Finn. An opening kill onto recall is, you know, decent enough if I do say so myself, as AGL have only Lengsa to try and support them now, and he is playing off the map currently. EasyHan ends up going down. There's the rush, and this should just be the point too. Alfari ends up going down, and with Liga half HP, the chances of recontesting this are close to 0.
Yeah, and you feel like you can use that rush just to be able to close out that point, because if Rico uses this, you can stop it. There's the Mauga airdrop yet again. AG trying to fight this out.
But what can they actually do from this position? Absolutely nothing, says Kellex. A good boop off the map, and they don't need any more ults. GK up to 2.
Oh, that... I don't know how I feel about the fact that AG tried to contest that, because, like, now you're waiting for your Mauga to come back. GK are already rotating to meet the next point. They'll be in position with an overclock and a Mauga cage, which means they can perfectly kite out Recall's ult. This is really risky.
Just don't double support ult into a cage.
Yes.
That is the goal here from AG. You cannot overlay those support ults.
Oh,
here he comes. Not quite so far in the back line. Now goes for the stomp. EasyHan playing a distraction, killing Labda. There is going to be Lengsa with the kidnap. Finn outside of this cage, but it's going to rejoin the team in just a moment. In fact, it's going to rejoin the rest of them in the spawn, I'd imagine. Ziad ends up going down, and yeah, okay, again, double support ult and a cage for AGAL as they invest heavily into that fight.
They used Rush to bail out Liga, is the problem, right? Lengsa uses the catnap, puts a lot of pressure onto GK, make sure that they can't play off of Lapta's ult, but now, like you said, AG used both support ults, so you have to get aggressive to play preventative to Lapta's OC, but he's been able to get the ult off, and he's finding the damage.
Liga ain't no drifting, that's for sure. He's trying to get around that corner, but just looking straight into a lamppost. A good opening kill, and that's basically a free point. Again, though, expensive this time for GK. Use the beat and the OC.
Beat and Sojourn ultimate to make sure that Lapta's able to survive the sheer amount of pressure that AG have to be able to condense all that damage onto one specific player. So, yet again, Mauga engagement onto the slam, looking
Finn's
for
already
the target,
dead, though.
and Finn's down.
Yep, Lapta's extremely low too. Liga just has to stay alive now. That is going to be game plan number 1. Ziad just running away from Liga. He can't run too far. Nice little heady there from EasyHan onto a flying Kellex, but 42% for GK, not too bad.
Yeah, you know what? It's not death jump, it's dive. China have found a way to make Mauga work as dive. This is why we see the bans towards the cat. How do you deal with this if you're GK? Like, you're always down one person if AG managed to find that slam.
No ults here from GK. Finn's going to have his in about 5% or so. Playing around, that's important. So unless Alfari can go first here with the Death Blossom. Very early rush from Finn. As soon as he got it, he unleashed it. Labda's already dead, though, and with Finn following too, this should be a point here for AG.
They've got it. It's just dealing with some of these late touches from Kellex, who's trying to hold the ground for Ziad to come through.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get on the point, but Kellex is already dead. There's the cardiac overdrive, and there's the run over, and that is it. They've got a point on the board, keeping them alive in the series.
I mean, do GK go for any sort of swaps at this point, or do they just keep sticking with this composition, sacrificing one person, but making sure that that sacrifice finds the value of winning them the next fight? Speaking though about next fight, look at the amount of ults that AG have stacked.
They got it again. Double support ult with the cage. You can't unleash it all on top of each other once more. It's a good Suzu, but now Finn a little bit defenseless. Used the teleport away as well, so no CDs left, but he's got a big meat wall in front of him now in the form of Ziad. Liga has to get out. Point has been unlocked in a couple of moments too, as Kellex caught off guard by the spree. They end up going for a trade. Another Suzu to save the day from Finn, but with only one support and no speed, it's going to be hard for Ziad to get stuff done. A cage available from Liga, instantly posted, but there is Alpha Yi getting stopped by Lengsa. The cancellation of the Death Blossom allows Alfari to take over the fight.
They don't stop that Death Blossom, they probably lose the fight. No beat to be able to survive it. Suzu already burned. Alfie's damage would have been absolutely monstrous, as AG now gain yet again. Early pressure onto GK, tried to find the pick onto Labda, who has the OC that they'll be looking to win the fight from.
Ziad solo has to get out. Cardiac overdrive, really early pop again. Liga just threatening with the fact that Lengsa can drop him in. Overclock from Labda, already found one headshot, make that his second one. He's so low, he's so damn low, he just dashes in anyway. He thought he had Alfari dead to rights, but both DPS from AG took a headshot and did not go down.
I mean, that's a win for AG, right? Alfari's able to just bait out the majority of that OC, goes to check the Sojourn, still has Wraith form, gets hit by one hit of the OC, Wraiths the rest of it, and is able to take down Lambda mid-ult, and AG live yet again. 20% of the point required, rush for recall, early pressure yet again in the streets before GK can touch.
Here we go, Easy Han now on another flank. Early Suzu from Finn, he's so low and can't pop the rush. He's too low, he would have Ajaxed it pretty much. And AG, this is their point. But Finn going down like that ain't happening, Chief. That's 2-2.
2-2. GK, both support ults available, but AG about to hit ultimates that will potentially force both of them. So GK can't even really use it aggressively. If you use the beat to be able to win out the rush match, you don't have it to be able to survive the Blossom or the spree follow-through.
Made it to the high ground first. GK spotting the TP. Here's Liga out of nowhere. Nice little counter stun again, but Liga's just so damn low. Cardiac Overdrive pumped as well as this rush from Recall to try and keep his Malga alive. There's the latest sound barrier from Kellex and Easy Han down. The kidnap on the Lucio. Kellex dropped into the ocean, but Lengsa's not got a team left to fight with. Has to just get out as GK capped the point.
GK have combo potential for the next fight as well. Cage and Death Blossom. So yet again for AG, if we can see that stun cancel onto Alfie, that would be absolutely clutch to be able to live this one. But I worry about the amount of pressure that Lambda will be able to have onto them. The good news is for AG, because League is being just airlifted by Lengsa, Lambda's not actually getting the opportunity to farm off of the Malga when the fights break out. Oh no, look at Alfie.
Bro's invisible. Hang on a second. Almost gets the one tap there on Recall. There's the Death Blossom from Alfari. Liga's dead, but Alfie just shoots him at the back of the head. A little teleport, and with no Wraith Walk here, he's going to be in trouble. Is he going to get hunted down? At least not for now, as GK continue to hold the point. A little bit of pressure, though, from AG as they try and get the cap. Recall forced to Suzu as Ziad holds the front line down on his lonesome. A good catch-off onto Easy Han too, as AG are forced to reset.
This is dangerous, right? If they lose
die.
more players, if they die now, they have to cage.
Cage for Liga, there's the Death Blossom, Alpha Yi, a nail in the coffin. Lambda, hey, he's probably a little bit tired after getting off the flight this morning, but it's the same old story. So dominant in the face of AG. GK, they're going to take the series 2-0.
Oh, the late picks. The late picks. The desperation defense Cage so that you don't lose your Malga, that you have the chance to be able to regroup, get one more fight as a full team before that OT burns out entirely and you burn out of the upper bracket. But I tell you what, Jack, AG for third seed from their region.
Not too shabby?
Not too shabby at all, but I think the cat's out of the bag now, right? Literally. China likes to play cat Malga. They play dive Malga with the cat, and it's not just on control. So I think for all of the teams that will now be facing the likes of AG, JD Gaming, WBG, you know what one of those bans will be. Taking out the cat, making sure that the Malga lacks that mobility.
Now, GK hoping they can just continue this run too. EMEA has been so damn competitive throughout this entire year. Even Twisted Minds coming third in the stage 2. Like, this region is just so damn good right now. And they can be world beaters. They've done it once.
Well, they were
Can they continue to do that again?
Like for stage 1, right? Twisted Minds got second in Tokyo.
Let's go down onto the stage though before we set up for the next match. It's Ian with Finn.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm standing by with Finn. An incredible first performance here at the Esports World Cup. You didn't have much time to prepare for your opponent here, and it's a very unfamiliar opponent. How did you find that?
I have to speak English or?
Yeah, if that's okay.
Like, we have many issues, so, like, to be honest, we can't scream here. So, like, missing suitcase, and LB can't fly, and LB just come today morning, so. But, like, AG is, yeah, just no practice can win, so, yeah, doesn't matter. But
tomorrow we have matching maybe Jetta, right? So yeah, today we need practice and then against Jetta and hope to win.
Well, you looked like you'd had a lot of practice. You looked very good. So that's a good thing, right? So, I mean, if you look ahead and you look back first at how you got here, you fought hard in the EMEA playoffs to get this spot. Now that you are here, what sort of a statement do you want to make in Paris and how far do you think you can go in this tournament?
Okay, first of all, personally, I want to beat VP first and then I want to match against Jetta in final because my previous team is Jetta, so I want to meet Jetta final and then win. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans that are here and also watching at home?
Can I speak like English? Thanks for cheering everyone, and we getting better. So thanks for the cheering. And 여러분 이렇게 봐주셔서 감사하고요. 저희가 연습을 좀 못해가지고 오늘 좀 쉽게 이기질 못했는데 좀 열심히 해서 이겨보겠습니다. Can I speak Japanese too?
Yes.
ここまで来てくれるとかその日本で見てくれる方たち本当にありがとうございます。スクリームとかできなかったので、今日あんまり良くない競技だったんですけど、明日からはちょっと頑張って全部勝ってみます。Yeah.
How many languages do you speak?
Maybe 3.
You're incredible. Thank you very much. And best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep moving.
As we take a look back at some of the best moments from this game, it is another 2-0, but this was a 5th round that comes to an end with GK on top. You see the elation from Kellix, a little bit of, I guess...
you got the job done.
There's nonchalantness from the rest of the team here, Johnny. Are they frustrated that it took them 5 rounds?
Yeah, I think they wanted to be a little cleaner than that. They know what they are capable of, and so going to 5 rounds, they gotta be pretty disappointed about that. Also, took some, a while to get that going and to get momentum going in the server. You heard in the interview as well, they've had issues practicing so far this event. So I think they're quite excited to get the rest of this tournament running.
Yeah.
So Finn does a great job on the interview. He also translates himself towards the end there. Expectations for him the rest of this tournament, though.
Oh, I mean, Finn is an absolutely incredible veteran of the sports, right? He's representing Team Japan for the Overwatch World Cup this year, has been representing Korea. Now he's playing with GK. Now in this region as well, right? Because he was with Zeta Division last year. And I think for him to see the journey of that team throughout the last 2 stages and now here, it's going to be very special and very rewarding for him. I think they really came together as a team. And yes, while this wasn't the cleanest, we already alluded to it, they didn't get any scrim time. So I think they're just going to get better as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what they can do against some of the top dogs we see so far in the region. And obviously, they get a pretty difficult matchup now against Zeta Division in their winners matchup, which I wouldn't say they're expected to be competitive in because Zeta Division, like we said, they are the favorites. But if they take a loss in the next matchup, that's okay. It's all about advancing out of the groups and then take it one match at a time.
Taking a look at the compositions, it looked like Malgo is out on both sides. Will we always see the Reaper to counter? What is the expectation moving forward? Because I've seen quite a few different DPS rotated through in our first 6 games.
I mean, honestly, I think that we won't see that much more of the Malgo. I'd be surprised. Like, yes, on Control, we do bust him out a little bit, but Malgo did get nerfed. And this is also just kind of a Chinese team special, right? That they forced with the bans here as well. Yeah, I guess EMEA too.
Special.
But yeah, they definitely forced it, right? With the Diva ban, with the Ramatra ban. So yes, Ziad had to be forced more or less to play the Malgo. But it also showed the flexibility of Ziad to be able to do that.
Let's take a look here at our bracket as we have 3 teams moving into the decider match. We'll find out who will be playing Crazy Raccoon next, Space Station Gaming or JD Gaming. Johnny, any surprises so far other than the fact we haven't seen a Game 3?
Yeah, honestly, that's the surprising aspect, how dominant some of these teams have been. But you look at that lower bracket matchup now between All Gamers and Varel, I think that could really be up in the air. So come that matchup again, we might start seeing some surprising results.
All Gamers and Varel, one of them will be going home. Zoe, do you think there is a weaker team that you've seen on this stage today?
That's really mean to.
Who do you want to throw under the bus?
You're in the expert seat. I can ask the hard questions now.
It's true. Can I just divert the question and ask it to him? No, okay, that's not a thing. I'm usually the host, so I get to do that. I wasn't super convinced with what we've seen from Varel, but I think I can say the same about
Secrets.
Yes,
just say it.
it's
You know,
like-
we love Kaffa, but you know they're not quite competitive enough at the
No.
international level.
Kuffa, we love you. Unfortunately, you got overpowered by the Raccoons. We're going to see what's going to happen in the rest of this bracket. Johnny, we've got plenty more games to go before we go to break. Any other teams that you want to give a shout out to? Because we're only 3 matches of 8 into our qualifier day.
Well, it's the defending champions. It's Team Falcons. Like, are you going to show up or are you going to fall flat here on the international stage? I feel a lot of pressure on them to perform, so we'll have to see how they do later on today.
Thank you all for watching the Esports World Cup. We will be right back after this video with another match live on the stage.
Stop. Come close. Flip. Un point. Trace real one. Nice.
We're on to our second week of MLBB, and this time around, eliminations are actually happening. So Chris is going to give us the lowdown of who's staying, who's got some skin in the game.
Well, the skin in the game right now is Vitality and Falcons. I mean, this is arguably the biggest game of our tournament so far here at the MSC. 2 teams who could go on and win it. Falcons right now are 1-0 up, and I'm sure by the time that this goes out, we'll probably know the result of the game. But irrelevant of that, this is a massive game for Falcons especially. Vitality are doing pretty well in Club Championship. We know this. They're sitting 3rd. But for the knockout stages, loser goes home. Best out of 5 scenario. It's a massive, massive game. Other teams to kind of keep an eye out on, of course, are Aurora, etc. There's some other teams who are very much in and around the mix with the Club Championship. I'm very distracted by my own self in my own ears yet. But yes, there's a lot going on here today in MSC.
So when we're looking at the standings as well, when it comes to Club Championships, I feel like Falcons is now pushing into that top 6. If they go out here, are they going to be capped at 200 points?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that would be a top 8 placement for them, so that doesn't really get you a great deal. They were somewhat fortunate with the game that they had up against their other team from ENA. So, I mean, that allowed them kind of a guarantee of a top 8. PH team, of course, are the stronger. They got through pretty easily. They're the ones who are currently 1-0 up. So, they win this game, they're looking pretty good.
They lose it, Vitality is looking pretty good. So we're going to keep you guys updated which one's going to come out on top. That's it from us for now. Thank you, and we'll see you around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, everybody. I'm on the floor with my friends, and we're going to do pick'ems. If you didn't know, if you download the EWC app on your phone, you could do your pick'ems, predict who is going to be the winner of each match, and also who is going to win everything in EWC. And also, if you win, hey, you get bragging rights. You could tell your friends, hey, I know the matches more than you do. I know more OWCS than you do. Good bragging rights. Anyways, guys, please introduce yourself. Name, please.
I'm Edouard.
Name?
Mathis.
Maël. All right, guys, we're gonna do pick'ems right here, right now. Starting off from Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming. Who's gonna win?
Space Station Gaming is gonna win.
Okay, we gotta predict the actual outcome as well. 2-0, 2-1.
For me, it's gonna be a 2-0.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's kind of spicy because on the app you could also see the percentage as well, and a lot of people are saying that JD is gonna win 71% versus SSG winning it 29%. So you're on the lower end, brother.
It's crazy. Chinese region looks very weak, and Sugar Free is gonna carry.
So you're sure that SSG is gonna win? All right. How about you?
I think Space Station is better than JD Gaming. Okay. I think Sugar Free is can pop off during this match.
Okay. Even when the public is saying JD is gonna win 71%.
I mean, they're underdogs, so I think they can create a surprise.
Okay, you're gonna lock in that? Are you gonna lock in that answer? Lock it in. Lock it in. Okay, Space Station Gaming. And you?
I think GD Gaming is gonna win. I think 2-1. I think, yeah.
2-1. All right. So all of us are going Space Station Gaming. Next one, T1 versus Twisted Minds. That one's gonna be a spicy one. I think Twisted Minds gonna win 2-0. What do you think?
No, for me, T1's gonna win 2-1. 2-1 for T1, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Daniel. T1 will win that. I'm sorry.
T1 as well?
Yeah, down another level.
I'm cheering for T1, but I think Twisted Minds is gonna win.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm alone. Actually, I'm not alone. I'm with the public. Everyone's saying 72% of us are saying that Twisted Mind is going to win. So it's us versus them. They think T1's going to win. We'll see how it plays out. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. That man was rocking a different jersey last time we saw him at EWC, and when he did, he went all the way to a grand final. Sugar Free now playing with Space Station Gaming. Are they the underdogs coming into this match? We welcome Jake back into the studio alongside Jonathan Snowden, a.k.a. the original Reinhardt Reinforced Larson. Johnny, thoughts on this matchup here? Who's the favorite? Who's the underdog coming in?
All right, Puckett. This, out of all the first-round matchups, I would say have the most pressure involved. I think literal careers are on the line for Space Station Gaming here, because this is an organization that major after major has failed to really impress us with some of these wins. And this is a stacked roster. This was supposed to be a North American superstar team going into this year, but they fell short at Champions Clash. Then going into this tournament, you're thinking you got some momentum in the Stage 2 playoffs over North America, but you gotta prove it on the international stage. They should be the favorites against JD Gaming in this matchup, but I want to see them get out of groups this time.
Jake?
I'd expect Space Station to be the favorites, but I think you're right to say that there is pressure on them. I mean, as good as they've been in North America, the competition in NA just hasn't been that intense. They really haven't been able to deliver these big international results. So a dominant win over JD Gaming has to be the expectation, really the standard for Space Station Gaming. And, I think you're right to say, hey, there's a potential here for an upset, but I also think JD Gaming shouldn't be too tough of an opponent. I mean, I think when we see SSG clashing against some of the top teams from EMEA, from Korea, that's when I'm expecting them to run into a little bit more trouble. This one should still be a dominant showing. I'm with some of the fans spreading alongside Danny. I'd say 2-0 for Space Station.
Johnny, there's 16 teams here. This is the second best in North America in both of the NA stages. So who is better from NA, and where does NA stack up globally?
Well, NA has had a bit of a poor run recently at the international events. When the first OWCS started a couple of years ago, North America was a pretty good region. Yeah. Now, recently, they've kind of fell off and are playing catch-up to EMEA. And so we have three teams here, Team Liquid, Space Station Gaming, and Dallas Fuel. And Jake, you're the North American here. You're kind of hoping that one of these teams actually advance to the playoffs and actually put some respect on the region, because it has been disappointing as of late.
You look at the actual rosters involved, I think all three of them, you'd think that where they would be able to compete. If anything, it's been a bit of an anomaly that NA has had these weak performances. So maybe here in Paris at the Esports World Cup is a chance for some of these players to get a redemption arc. And I mean, this is a place for it to get started for SSG, for them to make a bit of a statement here. They should be able to put up a dominant victory here. If this is close, competitive, that's going to be too close for comfort for Space Station, right? They need to really show us their signature styles, their best performances, and put a period on this group stage. They should be one of the teams making it on to that later bracket.
It looks like we just added some time here as we get ready for the next matchup, so let's walk our way through the next team. JDG. Who are they, and why do 70% of our fans think they are the team to win this match?
Well, they gotta have a lot of fans. I would not say they're the favorites going into this one, but hey, fans, if you want to put your money on the line, then you can do so. This is the second best team in China, and for the longest time, Weibo Gaming was the star team in China. They put all the best players together in one team. And so these are like the leftovers. These are the players who are like, okay, Weibo Gaming, you're not going to be interested in us. We're going to form our own team. We're going to try to be competitive with you. And it feels like stage after stage, this team has improved. They've grown more and more competitive with Weibo Gaming. And with that, perhaps an opportunity here on the international stage to take down a team like SSG. This would be a perfect opportunity for China to surprise us and take down a team like SSG here. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do.
$1 million on the line. This is a huge opportunity for both of these squads to earn some extra cash. So Jake, if you're looking to walk away with money, if you're JDG, who is your player to watch, or what is the role to watch on the squad today?
Oof. I mean, I think a lot comes down to the tank war right now. We've been seeing a ton of it on the broadcast. There's a lot of different styles coming out. When Maga's unbanned, it seems to be a very relevant choice. A lot of teams choosing to throw their bans at the Maga, preferring to play a more mobile style. But then, when you get into those rush comps, we saw it between Kuffa and Max on Nujung City, right? Like this brawl style, I think a lot of different looks are going to kind of lead you back to that core, right? Can you group up as a team, fight as a unit? And SSG are a team that's going to be very much their bread and butter as well.
Johnny, let's talk a little bit about what happens if we do go to a Game 3, because you said this could have the most impact on future rosters. So assuming it's close, we go the distance, how are the maps decided? How do we decide what is going to be played? And is it the coaches or the players making the decision?
Well, I mean, Christopher is coaching SSG, and you know that they're going to come in with a lot of preparation and play to their strengths accordingly. What I'm worried about for SSG is if they're kind of like standing still, they're not adapting to what their opposition is doing, because, China, they're going to throw a wrench into things. And SSG, what they struggled with for the past half a year, I'd say, is that they didn't make the swaps required to adapt to what their opponent was doing. But in stage 2, the most recent one, they actually started flexing around, and Sugarfree, who so often played the Tracer, started bringing out the Symmetra, the Mei. And so that's what I want to see from SSG now. How are you adapting to this first map, and how does that affect what you play later on in the series? Kind of leave that open, what your maps are going to be picked.
So you're saying I can use one of my players with freak aim and put him on a character like Mei. It doesn't have to be on Tracer. Jake, is there a new meta evolving in 2026? What should our new fans expect to see here in Overwatch?
Yeah, I think Johnny hits on something really important, which is that in the modern game of Overwatch, you can't necessarily load into the match and already know everything that you're going to play, right? It's the bans can throw a wrench into the works. You're going to be forced to adapt. Different teams bring different styles, and often it'll be mid-match when you have to determine, hey, this is not working. We need to pull something else out of our bag of tricks. And so players like Sugarfree, who, their pool goes far beyond just the Tracer. I mean, I think that's what a lot of fans will know him for, given that he's one of the best in the world, certainly one of the best in North America on the hero. But it's going to be the flexibility that's going to be really tested, especially against some of the European and Korean teams that really push the limits on you, really show very different looks, very different styles. When it comes to the map picks, I'm going to be very curious to see how JD Gaming try to attack SpaceStation, who should be, in theory, a more predictable foe.
Chat, let us know, how are you enjoying the show live from Paris? We're going to go to a short tech pause. We're going to be checking in with one of our Chinese players, swapping out their PC. And when it's ready, we'll be jumping into that next round. It's qualifier day here. Day 1 of group stages, EWC with Overwatch. Be right back.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
taxis are so much worse in Paris.
Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
the Eiffel Tower.
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the Crown of Thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
from Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay,
do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
A lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All right, well, what can...
Regarde la rue! That means watch the road.
Ah, where's the part?
There we go.
Just that le. True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
Haha, true, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city yields traffic lights and right of way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
Let me a gauche this. Let me a gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Très belle, Sean.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber. Or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go
pigeons.
to the Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the, what's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
God, that was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here. I'm just gonna get out.
Right here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, the air, and just,
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think it'll be a great walk.
It's just one more a gauche. Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci. What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world. I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah. Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like, I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh. What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my trader, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Ovly. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can instructor.
Bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a acapella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players, we're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up,
Up.
down, up, down. I put my head on the side, all the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes.
I think think we got this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah, I know, right?
Be careful, not me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no,
If I go all out, I would definitely, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can-can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split right now.
Just try, yeah.
Oh my
Use your hands.
Or you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't, my foot isn't even moving forward.
Guys, I don't,
Believe.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, I believe.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, je peux nage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes! Oh my God! Yeah! You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for the tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh.
Well, it's okay.
That was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't
that.
need it anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks, high kicks.
Okay.
All right. We gotta sync up, I believe.
Okay.
One, two.
And now, towards the end. Get ready for
All right.
the spin.
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone!
Welcome back to more Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. Johnny, we just watched a video about can-canning, and I wanted to see how high can your 7'2" legs reach? Can you kick over Jake's head?
I don't consent to this.
He
That was
can.
pretty high.
He can.
That was pretty high.
Look at that.
Respectable.
Look at that. That's pretty good.
Respectable kick.
Also, for those who don't know how large Johnny is at home, Johnny, can you show the world how you can put your legs down to the ground?
What do you mean?
While seated. Jake,
We're
do you want to go ahead and try?
here.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, this is really natural for me, Chris.
So we're waiting on the stage to kick off here in just a moment. All the players are just about backstage, ready to go. If you're just joining us, we are here in the opening day of groups. If you're just joining us, it's of course first two through from each group are going to power through the winner's bracket. But you get a second chance if you fall to that loser's bracket. And already we have two teams from each group down there, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, we're finishing Group B here with the next match coming up here. So we'll already have the matchup set for tomorrow because, you know, you lose two matches in a row and you're going to be out. So you're probably looking at Varel going up against all gamers in that lower bracket. It's like, oh, you know, you come here with high expectations and then you find yourself in a pivotal lower bracket match almost immediately facing eliminations here. So there's no room for error, Jake.
Yeah, for these teams, you know, I'd give Varel a look there. I think that they are a serious team, you know, despite taking a really tough L to Zeta. That's one of those uniquely difficult first-round opponents. Just the luck of the draw here. Definitely our top four teams are going to be looking pretty solid. For SSG, surely they'll be, you know, moving on to face Crazy Raccoon,
Surely.
but that's not a great prize for a victory,
Surely.
really.
No.
I was going to say the loser of this matchup is going to fall down to play Team Secret. So how does Team Secret match up against JD Gaming and, of course, Space Station?
Okay, so Team Secret going into this tournament, I don't think we expected a lot from this team. It's just like, okay, like you qualified considering the region you found yourself in. Like, you know, you should be pretty happy with that. But he took a couple of points there in New Junk City against Crazy Raccoon, and you're thinking, okay, can you use that momentum to secure a map win? It's the lower bracket after all, and we've seen surprises before, so I wouldn't count them out.
Crazy Raccoon may have been playing with their food in that fight. We'll see what's going on with Team Spirit a little bit later. For now, though, 70% of the fans are going JDG versus SSG. Can Sugar Free and crew cause the upset? You said you think you got faith in North America / EMEA?
I think the fans have cooked a little too much on this one. I think this is an out-of-control spread for JD Gaming. But hey, I mean, North America is looking like a very vulnerable region in recent history. the counter argument to that, though, is that so has China, right? These two regions both have at past had huge success. Now, not so much. So maybe a bit of a toilet bowl here in the groups. But we'll have to see who's able to squeak out the win.
Vicious opening matchup here. Johnny, I've heard that the Chinese region loves to throw things that are kind of off meta at some of our squads. What can we expect to see from JDG?
Okay, ironically, I think this is the team that might actually play the normal game, because if they can match Sugar-Free like Pineapple, Kaneki, like, you don't want to sleep on these players. And they've done it before, going back to Champions Clash in 2025. That was a long time ago, I know, but they did actually win a matchup against SSG back then with some of these players. And so they've done it before on the international stage against some of these players on SSG. I wouldn't be too surprised.
5 seconds to the stage. SSG. SSG for me. Chat, let us know, how do you see it playing out as we get into the next match?
Welcome back to the stage for the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Sounds like poetry, innit?
I just absolutely love saying that. It just rolls off the tongue. Now, earlier on, we had Finn of Geek Esports here on the stage. It was a beautiful moment. He thanked his fans, and I think I've actually found someone who speaks as many languages as you, Lou.
Brilliant. It seems like Overwatch is full of high IQs individuals, right?
Absolutely.
I'm pretty impressed.
I think I need to learn some French or at least another language.
Ouais, ça serait bien que tu apprennes le français, Ian, indeed, parce qu'on va arriver forcément sur le 4e match de la journée, une longue journée qui nous attend, et à la conclusion, on aura les 8 premières équipes qui sont, invaincues de cette journée, donc t'as hâte?
Well, let's welcome our next team, onto the stage. It's the one and only SSG! Nice little reaction from the crowd there for one of North America's most established rosters, led by Sugar-Free. SSG arrives in Paris looking to prove that they can hit that switch that turns domestic consistency into international success.
Les JD Gaming ensuite qui vont pouvoir nous rejoindre, mais forcément Space Station Gaming, de fiers représentants de la région Nord-Amérique, mais ont-ils ce qu'il faut pour gagner ce match? Toute la question est là. And standing strong against them, JD Gaming! Woo. We have some noise here from them, from their fans here at the venue. They are one of China's fastest rising teams. The first roster that managed to be the favorite Weibos since the return of the region on the Overwatch scene. But are they ready to test themselves against North America?
I think they are. Lots of confident faces on stage right now. It's experience from NA, momentum from China. Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming starts right now.
Thank you very much. SSG taken to an international stage once again, hoping not to repeat what happened in Tokyo. They didn't take a single map, or I should asterisk that. UV took a map. It was in the show match at the beginning of the year after stage one.
Map's a map, okay? A map is a map, but their opponent, JD Gaming, yet again, one of these teams coming from China. We had a little bit of a taster to see what exactly has been going down within the CN region for their playoff matters with that Mauga, with the cat composition. We should talk about the fact that, yes, JD Gaming did play the Mauga. They did not like to play the cat with it, though. They preferred the Kiriko Lucio. So for SSG, if they want to try and take away that Mauga composition, it could come in the form of just the base Mauga ban when we head to our first map of Control, especially because they like playing the cat. They just like playing it with the Ana instead.
I really do think the Ana cat is so strong. especially on control. I think Ana, especially after the small little buff the other week, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Ana's always going to be on the periphery of being meta. Sometimes Ana is a little bit too quick for her. She likes to be a little slow, defensive, just hang around in the back a little bit, hit some good nades. You don't want to be on constantly on the back foot as the Ana player. But I think if you're going to slow things down, Ana is the pick to play. Let's talk about JD Gaming, though, their backline, of course. They've been playing together for years at this point. Former of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, JD Gaming, they have a lot of staples that we've seen within the Overwatch Chinese talent. We've got like Pineapple on the DPS line who played for Spark, Kaneki who played for the Chengdu Hunters, Monk as well, previously of both Spark and Hunters fame. So JD Gaming, a lot of notable faces. I think that a lot of old school Overwatch fans will be able to recognize, and it's wonderful to get to see them still competing here as we get ready to head into these matches. Still the first to 2 format, so that control map, very, very important. Starting off with that momentum, we're yet to see one of these series go the distance. It's come close. Some flashpoints have gone all the way to the 5 points, but we're yet to see a series actually break into that 3rd map so far today.
I just want to see immaculate vibes from SSG. That's all I want. That's all I hope for. And I think North America thinking the same kind of thing. Look at their stage 2, Moxie. Perfect group stage. Only lost a single match. Unfortunately, it was the finals against the Dallas Fuel, but still almost a perfect stage coming into this LAN.
Yeah, and it feels like they're really in a good position to fall into this new meta, right? They're already playing a whole lot of Ramatra. The Des were talking about the flexibility that we've been seeing from Sugar Free. We got to see his Mei a whole bunch, as well as that Symmetra from the stage 2. They've already been starting to play some of that Cat Ana as well. They were one of the first American teams that were starting to play it within their playoffs, so they've been running it even before we got to see it become that main staple from the first 2 matches so far today. The difference has been that the Ana was played into the Ana mirror. If we do get JD Gaming getting the Kiriko through the ban draft, obviously the Ana's value does fall off a little bit, since nades can just be cleansed with things like the Suzu.
Oh, Samoa again.
Again.
Okay. Seems to be a theme at the moment. This is an SSG map pick, though.
Yes, this is SSG picking it, as we will get to see our ban draft. So Lucio, which we've been seeing less and less of, but this is, as we said, targeted towards JD Gaming, right? They like to run the Mauga, but they like to run it with that default Kiriko Lucio, having the speed boost as opposed to having the Cat just airlift the Mauga through, because JD Gaming, when they played the Mauga compositions, they weren't looking too hot on it when they were actually playing within their own region. Every Mauga mirror that they had when they played AG, they actually lost, and it got to the point that we actually saw them sub Bella's Rhea in to play the Mauga when they played that Grand Finals versus WBG. Roxy much more comfortable on picks like the Sigma and the Ramatra.
Yeah, starting today as well, Roxy, you see him on the stage in the center seat for JD Gaming. SSG, of course, this firm 5 here with Hawk on tank has been kind of was that a nearest airport sign?
Yes,
got one of those already?
was.
Yes, sir. EMEA fan spotted. Real quick. I mean, Hawk, very easy to ban out in most ways, and that's been the biggest weakness of SSG's kind of ban draft. But I think if you look at everything around Hawk, how flexible the backline has been, Avril, not just this Lucia player anymore, they can play Ana, they can play Cat, they can play a whole lot of things. Even Hawk, look, you can play the Ram, which just got buffed, even the Mauga too. Mainly just dive tanks like Winston, he's not really too confident on. He's more likely to go towards the Diva. Hopefully this isn't another pause here, but a whole lot of shady gaming players. Don't jinx anything. They are all looking at one PC, but it should be fine. It should be fine. No one panic.
No one panic just yet, as hopefully we're getting ready to head yet again to Samoa. Sometimes, you know, it takes a little bit of time to just be able to pack your bags and fly off to some of these maps. Oh, Monk fan spotted.
I thought you were going to say pack your bags and go home, Moxie. I was like, damn, that's cruel. We only just started and we're in the upper bracket. Come on.
Like, it's tomorrow that we'll send our first teams home.
Oh, yeah.
Not today. So you do still have second chances, even if you falter here, as we can see at JD Gaming. They brought the fan squad. We will be hearing the organized fan chants at the start of every one of these rounds, as we also have that Vendetta ban from the Duelist line, being able to just make sure that you can keep things like your cast, your Bastion, nice and secure.
Are you a bigger fan of Vendetta as I am in these comps, especially with Mauga?
I really do like the Vendetta, yeah. I think especially with like that buff that she received where they increased the reach of overhead, it was already insane. Like 2 meters is a whole lot of distance for a character who's mostly melee. But then you add another half a meter on top of that, and the kite potential to be able to try and escape away from a Vendetta becomes much harder, especially because like if we are going to be seeing the Ana become that staple, right? Ana's positioning, the mobility, is attached to the cat. Once the cat has been able to drop the Ana off into that position, the Vendetta will be able to quite easily go and hunt the Ana down.
Yeah, you need to hit the sleep, and even if you hit the sleep, you're probably dead anyway. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And then you're not using offensive nades, using defensive ones, and it all kind of falls apart from there. Big Cuffer fan in the audience too, man.
Well, the desk were Cuffer fans as well.
Everybody's a
apparently.
Cuffer fan, okay. Ex-GK player, of course, Cuffer.
Oh, that's okay.
Son. Okay, he's ready. We're ready. Samoa starting right now. JD Gaming versus SSG. First game for both teams here in the stage 2 LAN. OWCS Midseason Championships. We knew it was going to be a tough one for a lot of teams. A whole lot more teams than there were in Tokyo too. So a whole lot more surprises in store.
I mean, do JD Gaming go for the Mauga now that they've been banned away from the Lucio? And as we said, Bellas Rhea tends to be the Mauga player for JD Gaming, and he is not starting. So it looks like they've pivoted away from it, as Quark will be starting off on that Ramatra. Yeah, not the Domina, not the same level of being able to hold and secure these chokes the way that we saw Domina use previously. The Ram rundown potential as we get Kiriko Cat instead of the Ana, as Sugar Free shows the flexibility and goes for the Xion.
The Xion's just been so strong, and despite how many small changes, the character's still going to be good. And with Monk playing the Ana, look at how far he has to play away. Look at how much distance he has to create himself.
Lethal on the Ashe too will be really problematic for JD Gaming's Bastion Cat to have to try to deal with. That hit scan being able to put so much pressure.
Nice early Suzu actually forces Pineapple off of the line. Lethal has to look to the sky though. Did he think Pineapple was not kind of hanging around there? Not sure what Lethal was up to. They've already lost a player and they lost the point.
Yeah, now you don't have that Ashe, you don't have the point, so JD Gaming can just look for the fly-through pressures with Pineapple when Space Station have 0 angles to actually be able to lay down against the Bastion. Lethal swaps onto the cast to be able to deal against both the Tracer and the Cat Bastion.
Wow. Complete comp swap up here for SSG. Hawk, Diva, Sugar Free, Tracer now. So there's going to be a whole lot more pressure on to Monk. Hopefully Lethal can kind of tag out Pineapple or Mewtwo.
He's looking for it already. You can see Pineapple not there though. Roxy doing a very good job of scouting out the cast and just sitting in his face with the defense matrix.
I like how quick and clean they were swapping things up, not staying on things too long either.
Yeah.
That kind of false hope of like, oh, maybe we can get things done with ults. Mewtwo down, and now Monk has to fend for himself, and Ultraviolet and Sugar Free turning him to mincemeat. Headfirst in the surfboards there for Sugar Free, however, gets taken down by Pineapple, but it shouldn't really matter. And this is what this SSG comp does so well. The supports are being played so spread for JDG, meaning they're very vulnerable.
Yeah, and Space Station going for those really fast swaps, right, did not allow JD Gaming to be able to build up to the nano boost to be able to overcome the new composition that Space Station flex onto. As poor Roxy has to go all the way back to spawn just to pick up a new mech, and Mewtwo's already being pressured when the Diva's not there to be able to peel. High Noon from Lethal over the top. JD Gaming not able to protect the cat.
Oh, yeah, Mewtwo already dead, and yeah, oh, the classic And this is just going to happen so damn much. And what do you have to kind of deal with that? It's Roxy with the defense matrix. He ends up killing Admiral, but Kaneki's dead, and the point still controlled.
Yeah, Kaneki went all the way around, tried to go for the pressure of the back cap so that JD Gaming got some breathing space to be able to pilot this Bastion back into position, but Space Station, now that Lethal set up defensively, will not allow that cap Bastion free reign.
Yep, here we go. There's the sleep on the Diva. Now they're going to try and box Hawk in. Has got self-destruct though, so has to pop it. Can they chase down the baby Diva? Pineapple trying to hold the defenses though, making sure they can surround Hawk again, who has managed to pick up a health back and is still alive in the fight. A nano boost goes on to Pineapple as he tries to look for Bix. A nade's going to finish off Hawk's mech again as JD Gaming are going to be able to hold on to this. Monk being airlifted to safety, but Lethal with a sharp shot takes down Monk and Pineapple. U2 also bites the dust. Flip comes through from JD. They're up to 53%.
Yeah, Sugar Free just not able to tag onto that point to be able to stall it, but JD Gaming, without the backline up, just don't have the sustainability to stand up to Space Station. Squishy's coming back and flipping the point right back.
Surely this doesn't get anybody.
Surely
dodged.
Not.
One more? No, that wasn't going to happen. Lethal was in the sky as well. Like, come on, that's not going to happen, is it?
Well,
Sugar
he'll
Free
be
with a
back
whole
in
spot.
the sky soon. Sky Noon's about to come through.
Yeah, Mewtwo has got a kidnap as well, or a catnap. They're waiting for it. They're dipping in. Here we go. Pineapple in the backline already, and Lethal just hounded down. They knew the Sky Noon was coming. They jumped on him before he could even get it off. Nice defense mage just going to keep the Bastion alive. Pineapple still oh so low, though. Look at the peel from Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo doing such a good job when Lethal's out of just being able to leave Pineapple to his own devices to be able to just keep healing him with things like that per. As JD Gaming approached the 80% mark, Monk not going to have that nano boost to enable Pineapple. If Kaneki can get a pulse bomb, a huge ask, given that Ultraviolet is on the Kiriko and Hawk the Diva, so Defense Matrix and Suzu. Plus, Lethal's just not going to be a target for it since he's up in the sky with Admiral, looking for the Sky Noon.
Looking for it, waiting. And Roxy knows, of course. Like, you see the Cassidy in the skies. I mean, fishy is going on. But how long does Roxy pay attention to Lethal? Because he's got 4 other players to look at as well. Well, there's the Sky Noon. Oh, Kaneki. Wrong place, wrong time, my son. Lethal does end up paying for his sins, though. So they end up trading DPS with JD still in control. Decent pressure from Hawk, but he is also low. April pushed out of the picture as Mewtwo continues to make sure the point is held. Both cats traded. Roxy with a self-destruct on the point. Hawk having to use his as Monk keeping the rest of the team topped up. Baby Diva taken down by Roxy, and that is the point to JD.
Oh, Sugar Free's not able to touch. Roxy with the zoning self-destruct. And JD Gaming, like, they're so close to the nano boost. You get the nano boost onto the Bastion, it becomes so much harder for Space Station to be able to contest directly into that space. Not required. They're just able to deal so quickly with Lethal. Like, this was the turning point here, when they jumped on the Cassidy before Deadeye was available, before they had to play reactive to the angle that the cat could provide. When they started going for first turn instead of trying to react to Space Station, they felt the most comfortable.
Keep the vibes high, keep the vibes strong. SSG down around, but they still got close to a victory in that first one.
Well, it's Mauga time. No more honest Overwatch. You drop one
So back.
and you go for Hawk on Mauga to be able to just play full sustainability. That being said, though, Monk on the Ana, as long as you don't get hit by the Stomp, if you get the anti onto Hawk, that's so detrimental for the Mauga self-sustain. Like, that will force Ultraviolet to have to save Suzu.
Oh, it's not going to hit those. Okay, manages to get the nade. Oh, good sleep on the cat. Admiral surely dead. Pineapple, though, slipped over the edge on the Bastion. Okay, SSG get the cap. And Monk, like you mentioned, very safe on that high ground, so Sugar Free forced to kind of pay attention to him. I want to know what happened to Pineapple there.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened for Pineapple to get diced off of the map like that. Since Space Station, like, they're not really running something outside of the Mauga Stomp that can stun him, as Lethal's just doing a little bit of poke damage, trying to build up that first Deadeye of the round to be able to hold down the point in the face of the amount of pressure that JD Gaming can have with the Bastion. Kaneki actually swapping onto the Reaper now that the Mauga's in play.
Lethal in trouble again, look at that, but instantly Cardiac Overdrive popped and everybody clumps together. Pineapple unable to get the kill onto the Cassidy. Ultraviolet does go down, so Avril the only one healing at this point. Sugar Free, just unfazed though, still in the front line, just trying to punish anybody overextending, but it's actually Avril that falls. SSG now down another support. It's Ultraviolet's time to kind of teleport back, but it should be JD Gaming capping the point.
Yeah, JD Gaming being able to pick up Admiral. Do not have to worry about Lethal's Deadeye when the cat is detached. So Flip comes through, Monk just lifted into a more defensive position to guard against the Mauga Stomp, since you do have to worry about the Pulse Bomb intrusion from Sugar Free. The Space Station will have unmatched Kitsune Rush fairly quickly, but the real thing that opens up the space for them, yet again, it's the Deadeye.
Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, the Bastion's gonna get nanoed as well. Defense Matrix needs to run out, and Lethal held that to the very final moment. No Defense Matrix, no nano resistance there either. Is gonna save you from that. A good little catnap onto Hawks though might be enough for JD Gaming to stay alive in this fight. Plus Monk
Roxy
being undeterred too, just completely free in the backline to heal up Roxy.
Roxy keeps self-destruct as well, right? If you're down your cat, if you're down your Ana, potentially you have to burn the self-destruct to be able to hold on to that point. Now you have it to be able to disrupt the potential of the cage or the Russian space station.
They're gonna go quick. Ultraviolet want to turn this one with this rush. They managed to cat out JD Gaming though with this cage, a perfectly timed one, and Silver Bullet Connection takes down Pineapple.
Good pickup onto Roxy as well in Baby Diva form, so no remake, which means less stall potential for JD Gaming. 64% they will be able to pick up, but now they have to play fully into retake yet again when they have zero space, and Pineapple is going to opt off of the Bastion onto the Sojourn.
Not so fast.
Kaneki. All right, well, they got a Death Blossom. It's not going to be set up with anything too free though, with the cage being used in that last fight from Hawk. But as if a nano from Monk can maybe even set up Kaneki to force out this mount. Already taking a lot of damage. His Hawk ends up just dashing away though, no problem. Here's the High Noon. Lethal swinging in. Everybody taking cover now. Oh, Mewtwo doesn't quite end up going down there. The defense mage is good enough to help him stay up. Same can't be said though for the rest of the team, as they're forced to go for a reset, but without any time left. It's up to Kaneki to touch. Maybe Roxy, but they've just not got any bodies left.
Catnap
Little
here.
boop. Roxy, Focus Fire, there's the catnap. I mean, there's just no chance for him to stay up here. Kaneki's gonna have to come up with a miracle, but it might not happen. A teleport onto the point and nano boost onto Mewtwo of all people. Okay, now Lethal under a lot of duress. A Pulse Bomb eliminates Kaneki before the Death Blossom could even be used. A dragging of the Mauga, but unsuccessful in his endeavor. Mewtwo falls, and that'll be the round. SSG tied things up.
Yeah, it's just dominoes. The fact that you use the catnap to just force Roxy off of the point, so when the DMAC comes out, the Baby Diva's not on point stalling, which then in turn forces Kaneki to have to burn the Wraith form to be able to hold the point down.
That was Mewtwo's fault.
Yeah, that
was Mewtwo.
That's how Pineapple was tossed off of the side of...
You know he's screaming in the comms in that one.
Oh, yeah.
Liv, go up, please.
But yeah, no, just really good opportunity there from Sugar Free, identifying without Ray Form, there is no way for Kaneki to be able to live that Pulse Bomb attachment, so you shut down the Death Blossom before it can be the clutch factor that JD Gaming are looking at. As we go all the way to downtown, Hawks sticking with the Mauga. Pineapple, though, off of the Sojourn, back onto the Bastion for the flyby.
Oh, it's just so scary watching Lethal on this, though. The Silver Bullet, it's got changed recently, too, but he's still managing to hit him. Mewtwo already very low. A good stun grenade as well. I mean, yeah, this fight's over. This is so sad.
The moment you get behind that Diva mech and you get the flashbang on top of him, like, there's just no boosters. Mech just, boom, evaporated within the first moment. Without that mech, you just don't have the means to be able to stand up to the sheer sustain and damage that the Mauga and Cass can output, and yeah, you have no choice, you have to match it. But as we've said, JD Gaming, when they played Mauga before, they looked the most uncomfortable.
All right, they're going to try and just swing Pineapple into a good spot. Roxy on the Mauga, so going to mirror versus Hawk. Still going to be tough, though, to get through Lethal, who's already in the sky with this Deadeye. I mean, that is just gross. Ends up going down anyway, but Pineapple was dropped into the backline with no support, no munitions, no nothing. And then Sugar Free, he can just do the rest. No issue. Shut down, though, by Kaneki as I keep calling players deaths. Whoops a daisy. Sorry, SSG. All good, though. You're going to win the fight anyway.
Yeah, the moment you get Mewtwo and Pineapple's attached to him, like, it's so much easier for Space Station to be able to complete the kill onto the Bastion and follow up, especially with Monk now on the Kiriko, as we get Artillery Strike from Pineapple, trying to create some space for JD Gaming to set Roxy up on the front line so that Pineapple now gets to play around the cover of tower.
Be taking infinite damage as soon as I step foot on the point. Mewtwo's pretty low. Sugar Free looking for some, but he's got a pulse in his hands too. Takes a headshot from Monk, but it's actually Roxy that we needed to look at there. Already down. Kaneki, though, with the Death Blossom successful this time around, though, is Sugar Free again. He's just picking these comps apart. Just the ability to stay alive like that on the Tracer and being completely ignored, it's just a dream come true for him there as he wins the fight for the team and puts themselves in final fight territory too at 80%.
Yeah, and look at the ults that Space Station Gaming have. Like, Pineapple's forced to swap yet again, which means that you're totally resetting all of that charge, and Space Station are about to hit all 5 ultimates to just cash out within one fight.
Oh, here it is. There's the rush. There's the cage. Roxy in trouble, getting heals from Monk. The Catnap tried to come through, but a quick Suzu is going to make sure Hawk stays up and active in the fights. Pineapple does kill Lethal, but, you know, this 4 ult advantage from SSG, you're thinking it's an easy fight, but not to be. JD Gaming just overwhelmed them. I don't know how you messed that one up.
Well, JD Gaming will have to deal with the flyby of the Cassidy Deadeye. It's the one ultimate that Space Station were able to hold on to. But they've got so many opportunities to just run away from it now as Lethal's trying to set up shots. Gets grabbed up here by Admiral. This is the thing that JD Gaming have to watch out for, but so far all the cast can see is the Malga on point.
Fine by me. Keep shooting Roxy. Force some CDs out of Monk, out of Mewtwo.
Leopold's left side flanking.
Trying. There he goes, up to the sky. There's the Deadeye. Everybody's going to try and run away now. Cardiac Overdrive here for Roxy. He's going to keep him up for the moment, but look at Mewtwo. Oh, Lethal. There's just nowhere he can run, and now no Catnap available either. A teleport, a flashbang. Kaneki is going to hit the shift, and Wraith walk away. But another mutual stun there onto Roxy, forces him down and out. No cage, no nothing left on the point for JD Gaming. There's the flip from Sugar Free and SSG. A pulse bomb, Kaneki Wraith walks, but still has to get to the point. Sure, a kill's good enough, but where's the touch? A teleport to the back line, but Hawk signs his death warrant as the rest of JD Gaming try and get a final touch as SSG breathe a sigh of relief as they claim the first map.
Okay, Space Station, first map picked up for an international series. They will not go mapless this tournament, but it came close, Jack. There were moments where JD Gaming really looked like they had the read, especially when we got to see them on beach, being able to deal with the Cat, with the Cass. The difference on that last fight, though, of Downtown, they had ults, they just did not get to use them. Like, the amount of pressure, I love the fact that you're okay with just using the flyby of that Deadeye to put the pressure onto the Cat, to take away the potential of the Catnap so you don't have that disruptive pressure of pulling away the Malga in the fight halfway through. And you also put so much more pressure on Monk being the only support alive on the Kiriko. That means that your Suzu, your teleport, it's all working overtime. Everything that you do to try to save your team only puts yourself into more danger.
And also you can't then lift your Bastion up, get him into a position where he can succeed. You're not quite set up for the same level of success. Let's have a look where we go next.
That's a Peps fan right there.
There's a lot of Peps fans. I've been seeing them. A lot of jerseys out there. Almost a sea of them at this point.
Yeah, where do we go next? And do JD Gaming try to remove things like the Cassidy?
I wouldn't hate it.
I would not hate the Cass ban. Like, it feels like Space Station, so much of their issues, they were just able to sidestep because Lethal had ult and was being towed up by the Cat. Like, oh, we lost a fight, we have to play into retake, we have no way of just creating space other than using our Cass ultimate. Gee, let's just do that times 5. Is essentially how they play all of their retakes.
Lethal is a hard hit scan player too. Little flexibility there, of course. Would love to play.
Sometimes the Hanzo
yeah,
that
sure.
we get on maps like King's Row.
Little Cass, little Ashe, little Widow if we're treated so well. hey, maybe some of that we got Junkertown. Just saying.
We do.
Just saying.
Wow, to have Ana and Widowmaker back in meta? So weird
Surely
to
not.
see. I mean, yeah. Meta is probably taking it too far when talking about Widow, when you weigh up the rest of
You could
the
say
spell
meta for the
yeah.
map. I think that's as far
Yeah,
as you
meta.
get.
Niche,
Yeah.
shall we say. Potential circumstantial value is what we will attach. Bella's Ray is probably being subbed in here as we see Roxy walk away. And I think this is actually a good choice from JD Gaming, because one thing that Space Station were able to do really well versus JD was force them onto the Mauga. And as we talked about, even before that map started, when you look at that performance within their own region playoffs, when they wanted to play Mauga, Roxy was just not comfortable. More flexible on things like the Diva and the Sigma and the Ramatra, but not at all comfortable on the Mauga. And I think since Mauga is just not going to be a target ban at this point, because Space Station more than happy to just leave it in so Hawk can play it and excel past JD, you want to have Bella's Rhea just in case you have to play more into the Mauga depths.
Main man on the screen just there. Sugar Free a minute ago. Him and Lethal. I mean, look at the stage that they had. That stage was just so clean, and that's crazy to think about too, because they went to Tokyo, didn't get a single map win, and then they come in stage 2, completely dominate. And what they've been saying in the interviews after those matches was, look, we just changed everything up.
Yeah.
We changed how we approach the game. We changed how we scrim. We changed how we just think about situations, and it has worked so well. It's like this is a brand new team, like straight up.
Taking losses can be really motivational for teams, right?
The most motivated they've ever been after Tokyo. I mean, honestly, yeah, I am not
it's a
in a
hard
position to
blow
disagree.
to go to an international tournament. The devs were talking about the fact that when we looked at the formation of this team within the NA region, people were putting them first. We were trying to work out, like, between Space Station and Dallas Fuel, who will take first seed for NA. A lot of people thought it would be Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I can't remember the predictions for that finals, like from the audience and whatnot. I'll try and look it up, because that was a very much expected, well, I think I heard Fuel, actually. But I think everybody else was on the side of SSG, just how dominant they were. I mean, Fuel, obviously, we know they are an extremely strong team, and clearly the height of pressure there in the finals, they're able to sneak it away from SSG. But honestly, if you're Space Station at that point, like, you qualify as soon as you make it the upper bracket.
Yep.
So you're like, well, okay, sure, it was great to win. Of course it is. Everybody wants to come first place in their region. But then you just concentrate more on preparing for an international stage. And yes, we had a patch, of course, but it wasn't to the point where everything was
like
mixed
Cat's
up.
still
Yeah, it's
very
still good.
much one of the best supports at
Exactly.
being able to set up the rest of your heroes. Cat Cass was already being played. Cat Bastion was already being played. Mizuki's still around, though we haven't seen that much of him so far today, as it seems like the Cat coming in forces you to have to play things like the Ana or the Kiriko alongside it. If Mizuki is in play, it's mostly the Kiriko. Sometimes we get a little bit funky with it, and we've been seeing some pairings of Mizuki Juno that the CN teams have been liking to play around with on maps like Circuit, but mostly on attack as opposed to defense, to just be very much aggressive, rolling forward, trying to take all of the tempo from your opponents, not giving them the opportunity to be able to breathe. As for JD Gaming, like, looking at the ban draft, I really do think that the cast ban would be the best here, because it would protect Bella's Reyes Mauga, right? If you're going for a substitution, it does send a quite obvious message of what you're going to be trying to run your composition with. So unless JD Gaming have been cooking something up totally down key,
little Root?
be seeing, Root 66. Wow, it's been a while since we saw this map.
I did see that
in play
sign, by the
too.
way. Do it for PG, sugar-free, XPG with a little heart. I love that.
Okay, so
Winston
no
Cat ban.
cast ban. Winston and Cat. Yeah, Bella's Raya actually played a fair bit of Winston in the past as well. He was one of the staple Winston players.
He is the dive guy.
He is the dive guy. This does mean that we still have the Diva available if you want to be able to play that dive. We do have Mauga still in play, but we don't have Mauga dive available because Jetpack Cat was actually
What a horrible
the ban.
sentence you just uttered. Mauga dive.
Hey, look, it's a thing, okay? Teams are
You're wrong.
going to have to accept, like, if you're going up against the CN teams, particularly if you're going up against all gamers, tomorrow you're going to have to be prepared for the Mauga dive.
All right. Cass available. Sugar-free. Tracer. Christopher on your screen. Of course, he was the one that was mainly speaking for the team in those interviews, saying, look, we did change it a whole lot. And I can imagine that smile isn't going anywhere just yet for SSG. Now, Bellasria, I can see a little bit wreckable here on
true.
Route 66. It is a map, though, historically, especially on first, where you're thinking you can just play Ram, you can play Mauga, you can just play on this corner. And then also, if they want to flex it up a little bit, you know, Hawk can just sit on the Diva. He's not going to complain. I've never known Hawk to complain.
No. He's always happy when he gets to play that Diva, and the Diva ban was exhausted very early on as well. So we will have to see what exactly a tank rotation will be. I feel like for this one, the starting composition will not be the same as the ending composition. There's going to be a fair few changes that these teams will be going with, and I feel like Space Station Gaming just had the better changes when it came to being able to deal with JD Gaming.
It would be massive spice if Lethal actually picked up Ash. Ash is really good on first. Just
we did see him play it first fight of Beach before swapping to the Casty, because it was sort of like that realization of, okay, no, I just need to be able to instantly put the pressure on the Cat so we can try and drop the Bastion while also being able to deal with the Tracer, constantly biting at our flanks.
Bellasria looking like he's set up and ready to go. Sugar-free little pep talk. God, we got to get some of these listenings during these little bits of down periods. I know we've done a couple before, so give me some more. Give me some more.
See, is it the competitive JD Gaming who were able to keep up with WBG, where in the upper finals they were actually able to pull 2 maps away? Or is this the JD Gaming where within the grand finals they only picked up 1 map?
It is funny looking at the last stage, or the last couple of stages for China. It's been a 3-region team with Weibo just being on top. But AG and JD Gaming, they have been trading places. Like, they've been swapping second to third. Like, this is the kind of push up, the, hey, we can take maps. We can't quite take the region in first place against Weibo. They're still too good. And I'm excited to see how China does. I mean, even despite what we saw from AG a little bit earlier, I think China still need to breach that wall. It feels like they've been just ramming their heads against for the last couple of years. I mean, even when they came back into the OWCS circuit, it was a 1-region. It was a 1-team region with Weibo. Or once again, obviously.
Well, it sort of feels like a lot of our regions were like that, though. When you look at how dominant Twisted Minds were for the longest time within...
And then Toronto Defiant in first year as well.
And then Toronto Defiant.
There was always one, but then
NA,
that gap
but
has
now
closed.
the gap's totally closed.
Yeah.
Like, you look at all of the different regions. Actually, you look at Korea. Korea's probably one of the best examples when you look at our Asia teams. Because it's just been, like, Zeta and Crazy Raccoons just trading places multiple times. Zeta have looked on top, Crazy Raccoon looked on top at Champions Clash, Zeta came back stage 2. And then you look at EMEA and we were like, okay, Twisted Minds, not just one of the best, like, the best team within EMEA for the longest time, literally title holder from 2025.
World champs, yeah.
World champs, beat all of the regions. And then you look at the proximity of the rest of the teams within stage 2 for EMEA. We've got GK pushing out Twisted Minds. We've got a map 7 for our grand finals. It's been so much closer. The same thing's occurring for NA. A lot of these teams, like, the gaps between everyone is totally closed up.
Here we go. Route 66. SSG up a map already in this first to 2. Ban priority for the other side. And we see a Winston ban, and we see the cap being taken off the table. SSG forcing Velasri onto something else, and it's going to be the hazard for defense. And another pick that's been picking up a little bit of steam as well has been the Emray, as Pineapple locks it in for defense.
I mean, the scope is still insane. Being able to scope and still have access to full mobility. Plus, I know they've nerfed some of the sustainability on Siphon Blaster. 80% was insane on release from Lifesteal, but he's still one of the best ways of being able to survive the close quarters fights, as well as early wall from Belisray. Plays a little bit of havoc to Lethal's line of sight on the Widow, as so far he's only seeing the tank. No one from JD Gaming is going to peek the Widow early. So Space Station already off to the races. Point starting to move.
Slow comp as well. No Lucios. Admiral switching over to the Mizuki. On the escort maps, I think Mizuki's perfectly well positioned. Saw a lot of that on Circuit Royale and
for the hazard, right? If Belisray tries to get aggressive, and he's always been a very aggressive player, if he goes too far away from his team, he's just getting chained.
Already just one-shotting there. I mean, Lethal had to back up, went really low. But this is where the pressure really mounts for JD Gaming too, with Hawk just permanently on point.
Yeah, Hawk hit by the anti, Ultraviolet, expending the Suzu. There's the dive from Belisray that just takes full railgun charge.
Yeah, Hawk not quite there to follow that up. Actually gets slept, naded too. He's going to be able to get out, no issue. No need for a Suzu from UV.
Good stall from JD Gaming. This is actually buying back the time that they had to spend early, respecting the Widow, and it actually allows Pineapple to find a hit off nade onto Admiral.
Okay, sure thing, no problem. Quick reset. Ultraviolet healing up Hawk. The most is for the team. Look at that, 90% already on the rush. That's pretty scary. Although actually getting good use of that could be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like it's just both of these teams building up ults, and then once they have an ult, then they'll push for it. Like Ultraviolet, unmatched rush that JD Gaming will have to respect, unless Pineapple is able to hit Living Weapon at the same time.
Very possible, he's 4% away. Sugar Free forced to recall early, now going to the tunnel and picking up that mega health pack.
Oh, he's nano boost for it too, as well.
Possible. It's going to be Belisray against the nano. There is the rush. Belisray up on the high ground already as Monk ends up going down to Lethal's railgun headshot. Belisray up on the high ground now, almost getting a kill instantly there. No follow-up from Kaneki by the looks of things, but a direct hit from Pineapple ends up killing Lethal. Still now Hawk, and the sustain from SSG is something that JD Gaming are not going to be well equipped to actually deal with. Belisray is super low, has to back off, receives a pack, picks up the mini. There is a rally, but the payload is still moving.
Yeah, payload comes to a stall just now with the rally from Mewtwo, pushing JD Gaming into Space Station.
Not quite. Ends up going wide there, and there is the anti, meaning Hawk cannot stay in the fight. Stall power here is crazy. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here for SSG.
This is dangerous for Space Station too, right? Admiral won't be able to find a whole lot of value with the Sanctuary unless it's directly on top of the point. Since it's static, you're looking at Lethal being able to be the clutch factor with that overclock, since JD Gaming don't have a great response to it. I saw the Belisray just slamming down the downpour.
Oh, it's go time again. Lethal. That's the second time he's picked off Monk in a row. Oh, with Pineapple dead, surely it's all over now. Yeah, SSG.
No one marked the angle. Ooh, is the crazy thing. Like, Lethal's totally exposed out on the side lane with the overclock. And no one from JD Gaming is scouting out the Sojourn's position. So when they're trying to fall back to the point, no one is able to stay away from Lethal's crossfire.
That literally was the second time he did that.
Yeah, second time too.
Swinging around wide angle.
It's rough for JD Gaming now too to be able to escape out of the reaches of this high ground, since Admiral now will have that Sanctuary in position to be able to defend against the damage from Pineapple.
Downpour for Belisray on top of gas. A lot of players from SSG currently grouped up here. Kaneki's going to provide a little bit of backup as Hawk tries to go in. There's the cage, straight onto Mewtwo. Downpour does. It's a good connection as well. Hawk gets walled off, and the rest of the team of the Sanctuary's going to come in just in time. SSG completely deny Belisray's downpour and shut down by Admiral.
Yeah, Space Station continue moving, and they've got good ultimates to keep up that pace within the next fight. Rush, overclock, good starting positions for Lethal to be able to just farm shots off. JD Gaming, yes, will have the nano boost to try to push on forward. It all comes down to Pineapple. Overclock has to be the turning factor for JD Gaming to slam the brakes on Space Station.
What can this nano boost do from Monk? He's 5% away, but Ultraviolet's got the rush first. Bellasaria trying to create space. Pineapple 2 on that high ground. Nano boost, they're desperate to build this one up. Someone needs to take some damage. Eventually, Pineapple's going to take a tickle in there, meaning the Nano boost is now online. Nano on Pineapple with the OC, looking for bodies, looking for heads, looking for Summit. Ultraviolet goes down, a double tap from Pineapple. 2 dead already. Make that a third.
Make that 4. Pineapple clears up Hawk, and JD Gaming finally get the stall that they're looking for. The issue is, how long will it truly be stalled? Space Station still have an overclock of their own. Sugar-free a pulse bomb for JD Gaming to constantly have to worry about, and Hawk moving on to that Diva as well. Now has the mobility to slide up to the vertical and put pressure on Pineapple.
What can Sugar Brawn do with the pulse? They have double DPS ult, in fact, as Lethal. They're checked on this high ground now. They're going to make him get off the angle, but it's Monk that falls prey to him anyway. Hawk was right next to him too, pushing him into a spot where Lethal had a clean shot. Dancing around his Pineapple, a good time. Suzu's going to keep Lethal alive, and now carrying in the corner. Mewtwo finishes him off with a kunai headshot with 45 seconds to go. You got to touch though, you got to touch the point! JD Gaming hit with a fat C9. SSG sneaked that one away. It's
mistakes like that, right? Mistakes like not being able to defend versus Space Station just taking a point. Bellasaria marking the Sojourn with ult, but still losing one of your supports to the overclock angle because you just don't manage to coordinate your drop. Now we head to third. JD Gaming yet again having to rely on ults to be able to overcome Space Station's previous setups.
They're going to have to play really forward here. Forward momentum is so important on this point. Use this rush, but this point especially, you can get away, you can escape. Not from Pineapple, however. Lethal dead. Switch overs, a small switch here for SSG as they go on to the Xion instead.
They catch Monk, which means that JD Gaming don't have Ana for this fight. Space Station, though, also losing Ultraviolet. Another trade from Sugar-Free. Onto Mewtwo. He's just get another one in the backline. He's got a pulse bomb built up as well.
Yeah, Hawk's right here with him too, with his self-destruct. You can keep staying around.
No one was on point the whole time too. Space Station was picking up momentum.
Okay, Kaneki. Little 1v1 there versus Sugar-Free. Manages to force the recall. Pulse bomb for both Traces now. Who can make the hero play? Looks like Ultraviolet's under a little bit of duress. Has to Suzu himself as Bellasaria now in trouble. 5-man sound barrier. Pulse from Sugar-Free as well. Bellasaria shrugs it off though. Nano on board for JD Gaming. But can they live up to this? Because there's now a rush. Space Station just piling these ults on top of JD Gaming. And the dam is broken. Kaneki goes down. Hawk sleeping, but only just for a moment as Pineapple clings to life. 50 HP and a snipe onto Sugar-Free. Make sure he stays alive.
JD Gaming trying to hold that ground. OT's about to hit. Space Station down the Tracer.
The downpour.
There goes the downpour. JD, they won't give Space Station any ground. No chance to regroup.
10 seconds to go too. Pineapple gets a double. That downpour connects with both supports. Sugar-Free's going to get another touch on the point. A quick recall there is going to be good. And Lethal has got the spree. They just need another touch, but they can't quite get there. JD Gaming defend on third.
Oh. That was dicey. That was not at all clean. First point, letting Lethal through the same angle, the same flank twice, once with ultimate, so detrimental. Same thing happens on second, despite one person literally being assigned watch versus the Sojourn. Moments like this where like Bellasaria's downpour totally shut down, eclipsed by the use of Mauga Cage paired with Sanctuary so that you can't give any resources to the Hazard, follow through on the opportunity that your tank has been able to set up, but they were able to win enough fights. Pineapple with the clutch nano boost overclock, buying stall time, which meant when we headed to third, they were able to prevent the full push. But it's been dicey, it's been close, it's been scrappy, and too many times Space Station, it feels like, are just in positions JD Gaming cannot allow. Sugar-Free on the backline through third, catching kills onto Mewtwo should not be happening.
Stats don't really look that much either from Sugar-Free. I don't think his impact is really felt if you look at his current scoreline, because yeah, I 100% agree. Being able to force out CDs or even
like Tracer, Winston,
push Monk away.
It's so hard to actually tally up the amount that those heroes can do when you only look at stats, because it doesn't show the attention, the amount of players who are having to turn and deal, the resources that you're lacking on frontline. As well, nasty angle from Pineapple.
Whoops.
Totally denied the opportunity from shooting at someone, as Hawk Shield is just right there.
Yeah, we didn't see that grapple, don't worry.
What grapple?
Exactly. Lethal on a bit of a favourite here. The Freya.
And Admiral on the Wuyang as well. Like, there's so much poke damage from Space Station side as they now turn to defense, just wanting to put the pressure onto JD Gaming so that they don't get any angles to be able to walk this Tracer and Xion onto Space Station's back line.
Hawk could hold this angle for so long on the Sigma 2 against Bellisria. Nice little wall behind him though. They maybe, just maybe have caught him out, but the heals from Ultraviolet and Admiral are just too much.
But Admiral had to
killing Admiral Shorb, and Monkey actually also picks up another kill, so this is looking a little bit scarier for SSG than one maybe first anticipated. JD Gaming are going to walk on this one now as Hawk has to pedal back.
I mean, Bellisria actually swaps onto the Hammond since JD Gaming have been able to identify the opportunity that they've given, which would swiftly close as Space Station were able to regroup. Hawk taken out of the fight late means that Space Station, the backline's back, but there's no front line.
The vehicular manslaughter with the bike. Hawk can't get caught out like that. I like Bellisria on the Wrecking Ball. This is a very vintage Bellisria look.
Where does this nano boost go from Monk is the question. Onto Bellisria potentially as we get the bowler from Lethal to try to put some form of pressure onto this point. Space Station have to walk. Well, that's Cap.
No follow-up though. There's the nano, and Monkey knew he was dead, so had to use it. It's going to be onto Mewtwo. There's the rally. And he stays alive too. A good bash. And Sugar Free, I think, died to his own pulse. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank for JD Gaming.
Well, nano boosted Brigitte rally. That lives in so many players' nightmares. As JD Gaming, very fast first take. Potentially very fast momentum through second as well, now that Bellisria can just play to disrupt Space Station's walk. There's so many ultimates too to try to make a play for that retake. You're looking at both support ults, but right now Bellisria is just looking at keeping Space Station boxed out of the fight.
Bellisria really wanting to earn mines there. He's got 99%.
Oh, they lost Monk.
Oh, well, that's not good. I can tell you that for free. Lethal, little bit of pressure. Shouldn't be too much. The Ultraviolet can't heal though. There's the mine. Hawk trying to get some semblance of space, but a good wrap here from Mewtwo on the stairs. Just bashes Hawk in the back of the head.
Lethal with the bowler shot. Not finding the opportunity as Monk's had enough of being picked early. Goes to
Tidal
Jericho.
Blast from Admiral. Actually puts it onto Sugar Free. Doesn't him trading that though with himself and Bellisria getting a kill. And well, the Wrecking Ball staying alive in these long fights is just not a good look for SSG right now. The spree from Pineapple to get out of dodge, but still picks up a kill onto Lethal. Again, a very scrappy affair with 3 minutes to go. Hawks back in the mix, however, on the Hazard.
Good way of being able to contest the high ground, right? Puts pressure onto Bellisria, doesn't allow Pineapple to be able to sit on the angle and get damage past the tanks onto Space Station squishies.
Bellisria eventually chased off this high ground angle. Looks like a complete reset here for both teams as Lethal fishes for yet another kill. He's got the bowler shot too. Or Pineapple's going to die, surely. There's the dash away so low. Overhealth lucky and a wall there from Hawk to try and snipe Pineapple, but now he's in the wrong side of the fight. Spike guard held up, stays alive, but pushed straight back into the rest of JD Gaming and picked off. A pulse bomb trades for one though. Mewtwo down. Bellisria trying to look for Sugar Free, but he's already out of the fight.
Bellisria is about to have mines up as well as he now takes the high ground, disrupting Admiral's position, splitting the heals totally.
Yeah, mines are going to get deployed on the point too. Hawk's going to come back in just a moment with the downpour. 15% away, but staying alive on the point is going to be game number 1 here, or objective number 1 for SSG.
Mewtwo with the rally as well. Space Station have to fight directly on objective versus that Brigitte. It will be rough to hold that space.
Mewtwo just ran in there solo. Okay, pop the rally, all good. On top of the wall, Hawk is sitting currently. Now he's got the downpour, of course. Mewtwo has to get a kill. Whip shots Admiral out of the sky. The downpour collects the kill onto Hawk, but it's too little too late for SSG. There's JD Gaming with a second point now.
But that was both support ults forced. Mewtwo with the rally to open up the way for JD Gaming to fight the brawl, and then rush to overcome the damage potential of downpour from Hawk. As he now swaps onto that Mauga. Space Station, they want to just have that pressure and the staying power to be able to stall out so many of these fights since almost 3 minutes. Their task was trying to hold their space for JD Gaming to take us to map 3.
Nuvangada missed. Lethal's bowler not really collecting too much there. Oh, double support ult's going to be good for SSG. They use that beat to start off with to counteract this spree from Pineapple.
Still holding that rush as well. JD Gaming, though, they'll be happy with that. Spree exchanged for B. That's one that you take every day of the week, but you don't want to lose players out late. Kaneki falling late in that fight means that Space Station don't have to worry about a Tracer flanking on through. They can purely focus all of their attention at fighting out the lane, gaining value with Ultraviolet's rush as Bellis Raya now goes on to the Mauga to match. But how do you play Mauga into Hawk when he has the rush to be able to set up that cardiac?
See how early they end up popping the rush. There's 2 minutes to go and not exactly too many fights left either. That golden box of victory just so damn close. A lot of damage on to Mewtwo, and yeah, eventually falls. A rush should be what they use to clean up. Ideally not losing anybody, but because your spawns are so close, not too worried about it if there's a trade or two.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Space Station, you want more, right? Since that was your rush. JD Gaming now putting Bellis Raya on the Mauga. There's one fight. They're one fight away from a map 3, and they'll have a Mauga with a rush to pair it with.
And a rally.
For Space Station, yeah, and a rally. Space Station have to be able to get more kills before the fight starts, and
Look at that.
Is there.
Already, Lethal's going to try and take an off angle here, trying to take down Mewtwo, and now there's no rally available. Still a minute to go, though. Cage gets deployed from Hawk, and he's trying to stay alive in the fight, and that healing coming through from Ultraviolet there. Just permanently left-clicking Hawk so he stays above 100 HP. And with only 60 seconds to go, they've managed to hold on to their support ults. But SSG, they're going to go first again.
Yeah, JD Gaming, they had to just grit their teeth. They lost too many players. Now they've got both support ults, but yet again, Space Station pressing that aggression, not letting them sit in the space to use it.
Mewtwo has to dodge this pulse bomb from Sugar Free. He just has to. You know Lenny's going to be looking for it. They're going to rush to start off the fight. SSG, give them space.
They've got beat now from Admiral to be able to last for Ultraviolet to build rush in OT.
I mean, it's almost the perfect combination of ults, the perfect timing of them too. This is the last fight. 20 seconds to go. There's the rally, there's the beat. Sugar Free still looking for this pulse bomb here. The focus fire onto Hawk. He doesn't end up getting stunned there, but Ultraviolet leads this rush. Pulse bomb goes wide as Admiral goes down. Ultraviolet, it's only him left to try and heal up the team. The spree doesn't really get anything there for Pineapple apart from space. But Hawk goes down anyway. JD Gaming picking up that second map as we head into our first map 3 here in mid-season.
Oh, it came so close. Almost a Herculean hold. Almost 4 minutes held on third of Route 66. But JD Gaming, they squeak over that finish line, and we go to map 3. The Bellis Raya sub came in clutch. We talked about the fact that there's a high potential at some part of this map they will be forced to have to lean the Mauga, and that's exactly what they had to do to be able to break their heads through third.
Even on some of their best picks as well, we had the Wu Yang, a very aggressive kind of comp. Not as speedy as something like the Lucio from Admiral, but UV and Admiral, nothing to scoff at. Look at this rush here. Straight on the point. Taiocan, here for it.
I will say, though, there are mistakes from JD Gaming, right? Monk's going down at moments he absolutely should not be. You look at how Space Station played retake on second. They're all boxed up on that high ground. The Lost Red keeping all of them in check. And then somehow your Ana dies. The fact that your Ana dies first, like someone's getting to swing an angle and your Ana's out of position to being the first one caught out by it.
The Chios in the audience, loud and proud. A lot of JD Gaming fans. We saw it earlier, obviously, with the big flag, of course. I think they're sitting right behind us, so we can definitely hear the kind of floor
chants,
rumbling.
yeah.
Now we're going to a map 3.
Uncharted
SSG
territory.
picking. Yeah, for so far, right?
This is not good for Space Station as well, right? When we're looking at this team, you're thinking, okay, if you're one of the best teams contending for that NA title, when you head to the international stage, you don't want on your first day in the first of 2 formats to be dropping maps, because that exposes weaknesses. It means potentially that you have to push into your tools, into your strategies, and reveal your hand before you want it to be shown. And that means that it will then impact the easiness of the rest of the matches that you face. Teams will know if you're pushed to the absolute brink, what will be the things that you have to employ.
I want to delve into the mind of Chris. See what's going up there. I mean, look, guy's been around for a hot minute too. When you think of Legends, you were picking that up at the very start of this series. Christopher too, I mean, look. Ex-London Spitfire, of course, managed to make that legendary Brian comp work with Hadi at the helm in an environment where, like, no other team is doing that. They're playing their own game. And Christopher, a fair amount of accolades to himself. Let's see where they choose to go. Can't pick the escort, can't pick the control.
It's an interesting map pool that we have here for EWC. We've obviously got like all of our flashpoints, Atlas, New Junk City, Suravasa, and all of our push maps, Colosseo, Esperanza. But then you look at Hybrid and you're like, okay, Eichenwald, Paraiso, Neon Junction. One very much less tested, since Neon Junction has been our latest map added to the pool.
When have we seen a Paraiso?
And when was the last time we saw Paraiso? Exactly. It's been so long since it was in the pool, and it's been even longer, it feels like, since it was voluntarily picked.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I cast that map. It's been a long time.
I think for me it was back in 2023.
Yeah, honestly, it feels that long ago as well. Maybe only a couple of years for myself, but...
Oh, it's Atlas.
It's Atlas, okay. No Paraiso sighting just yet. We're going to a flashpoint instead.
Yeah, no shenanigans. I would imagine Bellis Rhea will stay for JD Gaming, since this is, as we said, likely going to be more running of that Mauga, as we'll get the Brigitte ban and the Diva ban here. So yeah, if you want to be running that Mauga, taking away Hawk's Diva, taking away the defense matrix, which directly interferes with the Mauga sustainability by absorbing the shots that he can do, as well as having just like the survivability of, if you get caged, it's okay, you just use self-destruct, you hop back into your second mech, and you just go right about your day. So this is a very impactful ban, and I'm surprised that it took this long to actually come into play.
Yeah, I think with how quick Bellis Rhea wants to play, should be fairly trivial, I think, for SSG. They'll be happy to match that kind of pace, no issue. I think just going to see a little bit Lucio here, a little bit Kiriko, kind of default to the back to Old Faithful. I think with how Lethal plays the cast too.
Yeah.
Again, another point where you're like, you know, we probably, if you're a team, like you probably want to look to ban something like that.
Space Station do like playing very fast. They were one of the few teams for the American playoffs who were able to actually conquer the Rhine composition from Dallas Field that they like to play on their Flashpoint matches of New Junk City. And they did that, yeah, by just being able to play faster, find those kills, force the Rhine to swap off very, very quickly. Hawk's hero pool, fairly deep, could play things like the Matra, potentially the Mauga, to be able to match. Now that the Diva has been banned, we also know that he likes to play a lot of Orisa on maps like Control. But for me, it's going to be like, will Lethal be able to find value on the Cassidy? So
Yes.
it feels
There he
like
is. There's your
for
answer.
JD Gaming, like the whole playstyle is going to be keeping an eye on what Lethal has done. Multiple times, the fight at Space Station 1 were they just invest more ultimates than JD Gaming and win off of that, or their DPS line are able to get away with literal murder. And now that we have these wide, really large maps, that all of our Flashpoint maps are, not being able to keep track of Lethal and Sugar Free could well be the reason that JD Gaming just lose this map.
I want to kind of talk about how, again, maybe the nerves are setting for SSG. Don't want to go down like this again. Being knocked down to lower bracket first. Although JD Gaming, you know, little slip up, I will say, with that C9, you know, at the end of the day. Mistakes happen. Nerves are going to be high on your first series of the day. They can tighten that screw. They might be able to get things popping here in their first series of this tournament. Here we go, though. Atlas, map 3, your first one here at the Midseason Championships. Brigitte ban for SSG and a Diva ban, taking that away from Hawk.
Yeah, forcing him onto that Mauga. JD Gaming, do they try to play this Junker Queen? Or do they go the Mauga to match? They know that Mauga will be coming. Kaneki's already on the Reaper to be able to try to deal with it. As Space Station looking like they want to keep this Kiriko and play for Ultraviolet. Admiral on the Cat to be able to set up Lethal's Deadeyes, but also be able to just get Hawk into really good positions to go put pressure onto JD Gaming's whole team.
Here we go, Bellisria, Hawk. It's a Mauga mirror. With the Cat, though, for SSG, they're not going quick. They're actually just gonna always give up space here to Mewtwo and the rest of the gang who are rocking that Lucio instead.
I mean, Lethal more than happy, right, to take advantage of slow fights as Bellisria has already been able to scout out the Cassidy and just runs at him.
They're going to trade charges here as Bellisri and Hawk kind of swap places. Pineapple takes a headshot, though, as the walking tank that is Lethal ends up just walking forward, just dinking a couple of people. Sugar Free might be able to get this point away for free, too. And not only that, they managed to kill Bellisria as well. So that's having your cake and eating it, too.
Yeah, Pineapple and Bellisria throughout that fight, constantly on critical health. And Sugar Free just takes full advantage, sits on the point, uncontested. Space Station find the cap, which means that the whole time the fight's going on, they're banking point percent, Jack. 30% after the first fight means that JD Gaming have at best 2 more, potentially 1 if this next fight is drawn out, before they see Space Station walk away with the first point.
And I think it will be too. I mean, that stagger among was pretty substantial. Almost up to the exact frame where he can kind of teleport away to Bellisria.
Put so much more pressure on the rush mirror, right?
High noon already. How has he got high noon already? Seriously. Mewtwo goes down, traded for Lethal, sure, but still, you need to get another kill. You need to get this fight won if you're JD Gaming.
Admiral has Catnap, waits out the ray from Kaneki.
Straight onto the Reaper, but quickly dislodged. However, the point is going to get flipped, or not quite, like 1 pixel away. Hawk eventually goes down, though. OT approaching SSG, losing the fight, but they're up to 99.
Yeah, and Space Station have Ultraviolet's rush. JD Gaming backs against the wall. For point percent, Bellisria falling low. Monk panics, invests the rush to be able to overcome that fight. Space Station so much time to play with, and a whole rush to be able to set them up to do it with.
Can and will Mewtwo get this sound barrier off? Do they want to go first? How long do they want to kind of stay around too? Do they want to just wait for SSG to try and make a play? Well, they're going to try. There's the spree in the corridor. Mewtwo with the sound barrier as well. Pineapple takes to the skies, takes care of Ultraviolet. 1 fight left. Oh, it's Lethal. Oh, it gets away.
Oh,
so low.
No. Space Station have Cage Spree combo for this next fight too. JD Gaming invested so much, they only have Cage to be able to counter it. Ideally, if you're JD Gaming, you want to play up, right? Try and cage Space Station, but that runs a risk if you don't get absolutely everyone. Speaking of, Admiral's already backcapping.
Oh, wait, they're levitating. Wait! Monk and Kaneki caught on the other side of the wall. They're levitating in the sky. Easy pickings for Sugar Free and Lethal. A return cage from Bellisria just ends him. A quick demise for JD Gaming as Lethal caps the point. And that is the first one going SSG's way.
it's such a risk for JD Gaming to try to go first with the Mauga cage because it's Space Station anticipated, right? One person just stays away from the Mauga fight, slips off to the point, gets that back cap through, and boom, 99%, you've got the first point on the board. Speaking of, you've got both support ults about to come through for Space Station if this next fight goes long. What you have to worry about if you're JD Gaming right now, though, is Lethal with the Deadeye yet again to hold the space.
Oh, the Sky Noon is just so damn big! Lethal gets 3 from the skies.
Well, with the assist of Hawk as well, like that Mauga slammed onto everyone from JD Gaming. All of them were stunned up. Look at him! There he goes! What a huge slam from Hawk.
Oh, that was marvelous. That's one for the socials. Easy clip and ship.
That allows Space Station to hit both support ults too before Space Station or JD Gaming have an answer.
Yeah, the rush is going to come in. Here comes the countdown from Apple. Not sure who he grabbed, but it doesn't matter. Mewtwo and Pineapple already dead. He doesn't get chased down by Monk, but that shouldn't be enough. Hawk's going dangerously low. A quick Suzu to repair the wounds. Ultraviolet calling for them to back off though. Is Bellasaria? He's going to try and touch point. He ain't going to survive too long though. Forced to reset.
Oh, keep Kaneki up. He makes it out to his team. JD Gaming yet again relying Death Blossom, cage fight. But Space Station, they have to know this is coming. Look at how split they're playing now.
How big is this Death Blossom going to be? Hawk's already trying to get up there. There's the cage. Hawk trapped in here with Kaneki. The Death Blossom just completely denied by that Suzu. Got basically nothing done. I mean, that's SSG getting this point as well.
Yep.
There's the team kill. They haven't got time to get back.
Space Station, they're just playing like Zeta, honestly, at this point. Understanding that JD Gaming are about to hit ultimates, going first and stopping them before they can combo. Forcing out the Death Blossom before it can gain more value paired with Belis Reyes.
Make a quick rotation over to the point first, too. Can't be able to state how important that is, getting positioning first.
Yeah, especially for your cast, right? Lethal has the Deadeye.
They're waiting for Bellasaria to push in. They're waiting for a CD to be popped straight over the top. Surely not again. He's looking for skulls, and Mewtwo falls 99% towards the B2. That's a quick and clean one.
Space Station more than happy as well to let JD Gaming walk this next fight with the Sound Barrier because yet again, double support ult. Rush for Ultraviolet, Catnap Disruption from Admiral.
Mewtwo's beat again has to be just so impactful. Bellasaria's got cage. They've got opportunities to win this fight. Kaneki taking too much damage almost instantly. A good cage and the Sound Barrier. This is a fight they surely can't lose. The rush, though, is making it tough for them to secure this fight. A spree from Sugar Free just finds the flank angle and gets to the bike. The smack upside the head as Monk goes down.
It's just such an early beat that Space Station are able to force with such an early rush, which means it's not there to defend against the spree from Sugar Free, who just waits until he's on top of Pineapple, guarantees the kill onto the Sojourn, so that JD Gaming can't rely on Overclock to win out the fight. And now, last fight territory, they have to have Belis Reyes swap onto the Wrecking Ball just to buy space for Pineapple and Monk's ult to actually gain any sort of value.
Cage Hawk in a couple of moments. They got the Catnap too. A touch has to get here. For JD Gaming, they're going to try and go first. Mewtwo already so damn low. Couldn't even get in the door. Couldn't join the rest of his team.
Body blocked by Catnap.
Bellasaria on the point. Has to get away. Mewtwo already dead. I mean, look, they've got this rush, sure, but when can they actually use it? Pineapple's down. Monk's already gone. And that is going to be that. SSG clean up JD Gaming. A 3-0 on Atlas. And that's a dub on the international stage for SSG.
I feel like that was a requirement as well, right? After that last map where it's like down to the wire and blows are exchanged multiple times on control, where it looked like JD Gaming might be able to walk away with it. Closing out Atlas in such a dominant fashion was pretty much a requirement for us to still have faith for Space Station Gaming.
They got it in them. I've got one more in me. SSG with a dub, a little 2-1 affair. JD Gaming putting up quite a considerable fight, especially on that Route 66. They look very definitive, in fact. I'm excited for China's prospects here, but I think a lot of fans are going to be excited for how well SSG can do at this LAN. Stage 2 was almost a dream come true. I mean, almost a perfect stage. They got beaten by Dallas Fuel in the final, of course, but still a much revived and revitalized team. Now looking to make a large statement.
We saw that potential on Atlas, right? They played so clean. The coordination between Hawk to set up those flyby Deadeyes so that you couldn't just scatter away from line of sight was huge.
Sugar Free, Sugar Brawn, Lenny, whatever you want to call him. He's down on the stage. Let's get a few words with him and Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. Paris, make some noise for SSG and Sugar Free right now. Sugar Brawn. Can I call you that, yeah?
You can call me that, yeah. You can call me Sugar.
Incredible performance. I mean, look, this is a tough group that you're in. Is that how you expected to start things out here in Paris?
Yeah, honestly, I think first match is always going to be a little shaky. It's like, it was a 2-1, but I think we could do 2-0 in the next matches. We should be good.
I mean, they're happy to hear that, that's for sure. Your fans in the building. You come into this after not seeing much, strong performance from NA internationally as of recent years. Do you think that this could be the turning point? And is that a bit of pressure for SSG?
Nah, I don't think we got any pressure, but I'm going to say it every year. NA's getting one trophy, one eventually.
How are you finding it in Paris here so far? It's a long trip out, and then how are you settling in?
Honestly, I have not done anything but played the game and ate food. I'm going to be completely honest.
You're going to need to play that game a lot more because you're coming up against Crazy Raccoon next, the #1 seed. How do you beat them?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. Have you got a message for anybody who might be saying, I don't think SSG can progress so far in this tournament?
Wait, say again? I didn't.
What would be your message to anybody who thinks you can't perform and go far in this tournament?
I mean, I appreciate all of you guys, everyone that's been supporting SSG. You guys are the best, and I hope the best win it all.
Congratulations, man, and best of luck in the next part of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ian Chambers, as we take a look back at some of the big highlights. Johnny, I have a feeling this is not the last time we're going to see Sugar Free on fire.
Yeah, Sugar Free with a great performance to kick off the tournament here for SSG. And what an amazing win this is now. Big relief for them because they avoid a scenario where they have to beat GK or Zeta to advance out of the group. This was a must-win matchup, I gotta say here, Jake, and they came through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this phase, although technically they're not all must-wins, you really don't want to be dropping down and risking your tournament life on game 2. So for SSG, the fact that they can lock up the win is big. The fact that it goes to 3 is, I think, gonna rattle them just a bit, but there's a lot of veteran players on this squad. I wouldn't expect them to let that affect their mental, their perspective here on the tournament.
Can you guys explain the signs in the crowd? What is this Sugar Brawn?
I mean, he's arguably the GOAT of North America. And so, I think it's rightful you can compare him to LeBron,
Going to the 76ers one day. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen, though, from SSG. There was a bit of a weakness, Jake. It was at the end of that game 2, unable to seal the deal. They go to a game 3. Is there areas to clean up on defense? Is it just a one-off map? What happened there?
I mean, honestly, I got to give credit to JD Gaming. They were playing pretty well throughout this series. The Wrecking Ball was, I think, a key strength for them on Route 66, something that SSG struggled to find answers to, that the pace was brought against them. But once SSG kind of got things back into their wheelhouse on Atlas, they were in prime position. I mean, Lethal's Cassidy, I think, is one of the most exciting players to watch in North America, one of the strongest performers. Hawk also has himself quite a consistent series here. Definitely expect him to be a key performer for SSG throughout.
We used to have, Zarya grabs and Diva Bomb combos. Is the new combo just the Jetpack Cat and the Cassidy?
Yeah. The Sky Noon is definitely
Sky Noon.
And it's been so potent in Stage 2 that now it's kind of a reliable win condition because it's a guaranteed teamfight win, which means that you save so many other ultimates for all the other team fights. So it's really good for your ultimate economy, the fact that it is so potent. And so I think it's going to be a cornerstone for a lot of teams here.
And then walk me through the end of this one. It looked like we were going to see a clean sweep. Instead, the finish from JD Gaming. Was there a star pop-off or just team effort?
I'd give it to Bellis Real on map 2. I mean, the Wrecking Ball, the pace change was huge. You look at Pineapple and Kaneki, they've been solid all series long, but ultimately it was this Cassidy Xion look on Atlas from Space Station Gaming. I mean, JD Gaming just had no answers to this. I don't think they've experienced this style before. It's definitely something that's grown in popularity in North America and EMEA in particular, really getting a lot of mileage out of the Xion, while at the same time also bringing a Cassidy with the Jetpack Cat. So this is a challenging comp to match up against, and I just think JD Gaming were caught flat-footed by it.
As we take a look at your bracket, we are now officially done with the opening matches in Group B. Crazy Raccoon and Space Station Gaming will be doing our play-in tomorrow. We also have GK versus Zeta Division, but Johnny, more importantly, our decider matches will be sending the first two teams home. Who do you think has work to do tonight with some VOD review?
Honestly, I gotta say the Team Secret is probably the team that is least likely to advance out of these four here because JD Gaming, what we just saw from them. But I don't want to count them out. I don't want to count out any of these four teams. I think, honestly, all of these two matches in the lower bracket could go either way. And then it's just about securing that first win and then have the potential, of course, to advance out of the group.
Final thoughts on JD Gaming here before we move forward.
Yeah, they might survive one more match. I do think the top four teams that have all secured themselves a win are likely going to be our four that do survive out of the group stage. I mean, I think those teams are all just like a level above those that have taken the loss so far, but maybe it's the opportunity to put the work in on the VOD, and now that the opponents have all shown some of their hand, maybe we can be better prepared for those matches tomorrow.
We've been sharing the players with 4 different stages. Reminder, doesn't matter what language you speak, we probably got a stream for you over on esportsworldcup.com. When we come back, we'll be speaking all English with Ultraviolet from your winning Space Station Gaming. Stay locked to EWC.
I'm working.
We're Soch. Leading right. We can hold this right side. Lead on right. Come fight right.
Come killer, sorry.
Blue here. Lucio.
Yeah.
Okay, we can't fight.
Trace one.
Almost there.
Look at this.
I'm chasing Trey.
Trey.
And eliminations are actually already occurring. So, Trav, what's going on over here?
Yeah, so we've already lost a Reject player. They came in with some heavy investment into Street Fighter 6. They had 3 players, so already down to 2. Over the other side of things, though, it's Falcons, who have also thrown 3 players in the mix, and they're looking a little bit better. They've got the favorite, Zhao Hai. He came in and he played Fatal Fury City of the Wolves and didn't get the result that he wanted. So he's looking to rectify that a little bit here in Street Fighter 6, and he managed to win it in 2025, so he's defending his crown too.
Have we seen any of the Falcons player on stage yet today?
We haven't yet. I think they're lingering in some of the other groups. It's been kind of Zeta Division versus Reject today. A lot of Japanese players playing out.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. That's it from us, and if there's anything else, we'll keep you guys in the loop.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. As you see more players getting out of the vans and into the STC arena, we have our qualifier matches continuing on here, day 1 of Overwatch. Before we get to the next match, though, we have to welcome a very special guest into the studio alongside Jake and Reinforce. We have the one and only Ultraviolet. And Ultraviolet, congratulations on a big W. You just got it done here with Space Station Gaming. How we feeling?
Feeling good. It's a little bit unfortunate to drop the map. I wanted it to be cleaner, but I think they caught us off guard a little bit with the root pick and the cat ban.
Can we talk about that? What happened in that second game? Because you guys looked very good on offense. I thought you were going to be able to complete the map. And then on defense, you had a really strong start. At the very end, though, they were able to finish it and force a game 3. Where did they start to find momentum?
I think they just played a comp that we weren't really expecting. We didn't have too much good information on the Chinese teams. Not really good practice against a comp like that in scrims.
Okay.
So it was a lot of the stuff we were picking was on the fly, whereas in Samoa and Atlas, when we have the first ban, get to pick our map, I think we were a lot more confident.
I gotta ask, how comfortable are you going into this tournament? Because SSG, you had your difficulties at Champions Clash. Stage 2, you adopted this new style of playing a lot more freely, a lot more hero picks going on. Then you go into another tournament like this, playing on stage. Do you still feel comfortable flexing to all these different heroes, or do you lean more towards comfort and staying with what you know?
I think we feel comfortable flexing all these heroes.
Right.
So I think stage 1 we were leaning a lot more to this 2025 SSG style with these brawl comps and stuff. But I think our DPS and especially utilizing Hawk's hero pool, letting them play D.Va, Sig, Zarya, Mog, all these characters, I think it's definitely helped us a lot.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys come out and have a good performance. I mean, honestly, I think there's something to be said for having some adversity very early on in the tournament, being forced to adapt. I mean, with 16 teams here at the Esports World Cup, you're going to see the huge variety of everything that can be played. We see it in EMEA, Sim has become such a key factor. Korea brings the classic dive styles. Is there any region that you're looking at as someone you especially need to prepare for in terms of the styles bringing to the Esports World Cup?
I think it's going to be the not Sim. I think we've done a lot of practice against Sim. I think in this tournament, you've seen the NA in Korea, mostly just Europe, leaning into the Sim, whereas everyone else is trying to figure out how to counter it. So I think we've gotten really good at playing against this style. It's just going to be these matchups where it's not a Sim that we have to study more, I think.
You've had success at EWC in the past. I got to work on the Overwatch show and saw you last year. Tell me a little bit about the transition to Space Station Gaming. What is different about this squad? And are you looking forward to playing Crazy Raccoon again on this stage?
I think we could definitely take at least a map. I think that it would be a great experience. We didn't really get too much good practice before we came here to Paris. Our boot camp was online, so we're playing on ping the whole time.
Okay.
So I think that we're learning a lot as each game goes, and like Jake was saying earlier, the extra maps might be a boon for us.
As we take a look here, we've got the 4 teams moving forward. Your thoughts on the Group B so far? Who are the juggernauts, and who do you think has to do some VOD review before getting knocked out tomorrow?
You're talking about this group?
Yep.
I think the teams in the top 4 should be the ones that make it through.
Okay.
I've heard that AG and Varel are the dark horses of this group maybe, so we might have to prepare for them. but it should be these top 4 teams coming out, I believe.
And of course, you guys are done for the night. How are you going to celebrate? What are you going to eat? Are you having crepes? Are we going to be eating some pasta? What are we looking forward to feasting on here in France?
I don't have too much plans to celebrate yet, to be honest. It's a long tournament, there's 5 days still. I think we're mostly just looking to stay prepared, locked in, scrimming tonight, all of that.
I like that. Final question for you before we let you go rejoin the team. They're all smiling off camera. Who do you got? T1 or Twisted Minds?
That's tough. It's like a battle of styles, right? Like what I was talking about, the sim versus the not sim. I think Twisted will have it on stage. They've always had T1's number.
And who's the player to watch? Is it Quartz again?
I'll say Ubi.
Ubi?
Yeah, I think making the sim work is definitely a challenge.
Ultraviolet, before you go, this is your camera. Anything you want to say to everyone who's been supporting you?
Thanks for supporting me.
He's the man. You can watch his streams. In the meantime, watch him win money here at EWC. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind you what we have coming up because we're only halfway through this tournament. Reinforce. Walk me through Group A because we're about to turn our attention to some huge clubs.
I mean, this is a crazy group. I look at those 3 bottom matches there. T1 Twisted Minds to go either way. Team Liquid, maybe time to overcome Weibo Gaming. And then Team Falcons, they've had pretty poor form going into this tournament. So maybe Dallas Fuel are looking for a bit of an upset here, Jake.
Yeah, I think Falcons are going to be a particularly exciting match to watch. Going to have to stick around to see that one because Merritt is back in play, I believe, off the injury, should be ready to perform. And I think he's a key factor for that squad, especially given that Dallas Fuel are a team that plays all sorts of wild comps. They're almost like a regional style of their own. They bring a completely unique look. And so for Falcons, coming off the injury, coming off some weaker performances, that could be a scary opener for our current champion holders here in EWC.
Johnny, I was just talking with Ultraviolet. I got to be honest, I felt his energy. There's a little bit of nerves here on opening day. Is there anyone you're concerned about in that bracket falling into groups to maybe some rough nerves on an opening match?
I mean, I feel like all of the North American teams are feeling the pressure of the region. Realistically, they come in as number 1, 2, and 3 seed. I think they're all kind of even on their best day. And so I think all of those teams, Team Liquid, for example, they had a pretty poor run of form because they added 2 new players, had to build that synergy. They're starting to look better, but that's a big organization. That's a big name you're playing for in Team Liquid. And so a lot of pressure to perform for them.
Speaking of big names, Faker has one of the biggest in esports, and his org goes by the name of T1 Esports. Let's take a look at the squad that is representing Overwatch, though. Who's on the team? Who is the star player to watch? Is it Donghack once again?
For me, it's got to be Donghack. I mean, I think this guy's one of the most exciting tank players in the game right now. I also think the young DPS lineup could surprise some people, but T1 is definitely, for me at least, one of the weaker teams out of Korea, one of the more beatable, and they're going up against a team that has known to just pick it up on stage. Like, Twisted Minds, either the 3rd seed out of the MEA, but that's almost a crazy underrating of how good this team has been historically, making it to the last few grand finals, like very, very consistent top performances in an international land where T1, it's been rocky for them, right? It's been ups and downs, but no really huge, rock-solid international performances. So despite the fact that they're probably the higher seed technically here, I'd still call them the underdogs.
Is Twisted Minds the best in EMEA in your eyes right now, Johnny? Where do you have them?
Well, that's the thing. Like, surprisingly, they're the 3rd seed after getting 2nd at Champions Clash. And so you're looking at the 3rd seed and thinking, well, they're not doing too hot. That's the thing that Ultraviolet just mentioned. On stage, they just level up. Like, they're crazy. They had a pretty rough start to Champions Clash. They lost 0-3 to Crazy Raccoon. Then they subbed in Ubi, game changer with the Symmetra. And they just flipped all the matchups on its head and made the grand final after all. And so even though getting 3rd seed in EMEA, I think everyone is looking at this team really scared because they have the potential to go all the way still.
I love the new jerseys, but I love the familiar faces in courts even more. He was the one popping off with the Cassidy. If he is not the player to watch, you heard Ubi might be the one for Twisted Minds. Tell me the T1 underdog story. Who's the player to watch in an upset?
It's got to be Donghack. I mean, I think the Wrecking Ball is known to be an incredibly strong response to the sim, can really disrupt some of the success that Quartz has historically had. So for me, I've got my eyes on Donghack. He could maybe disrupt this game plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match is ready to go. Let's send it to the stage with 2 epic casters.
back everyone. On a terminé avec les matchs du groupe B. On va pouvoir move on to the group A as our B matches are done. Ian, we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of fun so far, but this side of the bracket, this group is very dangerous. Some huge teams ready to compete here in Paris.
Yeah, I'm thinking Twisted Minds,
Yep.
I'm thinking Virtus.pro, I'm thinking Falcons, amongst others.
And all of those names are fighting for something alongside this trophy and the huge prize pool. They want to get club championship points on the board for their organizations.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting as well. Different path to follow, but the first path we're going to follow is the one that I don't have to introduce anymore. Mesdames et messieurs, T1! Une organisation coréenne de légende, mais un des trophées qui leur manque, c'est celui d'Overwatch. They need to prove themselves on the Overwatch scene. And could it start here in Paris? Because their domestic pedigree is absolutely unquestioned. But when it comes to international, they can do better.
Their opponents, Twisted Minds! The fan support is here for the reigning OWCS World Champions. After lifting the trophy in Stockholm, Twisted Minds were pushed all the way in a brutal EMEA Stage 2, qualifying as the region's third seed. Now they return with eyes on more silverware, and every win is vital in that race for club championship points.
The crowd's favorites are the South Korean pride. Pick a champion. Mesdames et messieurs, faites votre choix.
T1's run at EWC last year ended with Twisted Minds, and now in 2026, it begins with them.
Much later in the tournament, that run ended as nobody will go home off of this game, but it feels like a huge one here on day one. No, Twisted Minds, obviously they're our defending world champions. They are runner-up in Champions Clash. EMEA Stage 2 OWCS was rough for them, man. I mean, they had a lot of Game 5s. Game 5s, just about everybody. It looked like they were just kind of searching for an identity all stage long. Towards the end, we now start to see UB in all the time. It was a swap they made at the World Championship last year, right? Kind of bringing UB back in as that kind of shot caller. But that does feel like it locks them into a sim type of playstyle, kind of how Ultraviolet was alluding to over on the desk.
And whether they're locked into that or it's something that they want to reach for, it is a style that T1 are going to have to be prepared to face. We know that Donghak obviously is a consummate, professional when it comes to playing a lot of those dive tanks.
Yeah.
The Wrecking Ball is obviously a great pickup for him. And overall, T1 have looked substantially more credible in Stage 2 over in OWCS Korea, but they've still taken that backseat to Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division.
Last year, we were so high on T1 coming into this event, and it felt like the youth they just kind of imploded a little bit last year. That's kind of what it felt like, when we were kind of watching them play towards the end. Where now, this team, obviously a lot of these players younger have had kind of some time, obviously get used to playing at this type of level where you expect them to continue to kind of ascend at these tournaments and have a real shot at a top 3 finish.
Yeah, I want to submit that T1 are verging on elite status as an Overwatch team. They have stayed together with this same course since 2025, right? Donghak, Proud, Zest, Skewed. These guys have stuck together to become something, whereas Twisted Minds have stuck together to remain something, right?
Yeah.
They're still chasing, obviously, the glory of last year and an overperformance in Stockholm that they're able to carry through into 2026's international tournaments. They were quite dangerous, at the championship class, but EMEA, we've seen a changing of the guard. We've seen them falter when it matters. So is it a reinvention in the interim before they make it here to Paris? I think that's the question on kind of everybody's lips.
Yeah, I think it's obviously like Twisted Minds does not really enjoy playing the Cat and the Bastion, different types of comps. We've seen them go like Lucio Bastion and kind of play like a ground Bastion. That's kind of seen some success, but really it seems like I think what they figured out probably more than anything here in Stage 2 is that they need Yubi's ability to shot call in game, even though you have this like super powerful asset in Jwoo there on the bench who can play all these different types of things as Nepal as map number 1. You still need Yubi's shot calling presence in game. We did an interview after one of the games at Quartz during the stage, and he was talking about how much easier it is to play for him and the rest of the team with Yubi in the lineup. So they have to feel like they got to make that work somehow. Benefits for them is they've had some time since the end of Stage 2 in EMEA to maybe work on some things.
So the Symmetra ban, we're in a 1st-2, so it makes sense. It's drawn out instantly here for T1. They do not want to deal with that style, while Malga feels like a pretty familiar ban to make early on here.
This puts Yubi probably on Tracer, right? Now that's kind of... Now he has some other heroes in the pool, right? We didn't really see any Xion from this team at all. And it feels like this will probably be like a Tracer. Maybe we're looking at Tracer Sojourn with like a Ramatra, for instance, maybe a Sig even from Twisted Minds.
TVNT is obviously got a hero pool that can certainly deliver. Obviously the choice of map was quite important here, even for Control. And yeah, obviously this is a team that, made the adjustment. They dropped Psycho, right? Brought Jwoo into the lineup, but we've just not seen much of him.
And look how Psycho's paid off for VP. Huge. Like a leader in game. Obviously Landon coming in as well, another player who can kind of give that. And it just feels like, maybe, I think where you look at Yubi and like maybe the downfall against Psycho is like Psycho does have a pretty deep hero pool outside of the Symmetra, right? Where Yubi really has become that specialist.
I want to put this on your radar as a matchup I'm looking for. It's going to be Proud and Quartz, because I think Quartz is really able to thrive in like a Yubi shot calling system. I do think Twisted Minds really play around him to allow him to succeed. He is your 2025 World's MVP.
I think it was the game against Twisted Minds last year. We had casted it, and I think like the entire time we're listening to Avril tell us like Proud is next up. He's going to be like this next star player, and like Quartz kind of like just went to work in that series. And now, obviously, we've seen Proud, in Korea and other events play really well. So need to see it here at this stage. T1 at the moment. This will be a hyper-aggressive comp coming out. Yubi, one of the heroes he can play is the Mei. Mei, Tracer, Sim, you kind of think is his hero pool, as they'll play that ground Bastion I was talking about.
Twisted Minds booted T1 out of the Esports World Cup last year. Now it's time to take revenge and take pole position early here as we start to resolve Group A. Without Malga on the table, Donghak has gone for the hazard here. Can obviously mantle up onto these edges, gives you a little bit of dive pressure. Proud as well will want to wend his way through to these backlines with Joyride and put that pressure on down. TVNT's job is to slow them up, and frankly, he hasn't been able to stop Zest be the cat amongst the pigeons.
They may walled in the Vendetta, but guess what? When the Vendetta has Whirlwind and some stacks of Onslaught, you do not want to be in a small room with that hero. And it looks like Twisted Mind's going to make some changes yet again as we are seeing Roadhog here. So Roadhog, Cat Bastion, Tracer here from Twisted Minds after one fight.
Yeah, gonna need this Kiri to stick, because the moment T1 think about trying to anti-heal this Hog, you need your Suzu. This has been taken down early though. TVNT just wants to make his own way towards the point, and it's unlikely the Hazard's going to be a chain hook target, although he went for it. Gonna try and break through that, but Quartz is able to flank here uncontested and take Skewed out of the fight early.
This has been a great fight for Twisted Minds. T1's just going to get 30%. They just kind of come right on back. Cat Bastion, the Roadhog, obviously with no Ana here for T1. He's just very difficult, man. The Vape is so strong, being able to kind of, obviously have it on a meter now and like kind of toggle it. It's just a very powerful ability. As Quartz on the Bastion, we know how strong Bastion is with or without Cat. And his just ability to aim and track, it's just consistent high damage all the time.
We've got to rewrite the narrative here about Twisted Minds not preferring to play this Cat Bast here, because they've picked it up with pretty minimal convincing. I feel like that's going to be the pick for them here. It's going to be tough to ship TVNT off the point, but that is a fantastic about face by Donghak there. And a feral leap that takes Yubi very quickly out of the fight. Its burst damage that Tracer normally can't account for adequately. And Proud in a good spot here. TVNT the last to be dragged down. Eventually, he'll run out of heals.
Yeah, it's tough there to lose the Tracer really early in the fight. Quartz obviously trying to put down some damage, and it's a Kitsune rush that comes in from Skew there to match the one of Simple that allows T1 to get over the line. T1, you have this free Sundering Blade here. A great opportunity, and obviously T1 with a huge advantage, Mitch, in terms of having the Lucio like a big support ult.
Quartz looking for an angle in here. It's 57% and counting for T1. Zest with an overhead. Yeah, has to cancel that into a deflect, and Quartz gonna riddle him with bullets out there in the open. Bliss obviously getting hooked is huge, and a pulse bomb that may not even have been needed. It's going to put Twisted Minds back in the fight. It's simply stall and stagger for T1.
Zest is going for the overhead slash because it obviously has that effect of knocking players out of the sky, and I think he realizes as soon as he uses the movement cooldown to come up, Bunny Astro kind of gets Quartz out of range of that dash. That's why you see him to go to the block right away, but there's almost there's not maximum damage reduction there.
No, it's a percentage of damage mitigated, but
not all damage.
Not protect you. Okay, comes the Bastion ultimate. Twisted Minds just forcing T1 to respect them here as they very quickly verge towards parity in the percentage. Sound barrier though for Bliss, a key difference maker in this fight. Starts a Ricky Spree available here for Proud as well. Here's the beat to start the fight. And now it's about finding the correct choice of target. Yubi gets taken for a joyride there as Proud picks him up, but Proud doesn't really have anywhere to be spreeing at the moment. Simply using that mobility to try and avoid the whole hog. Proud eventually is going to be brought down. Simple out of the fight though, and Funny Astro needs to find a way to get his DPS back into the action. Nicely done. Okay, Downpour is going to hold them in place here, but they still have point control.
Yeah, I mean, you actually see Dungyak try and chase that up, and that was a sick save by Bunny Astro, right? Able to kind of hook TVNT up from the side as he was getting dragged off the side of the map, knocked off, and that Roadhog, so difficult to get out of the field of play as it's going to be TVNT opening things up there. That's going to be a kill on a Proud. That's massive. And the point flips, Mitch.
Yeah, that's very, very dangerous going up against TM's comp. A stray hook will end your fight prematurely. And we're at T1. Nowhere to be seen. A little bit discombobulated in those last few moments of the round.
Well, look,
Roadhog will do that to you.
You're not seeing, unless you're playing the new 6v6Q, you're not seeing many Roadhogs out there. So, I mean, this is definitely a little bit of a curveball here that we'll see how T1 adjusts. But taking a look at some of the highlights, this is early on where, that dash, that whirlwind is nasty work. The headshot on a Funny Astro after. This is a sick save right here. See the Hazard starting to get aggressive. That's like a violent leap that actually knocked him off the side. I think he actually tried to catch the cat with that Downpour, but wasn't able to connect.
Yeah, pretty insane moment there, and the fact that they could flip back so quickly after Proud just got on the wrong end of a chain hook means that T1 have to give that round up. However, just as Group A is promised to be pretty explosive, this has been a tight match so far. Will T1 be able to shake off the frustration of those last few moments and even this up?
What do you think about T1's comp at the moment? No, obviously you don't have I think the Vendetta was really good. That's a nice early start there from Proud. The shot rail and headshot on the Yubi. You obviously don't have the Vendetta Xion in the mix, which I feel like was giving like that Sig comp a lot of trouble, right? You're able to collapse on the Sig. Obviously this is a great start for T1, but we'll see, if you can get point control and control the choke here for Twisted Minds, I think like the Sigma poke through the main choke plus that Mei wall is going to be difficult.
As good as that first fight was, T1 only just now captured the point.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds quite easily be able to get up tempo and get back into the game. Not a direct hit by that accretion, so no stun on Skew, but Proud getting picked up yet again. Always seems to be first in these fights, and Funny Astro, more often than not, getting onto that left side of the kill feed. A very clean opener. With Skew being the second casualty, that's a fight over.
Yes, we'll see. Now, this is like what I was talking about, right? You have all of this spam through the choke. You have that like Mei wall there, but I do like the adjustment from T1 to go back and playing this Vendetta. Like, hey, if you want to like Mei wall and kind of trap our Hazard in this close court area, you're going to have to deal with the Vendetta as well.
You have to hit the accretion on the Vendetta if she dives you, and frankly, there's multiple targets that would be valid for that ability. So TVNT is going to be under a lot of pressure, and Quartz does have the mobility, but not enough to avoid indefinitely this Vendetta.
So the point will end up flipping, and you lose Astro here. a little bit later, as it looked like Twisted Minds actually they want to fight this, man. They end up using their Kitsune Rush here. They're actually able to keep Simple alive for a brief period of time, but I mean, I guess you trade Rush for Rush there, and that's what you're looking at for TM, but not ideal.
The burst damage aspect of the Feral Leap punishes bad positioning really heavily, right? It's like a large, like 70 odd damage. It's very, very dangerous, especially if you perk into an increase in range there. It's funny, Astro just got caught on the wrong side of it there. T1 have that mobility in spades, and now a sound barrier to spend, maybe to preempt this fight. They've got a nice little buffer, so likely they'll wait. Twisted Mind to make the first move. Here's a Gravitic Flux here. Was there a catch on Donghack? Unclear. TVNT now, Kinetic Grasp not going to help you much against a Vendetta, though, as each hacks away at you. Zest finds that first elimination, now a later sound barrier is a little too late for Zest's liking, but Quartz perched up on the high ground is an easy target. And T1 going to maintain control.
Yeah, I mean, 6 best defensive cooldown, obviously outside of the shield, is also having a Kinetic Grasp. There's absolutely nothing against Vendetta. Heroes like Sim as well, right? Zarya just kind of funnel on through that as we're back to Roadhog. This worked. I mean, why not?
Again, a couple of early picks were pretty massive. I think having another element that can reliably disrupt the Vendetta is very desirable. Will it work? Here's the overclock now from Proud. He's got a bit of a safe distance. There's a sound barrier coming out of Twisted Minds, and Skewed is the first casualty at TVNT. Once more, strikes first, and Donghack wanted to call a cancel early. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt anyway.
Yeah, it's like, let's reset if you're T1, right? I know Donghack will get back up in the spawn as Proud takes a shot. Now it's going to be, hey, you got to dodge these Roadhog hooks coming through the choke, and TVNT proved really difficult to take out.
Your comp doesn't really use these flank angles, so you're quite likely to be subject to a hook at some point, right? You can't break that up with your hazard. So it's really a matter of can TVNT hit the hook and turn it into a kill.
And I think just the threat of the Roadhog, right? Just seeing the Roadhog kind of poke out, like you don't want to kind of play those angles, potential for that hook to come on through. Kitsune rushes here for both teams. You'll be able to match. I like that. Nice hazard wall, just trying to lock TVNT in place.
Yeah, it's just to protect the team from a hook as well. He literally wanted to break line of sight there, Matt, which is insane. We have the Kitsune rush in play here. Zest. Okay, Sundering Blade at the ready, and TVNT, okay, off the map. And so, T1 back in control at just the right time, might I add. A Sundering Blade is simply the garnish on quite the delectable dish. That'll make this a 3-round affair.
We will see if Twisted Minds makes any more adjustments into our final round here. So, they still stayed with that Mei because they had a Blizzard. I don't think they actually get anything with it there. So, see, maybe you continue to play the Roadhog. Maybe you go back to Tracer, potentially. That could be a viable option. Is you see, obviously it's going to be Donghack. He takes the advantage, like for the longer Violent Leap, and then also the lifesteal, with the Spike Guard. So,
oh yeah, okay. That's how Donghack ends up heading off the map here. These hooks from TVNT pretty important. Got to connect them though. I think the Vendetta is still an issue for sure. Highly mobile, forces the switch off the Sigma. Twisted Minds wanted to play a slower comp. They're going to stick, though, now to the Roadhog, and they're back on that Cat Bastion.
Yeah, but this is a sick comp, though, from T1. Donghack is so good on the ball. This is a great point for the Wrecking Ball. You can combo that with Cat Bastion, like one of the stronger Cat Bastion looks. Obviously, you're not going to see a ball selection here out of Twisted Minds, not in TVNT's hero pool. So it looks like we do have a little bit of a pause here, so we'll figure out what's going on with this one. But this is definitely primed to be a pretty good final round.
Looks like a tech issue on the side of Twisted Minds. Wait to see what the resolution is on that. And I apologize in advance to our observing team, who I'm sure are world class, but following the Cat Bastion Ball Tracer comp means that there are going to be a lot of skirmishes that are happening at a bunch of different times.
We've definitely gotten some practice with it over the last few months. It's definitely been a comp that has been, pretty prevalent. And I think T1, I mean, this is like probably a little bit of a comfort zone, right? Being able to play Donghack on the ball, probably his best hero.
Yes. Yeah, one of the players that has really looked to lean into that hero when and if available. We've already seen a number of teams that have also wanted to make Vendetta a part of their core offering here.
Yeah.
Teams that are wanting to play slow, especially they're trying to set it with Sigma. Hey, it's funny because we remarked that it was obviously the Domina on Nepal earlier on the day. Felt like that maybe was a confidence pick, maybe a mismatch.
It probably was.
Sigma, though, in many ways is like, designed to be fulfill a similar role, albeit with some more disruption. I think the accretion is a pretty big difference maker, but they function somewhat similarly.
Well,
those comps feel like an invitation, though, to play dive, play something up-tempo into the backline, disrupt with Jagged Wall, and throw your Vendetta at them.
Well, I mean, Sig has much more survivability than Domina, right, with Kinetic Grasp. But if you're playing heroes that don't really kind of have projectiles like Vendetta, just a sword, who's like starting to ramp these onslaught stacks and really start to get rolling, Sig is going to fall under that pressure, right? So, you know, obviously Roadhog a pretty sturdy boy, so maybe that's kind of what they feel like the answer. Because at times you see that T1 is like, they have like 3 or 4 people just putting damage in the TVNT, and he's obviously, you know, using the take a breather and then also getting some healing, and he's very difficult to take out without like an anti.
Yes. Yeah, but then bringing anti in means that you're playing Ana, which is somewhat.
But you can't have Ana's lack of mobility out there against like Tracer, Cat, Bastion.
Yeah, you gotta be on that Lucio, Kiriko, or the Cat. Yeah, you absolutely need that mobility. Otherwise, your backline gets crushed pretty easily.
So it looks like Yubi maybe having a slight tech issue here. So we'll get that one sorted, as this is a huge final round. Right?
I actually think that Yubi tried to have T1 arrested just now for playing this composition and was just told that, yeah, look, the local PD having a baguette.
Put it to a fan vote. Fan vote. Poll it.
Do we allow the bottom of the stage to drop out?
Oh, that was an awkward over. Flies catching strays here on the main stream. That's damn, bro.
I love a play.
Shout out to play. I'm always hanging out on play stream.
All right, pile drive here. Going to be tough to catch this cop of Twisted Minds. Yubi's going to keep himself pretty scarce, but Simple does get buffered around a little bit.
Point control to Twisted Minds right out of the pause.
Well, they got a comp that actually can stand in one place and not die instantly, so that kind of makes sense. Crowther gets picked off here by TVNT, and if that's a melee on a Bastion, I'm thinking Hook might have been involved. There's another call for admins here. Quartz, no, or Yubi, not pleased.
Well, I think that this is on purpose at this point, right? Because like they get a kill and then they want to pause to give us opportunity to break down that one moment. And then
the melee elimination from the Roadhog on the kill. I mean, it's been a while since I've cast Overwatch, but I don't need that much time.
Let's see. If I look to the stage, right, I know there are more people surrounding Twisted Minds than T1, so I would assume we're a Twisted Minds thing yet again. So we'll get that sorted, but yeah, I mean, look, obviously. Roadhog, you can't really dislodge him from the point as easy as some other players, and then you also don't want to really go close to even like with the ball, right? Get hooked, so the point control goes over, to Twisted Minds, and then also one thing we are also seeing is like Quartz is he's taking the perk with Bastion, where I think it's like a little bit not divisive, but I think like it's kind of like preference where he's using like those artillery shells instead of like the the actual chain guns.
Yes,
so just kind of putting down like burst damage on some targets. It looks like he's actually about to kill this Jetpack Cat here in a second once we get back in the game.
I mean, Roadhog was the answer to Wrecking Ball. Wow, it was 2 years ago now, back in Dallas.
Yes.
Back in Dallas, you remember Crazy Raccoon were playing a lot of ball. It was like a Roadhog used to answer that, so it's a pretty naturally good matchup for Twisted Minds. Especially when your opponents, like we mentioned, are just not incentivized to play Ana. They're not incentivized to bring any form of anti-heal into the game. Twisted Minds always turn up in numbers for their team. These are the current Overwatch World Champions. One map away from winning Champions Clash. Let's not forget that. They lost those 2 maps in a row to end up losing the series to a Crazy Raccoon who just refused to die.
And with never using a ball ban throughout that series, which was like really, I mean, me and Jake were quite confused on that one at that time. But yeah,
you're still confused about that now?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's obviously a little bit confusing, but look, it's a team with Twisted Minds where even though they're kind of, you could say they're struggling at the moment compared to like previous results, it's still a very dangerous team, right? In a meta that wasn't really theirs, they take the team that ends up winning at the distance. Still a threat here, but you do have to wonder, right, after the kind of like mental toll of stage 2, in EMEA getting third, like constant game 5s, like struggle to get by, what that has kind of done to the confidence of this team.
And it almost escaped me, but if you remember what would you like to call it? Like our preseason show matches that happened in South Korea?
Yeah, our tournament, preseason boot camp.
These 2 teams played each other there.
Yeah.
It was actually a very one-sided game, though, for Twisted Minds. They were very much still in that championship form at the time. So I don't know if it was particularly telly for us.
Bro, when you're winning, it is super easy to keep winning. I mean, it sounds crazy. Like, you can just ride that, like, momentum. Like, nothing's going wrong. You can chain wins together. even where the meta is not that good, like as soon as you hit that first speed bump after like being like a really good team, it starts to get awkward. It just does. And I mean, for them, right? I think like getting third in their own region is like probably a tough pill to swallow.
Absolutely.
Especially because they want to you want to keep that confidence and like the portrayal going that like we're the best team in the world. You can only say reigning world champions for so long, right? And then it's a little bit of like, well, what have you done lately? For me, I still think this team has a lot to offer for Twisted Minds. I don't think like, look, it's a really weird meta, one that we probably like, we've never seen really anything like it. There's never been a hero like Jetpack Cat, that can kind of combine with another hero like Bastion. And it's something that they just haven't really picked up that well. And even saying that they haven't picked it up that well, they just made the finals of the last event, right? So it's not that bad. But a game like this, I think is really important for them, right? If they were to drop this to T1 here, like then you start to worry a little bit, right? Because this group is pretty brutal.
Obviously now we are at the point of looking under the desk, which can mean a number of different things.
Man, you're Sherlock Holmes over here.
Well, I mean, again, it's like obviously there's further concerns here for.
Yeah, I hope that he's looking under the desk. It could be a USB port. I mean,
what if he has like an ace of spades under there?
Yeah,
and I can't be letting him do that. Tell us he come back. See a team featured in OWCS MEA. I got a couple dubs.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we had 1, 2, 3, 4 in EMEA. They were playing ball golden pants.
Yep.
I know it's like the EMEA Junbin, just kind of going crazy. They almost go. I mean, dude, DK, like they barely get into the playoffs. Like it comes down to like maps. Katsi obviously there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really, everybody kind of competitive. Somewhat throughout EMEA.
That's probably the most notable exclusion for me from this tournament. It was obviously that OWCS roster have not been able to stabilize, right? I think I thought they had some sort of great new pickups that show a lot of promise. I think Zox is someone to me that like is a really exciting prospect. Obviously, Gunba comes out of his retirement to
just a few
coaching that team.
It's just like, I mean, with going down to 6 teams, it's just become so much more competitive on like a game-to-game basis.
Yeah.
During the season.
You're saying you didn't want to watch Frosttails and Peps fight each other every week?
You
still can.
I'll plead the fifth on that one. I don't know.
Go watch Face a Master.
So if you guys are just tuning in, this is game 1 in Group A between these teams, T1 and Twisted Minds.
Oh, we actually
we're doing a dead count.
I mean, I'll make sure I refer back to this if I need some sort of on-the-fly.
That needs to be an entire series death count that you get signed by Ubi after this game.
That is some D1 hating. That's just for the love of the game, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not even a verified account on Twitter.
Some signs are good, some are bad.
Some are polarizing. Some are just polarizing.
It's funny Astro. He's having a good time up there.
Yeah, I had a chat with him. I said to him, you still getting paid? He's like, yeah, man. I'm like, hey, love that.
Yeah, I mean, he's been one of our players that has been at it for a long time now.
Yep.
I mean, you even think back to OWL days, right? Like kind of playing at that level, playing in multiple World Cups at this point, right? Like a player who I think it's been a really impressive kind of story. Is that like he goes from basically just being like a Lucio player to being able to play all different types of supports, obviously adjusting to like the new version of Overwatch.
All right, so while we're waiting here for everybody to be satisfied with conditions on stage, we're crossing to an interview with Lou and Poco.
Yeah, thank you guys, thank you everyone. I'm glad to see that technical pauses are a common thing on all games. Voilà, c'est commun à tous les jeux, les pauses tech. Et moi, je suis ravie. Du coup, Poco, tu m'as accueilli à ton boost de stream. Je voulais savoir un petit peu comment ça se passait. Qu'est-ce que ça te faisait, toi, d'avoir un peu l'antre du Midseason Championship ici à Paris à la maison?
C'est super cool, surtout vu l'envergure de l'événement, c'est exceptionnel. Et on a un très très beau match, T1 TM. Une pause un peu longue, mais j'espère que T1 va gagner.
Ouais, ils vont revenir et puis en plus nous en tant que Français on n'est pas extrêmement patients. Donc yeah, first question, how does it feel, you know, having this palace of Overwatch here in Paris at home? Of course, I'm very glad to have these matches here. The event is huge. Of course, the pause is a bit long, but we're gonna get eventually back to the game, and I hope that the boys are gonna come back. Et comme tu le sais ou pas, moi je débarque un petit peu sur Overwatch, donc j'ai révisé un peu ma scène, tout ça, mais j'ai peut-être envie de me mettre un peu à la ranked. Est-ce que tu as des petits conseils? Quel rôle jouer quand on est un peu un noob? Donne-moi 2-3 tips, s'il te plaît.
Franchement, juste amuse-toi. Hein. Te pose pas trop de problèmes, amuse-toi, joue au jeu et ça va aller tout seul.
C'est le pire avis pour un jeu compétitif. I asked him because I'm a noob on Overwatch and I want to get playing ranked, and he told me just have fun, enjoy, which is I think the worst advice for a competitive game. But thank you very much. Merci encore, Poco. I think we're gonna get back to the game very soon, so back to you guys.
Oh, Lou, thank you. I'm going to take your word for it personally. Great to see Poco. He still looks incredible. That guy does not age, bro.
No, it's crazy. He's not. What I say, as soon as we get back in the game, that jetpack cat is dead. It is at the hands of Yubi, though. So, point control early on. Interesting. So they're going to ditch the ball, and they're going to go Orisa here. This Roadhog is giving them way more trouble than I think anyone would have anticipated.
27%. Accounting for Twisted Minds. Get off the rip pretty well, and not the Orisa here for Donghak.
They're looking at like stuns of take a breather here to try and deter this Roadhog.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Disrupting the Roadhog. Also, the Bastion to some degree could be pretty effective. Nice little hook there for TVNT. Now, it doesn't result in an elimination, but again, it's pretty disruptive. TVNT's issue, though, is that he cannot straight up fight the Orisa for any length of time and will literally just be shoved off the point. So he's going to be calling in the boys, I think, to help out with this a little bit. Here comes Yubi. Big pulse on the Bastion. Rather proud to be able to stay alive. Nice little Sousa there from Skewed at just the right moment to keep him fighting.
Yeah, and with that Orisa, they kind of battled them off the point, but that's a Roadhog hook there with some help from Funny Astro for TVNT onto the Bastion, so all the damage now off the table for T1.
All right, here we go. Kitsune Rush, though, in play. Donghak going to make great use of that haste buff there to cycle those cooldowns frequently. Destin Skewed fall by the wayside, though, and that is a very telling outcome. If you're Twisted Minds, you're very pleased to match those Kitsune Rushes and come out so dominant.
Yeah, as now, I mean, look, you have Terror Surge, right? You can kind of maybe fly that in. You have the, obviously the artillery strikes of the Bastion. Maybe you gotta like combo those or try and make a combo with those.
Sure.
Just gonna grab everybody in and then just land the artilleries.
What is important here is that Donghak can avoid being catnapped, right? Having CC cleanse, I think, is going to be pretty important here. But it probably feels a little uncomfortable to be Orisa, who can be outmaneuvered relatively easily.
Yeah, but he's already like 200 HP down, and like as soon as his armor goes, he just kind of disappears.
Yeah, Orisa can get cracked pretty quickly after that armor goes away. All right, his Bastion ultimate from T1. No connection, but both Kirikos do get picked off. It's finally TVNT out of the mix here. And it does look like there was a catnapping attempt there. TVNT might have fallen before we really saw that come to fruition. Either way, 99%. Twisted Minds get there, threatening to end the map. And you know what? I was thinking,
we don't want to end the map.
No,
Stop trying to end the map.
It was high time that we had ourselves another pause, I think. And for Yubi, clearly something is unacceptable. And he does not wish to play on under current circumstances.
Or there is no option for him to play on.
That is true.
He has just been
frozen in place. To assume that he could otherwise play would be.
I tell you what, though.
No overreach.
So the Roadhog pick, you know, obviously a lot of tanks talk about how you know, potential for like counter swapping times and like really just kind of getting an advantage in terms of the tank role. And the Roadhog has kind of allowed Twisted Minds to dictate the tank now in this, right? It was like a lot of hazard, then the ball for T1, then they went over the Orisa, and guess what? As soon as we get back in the game, TVNT has actually moved over to the D.Va here, right? So trying to get an advantage now even over the Orisa, right? Just kind of circumvent the Orisa, go around, dive.
Don't take a pitched battle against her. Damn, 11 World Championships, GB? That's crazy.
I think it's 2.
Oh. Oh, it's
11.
Like,
11.
11's pretty sick.
11. We wouldn't be worried about Twisted Minds getting third.
I mean, honestly, like if I won 11 World Championships, I would be pausing the game if even a hair was out of place. So I get it.
Yeah. So we'll find out what's going on. As friend again is T1's got to be like, what is happening? They have to be like it's pretty disruptive, right, for T1. Like, you're trying to make some sense out of this game. We're in the final round of control here in this first map. And kind of the start, stop.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like it. We are pretty close to a conclusion, especially like what Twisted Minds are at 99%.
Yeah. When we get back, I do believe. I mean, there's 2 players down for TM, so it should be a flip for T1 when we get back in. But I mean, we're close to the end of this map 1. So it has been one that has been back and forth, stopped and started over and over as the headset off here for UB. So we'll try and get an update here about what's going on. I was like, that's not real. It's like he's on stage. So the TM fans are out in a big way today.
Bro's eating. I respect it. I could certainly go for a pizza right about now.
Oh yeah. Somebody wanted to bring a pizza.
Some pepperoni. You know what I mean? All the good stuff. I think it will be pretty darn good here in France.
Danny's been raving about the butter.
He is a butter boy. He's a butter boy. Yep. Big fan of it. I hear out here it does hit a little different.
Yeah.
We've already had the chance to avail ourselves of some fine French cuisine during our stay here, and I must say it is the hype is not overstated. It's been a phenomenal culinary experience, and we are waiting to sink our teeth into the rest of this series as well. But it is Twisted Minds who just encountered a bit of a roadblock here for them, whereas T1 will simply bide their time. Wait for their chance to try and sort of reverse their fortune so far on this Shrine round of Nepal. It is our decider on control, and it has come down to the wire. Donghak has been coming off the ball, switching towards the Orisa. This has provoked a switch to the Diva by TVNT, and I wonder if there'll be a further response there. Twisted Minds fans always like to raise the roof when they turn up. Astro finally getting an air-conditioned environment to play Overwatch in, now has to contend with further tech issues elsewhere.
Yeah, it's the TM fans, they show up in a big way. I mean, they got the drums out here. Everybody's got the jersey. The jersey's fire.
And look, it's been a while since we've seen Falcons at LAN, but their fandom also really turns up and likes to make a bit of noise. So I do look forward to seeing them later.
They are such a wild card in this event, Falcons. I mean, they wouldn't be here if they didn't qualify last year.
They didn't win last year, yes.
Barrett in, is he out? Like, what's going on? Rumors around here, they've been looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, Junkbuck was pretty frank about Falcons and how their Stage 2 went. He used verbiage I won't repeat on air, but it basically amounted to them dropping the spaghetti in a pretty big way. So, I mean, that team obviously made some changes coming into this year and is still yet to sort of find their feet. But, God, in 2025, it was all anyone could do but to talk about Falcons, especially coming off the back of their EWC showing. Stockholm was a bit of a different story for them, and missing Champions Clash, bombing out Stage 1 and Stage 2 respectively. I'll be honest.
So now we got Astro with the headset off. What's going on over here? I mean, Twisted Minds, they're going to win this game. Just get back into it.
Yeah.
They're in a great spot. So obviously, we do want players, to have obviously the optimal settings. Going
I think it's also.
I mean, there's so much on the line, especially for TM. There's no way you risk anything.
Half of the game here is also for our players to sort of be able to convey the difficulties they're encountering as well to our sort of event staff and referees, so there can actually be a fix implemented. And as you can imagine, in settings such as these, could be a whole host of things from audio and other assorted issues. But make no mistake, folks, we are working hard to make sure the players have conditions that they're comfortable playing in. Looks like at least Yubi's headset has returned to his dome, and Funny Astros is too, by the looks of things. That's how you play-by-play commentate people removing and replacing their headsets, folks. You're welcome. That one's free.
Yeah, it's, we're just kind of guessing, right? I know you kind of see, the players on stage. Obviously, nothing wrong with T1. T1's good to go. They're locked in. It's just getting everybody on Twisted Minds good to go. As you see Quartz there with the sprayer spraying his mouse pad there.
Yes. Yeah, he's been doing that, actually. I noticed him get eliminated earlier when he actually reached for it in mid-game is looking to use it. You've got to have the most, idealized surface. You've got to have a friction coefficient that is the same every single time you play.
Yeah, that would be me kicking my coffee over onto my mouse pad. So sounds like we're going to be getting back into action here. So this will be T1. They're going to flip the point. Not too surprising. We knew that at least 2 players were down for Twisted Minds, the third being Funny Astro right after the pause. Here is where Twisted Minds has an opportunity, right? You switch to D.Va here. You think that gives you an advantage in terms of that tank matchup, and maybe you're able to find a pick. You just need one flip to be able to do it.
Okay, this is Quartz opening up the account here. Looking to pressure that Mega Health Pack. Oh my goodness! Skewed just got vaporized.
Well, that's a good pick.
But you don't have a Swift Step, apparently. No chance to get back to the rest of his team, and that is a horrific starting for T1. Terra Surge here for a bit of extra durability. Donghak able to stave up some of this damage, but Yubi will simply bide his time and eventually drag down the quadrupedal menace. Donghak falling, not a good sign here for Twisted One, for T1, as Twisted Minds ice the kicker in the most real way possible to try and take this first map. Zes can stall for a time, but eventually he's going to have to face the music himself now as Blitz flies on through, tries to get some healing via that Meow. Donghak's back on the ball here. Short-lived, I imagine, though, this stint is going to be. Twisted Minds have got everything they need to close the account on Nepal.
All right, so after that is map number 1 in the books, TM is able to hold out in the end. So look, I mean, if there was one kill you would have wanted out of the entire other side, it would have been the Kiri, right? And to get that with the artillery for basically free, that's enormous.
Yeah, it's obviously pretty rare to see a situation like that go down. I think the fact that Quartz was able to spot and capitalize on that opportunity both in the same breath was pretty huge. It's like a neutral fight bastion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's quite bizarre.
And it's obviously the Roadhog is probably like, if you're looking for something that really kind of turn the tide. Let's see.
How does he know this Suzu's off? Someone might have conveyed a Suzu being on cooldown, but why would it be on cooldown if they weren't actually fighting?
Yeah, and then TVNT.
Sorry, the Swift Step.
TVNT gets demech'd. It's actually a decent amount of damage that comes in to TVNT. Then he gets gripped up into the Terror Surge, and then a Pulse Bomb is there as well. It kind of puts down enough damage to get him out of mech. So even though you did get that D.Va out of mech, it doesn't really matter, right? You don't have the Kiri at that point.
It won't take much to get me, and probably many fans, at least of Twisted Minds, to kind of discard the scrappy nature of their stage 2 with a 12-10 map differential. They had a number of games that went to the wire. They fought pretty hard through playoffs, but ended up falling to third. Getting them in the room, getting them in front of their crazy fans, and giving them a chance to vie for glory, that's where this team will shine.
Their series were not pretty in stage 2. I mean, a lot of game 5s, a lot of drag them out series. Like, the wins were not coming in blowouts. They were all pretty competitive games. And hey, look, I mean, it kind of continues, right? It's a really rough game here in map number 1. So it goes all the way down to the wire. Are we going to see a legit Roadhog ban from T1? Potentially? I mean, no, not all maps are the same, right? So maybe it's a map that you're not able to really kind of run that yet again, but
it might also be a map where you're a little bit more comfortable playing Ana, because she also gives you an axis of attack on the jetpack cat compositions as well, just because, a couple shots on that cat and you force them out of line of sight entirely. So, although it introduces the possibility, we saw it on Shabali Monastery in an early series, proper just getting yeeted over walls by its own jetpack cat. And the fact that you can be Tracer in the backline with all 3 blinks and recall available is actually disgusting.
Yep.
And you can abuse that fact maliciously for as long as you want.
And most likely at full HP, right? Not taking any damage on.
Because normally, you're blinking 3 times to get in there.
Playing off of a health pack to get to another location, right? Taking some type of chip damage.
Starting the game in the enemy backline is pretty absurd.
Yeah. So we'll get an idea here what the map selection and bans are. Looks like that process is all done.
Twisted Minds, of course, have been a team that's always been fairly self-coached. Yep. Last year was Psycho, who did a lot of the coaching.
Yes, when Psycho, he wasn't in. Whoever's not in is on the headset.
And KSA obviously stood up behind them. T1 obviously have an illustrious person at their helm. It is none other than Fletter, who will again try and navigate this franchise into the biggest win of their history in OWCS at the very least.
Actually, it probably is, right?
For T1? Yeah, I'd wager.
They've had some like big games regionally, right? But like globally, Atlas are really good wrecking ball map. You'd have to imagine they banned a tank as a protect here, T1.
Yes, we will let... No,
oh,
in fact,
okay, they're going to let it through.
They banned...
So the Bastion goes, and the Kiri is gone. Interesting.
How much do you really mind this if you are Twisted Minds? The Bastion's been banned for you, even though you've shown you can play it.
Yeah.
The narrative coming in was that they do not prefer to play that comp at all.
I mean, look, Quartz can play, Cassidy can play Sojourner.
What about
like,
Cassidy?
really high level. Cassidy, yeah. I mean, if you want to
abuse the airborne Deadeye.
Yeah, I wonder. You know, no Kiri is interesting here. I mean, are they thinking like, you know, something really slow, like a Sim Sig, like Baptiste, like type of look, like Bap Lucio?
Can you afford to play so down tempo on a map like Atlas?
Be tough.
Yeah,
you're trying to
incentive to flank is immense.
Because Simple is nasty on the BAP. We've seen some sick stuff from Simple on the BAP, so potentially that is like where you could go. I'm curious what T1 has cooked up here. TM has cooked up here.
So we can expect most likely to see Wrecking Ball on this map, but you also saw Shion Vendetta DPS duo out of the gate from T1 at the start of this series. Now, there was a map that ended up being a little ill-fated.
Which you can try here if you're TM. If you think that's going to be what's on the other side, you could try and play like, you know, bunkery type of style with like Cassidy, May, Sig, Bap, right? You know, type of comp. It's just not something you would typically see on Atlas.
I would also say that, you know, the Kiriko ban to me probably invalidates the Roadhog pick here. Even if it's a great answer to the ball, you don't have a Suzu for any anti-heal. Just in case, like, you end up seeing Ana picked up. And obviously an anti-healed Roadhog is very, very uncomfortable. You can't mitigate that. Is probably...
Immortality build gets you through some...
Yeah.
If not most of that.
Yep. The problem is that you can't top up your teammates during the window of Immortality field like you would. Like sometimes you just throw a regen burst at the Immortality players and they're fighting fit. Antied, obviously, you can't actually use that window to heal them, so it's a bit dangerous still. But Hulk can heal himself, right? After that fact. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fascinated what Twisted Minds has cooked up here, because this is like a pretty good ball map. You know, maybe the Kiri ban, though, does make it much harder to play the ball, right? Like, because if you're going to play Cat, let's say, for instance, and maybe you're going to play Cat regardless.
It's hard to consistently heal the ball.
Yeah, like Lucio, like you're not really playing like a Bat Lucio with a ball or an Ana Lucio with a ball. I mean, it would be quite difficult.
We laid out the stakes for you here. Funny Astro giving us some eye contact.
I think he was more making sure that Simple's mic was on. He was asking him to say something.
He stepped us there. Simple obviously looked like he made quick use of the facilities. Now he's back alongside the rest of this Twisted Minds team, who always look like a force to be reckoned with when you can get them in the room.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes for teams that win world championships and go that far in these internationals, like getting up and getting excited for the regional competition becomes tougher. But obviously you need to perform into those regionals to even make it here at 2 EWC and our internationals in the OWCS.
I like this. We're zooming in on the screen, Matt. Always a good sign.
A 2-0 here would be pretty impressive for Twisted Minds, right? Yeah, if you're able to get a second map here against T1, I mean, knock them down into the lower part of the group.
Yeah, just getting a 2-0 in this group off the rip is phenomenal. You've got a bit of buffer. It means you can navigate some volatility with some tough opponents that are waiting in the wings. But I want to make something clear. TM can beat anybody in this group. Anybody. Not the pause, though.
Yeah.
We can't beat that. That is...
They're going to beat them.
That is server admin.
They're going to beat them by stamina, by making these as long as possible and drawing the energy out of their opponents.
Yes.
No, I mean, yeah, if you're able to win this here, if you're Twisted Minds, I mean, nobody predicted them to win like 2-0. As this looks like now...
It's a T1 pause.
T1 is returning the favor with a little pause arena of their own.
I actually think it was a spilled beverage.
There's no way.
I think there's a spilled beverage.
We can see his DMs. It actually may have been a spilled beverage.
I did see some, how do I put this? Some wiping of the table. Oh. Hey, listen, I mean...
Hey, it happens. It happens.
Especially if you're someone who talks with your hands, you know what I mean? I would prefer them to be on the mouse and keyboard if I was a T1 fan, but hey, sometimes you gotta gesticulate a little bit.
That was a good pause. Okay, so Reinhardt is a... look, we've seen Reinhardt play in EMEA. We saw some Reinhardt at Champions Clash. That is definitely an option. Ryan...
Huffo's been trying it in Pacific as well on occasion.
Ryan with Sim, that works out. Let's see, T1, this comp's gonna be so aggressive though. Can the Ryan, so the Ryan can put down some pretty serious damage, right, with the hammers to these like targets close range. Can you keep the Ryan upright though is really kind of the test.
I think mutual knockdowns between the Ryan and Malga are gonna be pretty important inflection points in these fights. You need to deny the stomp, and that is one way to stop Malga from getting past your shield.
Yeah.
Just charge him, knock him down.
Well, I think if you can keep the Ryan upright, like in the long game, Twisted Minds comes like wins out, right? It's just, can you keep everybody alive with this Malga coming on through?
That's the issue. See what happened there is Donghak just gets straight past TVNT. There's no mutual knockdown at all. Reinhardt is ignored, and if you're able to do that consistently and just disregard him, he offers no value to his team.
Yeah, typically Ryan, I think, is better in maps where it's like a, you know, let's look at like a hybrid or like an S4 where you can play like a static corner where like there has to be a fight there. Here on a game mode like Flashpoint, yeah, you can just ignore him, right? Like the Malga can just stomp straight past the Ryan, and the Ryan doesn't have the mobility to really get back.
I mean, you need to get the numerical value of your shield out on paper somehow, and having it ignored is not the way you do that. Simple goes for an early immortality field here into the back line. Cords cut, slide away, knocked to the ground, and Donghak gives him a mean left hook.
Yeah, and the value for the Ryan is the HP pool plus the damage output. If TVNT is just being backed up to the point and is so low that he has to kind of keep the shield up, you're really not getting much out of it.
It is hard. It's so hard to play the Ryan setup, especially when Brig can orchestrate a mutual knockdown as well with the Ryan. It's tough. Here comes the stop here. Yubi does get stunned up by that. TVNT very low and very deep in enemy territory now as Proud and Zest continue to pressure with this Vendetta Shion composition. Zest has that Sundering Blade ready, but Yubi's already been taken down, and if Ryan can't keep your front line alive, who can?
I think this is just too much damage and aggression for this composition to work through. I think Twisted Mind's going to have to make some changes. I don't think you're going to continue to play this Ryan. The Ryan can't really going to withstand the pressure coming in from the Shion Vendetta Malga. I think the Brig with the Juno in the mix is a really interesting shout, right? It gives them that speed. You know, Rally's going to be nasty to work through here as well, as T1 gets off to a fantastic start.
Funny Astro here experiencing PTSD throwbacks of years of trying to make Ryan sim comps work at the top level. Takes a lot of brain power, takes a lot of work. Twisted Mind's trying to maneuver themselves into a favorable position here. Keep an eye out for Bliss wrapping around that left-hand side. He does have that rally available, so she'll bash down would be there. That is a sick stun. TVNT though whips around with an Earth Shatter, and Donghak can't be held to his feet, but it's going to be a trade in the end as Quartz will succumb. Bliss tries to get back, but TVNT catches him with a Fire Strike here, and Twisted Minds finally begin a fight in a favorable position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice slam there from Donghak. Some serious damage that comes down from Zest, but the shatter there from TVNT was quite huge, and then obviously that amp damage coming through from that Baptiste. Maybe this is a better spot now. You can kind of play this corner, like almost like how you would like a hybrid or an escort.
That at least seems to be what Twisted Minds are trying to abuse at the moment. TVNT backs up here, speed boost now, and Joyroid's going to get Proud into the back line. Satoruku Spree active, and Funny Astro the first casualty. Proud's able to dive back to the safety of his team and basically pluck the Lucio with a sound barrier out for free. Now, uncontested. Should be in a great spot here to get some free damage, but yeah, TVNT has to be dealt with. Nice little evade into executes.
Yeah, and Astro, I think, thought about ending up using the sound barrier there because the cage comes down from Donghak and TVNT is quite low. But I think as soon as he hears the spree is popped, then he's on his way towards it, and he's like wall riding. He doesn't want to Ajax that. He ends up holding onto it and figures that's going to be a losing fight. They've already gotten 60% on the point.
They've got that buffer. You did right.
May as well fight another day.
Okay, you'd be close to a sim ult here, but it's not quite as effective against this Shion and Vendetta composition. I'll have the TP here, TVNT appearing from behind T1, and now we're going to have this orbital ray in play for Skewed. Donghak needs it quickly, and it just doesn't come fast enough. Yubi's charged up in the front line, and TVNT clearly is in his element.
It's like if you can survive that first bit of damage, right, with TVNT, and everybody uses their movement cooldowns to kind of get into the mix, then the Rein can really start to be powerful. It's just multiple times throughout this, they've not been able to do so. T1 going all in on Burst, by the way. I mean, like now playing the Wuyong, not a ton of just like overall healing power for the entire team, just going for damage.
Yeah, some level of disruption as well. That Tidal Blast is a pretty nice combination with Donghak. He is picked up early though. That lack of raw healing throughput for T1 kind of hurts to get such good sustained damage output with the Sim and the Soldier.
It is a kill there on the UB. You're not going to be able to get back and contest. I wonder if we see Skewed stay with the Wuyong. It's going to make it really hard, right? Because you're really relying on the Wuyong poke damage and being good enough that you're able to get close, I know, with some of these targets that are pretty weak, and then between the Maga, the Vendetta, and the Xion, finish some of them off. But, like, Immortality Field, you're going to be able to keep some of these players alive with the Baptiste. If that doesn't work out, you're at just a massive, HPS disadvantage if you're T1.
Controversial take, but I think you're leaning even more now on this Cardiac Overdrive to do the heavy lifting when push comes to shove in these fights. You do have healing over time for Skewed, right, for an individual target, and you have some nice pre-fight poke damage.
Look at Proud, he's so low. Same with Zest, they're forced to use a rally here.
Okay, I don't hate this from Bliss, but Zest is going to get picked off early, and Quartz now is just going to do his thing. This is what I mentioned earlier. He's in a system that allows him to shine, but Bliss is going to knock his lights out. It'll be too little too late in the grand scheme of the fight, though. Twisted Minds carry that good start over to a win.
I don't really love the Wuyong. I mean, I mean, now you have obviously the ultimate to be able to kind of put onto maybe like either Zest Proud or Donghak, all really good options. It just feels like you're giving yourself one real fight-winning condition. The Lucio obviously helps, I think, now a little bit, right? Because you also lost the speed with the Juno as well.
You do have some amazing Tidal Blast candidates on this team, though. Really, like, basically, your delivery system for that knockdown is going to be premium. Skewed needs to make sure the timing is there. Okay, Tidal Blast on Zest. In he dives. The shield, though, will prevent the knockdown, but Yubi is too far ahead of it. Sundering Blade going to be the follow-up, but Donghak's going to be taken down. Now, Satsuriki's fleeing into the backline, and Funny Astro is riddled with bullets. Wisely, Quartz stays around the corner, as that execute would have done him in. T1 will keep control for now, but there's more fighting to be done. Quartz is a nuisance on this off-angle while TVNT takes space, and that is a nice long-range damage there from Zest. You don't see that often to take the offending Soj down.
It's now Skewed going over to the Baptiste. I like this much more, right? Match them in terms of like that survivability, but then also have that burst damage capability for T1.
In his day, one of the best Baptiste in the world, hands down. Good to see that run back here. Immortality Field is going to be pretty darn crucial.
They TP past the choke, but not everybody makes it. It looks like it's just Yubi and TVNT here at the moment.
And they still want to fight this. They get the symbol, in fairness. Skewed does go down. Okay, we are going to have a wall in play by the looks of things. Donghak trying to keep TVNT in place, but that one didn't exactly go off without a hitch. Shatter coming up next. Sound barrier here for Bliss. 3 players on T1 benefit from it now, and Skewed's going to come back on the checks notes. Moira as T1 fight to try and end the round here and now. They may have done enough. That's another flashpoint picked up as we go 2-1.
Yeah, sound barrier for safety there towards the end for T1. The quick Moira swap to use the fade, get closer out of the spawn door, then back to the Baptiste there for T1 and Skewed as they are 1 flashpoint away from getting us to a Game 3. Huge shatter opportunity here for TVNT.
Yeah, might have to do it in response, though, to a dive. Here's the shatter. Catches out Proud. That might be enough, but it's going to be taken down. Proud, though, caught by the charge. Dragged on in by the Hoover effect, but Donghak was able to find 3 eliminations in that fight. T1, saunter back over towards the point. It will be eligible for capture right about now.
And now it may here for Twisted Minds. So more survivability. Less like ramping damage like a sim, right? But the Mei is going to be able to survive a little bit longer, maybe even split some of these targets off. Oh, that's huge value there from Zest, but he ends up falling.
TVNT did catch Zest out there, but it's going to favor again. T1! This right now composition for Twisted Minds looking that much more fallible on this point, and Donghak has been on point with these charges and knockdowns.
And I mean, Zest there with the Whirlwind, I mean, just putting down loads of damage as TVNT going to go over to the Zarya, now D.Va. So that'll be the pick here, is back to the sim as well. So they want to try and just dodge a lot of this.
Yeah, I don't know. It's dangerous. This dive is going to be problematic for Yubi if he's not careful. We have the cage fight in play for Donghak. And yeah, he's going to have D.Va for lunch. Easy pickups here for T1. And even more importantly, They've got some huge DPS ultimates for what would be the last fight of Artless.
So it looks like, ooh, actually, I thought Yubi and Quartz may have made it out, but just Yubi, it seems like, and even he's not going to make it out. TP's back towards the rest of T1, as that may even just throw away your last chance. This is brutal for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it is cooked. TVNT knocked out a mech pretty much straight away. Proud on guard duty as a Satiriku spree looks more like a victory dance for T1. We are going to a third and decider.
So T1 does not want to go down here in this first round. Honestly, it feels like the loser of this game. I mean, it's rare to say, like, we'd have to take a look at the bracket and see how it shakes out. Like, just off of, like, vibes and how tough this group is, it would be pretty difficult for, like, one of these teams to, like, make that loser bracket run all the way through.
I think
how grueling this series has been.
Yeah, just because these are not Swiss groups, they're double elimination groups, right? Yeah. So you really want that buffer.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to stay in the upper bracket for as long as you can, but the sheer quality of teams that are going to find themselves for one reason or another in that lower bracket should be enough to terrify even the staunchest of hearts. So you don't want to find yourself there off the rip. You don't want to be forced to try and make a lower bracket run back into groups of 8 teams, especially a stacked one like this.
I wonder what the map will be for Twisted Minds. The first map that kind of comes to my head is Neon Junction. So our newest map that's been added to the pool. They have some really nice strats on that map, playing Reinhardt, and like they can TP up to the high ground and play from there. They can play Mei. It's not a great Wrecking Ball map either, so kind of like avoids them having even kind of touched that as a hero.
We are dealing with somewhat limited verticality and long straightaways on that map. I really think it's a good choice map because you can also to some degree try and invalidate the
punishing
Xion
chokes,
Vendetta combo. It's a big problem, especially if you want to play Symmetra. She feels extremely exposed in those front lines. If TVNT turns his shield away for just a moment, and sometimes you do because the Malga gets past you, Sim is extremely vulnerable in spots like that. Also, I think the Vendetta's definitely back in a big way, man.
Not a great Cat Bastion map, Neon Junction, so if you wanted to play that, that probably wouldn't be the way to go.
What about Ground Bastion with the Sim and Ryan?
I mean...
Funny Astro might know a bit about that comp.
Yeah, potentially, right? I think it gives them some options to play some Sigma too. If they wanted, I think if you wanted to play Cat Bastion, could you just play, I mean, just trying to think, I think it's Coliseo and Esperanza in the pool. If it was like new Queen Street, you could like ban ball and
Coliseo and Esperanza certainly are in the pool.
Yeah. If it was like new Queen Street, you could actually ban the ball and play new Queen Street, which is actually a really good Cat Bastion map. But obviously not in the pool, so we'll see what Twisted Minds decides to do. Some of their best performances that we had in the MEA this stage were later when they were playing Neon Junction. And it's one of the newer maps, right? So maybe, I know, obviously, maybe T1's not watching as much, EMEA Overwatch, as, I am, because I'm watching it every week, where maybe they come out a little bit surprised, right? Like there's some high ground and some different angles that they take on that map that are, unlike a lot of different teams.
Two stylistically very different teams. Two teams that have also taken very drastically, well, they've taken the same approach but for different reasons. T1 are still fighting for that recognition, still fighting for a top tournament finish, and they're pinning their hopes on that core. Donghak, Proud, Zess, Skewed. They believe, Fleta believes, that those are the players that are going to get them there. Twisted Minds did not want to mess with the formula too much this year. They don't make any big changes either, but it's because they know the only thing harder than getting to the top is staying there.
I mean, Psycho for JWU seems like a big change. Like, at the time, it looked like, you're trying to, like, upgrade that secondary DPS slot, but really, they haven't really been able to make great use of JWU's skill so far this season.
Yeah, and there were times where Yubi was simply a pinch hitter on this team to play Sim when she was applicable.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until Stockholm we realized that Yubi might still be well positioned as a mainstay in this team, not just for that impact of the game, can flex with the Tracer if, the Sim is banned, but it's the calling.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he streamlined so many of the processes here for Twisted Minds. A team who, again, reminder, are largely self-coached, still pin their hopes on, Yubi getting in there, being authoritative with the calling structure, getting everybody lined up and on the same page.
So, just waiting to see the map and the bans that have come through here.
I'm almost more interested to see what the bans are. if I'm honest with you. Considering that both these teams are playing such drastically different compositions, and TM will have first pick of the litter.
I'm trying to think of some other maps that are in the pool that could be interesting, you know, for Twisted Minds, right? You know, like Eichenwald, like you would, like, I mean, Eichenwald. Shambali and play like Ram Sig is like kind of interesting. That would be like if you wanted to play Camp Bastion, maybe that's probably where you would go if you're Twisted Minds.
I just think it can be good if Donghak does not have the proclivity to play static shield tanks. He doesn't want to play rushdown style. He's got a pretty unique pool. Obviously, Jasmine exists as well. It's not.
Yeah, so
don't forget about that. Route 66 is going to be the pick here.
Route 66. So this is a map we don't see. Okay, so it's going to be Vendetta Ban and Jetpack. Route, you can play a lot of sim. Really good at like closing gaps and things like that.
You can also play Ana Break here. We saw that earlier on today.
Yeah,
it ended up working.
The Vendetta ban is huge. Cat ban pretty much means what? We carry Lucio here for, you know, both sides at that point. I know maybe you're playing it. I'm curious if you can be as effective against the sim comps as they've been without the Vendetta in play. I think it also, without the Vendetta, this unlocks Sigma, and it unlocks D.Va in a way, right? Obviously, D.Va has the same issues with Defense Matrix that Sigma has with Kinetic Grasp, so...
Yeah, and also, like D.Va doesn't have built-in disruption for the Vendetta sometimes. Sigma at least had accretion, even if it's not particularly reliable. And the Genji, the defense Genji from Zest.
Oh.
This is such a throwback. It's such a classic pick from them. And it also gives them, okay, it's not as durable, not as much of a bruiser as Vendetta, but it gives you that same potential unfettered access to the sim in the front line.
I think that's what makes Vendetta, though, like, a much more ideal pick than Genji in comps like this, right? Because, like, you use a TP, like, if you line up a dash at the right time, people going through, you're going to put damage down. Whirlwind is so easy to get value out of in that situation.
Well, because it's a damaging ability that also carries a mobility aspect in a wide arc around you, whereas Genji's...
that also has a perk that extends the rate, like the length of it, like how long it goes. Like,
it's a little harder for Genji, but Zest certainly a Genji aficionado. We'll see T1 really try and stay inside here, just try not to expose Donghak to too much burst damage. Oh, that is such a good stomp! Quartz didn't know what hit him.
I think Quartz was trying to bait them there. Like, they set up the sim turrets in the wall there, and they're trying to, like, bait players down into kind of fighting in that realm. And Quartz goes up to the high ground, sees Donghak, and then uses the slide. But what they tried to do is, like, time the Suzu with the stomp so he wouldn't take any damage, but they actually don't. They don't time it right. So he gets stomped and then just kind of deleted there.
It's a rare miss from Simple.
Yeah.
One of the most high mechanical ceiling support players in EMEA.
Yeah, Quartz is like, I'm not doing that one again.
Yubi now just going to try and wrap around the backside. There isn't anything to really test him unless Zest goes after the sim, which might need to be the option here. Stop in from Donghak, a lot of face-fronted damage here. Yubi charged up, has a TP in case he needs to call a cancel, but here come Twisted Minds now. Bliss is picked off. Donghak here trying to reposition in a pinch. Quartz gets upstairs, but Proud is going to find him with a railgun headshot. Now Donghak, yeah, thought he might path in the direction of the Mega Health Pack, but no. Twisted Minds are going to get on the road well and truly.
And it feels like, you know, I would love to see stats of, like, if T1 doesn't get, like, the first kill in the first few seconds of a fight, like, their win rate in terms of these fights has to be, like, you know, really low. It feels like if Twisted Minds can survive that, like, first onslaught of that, like, Maga coming in with some damage from the Genji, they're in a great spot. I mean, that time you see Yubi is able to just kind of farm up Donghak, and they're not able to collapse onto Quartz.
It means that the mandate here for Twisted Minds is to stay alive in the early part of the fight. They don't need to do anything fancy. They just need to withstand the onslaught. Speaking of which, Quartz goes low. This sim wall, though, is going to be pretty massive in that regard. It virtually nullifies Proud's impact on the game entirely for the duration. And Donghak, frankly, had zero options there. Classy finish there for Quartz, as Twisted Minds will have that first checkpoint on 66.
It's also quite brutal here, Mitch, because, like, TVNT can get right up in Proud's face. They'll use that defense matrix, right? Soak up a lot of that damage. Be very difficult to deal with, like the D.Va as a Sojourn. Meanwhile, Donghak doesn't really have any way to engage with Quartz as skewed falls, and Quartz can literally just farm ult and railguns off of Donghak's body.
Now Quartz has got a really safe spot to play from. T1 are actually looking really uncomfortable in terms of map position, and Zest isn't exactly going to give them back a good staging ground to fight from. If T1 do not have a decisive win here behind this blade, behind this beat, they are going to lose control of this stage of the map, almost guaranteed. Donghak doesn't get a sound barrier there, in fairness, and here's Quartz. Bliss has fallen now. Zest up on high. Deflect active, but Blade is also out. The sound barrier not quite enough to protect Quartz from the reprisal, as Zest claims 2 eliminations. But TVNT's down his tank, he's out of it.
Yeah, the Diva's still alive, and the Sim is still alive in action, and all really healthy. Funny Astro here. So it looks like TVNT just moves up just a little bit, takes some damage. So even though you had that big blade came out, it's Quartz with that overclock who takes out Bliss really early. That's massive.
This Vendetta ban might be a real problem for T1.
Oh, yeah.
This ends.
Zest has him now to do the same thing as he was on the previous maps. Right here with an overclock. Just looking for big bodies to guarantee connections with, and the cage fight is going to make that even easier. But Proud still playing careful about it. It's going to be a D-mech, but TVNT can't get back in. A nice little flick of the Shuriken possessed to confirm the elimination. And finally, Twisted Minds. We slowed down.
Well, I mean, when you talk about that Vendetta ban, it's gone from basically Yubi's first dead in a lot of these fights on the Sim as like a glass cannon to he is lasting for the entire fight, ramping up that damage, and then look, they just focus like it's almost like a bait, right? If Quartz can get one and then you commit other players to him, guess what? TVNT is full health on the other side and Yubi is fully charged up on the Sim and you just die.
Yep, that's very dangerous.
Nice
I mean, if you're Malga and you run into a charged Sim, fight's already over. Here we go, Twisted Minds try and wrap around the left-hand side. Over with the Kitsune Rush, but it's going to be matched by Skewed instantly, and Yubi gets to the wrong side of the shoulder charge. Donghak's able to take one, but with Proud out of the picture, your sustained damage might start to buckle. Bliss has fallen now. We're in a bona fide 3 versus 3, and Zest is out of cooldowns now. The pressure is real. The Suzu was drawn out of simple at least, but TVNT might have needed that now. T is demeched. Zest, hard to track, hard to catch late in these fights as numbers break down, and Twisted Minds lose TVNT in a very staggered fashion.
Yeah, you lose Simple here towards the end as well, just trying to keep TVNT alive. So signs of life here for T1. You'll end up having a sound barrier here to deal with potentially an overclock that comes on through. You'll have your blade as well. Pretty good spot here to be in with a minute to go.
So far, so good. They survived the Kitsune Rush from Twisted Minds. They had one of their own. The beats are going to be matched, though.
He's got to be lining this up. Like, if the Malgo is there to stomp here. Yeah, they're actually does go Donghak.
Donghak that might have overextended. Sound barrier is going to have to be used, but Donghak, oh man, it's just too late. And you're trying to salvage his fight now with a blade. Quartz, he's able to get back to safety and send a railgun to claim the Genji. Just a bit of an overextension there for T1, Matt.
And now they're so split, right? You still have a few players of T1 here. You have 3 players trying to make it back towards the cart. 2 players going to be coming from the high ground. It's going to be Zest going over to Venture, trying to get back in the fight.
Donghak, though, is pretty hard to kill in this position. Cardiac Overdrive in place. Suzu also used a lot. Thrown in by T1 to try and stall this fight out. And with Funny Astro being picked up, there might be something here. The Venture's found an elimination. Proud, though, under pressure, very low. TVNT gave up a lot of health to do that, but he has a remake if he needs it. And Quartz is there. Donghak is felled, and that really is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back for T1. Close to a hold here in the second phase of the map, and they get ahead of themselves, and Twisted Minds have time to complete.
Yeah, very good defense, I think, in the second part of the map compared to what we saw early on from T1. I'm curious if the Venture stays. Venture can provide some of the stuff that Vendetta can, in terms of like, being able to go in and being disruptor on top of those Sim teleporters. Just not as much burst damage as the Vendetta. Donghak dangerously low off the rip here.
Yubi pick up is pretty big. Yeah, I mean, again, even with Kitsune Rush in play, you can't really ameliorate the damage done to your Malga because you can't see him. Skewed had no line of sight really to the important critical health targets on his team, and now, yeah, we keep the momentum going. Self-destruct means TVNT can soak that damage and keep fighting, and Quartz is simply on janitorial duty.
I mean, this next fight is huge. You see already some damage going down on the Donghak, gonna have to go back towards that spawn. It's a very difficult map to complete, so anything like really close to completion here is great for Twisted Minds.
Still on the Venture is Zest. Such an interesting choice, but felt like the Genji didn't quite have the staying power and damage mitigation windows that Venture has.
A bit more survivability on the Venture?
Yep, 100%. Here's that overclock here for Proud, surging forward. TVNT, a D-Mech here, and a stagger could be massive. 17 seconds left in the round, and Twisted Minds might finally be out of rope.
Yeah, you just have to everybody make it out for Twisted Minds. Funny Astro, they see him wall riding there, looking like he wants to be the one who gets a touch. He's got a sound barrier here. This may not be completely over just yet.
BNT on the wrecking ball. Back into the fight, nice and quick. Caught with an overclock now as Hunting. Looks like there was a swift step away by Skewed. He evades execution for now. Sound barrier thrown down by Bliss, and Funny Astro reciprocates. That's Cord's going a little bit low down and backed up into the corner. Funny Astro trying to find a way out of a very dangerous alcove, but a cage fight now is in play. Nobody caught inside of it though. All the Twisted Minds able to kite away from it, but they still need to contest the objective. Zest is healthy. Tectonic Shock now in play. Dangerous as that cuts in under the cart. And TVNT eventually will be suppressed. Funny Astro down. And that's T1 holding their ground.
Nice job, Yubi, with some of these sim TPs to get people out of these cage fights. A lot of times we see Donghak with the cage and go full screen, nobody inside of it, but that TP getting people out of harm's way. Not much extra payload progress gleaned towards the end there, but as we take a look at some of the highlights, see how much more effective this sim has been here now with that Vendetta out of the way.
It's looked a lot more difficult to pressure Yubi down. And Zest has cycled through a number of high mobility options. The Genji obviously didn't have the survivability, like you mentioned. Obviously Vendetta has that in spades. She's a bit more of a bruiser. And Venture offers you some similar angles, although I don't know if they are quite as reliable in terms of damage output. But here the tech shot looks phenomenal. Not bad. We have averted a Twisted Minds map completion as T1. However, yeah, there's still much more work to be done as Poco seems to be into it.
I'm not sure about that one. He's like, I gotta say T1, but I'm not super sold. Let's see what T1 decides to do on offense here.
I look at the difference between Lucio deaths, by the way. I think that's quite telling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 8 there for Bliss. But also, I would say they're playing at a much higher pace, and he is definitely more in the line of fire, I would say, than Astro potentially is. Astro obviously trying to dodge the Malga. There's not a vendetta there.
It's really the Quartz difference as well that manifests. Quartz has done a very good job punishing. Bliss just sort of lingering a little too long in that line of sight.
Oh.
Okay. Doomfist for Donghak. Not the most unreasonable choice for this player especially.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very good. It's just we haven't seen, at least in EMEA, much Doomfist at all. See how it kind of plays out here for Donghak.
Okay.
That's a nice punch to kind of send towards his teammates, but can anyone actually kind of finish these kills off?
I mean, the healing throughput is astonishingly good here for Twisted Minds, man.
Yeah.
Okay, eventually, T1 able to break through. You can afford to play this aggressive, though, hyper-aggressive dive when you're on the attack side of Route 66, but the sustain has been quite good for Twisted Minds to buy as much time as they have here. Still on the venture is Zest. Might make a believer of me yet.
Yes, TVNT here on the Diva, we'll see kind of coming on back how he decides to make some adjustments to play against Venture Doomfist, right? Not a ton. Obviously you're going to be trying to put a lot of pressure on a Proud and take out Bliss. Kind of probably what his primary goal
Amazing punch.
Yeah, huge punch. Knocks them off from the high ground, but hey, Quartz doesn't care. He just kind of gets knocked right into the line of sight. Has already formed up a railgun shot, deletes Proud.
And Donghak are able to claim the high ground for the rest of his team, but planting a flag on top of Big L's is not going to win you team fights. T1 needs to be able to do a lot of work with that disruption, and ideally, you're hoping that Zest is there to catch Twisted Minds as they're knocked off, or Proud can land some railguns, but just none of that happened.
And now Twisted Minds, they're going to play close up here, Mitch. They have an advantage in terms of both support ults. I also think you get a little bit more, obviously Meteor Strike is great in terms of giving yourself another chance if you dive in too low. They're not a team fight winning ultimate as cage fight, but as I say that, Twisted Minds did a great job getting out of a lot of these cages as Yubi does get hit by a punch, but able to survive it.
Proud out of the game early. Again, your kill potential drastically blunted in the wake of that, especially with Simple having this extra healing throughput from Kitsune Rush.
Yeah.
T1 have got to feel pretty sore about that one. They trade rushes and get nothing.
Yeah, maybe the Doom is also a little bit of trying to get some of these insta-kills onto Yubi, right? Like an empowered punch, seismic slam onto the Sim. Maybe there's a burrow there that comes on through, and they're able to deal with the Sim that way, because obviously the Vendetta was the way to go about it. Ban here in our final map is Quartz now just going to pop the OC, answer the OC here Proud.
The Symbol just absolutely gutted you. It's too easy for Quartz, man.
I would rather see them play the Maga. I don't know how this No, could you even play D.Va here potentially? I even think the Genji was better than what we've seen from the Venture thus far. It definitely seems like, though, overall, the Vendetta is like the key here against some of these sim comps.
Again, tough to play Malga against a defensive comp playing D.Va that can usually just fall back to the high ground. Like, you can't demand Twisted Minds come down and fight you. The Doom is trying to displace him in order to do so, but lacks that same kill pressure that Malga himself has. This is what we needed to see. A pick off the rip here from Proud. Funny Astro never had a chance to make use of that sound barrier. So T1 get the result they're looking for, but there'll be another fight and another chance to use that Lucio ultimate for Twisted Minds.
You're going to get another fight here for TM, and you're going to have the advantage with the Kitsune Rush as well. You're going to have your beat plus rush. So a fantastic opportunity here for Twisted Minds. Self-destruct as well. Clear players off of the point. Another life for TVNT. A fantastic opportunity for them to close it out here. Tonic Shock here on the flank, though.
It could be big. It could be massive. We need a big tech shock.
It gets beat out. It gets beat out, which is huge.
I mean, you're going to get beat in this fight anyway, but getting a little bit early doesn't seem too bad. Here's skewed though. Kitsune Rush now going to get popped here. TVNT still has it. Self-destruct if needed. Simple low. Yubi struggling. Has the TP away from the pressure of Donghack. Not a lot of damage, but more disruption than you can poke a big old fist at. Still, he's going to have to use his ultimate to get out of jail quickly now, and TVNT is a self-destruct on the point. He can remake. There was such an opportunity there for T1 to take the D.Va out of the fight, but they let it go begging. Quartz is down though. Proud's able to pick up his opposite number on the map, and Simple needs to duck back here. Donghack still a threat, still active, in the mix and disruptive, as we have another D-suit on TVNT. Here come T1 refusing to die, refusing to again play second fiddle to this Twisted Mind squad, say we still have game to play.
Oh man, as for me, that they get that first checkpoint, Zest is the one who unlocks that. The Tectonic Shock up on the high ground, when he pops it and they walk on by him, they end up using their sound barrier and their Kitsune Rush at that same time. It allows him to just T1, get out of harm's way, right? He burrows and then just dashes away. And then they're able to use their Kitsune Rush over the point. It's a huge win there for T1.
See this anti-snowball measure though? You have Symmetra, so you get priority for that important high ground position. You can't simply just be pushed off the map.
On the sim as well.
All right, well, maybe a little bit unexpected here for T1. Not a style that we've seen them move towards.
Sim Doom, not really too prevalent.
I don't think you need both of those if you're trying to access high ground a bit more easily, but still, it's working out so far. Quartz is picked off yet again. Funny Astro did have a chance to finally use that sound barrier and at least result in a trade at the start of this fight. There's that Symmetra pressure we're looking for in lieu of having the Vendetta. Donghack has disruption but not damage. Finally though, able to team up and deal with Simple. Bliss out of the fight here. Proud though, looking just to get TVNT out of the equation. And he'll have the D-suit and elimination.
You'll get another fight here though, for Twisted Minds. And you're pretty much set with like absolutely everything. The comp from T1 is a little Donghack though. He's a very good Doomfist, great survivability, right? On Doom, great disruption. Just not as much kill potential, it feels like, as like the D.Va per se. Punch here, gonna knock players out, knock them off with the TP.
This is tough now. Twisted Minds are in a position where an error could be forced because they've got to throw caution to the wind and get out onto the map. Kitsune Rush here for Simple. Skewed though, holding on to his for a rainy day.
Simwall in OC though for that Kitsune Rush that comes down. That's going to be the rush that's been used by Skewed. There's that Simwall from Yubi.
Donghack has to get out of here pretty quickly. He doesn't have a Meteor Strike though to avoid this. Bliss picked off as Quartz has pole position and he makes great use of it. Dropping to the ground, accosting his opponent's Sojourn. Twisted Minds might have done enough here. T1 are on their last legs in this series.
Man, Twisted Minds with Quartz, dude. Like, if there's a hit scan in play and they can figure out a way to protect him, they are golden. As TP across here for T1. Still an opportunity, a sim wall of their own here.
Okay, so you can mitigate Quartz's impact, but can you shut him down entirely? Donghack's going to clear some of these turrets out of the way, but he's taken a lot of damage. It's Yubi going down first. Proud making use of this asymmetrical advantage, if you'll excuse the pun, of having that wall in play. Funny Astro playing safe, knows there's a beat opportunity here, and Skewed's been taken down. Twisted Minds able to slow the fight down. This is what they were looking for. TVNT, a chance to remake, back in the fight now, but the card is moving. Twisted Minds have to contest. Bliss just ducks the sound barrier in time. DV goes upstairs, still low. TVNT able to stay in the fight, though it's Proud picked off by Quartz. He has come to the rescue once again. There's got to be a touch, and Donghack simply forgets the objective. Twisted Minds are here to renew their claim to the throne. The world champions in hiatus, releasing absentia from the top tables in EMEA. Start to find their way back.
And that has to be massive for the confidence of Twisted Minds. An extremely tough opponent in round one. Probably our toughest round one matchup potentially, like across both groups. And TM able to come out on top in the end. Obviously, I think the Vendetta ban was much needed there in the final map. It definitely threw T1 for a loop. They weren't able to really kind of get anything out of it. And hey, with all the Twisted Minds fans here in attendance, the vibes are high with this team. And you know, look, if they can get that sim working and Quartz is kind of shooting like that, I mean, they're going to be very difficult continually for teams to beat.
The last thing you want to do at a tournament of this magnitude is be ban sensitive. You need a second option. If the Vendetta doesn't work out against the team who will abuse Symmetra against you every turn, every step of the way.
And a rough loss for T1 though.
It's going to sting because it doesn't get any easier from here on out. That's rough stuff. We're going to head to the stage here and hear from Lou, standing by with Yubi.
Thank you very much. I am now standing by with Yubi. Yubi, congratulations for this first win. Of course, I imagine it must feel amazing. You have plenty of fans who came, of course, Twisted Man fans, but I can tell you that a lot of French fans in the crowd were also rooting for you. So is it something that you were expecting?
First of all, I want... Thank you. Okay, first of all, I want to thank some people before I speak. I want to say thank you for Enter, Willy, Brain, Emo, Commander X, Ibra, Honor Twisted Mind, and thank you for everyone who comes for us from Saudi Arabia to support, and French fans, of course.
Of course, big thanks. Donc un grand merci à tous les fans français qui nous ont soutenus, à tous les shoutouts qui fait évidemment aux fans de Twisted Minds. I heard, Yubi, that you have the best Symmetra in the world, yet they banned it on game one. So how did you feel about this? Were you feeling a bit annoyed because you could play it later on and you played super well? So how did you feel about that ban?
I mean, I feel like every time we're gonna play a tournament, people gonna ban Sim, so we prepare for it every time. And our rating scrim is like we never lose. It's like even if we lose the scrim, we win the Sim ban because people gonna waste it like early. They can't react.
Official Demons, indeed. Donc effectivement, on a banni, sa Symmetra sur la première game. Comment il l'a vécu? Il dit j'ai l'impression quand on va en tournoi, tout le monde va me battre, va me ban Massim au moins une fois. Donc qu'ils sachent qu'on est prêt, même si on perd en scrim, on est capable de la sortir forcément en official. And last but not least, is there one team that you really want to like face and maybe take down in this tournament? Like who do you have your eyes on? Let's say.
Okay, I really want to. Thank you, guys. I want to meet Crazy Raccoon because last time they beat us in Japan Major. I really want to take my revenge. I know they're become stronger, but we will try our best to make it a good matchup.
Fair enough, and I think that would be a banger match. Thank you very much for joining me. And of course, good luck for next matches. Donc dernière question, qui est-ce que tu as envie d'affronter, de croiser dans ce tournoi? J'ai envie de prendre ma revanche contre Crazy Raccoon. Je sais qu'ils sont devenus aussi très forts, mais je pense qu'on a l'occasion de prendre notre revanche. Donc voilà, let's see if it's right. Not now, because we're going to move on to our 6th game of the day, guys. Stay with us.
Merci, Lou, and congratulations to Twisted Minds. Let's take a look at the chaos towards the end of this game. Reinforced Quartz shining at EWC once again.
Indeed. I mean, he's one of the star players of this tournament, and he's been lights out at every single major tournament we've had. He has to be the big star player sticking up for this team if they are to repeat what they achieved at the World Finals last year and win the entire tournament.
Yeah, you can always expect Quartz to deliver big games when it counts. I think Yubi, though, in that interview, it's especially important to highlight what he said. The fact that they can get that win on Nepal sets the tone for the series, right? They're able to win against the Sim ban, showing those unique preparations, and that's what allows them to win the series here against T1, and this is a crucial one. T1 is a serious competitor here, one of the tougher first-round matchups, and Twisted Minds, coming in as the 3rd seed, got that win in style.
Look at that guy on the left, all big smiles. Here he is on the left again. Welcome in, Funny Astro. Congratulations on a massive victory. You're doing it in a new jersey, but still the same team. How's it feel playing for Twisted Minds at EWC?
It's lovely to play for Twisted Minds. We've got a nice fan base out here. I'm glad they came to Paris to come support us as well, not just in Riyadh. And yeah, I just love playing for this team.
Can you tell me about the drums? Because it looks like TVMT immediately jumped up. We just saw Yubi get a chance to play some drumming Is the fan base helping you guys along the way?
Of course, we can always hear them. Even with the in-ears on, headset on top, you can still hear them drumming away right next to us, and it's really good to have that support.
I gotta ask, I think obviously it's nice to get away with a win here, 2-1 against T1. It's a very close competitive series. It did seem like the Mauga did get to you a little bit. How do you evaluate your own performance against what T1 put up against you?
I think we were kind of underprepared for Atlas. Maybe we didn't have the best strategy on that map. But
Okay.
yeah, the Mauga is something we're a little skeptical of at the moment. It's hard to tell which way the meta's going, but we are seeing a lot more Mauga these today, definitely, than we saw in scrims.
Yeah, I want to ask Astro, coming into this tournament, for you guys, coming off a second place, a very, very close second, of course, in Japan, how much does that play into your expectations like this early on in the tournament, right? We're a long way away from a potential grand finals. Do you kind of come into the tournament still thinking like, hey, that's where we're going to go again? Or do you kind of just try to take this matchup by matchup?
I mean, we just really want to win this time. The third place EWC last year was pretty disappointing, and then obviously the second place in Champions Clash was like a rough one, and we're here to get revenge.
Taking a look at some of the best moments, would you give any of your teammates an MVP award tonight? Who popped off for you guys to get this Game 3 victory?
Probably Tiven on map 1 for that hog performance. I think it was like something no one expects, but it was pretty crazy. I've never seen a hog hook Cat Bastion out the sky so many times.
And who made the call to bust out the hog? Because we don't see that very often.
That's one of our strats.
Okay.
It's one of our slightly less hidden strats now.
Something you guys have been cooking up. Speaking of cooking up, we're here in Paris. Have you been eating any good food yet?
A lot of good pastries. The bakeries in the morning get delicious pain au chocolat. Perfect. Can't go wrong with that.
And as a veteran, what do you now do leading up to match day? Because today is already 7 hours in from our call time. I know it's got to be crazy for you traveling the world, coming into prep, and then having to perform on a stage like this.
I mean, for me, it's just normal now. It's just another day in the office. We just wake up, come play some Overwatch. It's just the same as having scrims.
It's got the easiest job in the world. Let's take a look at the celebrations here. Talk to me about this young man on the left side of your screen. What's it like playing with him?
It's great. I love Tiven. He's got so much confidence, and he's such a funny guy. Like you can see, he's not shy at all. And it's the same in the server. He's happy to just play heroes that you wouldn't usually see him on. So yeah, he's just amazing.
So how do you feel about your chances the rest of this tournament? Obviously, this group is actually quite stacked. It has a lot of teams that are going to be really fun. You're potentially facing a rematch against Virtus.pro that could be really entertaining. How do you feel like you're stacking up against the international competition?
I think we're on top at the moment. We're super confident that we're going to win the whole thing. It's kind of funny watching everyone else do interviews and say like all these other teams are better than us, but yeah, we're really, really confident.
Wow. Is that scrims? Is that scrims you're basing that off, or is that just how you feel like you're performing in game?
A little bit of scrims, and then mostly just the feeling. You can sort of tell when your team is doing well and when you have good ideas and good strategies, and it sort of feels like we have everything solved at the moment.
I mean, you guys have always been that team. I feel like that has, it really is not just all talk. Like you genuinely do seem to perform better on land, better under these high pressure scenarios. I'm thinking back in Japan when you guys took that tough L earlier on to Crazy Raccoon. We were thinking, maybe this is it. Are you guys really going to be able to show a good performance? And then you kind of turn it all around, battle back through the tournament. Now this time you're coming in, you're ready to play the Symmetra, it seems like most of all. Is there any thought about maybe bringing Jabu in, any kind of strategy there? Or is the Sim really going to be the bread and butter for this tournament?
We'll see later on.
Oh, okay. Come on. Understandable. Got to play close to the vest.
Final question for you. I thought you were only going to be able to play Lucio for your entire career. Now you're playing as a jetpack cat. Did you ever think you would be flying through the sky as a feline?
I mean, if you told me about that hero a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed it was in the game. But yeah, it's fun to play new heroes. Unfortunately for the first map, my sense was wrong. So I was playing with 1200 DPI. But we sort of made it work.
And when did you recognize that you had the wrong DPI?
When I swapped to Lucio. On Cat, you don't really notice because you're just flying around in the sky. Because I just pick up Quartz and let him play the game. It's not a problem for me.
Buddy Astro, your manager is off screen waiting for you. We will let you go celebrate with your squad. In the meantime, guys, don't go anywhere. We have so many more games of Overwatch coming your way. And coming up, we're going to have Weibo versus Team Liquid. Before that, though, we got to check in with Ginny at the MLBB playoffs for an update from the Lenovo Legion grid.
Yeah, I'm up. Doom. Help Teven. No beat. I got Teven. Sim. Beat one. Nice. Good job, guys. Good.
Here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Falcons just taking down Vitality. Chris, what is going on right now?
I don't know what you said, Ginny, but I think they just won. And look, that's a huge result for Falcons, not just in the MSC, but of course in the Club Championship. Taking down Vitality, that could be a big moment. Vitality now, okay, they get the 200 points, that's good.
That's
but
it.
Falcons, how far do they go now? And that could be a big swing moment. Falcons needed that big time, of course, MSC and for their hopes in general. But the Club Championship, that felt like it could be a pivotal moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the fashion in which they've done it. This was a best of 5. It was a 3-1. That game was like, what, 10 minutes? Not even?
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I mean, map number 1 didn't really go that way. But other than that, it was pretty convincing throughout. A lot of questions around the draft from a couple of our analysts. Vitality may be something to look out in that sense, but that's something you're going to have to look at at a later event because they ain't going to have anything else to do over this week.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that, but what we are going to get into is the fact that Falcons is now starting to rack up a couple of points. This is looking like a good week for them, Club Championship point related. And any updates, we'll of course keep you in the loop.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, friends. Guess what? It's pick'em time. Yeah! And for this one, we're going to be talking about Weibo versus Team Liquid and also the next match, which is going to be VP versus 9Z Global. Starting off with the first one, I went with Weibo Gaming beating Team Liquid by 2-1. What do you guys think? Weibo versus Team Liquid. Who's going to win?
Weibo.
Weibo. High five. Weibo. All right. All of us are going Weibo. Okay. 2-1, 2-0?
2-0.
2-0. Okay. All right. Next one. VP versus 9Z Global. I'm going with Virtus.pro 2-0. How about you guys? Same. Everyone, high five. We're all on the same page. We got VP and Weibo winning. That is very exciting. We'll see actually what happens, but for our pick'ems, we're all on the same page.
We are back live in Paris, and as you can see, the sun doesn't set till about 10 p.m. We are going to be gaming all night long with 3 more matches to go. It's time to get our first look at Weibo Gaming. Reinforce, that man right there is looking pretty good. Leaving crew entering the STC arena with all smiles, but today they face off against a very familiar foe in Team Liquid. Expectations coming into this matchup.
Well, for both of those teams, Pocket, it's a matter of like wanting to finally get over the hump and finally get some success here at major tournaments. Weibo Gaming, I feel like for years at this point we've been like, when are they going to win a tournament? When are they finally going to bring it to the top dogs? And it feels like hope is kind of fading. Is this generation, is this over for China? Or is this their last kind of tournament opportunity here? it feels like a dying kind of moment here for Weibo Gaming, and they have the opportunity now to prove us wrong that they actually still got it.
Is Gushway still playing for Weibo?
Yeah, I mean, here's the man of the hour, picking up the Reinhardt again. You know, nothing has changed. But quite frankly, though, like I think, yeah, China, obviously, they want to put themselves on the map again as like a force in Overwatch. They had to play catch-up for the last few years, which is, of course, very unfortunate. And so far, on international lands, they've not brought it. But I mean, if you want to count on one Chinese team, it would be Weibo Gaming. They only lost 4 maps throughout this last stage. They've been looking really, really dominant in their region.
Only 4 maps.
Yeah, and 3 of those were against JDG. So, you know, like they've been pretty dominant, at least in the Chinese region.
Johnny, stop smiling like that. Tell me about your smirk while we take a look at Team Liquid.
It says more about the region than it does about Weibo Gaming.
Yikes.
So,
sorry, China.
Wow.
Look, they're a super team after all. They're a super team in China. So you can come into this tournament and have high expectations for Weibo Gaming, but I'm actually looking at them as fairly competitive against Team Liquid. So he asked me going into this one, who do you got? Who is your favorite? I honestly don't know. This is a coin flip to me because Team Liquid, while they struggled at the start of Stage 2 with their new 2 additions, Kivis and Attack, needing to build some of that synergy, they started to build some momentum, and I actually think that they could get in form right at the right time here ahead of the Esports World Cup. And so I'm looking out for them to be a bit of a dark horse, a bit of a surprise team for us here, and maybe an upset here against Weibo Gaming.
We got the Liquid Ladies!
Liquid Ladies,
actually advance to the group.
I was about to say something negative about Team Liquid.
You
Now
better not. Those are some moms in the venue.
I would never do that to any mom out there. No, but like, see, the thing is, like, obviously, as the playoffs started in this region, Team Liquid performed really well in their first match against Dallas Fuel. That took them down 3-0. We're like, oh my god, it started to click. It finally started to click with that new roster, with those new additions. But then it immediately got whooped twice in a row. So it kind of felt like a fluke. So I think Team Liquid is coming into this and they want to prove that initial performance in the playoffs was not a fluke, that they actually are here to bring it and they can make it far in the competition.
Can you tell me a little bit about Vega and expectations? Because last time he was on this EWC stage, he was one of the star support players who was actually fragging out on Alari. I remember anytime we went to Circuit Royale, we would go to his screen and he was picking up multi-kills as a support player.
Right, and that was the big shift in team identity for Team Liquid, because they used to be a double flex support team where they slowed things down, picked escort maps, and they really wanted to rally behind all of that mechanical skill from Vega. Now this time, I feel like they're more of a brawl team. Like they can put him on Lucio and speed things up, Flashpoint, maybe step up the tempo, bring a Xion into the mix alongside the Tracer. The damage duo for this Team Liquid team is kind of like the pivotal department for them if they're going to have any kind of success.
Is there one player to watch in that role?
I mean, I think that Tree is just so flexible and can play so many different heroes at a really high level. But we're talking about players like Quartz, like Proper. Can you match the skill of those players? That is what the success of Team Liquid kind of hinges on.
On the other side of this matchup, we've got 30 seconds. Give me the look at Weibo. Who do you have eyes on for this match?
Both DPS as well. I think Leaf and Shy on the server, like those are the guys who will be fragging out. Those are the guys that you need to shut down, and that's going to be a tall order.
This is our 6th matchup of the qualifiers. Reminder, you have to win 2 to go through. You lose 2, you're out, and it looks like 71% of the fans are going Weibo. Final answers here. Who do you pick? How many maps?
Weibo 2-0.
2-0.
Team Liquid Simp.
They got Vega at EWC
He
wins
has- he's
games.
winning
Let's
the
go
face
to the
card,
stage to get this one started. In a minute. It's coming. I promise.
Stop what you're doing right now and look at this trophy. It's beautiful. Look at it glistening in the light. All of the teams that you've seen perform here so far want to get their hands on it, but by the end of this week, only one will. You know what? I don't like to talk about favorites here, Lou, but the crowd were going crazy for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and it was both like the super fans and the French fans. Pour le coup, moi je vais pas vous mentir, les Twisted Minds m'ont un peu conquis. I like the Twisted Mind boys. They have the banter, they have the confidence.
Yeah.
I must say, they might be my favorites for the tournament.
Really? Me too. No, I like them.
We don't do favorites.
Let's keep moving on to the penultimate series of the day here in Paris, and welcome onto the stage, Weibo Gaming! I lied to you there. We still got a good few matches to go. It's not the penultimate. Lucky for you. Weibo Gaming, the champions of China. 2 domestic stages, 2 titles, led by some of the biggest names in Overwatch. Weibo hunting that elusive international title they are yet to claim.
Standing against them strong, it's Team Liquid! They're representing North America. It's a young roster, strengthened by Korean reinforcements and still growing with every event. Des représentants de l'Amérique du Nord renforcés par des membres coréens. Team Liquid arrive in Paris with 1 goal in hand, the trophy.
2 very different styles arrive on stage here. It's time to find out which of them holds up under the brightest of lights.
It is the team that soaked up the golden era of Chinese Overwatch, and the team that may still be harbingers of a golden era to come up against the investment in the youth of North America. It's Team Liquid, built around Infected, who have been in the conversation regionally as a powerful team. Not the powerhouse, but events like this is where you can chart a new course for your team, and frankly, both of these squads are hoping for that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming, obviously we've known these players for a while. Guxue, Lieb, and Shy, new support core. I know from the past, I know that from what they've had in the past, right? And obviously they're looking for better international results there. They've gotten off to a lot of slow starts to these events. It's quite often that they find themselves in the lower bracket. They got to make a deep run. Liquid is a team that I definitely think that can, I guess you would call it an upset in this scenario. I definitely think they could do it.
I agree with Johnny in that this has all the hallmarks of a very competitive matchup. I think Weibo Gaming's mandate is to try and convince us that we haven't seen their ceiling yet. We have seen this team in every era of Overwatch recorded. We've seen the rise, we've seen the fall, we've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. They're going to try and convince us that we haven't seen anything yet. That's a tough job, because Matt and I have been around for quite some time.
I think what they're trying to convince us is they haven't, peaked.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
the peak hasn't happened already. Can they kind of go, hey, I want that new Kaskin too. Double up that sign there real quick. Because we know the players on Team Liquid, right, with the youth, they have not peaked. It's like, this old guard, right? You think about Guxue and, Shy and Lieb and how legendary these players are. Are they still, they're still legends. They're always going to be legends. Are they still real contenders for international trophies, I think is the question.
And retooling the other peripheral aspects of this team to try and sort of support them is fine, but how much longer do these guys have? How many more opportunities will they be afforded before China turns to younger, maybe less tenured prospects to give them glory? That's always going to be in the back of your mind. And every game that features this Weibo team, it's scrappy, it's high octane, and it's emotional. It's always emotional with these guys. There's so much investment from them in that regard, in their success in these matches. It comes out before the game, it comes out during the game in terms of how they respond, and after, whether it's success or failure, how they express themselves to the fans. It's always palpable.
There is so much community love for this team as well.
Could there be any other more loved team than this?
Everywhere we go, all over the globe, their fans show up and they go all out for Weibo Gaming.
And honestly, opportunities to play in China come few and far between in front of LAN crowds. I mean, I know that in the future, we get in front of Chinese fans, so Weibo Gaming are going to want to be there, but also be there with the belief of the fans that they could take it all. They earned that here in Paris.
It's just a deep run. Just give you kind of something to build off of for the rest of the season, right? You can't come here, end up losing. North America, we kind of say out of the OWCS regions, right? We kind of have these international events. You can kind of pencil those North American teams somewhat near the bottom. They're always competitive, I think, at the events, just obviously have not been able to overcome EMEA. and then all our teams from Asia. But this, I think, is the, that Team Liquid and the Fuel, right, are like the two teams that, you would say top of NA. Space Station Gaming, I think, has all the potential in the world, right? We'll see if they can kind of make a deeper run than maybe even they expect. It'll be Nepal, game number 1. Team Liquid is going to have a long run. It starts now.
Liquid also without their coach in person today. Our thoughts with Caceres as he suffered an injury and actually had to go to hospital. So my conversations with Liquid have indicated they should be back with them tomorrow.
Okay.
Still, but
that's great news then.
That's a blow. Yeah, you don't want to sort of have that going in on your day 1. We have D.Va and Jetpack Cat both banned. Team Liquid, frankly, have much more still to show us. I think the world still needs to be convinced of NA. In fact, both of these regions want to definitively put themselves in the conversation alongside EMEA, alongside Korea.
I'm sure a lot of the fans, from obviously in China and NA, are like, well, if EMEA can produce 2-3 teams that can really kind of hang, can we get one? Let's get one from our region that can kind of go toe-to-toe, win series, get deep into international competition, play in finals.
And they're dominant in their home region. I mean, like Weibo Gaming, absolutely squeaky clean. 15-1 in maps in terms of OWCS China. There's never any doubt that these guys are the best out there, but here it's not about, I don't know, it's not about carrying that dominant form over as much as that would be nice to do. It's not even about making playoffs. It's about earning your place in the global hierarchy. And China, loved as they are, as expressive as their playstyle is, exciting as their brand of Overwatch is, they need the results. They need the podium finishes. They need to exceed their ceiling that we've seen up until this point.
Yeah, and it's the Cat ban that comes out here for Team Liquid, so obviously they want to deal with maybe even Cat Bastion here in game number 1 in the D.Va ban. Quite interesting here from Weibo. I mean, Gushui, you wouldn't really kind of put D.Va in his hero pool historically. No, obviously wants to play some of the other dive tanks, can play the ball, right? Winston, some of you guys, if you just watch Overwatch Esports, we don't even know if Winston exists, but he's still there. Maybe even like we see Rhine, Ram, things along those lines.
I mean, we've seen Gooseberry on Hazard as well.
Yeah.
It certainly tends towards those tanks that give you a bit more mobility.
Yes.
I feel like as a player like Gooseberry, that is what gives you agency to influence the state of the game. Leave and Shy are legitimate legends, not just in China, but globally. These guys are incredible. They're certainly getting on in their careers, but they don't appear to have lost any of the touch they have. But they're going up against Tree, Zera, young, hungry players that probably feel like their region is pretty disrespected. They're third in their region, for God's sake. So that compounds even more for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Tree go up against Shy, right? We know for years, right, talking about how when Tree kind of makes his kind of entry into the professional play, how he's going to really kind of take over North America. And I think he's had some tremendous performances, right? But I think even he is now like, okay, I need to achieve this international success. Can no longer kind of, just be, one of the best players in North America, maybe the best player in North America, and then just kind of go into the lands and, fall flat. So I think it's really time for these Team Liquid players, and I think this is an event that's kind of shaped up for them to have a pretty decent showing.
And obviously, you're seeing in the Liquid lineup Attack.
Yeah.
Right? Kivas and Attack joined the roster this year, and obviously, as is talked about by our experts, they take a little while to settle. It's a huge course correction for Liquid because Caceres, by his own admission, said this team was structured to be built around Infected.
Yeah.
That was the project. That was the plan. Things don't always go to plan. They've had to make that pivot here. But Attack is someone who's been on, obviously, we've talked about this before, but Element, Mystic, Talon, O2 Blast, he had a stint on Fnatic, the NRG Shock as well. So has certainly been around the traps and might be the one whose shoulders can bear this immense responsibility.
Yes, and obviously has the experience at the highest level to do so, right? With all of those different teams under his belt. So looks like getting ready, closer to get into game as everybody getting shout outs here, via the signs, where, maybe, Attack is the player that kind of, comes in, takes that spot. Maybe we see Infected rotated in, right? Obviously, a little bit of a potential, Max Junbin type of situation. Yep. So a lot of potential for this Team Liquid roster, some up and downs this year, but ultimately, third in NA and you place, top 8, top 6 here, who cares, right? Yep.
I think also like a attack being in might indicate to you as well, like more of an off-tank proclivity from that player, right? Seeing him play some more of those brawl styles. It's been such a interesting year in terms of the experiment Liquid has attempted. Kaluj obviously makes like a brief stint back on this team. I thought Escanor was like a prospect out of Saudi Arabia that had a lot of promise.
Yes.
He ultimately is replaced by Kivis, who joins alongside Attack at the start of June. So we're early days for this roster. It certainly feels like they haven't had enough runway, with this current look. But, you know, maintaining third place in North America, maintaining eligibility to attend events like this is pretty big. And this is FaZe. FaZe joined up with the team at the same time as Kivis and Attack did. So,
yeah,
big shoes to fill.
Yeah,
standing behind the team on stage.
Yeah, start of stage 2, right? Obviously they make all these adjustments to the roster. So, looks like just having maybe a little bit of a delay on stage. We'll get that one sorted for you in just a minute, but obviously a huge match on the line here in Group A, and you know what, we got the Dallas Fuel still to play, right? Team Falcons still to take the stage. So
got so many questions about that team.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting to see how that plays out. You might remember, by the way, I don't know how much of this you got to see. FaZe, obviously a coach now.
Yeah,
he was a pretty active player in Korean contenders, especially on a number of those rosters. So we're talking like Runaway, O2 Blast. You know, he was on a couple of those teams, and more recently, was Onside Gaming's head coach as he sort of graduated up through there. So the result of some pretty clever scouting. Maybe not the kind of player that put himself necessarily in the spotlight as a player, and now as a coach, though, seems to have found his mark. And I think it was pretty important that he came as a package deal with Attack and Kivis as well, just to make sure that there were clear, they're able to clear up comms between this Western core and the addition of these South Korean players, because we were surprised at first to see that Liquid weren't actually using any import slots.
Yes.
We're like, oh, that's audacious. It's a
But I do think it's like, it's a viable strategy team building wise for the beginning of the year, right? It's a very long season.
Yeah.
You know, see what you have kind of in stage 1, see how it goes, see what players are free, see what players play really well. Whether you want to import players, from Korea, you want to import players from EMEA, and then kind of make your adjustments.
Not everyone is Kellen that can just fit into any NA team and be like a plug and play solution.
Look at Kellex. I feel like he just takes the first stage off of every season. He gets picked up in stage 2, joins an awesome team, and like helps them and goes on a run. It feels like every season that's kind of how he plays.
Obviously, Kellex part of the ill-fated Alcadzia roster last year. Now, though, showing us some pretty darn good games with GK, so looking forward to seeing more of him over the course of this tournament. So the technical pause issue was not because I requested more time to yap about obscure topics. It's an in-ear problem that we're having. So just making sure the players are acclimated to using them. Again, sometimes you step up onto the stage the day before. So all these players get access to the stage the day before. They come up, they set up, put in their peripherals, and they practice that whole process. But sometimes things aren't quite the same in between one day and the other, especially because you have 6 teams or however many teams that actually make use of the setups before you have a chance to get up there. So it's just to make sure it's a uniform experience for all of our players. And the jawline that could cut glass there of Vega still being trusted, I think, at the helm of this team to lead them through, and he himself has had to really adopt a bunch of different roles on this team in game.
It's awesome to see. I know some of the parents from the Liquid players always kind of travel into the events, always come and show and support. So I know they're in the crowd. They'll be wandering around, exploring Paris, I'm sure, having a great time here. Ultimately, they don't want to have a lot of free time, because a lot of free time means their kids probably aren't playing on the stage.
Right.
So ideally, a lot of their week is spent in here, in the venue. And then, obviously at night, go out and explore a little
What
bit.
is wrong with having your team get a quick 2-0 and get down to the boulangerie down the road and get yourself some eats?
All right, so it looks like potentially thumbs up there. That player sorted as
old but goat. Is he old though? Oh, that seems like such a old.
It's
if he's old.
Yeah,
he's not old because I'm not old.
You are.
Neither of us are old.
No, you are. No, I am as well.
The grey hairs are only spawning in one part of my shaggy beard, and I just keep shaving it, so no one can tell.
Yeah, I mean, you've never really been able to grow facial hair. That's your strong suit. You're.
There was a really cursed era during COVID.
Yeah.
Where I let my beard grow out. as a protest against.
Some would say there's, some people, I've seen it online. It's not me.
Yep.
Some would say you might even have issues growing hair on the top of your head. That I feel like every time I see you, it's going.
I reckon
further.
your corners go back further.
It's going further and further back. I feel like every time I see you.
I will get a measuring tape, but I'm watching your corners, mate, and I think I'm watching your corners more than you do in game.
It's because I have to, I work a lot with Jake, and he has such great hair.
He does. It's very full head of hair. Yeah.
It's always so like wavy and like great. I'm like, man, that used to be me.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, but honestly, but now you're growing up. Like, you've got so much more agency, Matt. Like, you can, like, that's it. And also, I
can do things on my own now. Yeah,
that's the best part of being old. You don't have any money to do the things you want to do, but like you could. And I think that's what is important.
Well, what's important though, right, is these players are trying to win enough money that they can do everything they want. So we have a crazy prize pool here at EWC, like
$75 million
gauntlet. A massive gauntlet to get there, right? But it is there at the end where these teams want to still be standing. So,
do you guys like Overwatch? Because we got some for you. We have managed to get into the game. So far today, the fill time has exceeded the game time, but I'm quite sure that things are only going to be looking up from here, folks. It's Nepal to start us off. Looks like Shrine will be our first battlefield.
So, we saw some Freya a little bit earlier in the day in some of our games. So, Freya, obviously, I know a damage shield that gets buffed in the last patch. Can put down a little bit more damage consistently with the adjusted rate of fire. We'll see what the rest of Weibo decides to do as Gushue going to be playing some Maga. So Maga, Lucio Kiri with Xion Freya. So a really different look here for Weibo Gaming. Team Liquid, they want to go aggressive, right?
Xayah from Attack. Certainly part of Attack's wheelhouse. The Xion matchup is going to be pretty exciting. Very explosive, volatile, perhaps, to see go down. Attack's getting a lot of charge here. And as Gushue's trying not to give him too much of a fight, the marker gets picked off. Taken for a joyride off the map as Tree strikes first.
And I think this is going to be really difficult for Weibo to deal with, right? You're going to have Tree being able to put down a ton of pressure here with Zera, and then also, like, if you have some nice shots there from Tree, as Xion can have a little bit of extra range. If you go in as Tree and you end up using your bike and your dash and you use those cooldowns, you have Attack following it up with those Zarya bubbles to really lay down some serious damage on the follow-up. Also some survivability for the team. Great start for Team Liquid there, getting control of the point first.
Shy over to the Reaper. Someone who can really exploit the windows where Xayah doesn't have any of those bubbles available. But outside of that, it's kind of hard to see where it will shine. Up to the high ground, he attempts to go, but Vega has eyes in the back of his head. He knocks him back down. Denies that premium place to play from. Attack here's got to keep an eye on his health as well. No bubbles available. This is the window to try and go after the Xayah, but Attack wisely folds back around the corner. It's the Reaper guy, though, that causes him problems in the end. While Tree trades out that elimination, it's a Weibo Gaming dub.
So the Reaper change here for Shy, right? That gives them a little bit more firepower, where Reaper can just kind of blow through those Zarya bubbles and has enough survivability to be able to kind of take.
Yeah, you're just clicking her.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
take that head to head. So nice swap here for Shy. No adjustments yet from Team Liquid. I mean, look, you have Spree, you have Pulse Bomb, you're gonna have a grab. Kitsune Rush as well. No real threat to have to make any changes at the moment.
Grab it on Surge. Will be available here for Attack. Pretty quickly developed, all things considered, but when you're full charge 99% of the time, I suppose that's bound to happen. Okay, Shadowstep going to be forced out of Shy. He's going to have to get on out of there, but it's going to be Kitsune Rush coming back into the grab. Pulse Bomb is there! And there is Zera! A bona fide 5K! Already blowing the doors off on Nepal.
Oh, the Suzu comes in a little early. Let's take a look from Zera's POV. The Suzu was used there and just not timed correctly. Finishes off the last one. An epic play there from Zera.
I mean, Zera doesn't get to decide how the Suzu gets used, but he sees it popped.
They can just dome Shy at range.
Down, picked him up. Shy is actually struggling with the poke damage he's taking. Sazurika's free rather going to be used here, but Tree has one of his own, and he'll sit tight on the point.
That was their sound barrier as well there from Weibo.
Good money being thrown after bad, man. Weibo Gaming are definitely rattled a little bit after that grab combination, and they might be at risk of letting this slip.
So this has been rough for Weibo. The adjustment over to the Reaper definitely pays off, but you just kind of burn that sound barrier for nothing. Maybe you think there's an opportunity to kind of catch them off guard. That could not be any more not the case. TP from Shy across. Somebody will have to touch as we're getting dangerously close.
Dead Blossom here for the Reaper. Shy, though, is taking immense poke damage, just trying to live out here. Joe Wright going to be dodged away from Tree, back to safety. Shy's already had to use that. Okay, gets in there with the Death Blossom. The Veigaling a little bit too close there to our very edgy protagonist. So pick up for the Reaper will allow Weibo to keep playing.
You will get to 99 here for Team Liquid. And I think you come into this fight, Mitch, I mean, you're in a great spot. You're going to have a huge advantage in terms of support ultimates, right? You know, Kibitz basically has a Kitsune Rush. You're going to end up probably getting close to the beat if needed. You also, with how fast Zarya is able to build up ultimate charge, potentially get a grab here. You potentially even have 2 fights if this one doesn't work out, so...
If this Zera Pulse Bomb was half as impactful as the previous one, it's going to be game over for Weibo Gaming. Wow, deep is Gushue, very deep, and knocked back towards the edge. Enough time for attack to get that elimination. Now you're in deep, deep trouble. The squad from China, who've looked honestly nothing short of perfect at home. Well, they're getting clowned on here in this round. Team Liquid, it's trappy, in fairness. Weibo Gaming pull up second best on Shrine.
I mean, there's no way that Gushue is living in that position under any circumstance. Like, no, I think he ends up having the cardiac overdrive. He has a Suzu, but he just dives into the middle of the entire team. Suzu used there, doesn't pop. Little 5K action from Zera. This is Tree over the top using the spree. Doesn't get a ton, but
I mean, he's able to fall back though and still get an elimination on Leave, who is ulting at the same time. That's got to feel good. Vindication here for Team Liquid, who looking at the complexion of this Group A, feels like Weibo Gaming are a pretty scary opponent for him. It's China's #1 seed, but North America might be making a claim that as a region, they got them beat.
Yeah, we'll see no adjustments here from Weibo. They're going to continue to play the same thing. They did see more success with the Reaper in play. So they find out Tree. That is a huge pickoff, but they end up losing Maka. That's a large source of their healing. It's a pretty brutal loss there for Weibo. We'll be able to get back in the fight rather quickly, but...
They've got Cardiac Overdrive. In fairness, oh, Shy. Looks like he just got caught out there. The Wraith Walk has been a little bit too short for Shy's liking on multiple occasions so far this game, and Team Liquid, despite a small stumble earlier losing Tree, are very quickly back in the driver's seats.
Yeah, there was no real opportunity to even use that Cardiac Overdrive, right? Nobody really playing around Gushue, and then nobody pushing up and really kind of taking the fight toe-to-toe against him. So Gushue does make it across. You'll have some other members of Weibo making it as well. Kibitz doing a great job farming up this Kitsune Rush rather quickly.
70% and counting, Matt, you're not wrong. Tree under some level of duress here, but gets a Suzu and it's going to be fighting fit in no time. You're going to watch out for that execute. Can be dangerous. Lee Su-min knocked very, very low here, but Lee is still insisting on pushing at this flank.
A grab plus Kitsune Rush here available.
Bomb here for Zera as well. Could combine them quite nicely once more. Lee just can't get away, frankly. Attack runs him down with full charge.
Yeah, I think ultimately, right, when the Kitsune Rush comes down, they all just try to hightail it there for Weibo. They know that that's a lost fight. You know, a few kills that go in favor of Team Liquid there, but really it's a full disengage. Lee Su-min taking so much damage here, you make it through the choke, Mitch. I'm worried that they're gonna, Weibo's gonna end up using this Kitsune Rush. They're gonna go right into a grab pulse bomb yet again.
This Zarya's gotta go. She's gotta go! Shy trying to chase her down, caught inside the grab, and that's well and truly worth using there as your attack, because you're gonna build another one pretty quickly at this rate. Still, the spree for lead. Yields the kill of Vega. Now they're gonna respect the fully charged Zarya, and Tree is gonna be credited with that elimination. Gushue trying to get off the point as quickly as he can. No flip in that window for Weibo, so Liquid will continue to stack this lead.
Yeah, they stagger Maka. Maka does get Kibitz on the exit, but that's a brutal stagger. You end up losing Vega early on there for Team Liquid, but now, I mean, you end up winning that fight regardless. 75, 80% here in terms of percentage. You're gonna have beat to work with. I mean, you're in a fantastic spot. This will be a really clean map here from Team Liquid.
That is such an early Wraith Walk being forced out of Shy. Not a good sign, and here comes Vega. B gets dropped down, and Leave's already been taken out. Shy now needs to make this work without defensive cooldowns available. Death Blossom is there, but he just can't stay alive. The DPS line of Team Liquid look imperious right now. And Tree, says in for a penny, in for a pound. I'll commit my motor vehicle to this little pile up. And attack did fall. Gush was able to pick him up. It's nice use of this cage fight now as Tree, for the most part, is able to be overlooked in this fight, and Weibo finds success regardless.
Wow, as that did not look like it was going to go in favor of Weibo. But it's Gushi with a huge cage fight fighting the Malga inside that close area. Zarya probably did not have the bubbles and don't have the damage to burn him down with that cardiac overdrive, getting mass value there. We'll see though. A Kitsune rush yet again here for Kivitz, also one for Mach. Death Blossom is, Shy has been holding on to this one for a while. Not a great opportunity to use it.
Yeah, you can Suzu into it, you can cleanse into it. There's a few things that make it pretty dangerous for Shy to pop. Also, you can get Pulse Bomb, but that's pretty hard to pull off. Okay, his Kitsune rush now in play. Shy is down, and so goes with him the Death Blossom. Not great. Pulse here for Zera, didn't find connection, but damage has already been done. And Weibo now awkwardly lingering out in the open with only 4 players remaining. And Attack is walking up on them with full charge and a grab in the back pocket, which he'll use nice and quick. Big catch it here onto Weibo, and they've got nowhere to go. Gushwa tried to stop his way on out, but that tantrum, frankly, won't be enough to convince me that they've got the better of Liquid.
Yes, never going to get a use of this Death Blossom at all there in our first map in round number 2. Team Liquid, that was pretty comfortable over Weibo. Not a great start for them.
Yeah, look, Weibo bring their signature brand of scrappy gameplay. They've got talented individuals who can, on their own, win a fight at the drop of a hat. But on aggregate, across the course of that map, Team Liquid had a really solid style. A little bit, not oft-seen, I guess, this lean into the Zarya here. But there wasn't a great answer for it from the side of Weibo Gaming. Gushri on the Malga always feels odd to watch, right?
And a lot of weird positions on the Malga.
Some aggressive charges, and that's kind of the issue, right? When you're playing Malga matters, you are very committed when you go for that shoulder charge. And if you don't hit it, if you don't get any knockdowns, if your team isn't with you, it's a death sentence.
Yeah, it's, no, this is the one time he actually really gets good use out of the cage fight and great use out of the Malga. You know, the support line, I think there's some interesting things to look at, right? You know, you've had Maka die a few times really early in fights, dying sometimes with a Kitsune rush available in a fight that you would have most certainly used it. At least you win that first sound barrier there on Nepal, right? When we were talking about like they end up losing a player, they try and use that sound barrier, kind of come out around the corner. Some really odd stuff there from Weibo in map number 1. And where do they go from here? Did you love the Gushue Malga? Like, is that what we're going to kind of see them play?
Do I have permission to speak freely?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't feel like it was the answer here. I think also it was able to be exploited pretty aggressively by like Attack, who would always get a bunch of free charge. I think the Zarya in that matchup looks pretty reasonable. There's some very powerful perks as well that just offer some team-wide utility to Zarya if you're brave enough to stick to her for long enough. And yeah, there was a big pulse bomb, 4K plus, team ace ultimately there for Zero, which looked really good. But I thought the Shion play for me was pretty striking. But this Team Liquid, you're looking at the way ahead as well, and you realize that waiting for you is Dallas Fuel. So you are going to be pretty quickly running back into a regional rival if you find success here and if Dallas beat Falcons, right? Those are two massive ifs. But if it's not Dallas, it's your reigning Esports World Cup champions, Falcons.
But at their lowest.
But you don't, if they come out here, if they beat Dallas, you don't know a damn thing about Falcons. Because you would have missed a heck of a lot that happened behind the scenes if Falcons are able to go from where they were this year, which was not good, to winning in that game. So either way, it's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and I think Liquid has to look at this as a huge opportunity, right? Weibo's the #1 seed from China, but if there was a #1 seed, obviously they can't play against the NA #1, right? But if there was a #1 seed that you did end up drawing, if you were Team Liquid, out of CR, Virtus.pro, and Weibo, you'd probably sign up for Weibo?
I think so.
Yeah.
And what's kind of scary if things keep going this way for either team, but for Weibo especially, if I'm not mistaken, T1 is waiting for them in the lower bracket. That is tough. Yeah. And listen, I think the expectation, it's a sword that cuts both ways. Weibo Gaming are beloved. They are celebrated. They are venerated. But also, that comes with expectation. There's a minimum expectation for this team, and I would suggest that falling out in the first round of the lower bracket would be failing to meet that.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we see obviously Weibo, they should contend for championships, but a loss here would put that in a pretty rough spot.
Got a moment here to hear a little bit from our Parisian, our French friends. We're going to head over to Lou with Fifi.
Yes, this is the Overwatch French team, of course, with his figure Fefe. Fefe was indeed at home. Fefe, t'es comme à la maison ici. Moi, je trouve ça incroyable qu'il y ait autant de fans et que vous soyez aussi tous rassemblés, alors que vos joueurs sont malheureusement pas là. Est-ce que tu peux m'expliquer un peu cette anomalie?
Je pense qu'on est très content d'avoir un événement en France et qu'on a envie de montrer qu'il en faut d'autres et qu'un jour on sera sur le stage et qu'on pourra crier pour de vrai.
Ça, c'est certain que vous y serez un jour, évidemment. Donc, first question. It's actually impressive that your fans showed up, even though your team didn't make it to the EWC. And why is that? Basically, I think the French fans are really happy to have an event here in France, and we want to show that we need more. And one day we'll be playing on that main stage, of course. Et moi, je voulais te demander, mon très cher, parce que voilà, on a le boss ici. Mais est-ce que tu peux me dire pourquoi est-ce que vous suivez un peu, tu vois, ce rêve de Fefe? Pourquoi c'est un bon streamer? Enfin, voilà, tu peux saucer ton CEO, quoi.
En fait, la Team Peps, à la base, c'est une équipe. Et puis c'est devenu un club. Il y a eu beaucoup d'engouement. Et globalement, c'est la meilleure équipe en France. Donc on est tous derrière.
Voilà, on soutient. Et vas-y, donne-moi une bonne raison de devenir une ultra Team Peps.
Ah bah Fefe, il est super beau déjà. Donc très bon argument. Et on gagne beaucoup en ce moment. Donc c'est vachement bien.
So I asked him for a reason to follow the Team Peps, and of course Fefe, and he said it's an insane organization in France, so of course there's a lot of hype. And when I asked him to give me an actual valid reason to follow Fefe and his team, he said, well, Fefe, my CEO, is very handsome. And that's on these words that I'm gonna leave you guys back to the game.
Both valid reasons, in my opinion. What I will say about this is that what Fefe has done with this club is really quite remarkable, and I do think that being able to spawn, to create, to build a fandom like the one that follows Team Peps, rain, hail, or shine is an incredible feat. So shout out to Fefe, of course. You've built something fantastic, and hopefully we get to see Team Peps back on the international stage sooner rather than later, because French fans are like nothing else, man. You remember that French World Cup stop?
Yeah, that was awesome. When they have great teams, I mean, they show out. I mean, they're not even here, Peps, and obviously they've shown out and really, had a really nice showing. I mean, you think about our, finals last year, right? I know when they got announced as a partner team, Climate came out and definitely, showed up for the squad, as it does look like we have a sub here, so it's going to be Gushue going out. It'll be Sunzo coming on in.
Okay, so I do think that one of the fallibilities for Weibo is maybe Gushue's hero pool to some degree. What he does do, he's incredible at. What he doesn't do, Sunzo can. And this is, I think, what has allowed Weibo to stay dominant in their home region, is having this option. And obviously save Gushue for the moments that matter, for metas that really do cater to his particular proclivities. Sunzo, though, again, this is quite the stage to step out onto here.
So are we looking at Diva, potentially, for Sunzo? Yep. Coming on in. We don't know the map yet, and we don't know the bans, but I know Diva was a ban there in map number 1, because you don't want to, obviously, have that with Gushue in the game. He doesn't want to really play the Diva or even against it.
Exactly. Yeah, going against it, I think, is also a bit of an issue. Attack is kind of showing that, whether it's Ramatra, the Neon Junction. Okay, wow. Interesting selection here for Weibo Gaming. Pretty telling, I think, about the way that they want to play. We talked about Neon Junction earlier, right? It's a map with these longer straightaways with some
Ramatra ban, and I think it's the Bastion ban on the other side.
Okay.
What I do worry here for Weibo is if they want to play Diva and maybe play Diva with, Xion Reaper and want to play fast, maybe you play a hit scan with it, I don't know. They probably just play Zarya and Tracer and Xion, what we just saw them play, right?
Why not?
That just rips through the Diva.
Very reasonable on any of these sort of, on any of these longer maps. Yeah. We don't have to be concerned about vertical limitations. I mean, how does this feel for Sunzo, right? It's a team of like living legends from China, and you're the one that steps up to, fill the shoes that Gushui had left. That is, I'm sure, an immense honor, but also it's got to be intimidating, especially with the unrelenting expectations of our Chinese fans to
but
see
also,
Weibo succeed.
You're a competitor, right? Ultimately, you probably like, yeah, I should be in. Like, let me get in there and play Diva, play some of these other, Sunzo could even come in and play some Maga, right? I mean, I don't think, Gushui had a pretty rough map number 1, right? Where it doesn't seem to really kind of be lending towards his hero pool. Not really on the same page with the supports, right? So, getting Sunzo in makes some sense.
Hopefully, though, so far, Caceres is enjoying the view from the bed right now, seeing Liquid get up to such a great start in this series. And they're a team that's in an interesting spot because, Liquid are one of the most well-resourced organizations in North America. That's just sort of, a public secret, right? They have the ability to really pivot their direction here this year and sort of make a grab for 2 pretty respectable options, albeit maybe often overlooked, like Kivas and Attack. I don't know are necessarily going to be, bringing massive buyouts with them or this fame necessarily already. But having a system that you can build them into and drive results, you've stayed relevant in every competition in NA. You've been a fixture of international events. You are still a team that, can earn respect. And what a way to do it than dispatching the Giants of China in the first games. That's what you're thinking about. Remember.
And to spend some clean. 2-0 clean. Map number 1 was...
I mean, as clean as a game against Weibo Gaming's ever going to be, right?
Yeah. You never got the sense, though, that Team Liquid was in threat of losing that map at any point, though, in game number 1. That's the type of performance you want to see here on Neon Junction.
And I don't think I saw any forced errors by Team Liquid as well, which is a great sign. It means that their composure out here on stage is still pretty well intact. At this point, Vega has seen many a stage, right? Certainly been around the traps for quite a hot minute and will give you that cool veteran presence on stage when you need it. It's always great to hear from him as well. He's, really well spoken, has a great read on the game. And we hopefully are not too far away from jumping on in as Weibo Gaming. Looks like Sunzo is happy enough with this setup here, looking comfortable, looking locked in, and it will be Weibo Gaming fighting for survival in the second map.
And if we do see that bracket and they're down there against T1, you may be fighting for your life here at the Esports World Cup right away.
Far earlier than you would like to, Matt.
Oh.
I mean, to only get to play best of 3s or first to 2s, go home after that, that's tough. But yeah, it's a format that is punishing on purpose. If you want to have 16 teams that all have a shot at glory here in Paris, you have to make the competition cutthroat. And now, heading onto Neon Junction, a gorgeous map, by the way. We'll hopefully get to see as much of it featured as possible. All eyes are on Weibo Gaming for the comp that they want to choose to come out the gates with.
It'll be defense first here for Team Liquid. So we have not seen a lot of
Sigmazuki.
Yeah, Sigmazuki, very strong comp with the Kiri in the mix. We also see Cassidy here. So Mizuki was played a lot at Champions Clash. Obviously, some adjustments since then. For Weibo, we'll see obviously some time for them to figure out what they would like to play. Pharah Freya would be a little odd.
Yeah, I believe the Pharah is not the craziest pick, but in this configuration, now you've got my attention, Weibo Gaming. You've got to be on the Pharah, shy on the Freya, which he attempted at the start of Nepal, but found himself having to switch to the Reaper rather soon. A lot of poke in this comp, Matt. My goodness, they got the Wu Yang here as well. And Liquid withstand it. Zera's already been taken down. Shy finds purchase, and Vega, the Mizuki, is already down.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Weibo as they just kind of bully over Team Liquid, so cannot ask for a better start. So you end up, getting rid of Vega there early on. Is not a lot of, not any speed, right? You're just relying on the Sim TP. Now ditching that, Tree will play Freya as well. Kind of match that damage there up Shy as Freya with some adjustments to the rate of fire. Not with the bolt, but just the regular crossbow. Becomes very dangerous now.
I do wonder, what the reliable source of pressure on Leave is supposed to be. Actually, I won't need to wait for that answer because he's moved over towards the Shion pretty much straight away. some of these more claustrophobic parts of the map. There will be plenty of flank angles to utilize. Leave looking for ways to wrap around, go after Vega and Kivas. Just got to respect the binding chain. Here's Liv, yeah, just play a little off angle. Good damage on attack here. This will take a while to ameliorate. But Vega has good healing output in close proximity. Sunzo here, bound up for a time, but happy to cycle cooldowns to mitigate this damage.
There's also a lot of poke damage here from Lee Sumin as well on the Wu Yang. Not answerable here for Team Liquid. So obviously Vega's going to be able to provide a ton of survivability with the Mizuki. Just doesn't have the damage output of a Wu Yang, but it's going to be Tree taking an off angle there. Does find that key support for Weibos. That might stop them in their tracks. As I say that, that's going to be a bola shot that gets thrown out.
Yeah, committed though into a Suzu response from Kibis though, so Team Liquid are largely unperturbed by that Freya ultimate. Tree's about to build one of his own.
And then the rush, I mean, they just trade rushes, right? But
I mean,
not a player for Weibo.
Favors the defender, I feel.
Yeah.
Kekai Sanctuary at the ready for Vega. And it's going to be pretty difficult for Shy to actually do meaningful damage in a fight like that. These comps obviously love the ability to intercept projectiles if you're a poke comp. Here's the Sanctuary now. Attack still trying to get good purchase on Sunzo here. Is there enough damage to make this lethal? Yes, looks like that was the case. Suzu thrown at him, and it wasn't quite enough here in Liquid. Have now stabilized.
I think the Suzu was early again. I think that actually Gravitic Flux damage kind of came down.
You can't be doing that.
So here's a huge opportunity though for Weibo, right? You can get aggressive with a leave into the backline with a Tidal Blast. You have your own Gravitic Flux. Zero though here on a flank, just looking for maybe an assassination. Can he find somebody here? Oh, Pulse Bomb, or just regular Tracer damage. Recall used really early.
Yeah, you've got to respect the Kiriko. She can blow you up pretty instantly. Here's the Flux onto attack and Kivas respectively. Suzu is well apportioned there. That's well timed. Tidal Blast on Shy, if I'm not mistaken. Able to get to grips with Tree quickly enough. And now Weber Gaming find the opening in this fight. They get off to such a good start early, Matt, that there's a lot of buffer in time for them to hit this next checkpoint.
And a lot of buffer in time potentially for the end of the map. We'll see if Team Liquid has an opportunity to get out here, contest, get a touch. Anyone would be to do it. It's Zera as he's working around that outside. Tree's lurking as well. Not looking like at the moment.
It's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they don't. I think the recall was used by Zera there early, and then he wasn't able to get back and get a touch.
All the flank angles are covered by Weber there.
Yeah.
So you can't even really touch. You can try. I guess you're probably going to get eliminated straight away. So Liquid concede a second checkpoint and a time bank extension to Weber Gaming, who've been able to build a big bank of ultimates too.
And no Wu Yang now. It's going to go over and be a Kiri Mizuki head-to-head, right? We're going to get essentially mirror comps outside of the Xi'an v Tracer here. A lot of cart progress for Weibo as well.
Liquid want to play the corner here, which is fine, but they can't contest the cart meaningfully. Binding Chain catches on Tree, taken down first. It's going to be a Katuna Rush here from Maka. Shy, his baller is eaten up by attack, but the rest of the follow-up damage here for Weibo Gaming should be just what the Doctor ordered.
Yeah, this is really nice from Weibo. Sunzo comes in, picks up the Sig. Still looking strong. Tree seeing if he can find maybe a headshot here. Gonna go over to the Cassidy. You'll still have a lot of time here for
so
TL.
Okay. Out of the spawn come Liquid. It's not a comfortable spot to be in on this map. Leave doesn't need to use the evade. He's clear of that pulse bomb anyway. Zero just trying to see if he can get a reaction out of him, but this guy is implacable. He's going to be looking for more on this right side now with Tree out of the game. Picked up by Sunzo. Kekai Sanctuary has got to be abused here by attack. He needs to get inside that healing radius. Oh dear, he does spot the spree coming through though, and how are you going to slow Leave down? It's Vega that actually finds that elimination, but it's more than enough there for Weibo Gaming to secure victory in that fight.
Wow. 2 minutes and 49 in the time bank for Weibo. A fantastic run here. In a must-win scenario for them. Just no real answers, honestly. Like, this first checkpoint opened up so fast for them. They just snowballed right after that.
Yeah, like a really dominant fight. I think they picked off a backliner virtually instantly. And look, the Liquid composition was very reasonable, right? It's Sigma Mizuki with the Kiriko. Nothing too crazy there, but it seems like they were pretty uncomfortable for most of this map. It's like a map they don't often go to here. Curious about how their pool looks, but Yeah, these final moments, though, definitely dominated by Sunzo and Co. shoving their way through. Leave with only 1 death, 6k damage to his name.
I mean, that's a huge bounce back from Weibo. I mean, obviously, as good as Liquid looked in map number 1, they looked brutal there in our first half on Neon Junction. So what is their answer on offense? Potentially back to the Zarya.
I think that's fine. Obviously, on the defense side, your opponents can sort of draw your bubbles out and then look to try and strike here. If you've used both your bubbles and haven't found success, you've probably lost the fight anyway.
And honestly, if Team Liquid wanted to play aggressive, the answer here with the Sig on the other side is probably the Ramatra, but it's taken out.
Exactly. And Sunzo, obviously, Kinetic Grass doesn't do anything to mitigate Zarya's damage, so it can be really uncomfortable when Zarya closes on you and you don't have a window for accretion if she has like good bubble timing, because accretion is so telegraphed. So it's a matchup that normally Zarya players feel pretty good in, but you've still got ways to gain equity as the Sig.
See attack make it through the choke. Everybody else here for TL take around the outside. They've kind of taken purchase over on that statue, has attack dangerously low. That's going to be 1 bubble gone.
You can tell how many bubbles attack has by where he's standing. Yeah. Nicely done by Marker. Okay, good pick off to begin this. Almost a bit of redemption from some of those early deaths suffered early on, but Sunzo eventually falls down. I really do think you have a window here. If you let the Zarya spend too much time going at your shield, you're eventually going to get eaten up.
And if you can keep the Zarya alive, you can start to snowball. Lee Sumin does connect with a binding chain there, just taken out instantly. So honestly, outside of that 1 kill from Maka, it is all Team Liquid there on our first point. I love this. Take a more aggressive position here from attack. Deny these positions. You're going to have them go over and play the Wuyong yet again. I think this is just more poke damage. Like more damage down onto attack at range. Force those bubbles out, which prevents you from using them aggressively to take space.
Now, ideally, those bubbles should never have to be used, but with a Kiri Lucio comp, you can't just like erase damage with burst healing instantly. So put heal pressure down on this lower throughput backline. Make it harder for attack to stand out in the open. Nice bubble there here for Zera. Can he convert that though? Oh, nice catch by Tree. Shy gets cut down. Sunzo's not going to have anywhere to go here. Very uncomfortable as Sigma in this spot, and that's the accretion. So now you don't have an option to slow attack down. You can also wait this Kinetic Grasp out and think about the grab, but it's not necessary.
No, I mean, you end up using, I know, Kibis's Kitsune Rush there, so... but honestly, you're kind of okay with that. Typically, you would obviously want to, like, match rushes, but without a huge support ult on the other side, if Maka uses Rush, you probably just beat, right?
Yep.
I mean, you're not holding on to beat for, like, Tidal Blast, for instance.
It's kind of nice to have... That's why Kiri Lucio is so powerful, right? You've got 2 support ultimates that are great defensive options and in their own right can win a fight for you. Now, here comes the Gravitic Flux. Sunzo's going to be quite low after this, though. Zera does get caught out. Grab has to work. There needs to be follow-up here, but Sunzo's able to drag himself away from scrutiny. Zera's picked off. Lee's found his second kill of the fight, and with Shy finding one on the backside, it's curtains here for Liquid.
Yeah, they lose Zera, and then Tree is so low, but they have to divert healing resources over to attack, just desperately trying to keep him up.
It's a lower throughput healing comp.
Yeah, and the DPS from Team Liquid can't really contribute to that fight, so now it'll be attack here over to the D.Va. I think maybe you're trying to take advantage of like how static the Wuyang is. Obviously has some mobility, but can be tracked down pretty easily by a D.Va.
You've got some high ground here. Just don't hang around for too long up there. You're going to find out the hard way that's the wrong play. But yeah, attack can sort of go after these more peripheral elements and just try and avoid fighting the Sigma at all. Tatsuruki Spree active here for Leave, and in he's going to go. Brought down early though. Attack's able to peel back and mitigate much of that Shion damage with the defense matrix. But ultimately, a trade of Shions ensues. Tree here would love a nice boulder shot, but needs to wait out this Kinetic Grasp cooldown, and Sunzo is being very hard to shift from the card right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got all that Wuyong heal.
Oh, good shield, man.
That is a really nice play there from Sunzo.
So many things that can block that projectile. And that's a Freya ultimate that goes for absolutely nothing. Oh, nice blast here on towards Leave. He dives on in. No spree required. The knockdown catches Zera midway through. He gets a Suzu though, and able to pick himself back up and fight. And the rest of the Satsuruki Spree finds Marker. Nice recovery here for Zera.
Yeah, that looked like it could get pretty dangerous, right? When he gets knocked down there by the Tidal Blast while he's using Spree. His Spree is active at that time. You know, you thought potentially maybe they kind of focus him down, finish him off, but They don't do so. I like this adjustment here with the Mizuki coming in. Mizuki obviously unreal against D.Va.
Yeah, a real pain. to deal with. Nothing worse than just being bound over and over again. Now though, Team Liquid go into a bit of a trough in terms of some of those game-changing ultimates, but it's a sound barrier that they'll be leaning on. They're going to want to try and eat up or block this boulder shot by some mechanism or another. Shy has these straightaways to play in, which means it might be easier to cover that damage and that ultimate with the defense matrix.
Yeah, Lee Soo-min gets quite low. That's going to be like an offensive.
Oh my god! That is nuts! The value is out of this world for attack! 3 down, a self-destruct and a bit of cleanup on the backside is a pressure relief valve here for Liquid.
That Pogo, it looked like a Pogo bomb out there, just kind of throwing this one around the corner. Let's take a look at this.
You can't really predict where it's going to end. That's the problem, man. Yeah. Weibo are not really sure where to fall back to.
Now you beat Bola shot here. Oh, you don't do it to keep attack in mech. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's rough here. Vega though gets the beat down. It comes a little bit too late, and the crackback from Weibo Gaming is decisive.
I mean, look, they end up using Rush, but not a great beat, you know.
Don't love it.
No, not going to be in the Team Liquid highlight reel at the end of this one. But now look, obviously you're going to make some changes in terms of the tank now. Going to have attack go back over to Zarya. Now, not going to have as much time, let's say, as Weibo, but you have an opportunity to give yourself a fighting chance in this map if you're TL.
Gravitic Flux for Sunzo. Kibis' Suzu timings, though, have been basically bang on.
He's got 100 energy already. So.
Yeah. So much poke, the Hyperspheres, the Freya, it's all charging you up. So attack is functioning basically for the rest of the round as a third DPS.
Sunzo makes it to the high ground, it looks like, as well. So very difficult to kind of play into that poke.
Okay, Rush is going to be thrown out. Kibis has to be careful. He is able to evade lethal damage. Oh, the Tidal Blast is pretty darn good. Attack with 2 forms of hard CC is blown up by the Sig.
Yeah, that is a Gravitic Flux. You had no Suzu there to be able to kind of keep attack alive. No Zarya bubble to heal and keep him up as well. So another fight win here for Weibo Gaming, trying to close this map out.
Satariku Spree available for both of our Shions. Tough here for Tree really to do too much more than like pressure the 6 shield, hope for a bit of a catch. Here comes Leave though. He's going to be the one to start this fight off. Suzu thrown pretty early just to keep him hale and hearty, but attack eats the chain from the Mizuki. Nicely laid down there by Lee Soo-min, and here's Shy collecting with interest. Finds 2 kills amid the Kekai Sanctuary, and Team Liquid are down to their last minute.
Yeah, and the Sanctuary really nasty to play into there. Tree has given up on the Freya. Gonna go over to the Sojourn. Sound barrier available here for Vega. An opportunity to potentially use that ultimate, get it over the line. You gotta have some time remaining. Sound barrier plus grab might be enough to get it done.
Attack up on the corner. Needs to build that charge up as quickly as possible, but that, as we've discussed, it's not going to be too much of a hurdle against this Weibo Gaming composition. There's any number of projectiles flying through, and there's an opportunity here to pressure Leave out of line of sight. Sound barrier. Can he make use of this now? Hindrance here for attack, but still ready to fight, still charged up, still has a grab to work with. There's a lot going for him, but he needs to deploy his ultimate quickly. The spirit of Nene, I feel, flow through me after that one. Here's a catch, sure, but no chance to turn it into a kill. It's desperation for Team Liquid, unfortunately. The shots just do not hit the mark.
Yeah, that grab, that was deep. It was thrown in that back corner. It's just... it
left a bit to be desired.
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe 1 player back there. I think it was Maka, but nice shield from Sunzo. They end up getting the Mbappe special there, the nothing with the grab.
Mbappe
special. Yeah, you haven't seen that meme? Man, you're not even online anymore. That's sad. It's Weibo. They take map number 2. I mean, huge bounce back after your map number 1 performance. No, they really kind of... Look, I mean, Team Liquid got closer towards the end, but that was great from Weibo.
So a few things that needs to be addressed here. Weibo need to decide whether the map pick of Liquid is going to be enough to draw a substitution out of them. Whether it's something Goochway needs to come back into. When you get those self-destruct placements that you can't really tell if it's on one side or other of the doorway that it's going to, we're going to explode. It becomes really hard to LOS it. It's just really rare to see the self-destruct kind of speculatively used in that way.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you needed I don't know if you needed the remake necessarily, but hey, when it pays off big.
is there? I mean, we'll see what map it is, right? But like, I mean, I would just ride it out with Sunzo, to be honest.
Well, look, I suspect it might be a hero pool that is a little bit more broad. It might lend itself to give you a couple of options, even if your first idea on whatever this next map isn't great. You might feel like you could fall back on another Sunzo tank pick. I do think though, if you have a curveball or you want to play something that's up tempo,
if I was Liquid, I would pick like New Junk City and bait them into playing Maga again, and I would just play like what you played in map number 1.
Yeah,
like pick a rush map and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna let Maga through. Okay.
I don't think that style that Liquid encountered there in Neon Junction should have been too surprising. I don't think the composition was particularly novel. Perhaps the involvement of Sunzo there for them. I mean, the reality is, if you want to watch this team play, you have to dig pretty deep for the VODs. It's hard to get the tape on these guys. It's on Weibo. You have to find your way to that site. You have to find your way to the VODs. It's
the support play I thought was much better from Weibo in that map. I thought we saw like a lot of nice things, being able to go over the Wuyong, being able to play the Mizuki, right? Like some flexibility there. Looked much better than kind of trying to force the Lucio into the mix.
A couple of questionable Suzus still, though.
Yes.
A couple of those were a little,
Sunzo's packing up. Okay. So we're getting a Gushui game 3 here, which would lead you to believe it's a rush map, right? You're probably going to see... I mean, is it... Look, it could be New Junk City. It could be... I mean, it could be Esperance. We haven't seen it push today in the games that we've done.
Is there any world where Gushui can, like, unironically play a dive comp?
You play ball? If it's like, let's say they play Atlas. I mean, I think Team Liquid, though, would know.
Can you?
Or at least have an idea.
Can you run it up on Esperanza? That seems like it might be more of a hazard option, because like Diva's always been the best pick there. Ramatra's a fine go-to, but
yeah, I think if Gushui's coming back, it's to play like Ram Maga.
Yeah,
I don't think it's to play Diva. Are you from what we've seen with teams playing Hazard? Are you that impressed with Hazard that like you think they have a game 3 strategy pegged for that? I mean, at least from what we've seen so far, I would say no. So it is Gushui coming back as all the TL parents in the house, obviously showing love to their kids on the stage, and they have really pressure cooked situation here with a lot on the line in this map.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach for my feeling here after that last map. I think the problem is Neon Junction was not close. Maybe in a similar way to the first map being pretty one-sided. So this certainly leaves me with more questions than answers. Fortunately, we have a map 3 to sort of get said answers. Gushui coming in, the question is, what is he going to play? Is there a avenue that involves like banning out some of his stronger picks?
the Rag Attack, the Rag Attack crew, the co-stream crew. That's it. I was watching Rag. He's been obviously streaming here. Got here a little early streaming. No, I'm having a great time in Paris.
Yeah, caught up with him outside the venue today. All smiles as always. Still very fortunate to have him a part of our beloved community. So, is it back to Xion in like a sort of brawl?
It looks like on the monitor, that looks like Root?
Is it?
It's either Root or New Junk City, it looks like. I don't know.
I mean, it can't be.
My eyes are pretty decent.
Could be over the escort. Your eyes are pretty decent? You got lasered, didn't you?
I did. So we'll see. I mean, so if it was Shambali, you probably would leave Sunzo in to play, like, have a Sig option, right? Yes. You would think that you would.
I always feel like,
or unless you want to go,
is a very reasonable analog to fall back on.
Yeah, unless you want to go like Ram.
Atlas.
Atlas.
Okay.
Ooh, I wonder if they ban ball. I mean, so this could be ball. If ball is not banned, okay, so Team Liquid banned Malga.
Okay.
And then Tracer banned on the other side, which is interesting. We've been seeing them play a decent amount of Tracer with the Xion, so this will be like, it'll kind of almost force Tree over to a hit scan, right? This does, I expect Gushui to play, what, ball or Ram? This is a really good ball map. I'm almost surprised that they're
not banning it.
Yeah, and then like I would not have been, after what we saw in map number 1, I would not have been that scared to play your Zarya comp into the Maga look.
This Team Liquid team, though, would have had to develop protocols for and against Wrecking Ball on this map, because obviously Infected was someone who played a lot of ball as well. So I imagine that, you know, even earlier on in the year, they probably had an idea of how, you know, Atlas should go, whether they were going to be a team that played the Wrecking Ball there or not. The elimination of Malga, though, makes me wonder, like, why don't you want to risk like a mirror situation? I guess, like, do you not feel like you can just run Zarya into it here? That seemed like it was valid enough. The fact that Zarya can cleanse, well, she can mitigate the stomp is pretty big for herself and whoever is like low mobility sitting in the front line with it. You don't want to pop both bubbles at once, but I think that is quite powerful. So head scratch for me. It does mean that I'm hoping that maybe this means from Liquid we're going to see something that is inherently shut down by Malga, just doesn't really sort of thrive in that head-to-head.
I mean, you could play like, let's say if there's the ball on the other side, you could play a Mizuki kind of based look. You know, I don't think you're going to play like Sig Mizuki against ball, but like, I mean, I would say as well, Cat Bastion does make it through, right?
Oh, God.
So.
Also, yeah.
We've seen it banned throughout the whole series. We haven't seen it yet.
Or Tree could play Cassidy.
Yeah.
We saw that look devastating earlier today on this map. Obviously, still very powerful combination with the Deadeye. Is this a portent, a sign of things to come?
A foreshadowing.
Yes.
Chekhov's
gun that's bound to go off, planted by our production crew.
Yeah, we've seen obviously Jetpack Cat and Bastion play a pretty prominent role together, and then also solo throughout the day.
Yep.
In this series, it's been gone in every map pretty much, right? Like whether it be the Bastion or the Cat. So this is the one where, you know, obviously Maga was banned earlier, I believe, by Weibo, and then no, actually, it was it was a ban from earlier. It was the Maga, and then now obviously it comes out on the opposite side.
Yep.
So
luckily, pretty close to getting underway here. The coaches were able to still decide map pick and obviously their choice of hero bans, whilst the substitute Gushue was getting reset back up. But, you know, same PC as Sunzo was using, so just needs to make sure their settings are, you know, native. Pick Zen. Oh, I mean, Windows where Zen is viable? Oh, look, Discord Orb is pretty incredible.
I feel like he needs like Reaper size HP.
Yeah, and it feels like that's just not enough. I feel like his identity is supposed to be like primarily shield, lower health. Maybe you can make him hover higher up. You know what I mean? Give me some like, you know, obviously we have like the avatar skins in the game.
Why can't he permafly?
I kind of want him to be able to do what Aang did, like when he airbends a ball underneath him and sort of rides around on that. I want Zen to basically want to make one of his orbs massive and then just ride around on it.
Oh.
I think mobility is the answer. It's always the answer.
Right. So you want Zen to...
Don't give him more health, though.
No, get his... you hold right-click. He kind of, like, stands on his orb and he can roll into...
Yeah. Okay. See, now you're cooking, honestly.
Yeah.
But you don't make it more durable, because you've got to still introduce an opportunity cost for doing that. All right, folks. The moment you've been waiting for, the decided map between Team Liquid and Weibo Gaming.
Doom? Question mark?
Yes. God, I've even seen Ice Gnome try and play Doom on this map. Feels like a year ago now.
Vendetta's real if there's going to be the Sim on the other side. This would be our second Domina sighting.
Okay, what is this? The Sim Bastion here for Liquid. Okay, feels a little bit more conventional with the exception of
there's got to be some changes. Yeah, let's see.
Are we doing this?
Yeah, Domina.
Wow. Okay, so... you know, many of the same things that Sigma does to protect Bastion, Domina can do as well. She's obviously susceptible to high rate of fire heroes who can knock out those shield sections, and she doesn't have as much stopping power as Accretion would offer.
Her shield is massive, and then obviously she can like kind of, you know, remove Ramatra in scenarios like that away. The crystal charge there detonating next to a few players. So the Domina, you know, the damage output's pretty high.
Yeah, she hits hard. Yeah, she is going to vomit damage. Although it's just not a map with like the straightaways you kind of expect Domina to succeed in. Vega ends up just getting a little bit too close to the vortex by the looks of things here. At least trying to dive on Tree. Even managed to hit him with a binding chain. Nice knock off, but Shy with a fadeaway railgun shot claims the Domina.
Yeah, it's going to be Weibo, once they double back, get towards the point with control of it first. So they're able to kind of see this comp early on and identify how to kind of attack it. Lee Su-min getting really aggressive. You mentioned, you know, kind of hits Tree with a binding chain and then gets right up in his face when he's got turret mode going. It's attack, getting closer to that Panopticon, and then obviously Tree having the artillery.
Closer to the
Panopticon.
Oh, so the Panopticon. Nice. Now, of course, Domina's ultimate pretty potent if everyone's going to be stacked up like that. Disrupt the shot, a little bit annoying. Pretty good at chewing through those shields as well. Attack is low, and no, there's nothing to protect him. Love that little flank play from Marker. Able to get around the back, so perhaps this is why they're on the kill feed so often, is that they are like super aggressive.
That's also kind of like the hardest part with Domina, is like, if you can get past the shield, which I know outside of Maga, Ramantra's really good at getting past shields. That's where she tends to struggle in like those really close quarter battles. If you can kind of keep that distance, which I think is why you're trying to play Lucio and the Sim, right? Kind of kite constantly and being able to kind of just win like a battle of attrition. That's where she can win. But
Attack is maybe not giving Zero enough time to get charged up here. It's unclear. Zero might need to pop this wall pretty quickly now if he wants to mitigate the overclock damage. Hello! Shy with a roar off angle. He's able to find probably one of the most important eliminations as Kiv is taken down just after they set that Kitsune Rush in motion. Crystal Charge thrown across the map towards the corner, but it doesn't find any damage. It's Gooshway bounding and leaping after Tree like Bambi. He'll have his just desserts.
Yeah, you have both supports still alive here though, and Zera is so charged up. Zera with another in the fight. As massive earlier on, it's actually Lee Su-min going to drop the Sanctuary on the Mizuki, and Zera takes him out before he can actually drop it. It's just, I don't know if this is going to be enough. Gooshway still here on the Ram, so even with some heroic moments from Zera, not enough there in our first flashpoint.
Liquid still indexing into this Domina composition. As we had that first flashpoint concluded, Tree's going to be switching over towards the Bastion. Still no signing of Jetpack Cat for Team Liquid though. Stuck on that Lucio Kiri.
I think you need the speed for the Domina. Seems like we do have a little bit of a pause here. As Chris Puckett's rushed the stage. No, that's not what I have. Pause.
and he's hit Gooshway with a chair. He's a flying chair.
Chris Puckett's in the comms. No, it looks like maybe an issue on the Weibo side, but now it looks like we're all good. Potentially. That looked like it was a sign that we're all good, so maybe we'll get back in the game rather quickly.
Dongsy just clapped the back of Gooshway's head. It was like, just play, bro. Just get the game done. We got this. They're playing Domina, bro. What are you afraid of? What's the problem?
He's like, let's get this over with.
I mean, after a slow start here, Weibo Gaming, this is looking a little bit more like them. At least what I would expect to see from them. I'd be remiss if I said I expected to see them struggle against the number 3 seed from North America. They could have had their moments where they've looked quite good, but this team is very much still settling after some big mid-year changes.
I think if you see changes from Liquid, like really big changes comp-wise, I think it's after this fight, right? You're going to use this Domino ultimate, then maybe switch off.
Attack doesn't have any perks yet. Oh, that's a nice Panopticon though. Good connection. And yeah, Shy knew that the Angel of Death was coming for him. He's lead with the spree. Caught out though. Attack is just able to fold back and continue to poke. That's nice looks, and they've done well to keep the Domina standing.
I mean, that was an excellent use of the knockback of Domina, right? The spree comes in, dash, knock back, hits a wall, gets stunned for a little bit, just deal with it rather quickly. So
maybe that's the value proposition here for Domina more than anything else, is that parts of the map like this seems pretty easy to get those wall stuns.
And maybe I also think now it's like it might work a little bit better with the Cassidy because like the damage profile is like more consistent damage instead of like those bursty scenarios.
You also have like another threat on the Jetpack Cat. Lee Su-min doesn't want to be shot by the Domina either. That would be a big problem. China's going to fall back here. We saw a Kitsune Rush from Kivis though. Disengaged from by China's number 1 seed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the Cassidy difference hits pretty hard. Tree getting that very satisfying shot sound.
Like the Bastion with what they were running on that first point, right? When you're in turret mode, obviously the damage is scary, but outside of that, there's not enough damage to deter. This is sick shooting there from Sweet. It's not enough damage that you would pump out just in Bastion, just again walking around, that you would deter players from moving on up, right? Where the Cassidy consistently pump out headshot knocks over and over again.
Okay, this is great for Team Liquid, looking a lot more comfortable in this shell. At least Lee Su-min was hoping for a touch. He is going to get enough to get overtime, but that's about it. Leave not a good matchup for him. And my goodness, Tree, it's disgusting! One after another. Weibo Gaming 4. I think Tree just had 10 kills in a row. No worries. We're even on flashpoints.
Yeah, I mean, that was the OC use as well there. So Shy's now going to go over and play Bastion. We take a look here at some of the plays from Tree. Nice connections here. The last one on Amaka, headshot.
I mean, get out. That's,
I actually kind of like this even more for Team Liquid. Like, I think the Cat Bastion, like the Cassidy is really good against this.
Yeah.
Can you keep the Domina alive? I think that would be like kind of something to look at. That's the rush.
Yeah. Right click was so big there, though. Getting that ticking damage over time. Shy's going to have to get pulled out of there. The Sim Wall is the antithesis to this Bastion strategy. It should be Liquid starting in control of the point. Leaves him in. Unbeknownst to him, maybe getting quite close to the sun there as Attack gets a nice stun and forces Gushue back further and further.
It's also interesting, right? You end up having the perk there for Domina that like extends the primary fire range.
Yeah.
There are going to be times where the Cat Bastion is in that range and you can just kind of like
dude, it's very long. She's also taken the perk that lets her stun people into her shield. So now, for Gushue to run at her could be a very, very dangerous proposition.
This Domina pick could be quite interesting now. We've seen it twice throughout this tournament. It's Tack making it work here on Atlas.
I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
Didn't really look good on the first point, but I think since they've gone over the Cassidy, it's been night and day.
Yep. I mean, if you want a good poke comp, no tank offers you that consistent long-range damage profile like Domina does. Pretty insane stuff. Where Sigma maybe benefits from the hyperspheres bouncing and having a reload and stuff like that. Domina, though, if you are accurate, you are getting value. Here's Katsuna Rush coming in now behind the Deadeye. It's Attacker getting picked off by Attack Grenade. Oh, the TP. Very nice. Uncomfortable for Gushue, but he will be kept alive. As Tree has to make use of that ultimate. Good off angle, though. Leave under some degree of pressure here with the ticking right-click damage. Zera looks very imperious up there on the perch. Here comes the spree and Leave.
They TP out.
Play with him.
Yeah, they TP out. Now you've lost Maka. That's your large source of healing. This is brutal.
Now they're back, baby. That is disgusting. Tree with a right click starts things off nicely, and this sim play has been pretty darn good. Zera getting Liquid where they need to be for a second flashpoint.
One flashpoint away from Team Liquid being able to take the series over Weibo. Bit of an upset. I think a lot of people may have had this on 50-50, but for me, Team Liquid showing up in a big way. Attack now going over to the D.Va. No more Bastion and Cat available here. I know Weibo is going to move away from it. They'll play that Mizuki. And they lose Leave already? Oh, they might lose Maka here too.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Maka, nowhere to go. Lee Simin also using his TP very aggressively. Keep an eye on that. It's something that can be punished. Attack though here with the Binding Chain, and Gushue is pretty darn good at punishing that. So they do get the D.Va. Team Liquid not capping quite yet, and might not be in a position to do so either. Good start to the fight, but it all kind of falls apart.
All right, so no, it's going to be Vendetta actually for Weibo. We've seen this against sim teams, right? No, TM obviously dealt with it in their series. We'll see now what Team Liquid decides to do against this Vendetta. Very good. We did not see actually Twisted Minds go over and play Cassidy, right?
Correct, and the hindrance against the Vendetta is pretty important. If you can hit it. Still though, Leave, he starts at 275 HP, and he gets even tankier after the fact, so it's no guarantee that this is going to be enough. Kivis isolated there. Okay, Swift Step's going to get him back to safety, but still the pressure keeps coming. Someone's going to answer Gushue here. Attack can't really fight the Ramatra head-on, which is a problem because now you're constantly peeling for your backline.
I don't think you're going to be able to flip
I don't like this.
Yeah, this is not looking good. I mean, the Vendetta obviously really strong here into the D.Va as well. Do you consider switching back? I mean, is Domina an answer here? I don't know, but it feels like with the Mizuki and the Vendetta on the other side, D.Va is going to be really difficult to play into Ramatra. So they go Ramatra, and they also ditch the Sim. I like these decisions here from TL.
It might be too late for this flashpoint, but good willingness from Team Liquid to make changes. They're walking into like an insane bank of ultimates now. So drawing some of those out of Weibo on this flashpoint rather than the next would be nice, but instead they concede it and say, no, let's take a clean slate into the final flashpoint, the decider flashpoint of this entire series. Team Liquid determined to prove that their region is more than just the Dallas Fuel. And Weibo Gaming fighting the entire region's hopes pinned on their shoulders.
I mean, this point is pretty close quarters, right? Could kind of favor a Vendetta type of setup, right? The whirlwinds you can get here, it's going to be the overclock.
Crazy
by
angle.
Shy on an off angle. That's going to be Tree, who connects with Leave. The Sanctuary comes out, but I guess Leave not inside of it. Maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, rarely is Vendetta playing inside her defensive zones. And that Kekai Sanctuary goes for essentially nothing. Remember, now you're going up against a Lucio, so the sound barrier doesn't really have a clear answer for Weibo Gaming. Sound barrier, though, can answer this Annihilation pretty easily, and Gushwei is going to get burst down as this window for him to get damage done may expire. But Liquid respect it. Even with sound barrier, they lose Tree. Shy's able to find a nice little disruptor shot, and Weibo Gaming are back in the fight.
And we flip. It's a really nice way that Maka is able to build up towards another Kitsune Rush. Doesn't really feel like he needs to use it here at the moment. Attack dangerously low. Now he's going to end up popping the rush.
They go too far. Gushwei just takes a little bit too much damage, and Liquid say, okay, we'll simply disengage from this.
And now they have Tree back, and they have an advantage in terms of tank.
They're going to go now, though. Gushwei is going to be slowly lumbering back to this fight, and Liquid have to abuse this imbalance. Tree doesn't find anything on that flank, though, and doesn't have a flashbang, so needs to watch out here for the Vendetta. Still no flip. Gushwei's going to be back in the fight now as this Sundering Blade is used, but Shy is down, and Leave doesn't really have anywhere to find himself for the time being. Tree folds away, sees Leave coming. Nice hindrance connection there, but still going to watch out for the damages. Gushwei swings for the fence, and it's a haymaker that puts Tree out of commission. Now Kekai Sanctuary with some residual healing to play inside for Weibo. Seems to be more than enough to keep them alive in this fight, but attack comes in. Annihilation is pretty big. Zero might be brought down, but no one wants to fight this Ramatra for the time being.
Can he survive, though? I mean, you still have Shy here, Maka as well. You have both supports available here.
He's going to get staggered. If you're going to die on the point. Attack folds off and drags it out a little bit longer. Weibo Gaming, one more fight, and they are going to have the dub. It has to be an insane Satsuhiko spree here from Zera.
So yeah, you may not even get attacked back in this fight. Oh, that hinder! Oh!
Perfect from Lee Soo-min, and that will get the job done. A lackluster start from Weibo Gaming. But they're here not just for a reminder. They're here to bring a reckoning. And China never left. They simply waited for their time to take the podium. This is the start they needed to find.
What an end to that series. Zera, I mean, he is crushed there on the stage as he had that spree and opportunity. He's the one who needs the touch in that situation, goes over the top. A sick hinder from the Mizuki on Weibo Gaming. And that ultimately is what allows them to clutch it out in the end. Great showing, I think, from Liquid at moments, but Weibo just holds on in the end.
And I'm pretty happy with what we saw from the Gushwei Ramatra there in that last round. Some great composure. I warned you about this, that this would be a volatile, scrappy affair. One that always has plenty of emotion tied in. The Chinese fans for now can breathe. They got a strong result coming out of the gates. Remember, this region still wants to place themselves in a favorable spot in the global hierarchy, and it's not bad to take down NA's number 3 seed, but many more tough foes are waiting in the wings.
And I mean, obviously a massive win here for Weibo. You can see how relieved these players are to escape here with a win. You don't want to be the only number 1 seed from a region going down. And now, I mean, I am fascinated when we go over to the desk. A potential now that we see TL have to go against T1 potentially in that first round. Obviously, players on both sides know how good T1 is, know that that match is potentially in front of them. And that's why the loss hits so much harder.
Absolutely. We're going to head over to the stage here to catch up with Lou and the GOAT himself, Gushwei.
Thank you very much, boys. Indeed, a very big win for Weibo Gaming. Congratulations, good show. You guys did amazing. This is a big win because it's against a very good region as well, a North American team. So I want to know if you feel like the entire Chinese region is back to the top level, or is it just Weibo Gaming that dominates in the region?
顾雪，首先恭喜你们战胜了理龟战队，是一个非常非常重要的一个胜利吧。然后就想问你第一个问题，那通过你们这场胜利，你个人认为，因为也知道北美战区是一个很强的一个区嘛，那你们这边获胜的时候，可以算是证明中国赛区也算是强盛起来了呢，还是只是 WBG 强了呢？
首先就没觉得会输给过他们，主要是因为我们已经3天没碰电脑了，所以第一把比较慢热，状态起来之后，我觉得就根本就没有更输的可能了。
I actually felt that we had no chance of losing against them. And I mean, it's been 3 days since we last played a match, so I think we were a little slow on warming up our hands.
Yeah.
But once our hands heated up, it was just steamroll.
Everything did go indeed really well for you guys. Donc ouais, première question, grosse victoire contre une équipe nord-américaine. Est-ce que c'est toute la région qui domine ou est-ce que vous êtes vraiment particulièrement en confiance? En vrai, je ne voyais pas un monde dans lequel on pouvait perdre le match contre Team Liquid, donc on a eu un peu de mal à se lancer. Ça fait 3 jours qu'on n'a pas practice, mais effectivement une fois que c'était lancé, une fois qu'on était échauffé, c'était tranquille. And I want to know how you feel, to be playing back on stage, because you have some share play time at Weibo with one of your teammates. So I want to know how you handle this and how good does it feel to be back on stage?
下个问题，因为我也了解到你们战队里面有不少替补队员，包括你也是跟另外一个选手就是相互共享这个舞台嘛。那现在你又重振这个舞台，感觉怎么样？以及你们队内相当于怎么个去分配这个共享舞台这个时间呢？
我觉得首先重回舞台非常非常开心。然后呢，现在上场的能使用的 T 位比较多嘛，然后我们2个 T 就是各自是去使一些英雄，然后呢就根据地图和根据对面的阵容去上场。
It does feel great to return back to the stage. Regarding the share time, I mean, me and the other player, we both specialize in a tank role, and we specialize in very specific heroes. So depending on the map, depending on which tank fares the best in the map, it decides which player gets the time on stage.
It's very logical and based, of course, on the meta as well of the game. Donc ouais, la deuxième question, est-ce que ça lui fait du bien d'être de retour sur scène? Parce qu'évidemment, il partage aussi le temps de jeu sur leur rôle de tank avec son coéquipier. Bah oui, c'est vrai que ça me fait du bien d'être de retour. On partage ce temps-là, mais forcément, ça dépend des héros qui sont joués en fonction des maps, etc. Donc c'est forcément assez logique. And my last question is going to be about your next opponent, because you're going to face the winner of Dallas Fuel or Team Falcon. So I don't know, I don't want to ask you who do you think you will face, but who do you want to face and why?
你们下个对手即将是 Dallas 和Falcons 战队之间的胜者。应该说，我们这边想要问你，你个人更希望你能对战哪个战队呢？
个人更希望的话，其实我2个战队都挺希望能对战的，但我觉得这场对战应该 Team Falcons 会赢，因为我觉得 Team Falcons 这版本非常非常厉害。
I mean, I really want to face both of those teams, but given a choice between the two of them, I think Team Falcons is gonna win now, because Team Falcons feels like a much stronger team in this current meta.
Yeah, they have been indeed very dominant. Donc ouais, dernière question, Dallas Fuel ou plutôt Falcons? Je trouve que Falcons ont été plutôt dominants dans cette méta, même si j'aurais bien aimé affronter les deux équipes. Donc on verra en tout cas s'il a raison. Thank you very much for joining me, Xie. Thank you also for the translation. And we're gonna head back to our next game right after a short break, so make sure to stay with us.
Thank you, Lou and Gushue, and congratulations to Weibo Gaming. You are moving on to the next round in our decider matches tomorrow. Taking a look at how we got there. Zoe, we went the distance, a game 3 and all 5 rounds.
We did. No, it was so very competitive, and quite frankly, looking at map 1, that's not what we expected to see after that. I think the bounce back from Weibo Gaming has been phenomenal on Neon Junction, although I have to say, big takeaway from them is just both teams very good on attack. The defense maybe needs some work. I don't know, maybe we need to revisit those strategies.
Johnny, we saw celebratory belly buttons. The crowd was going wild. Our streamers here are getting jacked up. What was most surprising for you in this matchup?
Well, I think the fact that Weibo Gaming win this one and the reaction you saw from them, that it means so much to them, because they were maybe even doubting themselves. But Sunso being such a solid option for this team, because you look at their roster and you think, oh, Gushue, historic player for this team. It very much feels like a new team with Sunso playing the tank for this team, and they slowed things down, playing more of the Sigma, playing around the Mizuki, for example. And Team Liquid, they kind of decided we don't really want to slow things down that much. We want to play more up-tempo with the Lucio, with the Diva on Neo Junction, and then also, we want to play with the Symmetra, with some pace over to Atlas. And so I think you saw that Team Liquid respected Weibo Gaming, and this very unique Weibo Gaming roster now with Sunso in the mix.
So there is a massive pulse bomb combining there, as we saw the 5K from Zura in attack. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, though, you started to run out of highlights in this series. When things were going well, what did you like for the boys in blue?
I mean, honestly, I mean, Tree obviously tried to put on his carry pants. Every time Tree started to switch over to different heroes, like Cassidy, for example, he just starts to actually pop off, right? So he really, really tried his very best to like push them over the finishing line. But I think it was Weibo Gaming who was very reactionary. They did some phenomenal counter swapping as well, especially in that last map, that really kind of made Team Liquid like run out of answers. Like they didn't find the value anymore from their respective picks. Like attacks D.Va suddenly couldn't get anything done, and there were so many highlight-worthy moments. I mean, we had a 3K D.Va bump there as well, which should not happen in the year of 2026, but that's all right.
No. Johnny, I had some friends from Call of Duty tuning in, and they said, "Who the hell is the motorcycle chick?" Can you explain what's going on here with our DPS?
Yeah, look, the Overwatch roster in the past 6 months, it's been an interesting development here, Pocket. We got flying jetpack cats.
Yep.
And we also got Japanese cyborg robots.
Cyborg robots on motorcycles.
That's what's happening, Pocket. Fan service. That's what the people want.
So, you know, why wouldn't you be able to summon a bike and then throw it for it to explode on your opponents? Pocket, why not? It's a video game.
Amazing shots there from the Cassidy at the end. It is Weibo walking away with the W. What do they earn? Well, a battle against this opponent, either Dallas Fuel or Team Falcons in the next round. If you're Weibo, do you have a better matchup against one of those two teams, Johnny?
Do you have a better matchup? I actually think that both Team Falcons and Dallas Fuel are pretty unique styles. Dallas Fuel, you gotta be aware of those guys. They don't play traditional Lucio back and forth gameplay. They like to pick your opponent's apart. So maybe a playstyle you want to avoid.
Okay, and then for that elimination bracket, Zoe, who do you think might be leaving Group A first?
Now I have to figure out which matchups are in the bottom there because I have the memory of a goldfish.
It's okay. We've been here for 9 hours and we still have 2 more matches to go.
Feels like more. Now, honestly, I think Team Liquid has to be a team you have to be wary of. Like the way they played has been very competitive and they're very eager as well. Lots of young talent, very explosive talent with Zeru and a Tree, of course. So yeah, definitely a team to keep an eye out in the lower bracket.
Of course, Team Liquid will play the loser of Falcons or Dallas Fuel. On the other side, we mentioned T1 might be on that side of the bracket. So, Johnny, expectations for teams like Virtus.pro who are trying to power through to the next round?
Look, I think Virtus.pro might even be favorites to advance with 2 straight wins in the upper bracket. Yeah, the way they beat down on Twisted Minds in the A region, that was just fantastic to watch. So I would actually say with Team Liquid, things are looking very tough now because you not only have to beat the winner, or the loser rather, of Dallas Fuel versus Falcons, but then you have to beat the loser of Twisted Minds and Virtus.pro. And so suddenly the tournament life becomes so much more difficult for Team Liquid because they couldn't close out that list.
Zoe, before we get to the content, if you've been watching today, who is the most impactful hero that you should be running in rank tonight?
Well, I can tell you it's not Domina. Let's stop that right there. I don't know why we're bringing this back. Johnny, do you have answers?
It's Lucio, Pocket. It's always been
Always
Lucio.
the Lucio. Drop the beat. We'll see you on the other side for more matches. It's day 1 of Overwatch here at UWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder! You can't climb it!
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Do we really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We're going to be looking at ranking all of our teams that we have participating. So I'm Gut Moxie. I'm joined here by Landon, Psycho, and Fixer from Virtus.pro. And I'm going to be throwing a whole bunch of team names at you. And I want you guys to give me a rank in Overwatch terms of where you would place. It can be anything, bronze to champion. So let's start off with our defending title champion teams, Team Falcons.
What do you guys think? like Champ 3, you know? Like, pretty good, but not like, you know.
Yeah, Champ 3?
Yeah.
3.
Champ 3 for Falcons, okay. Crazy Raccoon.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1.
Yeah.
Do you think Crazy Raccoon highest of everyone?
Yeah, probably them or us. Yeah, highest level.
Okay. Team Liquid. Let's have a look at some NA versus EMEA action.
Champ 4?
Maybe a little lower.
You mind to down GM?
Maybe like GM1.
GM1. GM1, okay.
GM1.
I'm down to settle on GM.
Maybe like high GM1, you know?
Okay.
Almost Champ 5, but they're getting there.
They're getting them there, okay.
What about the Fuel? Higher or lower than Liquid?
Champ 4.
Yeah, Champ 4. Fuel are pretty good.
Yeah? Fuel are the best NA team by far, so Champ 4. Okay.
Virtus.pro.
Champ 1.
Champ 1.
Yeah. Champ 1.
99% Champ 1.
Oh, 100%.
Higher or lower than Crazy Raccoon?
Same.
Exact same.
Exact same. Perfectly level.
Yeah.
Space Station Gaming.
Bronze. Down to 1.
Yeah, maybe like bronze 2. We gotta leave room.
Yeah, maybe bronze 2.
Why so low for SSG?
They just haven't figured out their stuff yet, but they're getting there. I'm thinking Master build. Masters?
Master.
Master build, yeah. I'm down to. That's too generous.
Maybe, we can go like silver.
Okay, we can silver 1.
Silver 1.
Or, yeah.
What about Twisted Minds, the teams that you've toppled to be able to take over EMEA?
Maybe Champ 4, like same as Dallas kind of.
Champ 4? Champ.
I mean, maybe Champ 3.
Champ 2? I would give them at least Champ 2. Champ 2.
Champ 2?
Champ 2
okay,
for
sure.
Team Secret.
I'm gonna go with the bronze 5er here.
The bronze 5?
I don't know the roster, so it can't be good.
They won the Pacific tournament.
AGAL.
Bronze 4. Moving up a little bit.
Let's put them in silver. Same as SSG. I think they're actually similar to SSG.
Okay.
Oh yeah. So what did we put SSG? Silver 1?
Yeah, silver 1.
Yeah, silver 1.
What about T1?
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah,
like TM 2 or 3? No, I put them same as TM probably. TM? Or maybe a little bit lower.
Maybe like
same as TM.
Right in the middle, you know.
Varel.
What do you think, Fixer?
Tough question. We haven't screamed at them, but
what would you expect?
I mean, they're looking good now. I thought they're good. Maybe GM1?
GM1? I can go with GM1.
I'm down to GM1, yeah?
GM1 Champ 5, you know?
But we haven't scrimmed them, so yeah.
9Z Globant.
Bronze. What's the lowest 5?
You're like bronze 5, 0%,
bronze
you know?
5.
Just a quick
Go
play.
into like Rust territory or?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe just quick play. It's not even ranked. Unranked team.
WBG, Weibo Gaming.
Haven't scrimmed them either, but yeah, versus Chinese team.
They can't be that bad.
Champ 5?
Yeah, I'm down with Champ 5.
Champ 5 for WBG. JD Gaming.
GM1?
I don't know.
I mean, Weibo, they won Weibo. Oh, they beat Weibo? In the China stage.
Yeah. Like
but
in
not
one
in
of
the finals, right?
Not in the finals, but in one of the matches.
And if we put Weibo Champ 5, we should put JD GM1. Yeah, GM1, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Zeta Division.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1. Part of the big
They have firepower. Yeah, I agree.
Would you put them above or below Crazy Raccoon
Below.
and yourself?
Below?
Yeah, below.
Below for Zeta, so not on the same level as you and Crazy Raccoon.
But like right there, you know?
I mean, on their day, they can beat anyone, but In general? Almost close, yeah, in general. A little bit lower.
Okay, and our last one, GK Esports.
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah, I think Champ 2. GK's really good.
Okay, well, that does it. Not as spicy, I think, for some teams that we were expecting. Just as spicy for some teams that we were expecting. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big shout out to everyone who made it down to the STC Arena on a Wednesday, a jam-packed opening day of qualifier matches, and we still have 4 more teams to grace our stage. The next 2 about to make their way through the back doors and all the way up to the lights. We've got Jake and Zoe on set, and Jake, I want to start with you. Virtus.pro, are they the clear favorites? They rank themselves in the S tier, aka champs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close here. I think 9Z are probably the weakest team in the tournament, right? In fairness, in terms of like where we'd expect them to finish. Whereas VP come into this as the #1 seed out of EMEA, which was a hotly contested region this stage. They've really fought and improved over time. Still some questions about how they're going to perform on land, but this is quite a lucky little warm-up draw for them as far as their first stage appearance goes.
So one of the people that we saw out in the crowd is a manager of Virtus.pro. They have been watching their team and they are cheering them on, not only for success in Overwatch, but in the club championship. For those who don't know, there are millions of dollars on the line for our biggest organizations. And Virtus.pro, well, through 4 weeks, they're the #2 spot. They're already on the podium.
They are, yeah. And honestly, this is the team that can get them up there, right? Because they have been so very dominant and they have to be one of the top teams in this very tournament. So really for this team, this is not just about our mid-season championship. They really want to bring it home in the club championship as well.
Other squads to look out for, of course, we have T1 on this side of the bracket. You also have Team Falcons who are in your top 10. A lot of storied rosters to look at, but if you're looking at the Virtus.pro team in particular, Psycho, Kevster, I love watching them in the past. At last EWC, they were popping off. Jake, who's the most important player on the team right now?
Most important player on the team, I'd actually give that honor to Kevster. You know, this guy has switched into the primary hit scan role for the team, and he has really risen to be one of the best in the world. I think if he's able to have a performance on par with players like Quartz, players like Stalker, right, who have really set the tone of what's possible on the role, he could lead VP to a victory and potentially put them into that first place slot in the club championship.
So back when you and I were streaming, we were always tank players, right?
Yep.
Do you think the tank is going to have a bigger impact or the supports now?
I mean, a tank has a lot of responsibility right now, obviously, right? So I think for the tanks, they need to be flexible. And I think Ice Gnome from Virtus.pro, he's had such a glow up. That player has improved more than anyone else really in the EMEA region. I think the flexibility that he's adding to it and just the overall level of play we're seeing from Ice Gnome has been phenomenal this stage, literally on another level.
Jake, does he have a best hero?
Oh, it's actually tough to call because honestly, he's a very modern tank player in the sense that he plays everything on a very high level. He keeps the option book open for the team, open for the coach. The other 4 players on the team are longtime veterans at the top level of Overwatch, and for him as a relatively young player, that's a fantastic environment in which to see him really flourish and succeed, right? And what makes them really hard to play against is Iceland legitimately plays the entire hero pool. We've seen him on everything from the Wrecking Ball to the Sigma, looking like one of the best in the world. So preparing for Virtus.pro is going to be a pretty tough ask for a lot of other teams.
And of course, looking at the global picture, let's talk power rankings here, Zoe, because Virtus.pro was able to rank their opponents. They said that Dallas Fuel was the best team from NA, and they were mid. How good is EMEA compared to North America right now in your eyes?
Listen, I might be a little bit biased.
A little bit?
Just a tiny little bit biased.
As an American living in America or as a European living in America?
As a very Swiss person living in America.
Understood.
No, I think EMEA has just been the stronger region overall. Like they've had just back-to-back high placements in international tournaments, whereas from NA, we've not really seen that much. So it's really on NA to prove that they can hang with the best.
Jake, if you've been watching EWC, you will know that the South Americans are here to play in 25 different titles. They're also going to be competing tonight in Overwatch. What do I need to know about 9Z?
I mean, this is a team that's kind of thrown together to grab the South American qualifier slot. We don't really see top-level competitive teams from South America. Actually, a lot of these players do typically compete in North America, which frankly is at a higher competitive level than the South American region. So, it'd be interesting to see if they can pull anything out here. The nice thing for this squad is that, hey, there's no pressure on them. There's no expectations really to perform. Some of these players have had some experience on high-level land in the past, but we'll have to see what they can, of course, bring in this matchup. Virtus.pro in the first round draw is a pretty scary opponent.
Now, I've seen Light in the past. Are there any individuals on this squad that you guys are excited to see on the stage tonight, Zoe?
See, I would have called out Light here as well. Gatos Guapos, never forget. Clear, obviously, also has been an absolute tier 2 warrior. Played for Nightmare, played for Sakura Esports, for Timers in the past. And then, of course, Hydron. We all know and love him from his time in the Overwatch League on 2 different teams. And he's not been slacking since, right? He's played for M80, he's been playing in Collegiate. So he's never really stopped playing. So while they're definitely not the favorite to win this one or any other match in this tournament, they're well-known, well-liked players that we see here on the stage today.
We've got about a minute and 9 seconds before this game kicks off. If we can, let's bring up the Group A bracket one more time and remind you how this is going to work. In group stages, it is first to 2 map wins. If you win that, you are going to the next round. You win your decider match, you are into our bracket for the final 3 days of action. Jake, so far, we've seen Weibo power through, Twisted Minds has made it through, and now we'll find out who will play TM in that next round.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see, to be sure. TM is a fearsome opponent. It's not really the prize you want for victory, but hey, it's better than a swift kick in the pants. It's better than going down and having your tournament life on the line as soon as day 2 of the tournament. So Virtus.pro certainly want to get this win in, and hey, they've already beaten TM in the past before. Maybe they can do it again here at the Esports World
Make
Cup.
it official. We've got 20 seconds. Who wins and how many maps?
Not even close. This is VP 2-0, maybe one of the fastest matches.
So you agreed with the 2-0. So who is my player to watch? Who drops the most eliminations?
Oh, Kevster. Kevster is going to have a field trip on this one.
Kevster is our player to watch. At least he has been historically at EWC. Lock in, EMEA fans, because it's time to watch your best team.
So far on day 1, we've seen the favourites do their thing. We've seen contenders have some phenomenal performances. We've seen clean sweeps, hard-fought battles, but above all else, we've seen a ton of Overwatch, Lou.
Exactement, pardon, excusez-moi, on a vu de tout. Aujourd'hui, on a vu des victoires des favoris, on a vu Zeta et Crazy Raccoon s'imposer tranquillement. On a vu l'IMIA briller aussi avec Twisted Minds et Geeky. We've seen long series, we've seen short ones, but no rest for the wicked Ian.
Absolutely not, and there's more to come. Let's welcome our next team onto the stage. It's Virtus.pro! The clear #1 seed of EMEA, a team that went through stage 2 undefeated in the regular season and took the regional title in a hard-fought grand final. Here they are, they want the trophy, and just as much, they want to help their org with some club championship points.
Les fameuses stars de l'IMEA, peut-être nos plus grands dangers sur cette scène à Paris. Next up, 9Z! A gem from South America, the team that fought their way through the FACEIT League to become the sole representative of the entire region on this stage. Vous l'avez compris, ils portent sur leurs épaules les espoirs d'une région entière. Mais ont-ils ce qu'il faut pour carrer cette pression et pour créer un upset? That's still to discover.
Absolutely, it's the EMEA champs versus South America's only representative on this stage. One side full of experience and power, the other with nothing to lose. Let's get into it.
Jaws and Moxie back at it again here, finishing out the day. First on the docket, Virtus.pro and 9Z. Des kind of set this one up for us, Moxie. Little 2-0 across the board here, they were thinking.
Yeah, chat.
seems to agree with it. That was the highest amount of predictions we've seen for one team so far, as Virtus.pro, very much one of the firm favorites, I think, to make it very far within this tournament. They've been hitting their stride as of late, and with that stride comes a whole lot of combat roles, as Kevster's Cassidy has proved absolutely crucial to this team.
An undefeated stage last time as well, so Virtus.pro, yeah, you're thinking they take this. A Twisted Minds opponent waiting in the wings for the victor in this series. This group, in fact, looking rather scary top to bottom.
Yeah, it's a very scary group. I mean, both of our groups are very scary, right? TMVP and Crazy Raccoon Zeta, all in the same groups for those regions. Group A has 3 of our first seeds from different regions, so that's pretty cutthroat too. No easy matches, I think, is the story for all of these teams involved here at mid-season. As I'm sure, like Des talked about it, trying to go for Ice's hero pool is not really going to have all that much impact draft-wise. I think like we'll be seeing things like the Cassidy get targeted out. Like that's surely you remove Kevster's cast.
Oh yeah, you got it. Come on. At the end of the day, if Kevster is allowed to kind of roam free, do what he wants, he's just going to take over the server and maybe even shut the server down.
Well, map 1, no cast ban.
Nope. Uh-oh. That's not great.
That is the concern, right? That's a Zarya ban and a Bastion ban.
Yep. Bastion's going to get targeted a whole bunch. We know for a fact Cat is as well. Slowed in. Nepal is the first map in this series. Virtus.pro, reigning champs of EMEA in Stage 2. A lot of those championship club points as well on the line for the team.
There's a lot on the line for 9Z now that they've left Kevster's Cassidy available, right? They went for the Bastion instead of the Cassidy. They could have gone for that DPS. The Cat is still available as well if Virtus.pro want to really allow Kevster to stretch his wings to be able to hit those Deadeyes, but it looks at the moment like we're not actually seeing the Kevster tip his hat. He'll be playing the Xion instead.
Seeing Queen being played too, only received a small little buff recently, Moxie, but this is a pick I did not expect to see.
Yeah, Queen, interesting hero. Like, she was seen a lot of the time when Rush was starting to be a thing to be able to challenge the Ramatra. So now that we have Ice rolling out on the Ram, Clay being able to just kite out the Nemesis form with the Shout, so that 9Z get 2 basic speed boosts to play around with, could be really good for them here.
Yeah, a lot faster, even though that VP do have a Lucio of their own. Kevster looking for an execute, can't quite find it as VP get on the point, start capping. First blood almost for Hydron there. FACEIT is going to be able to dash away. Hydron dashes back towards the point, puts himself in a good line of sight for the rest of the team. There's the shout from Clear, but he's also low already. A little boop away is going to send him packing, but a quick recharge of the health ball might just be what he ordered. Nice Suzu too, actually, from Landon, saving Psycho.
Well, VP already got the cap, so now they don't actually have to play to commit. They can just bounce themselves around with that Symmetra TP while keeping the point in control.
I mean, surely Clear's dead. He's already used the shout. The Suzu's been utilized by Wed to keep him up. No kills just yet.
Plays perfectly for Virtus.pro. Like, they don't have to play commit. They can slowly build up to that Kitsune rush, and only when they have ults feel comfortable taking the fight.
There's the rush. There's the first blood. Kevster takes down Light. LCS too, as Kevster just permanently playing on an off angle. Has got the spree already. Considering how long this first fight went as well, no shock that he's got that online. 9Z unable to win the fight.
Yeah, if you're Virtus.pro as well, you're holding all the cards for this next fight, since you'll have both the sound barrier and the rush. As we hit first blood, first fight, but also...
First pause of this series.
Yes. We also had a Tracer swap that we just saw before we hit the tech pause from 9Z's end. So I think like they really want to be able to just have some off-angle pressure to be able to just get the chase onto Virtus.pro. Because Virtus.pro, like, they picked up the first cap and then had no skin in the game of having to actually commit to the fight.
right? You could just play keep away. You've got the Symmetra TP. There's nothing really to try and disrupt the usage of that one. All 9Z can do is try to chase after with things like the shout from the Junker Queen and that Lucio speed boost. But for Virtus.pro, they were just slowly, steadily building up that spree off of just damage from the Xion to be able to totally disrupt the one-sided rush that 9Z were hinging their flip fight on.
Looks like Ice briefly took his headset off there, but it's back on. So in theory, should be good. Apologize for the pause. Sounds like it was just an audio issue, getting word in from production, so we'll be back in the game in just a moment.
More accurate tracer moment, you know? Like, we have to go through the slipstream before we get to go back into the match, and here we go. 9Z not going for the tracer, actually. Light swaps for the Venture instead to have more of that dive potential.
Oh, look at this sound barrier from LCS. LCS only hit 3 people with a sound barrier there when Light were not the recipient of it. Virtus.pro with a bit of a better one. All the way to the spawn doors. Light fell.
Space. Yeah, 9Z forced a sound barrier essentially outside their own spawn with how aggressive Virtus.pro got, chasing them down, knowing that the swaps would be out. Hydron has the overclock. That at least is going to be an opportunity for 9Z, but Psycho still holds the sim wall.
Got a Rampage too for Clear in a moment. Ice has also got the Annihilation. 9Z put themselves on the point. There is the ult for Clear, but can he actually use it? It's going to be tough to follow up on people here after the wall gets deployed by Psycho, but from the heavens, Hydron hits a double shot on the sim. It's kind of cowering for cover now. Annihilation is going to just rip and tear these health bars away. And now Clear, yeah, the Rampage just gets deleted as Virtus.pro. They're going to finish off this round with a clean sweep of this fight. Yeah, Lights, even in that burrow, can't get to the point.
It's that really unfortunate moment for 9Z where you have to play an overtime fight against a Ramatra with Annihilation. So you can't do the easiest thing to just deal with a Ramatra ult outside of just killing him dead, which has run away from the range of it, as we can see. Yeah, we talked about it. Kev's right. Sees that rush, chucks the bike right through the middle, and builds up the spree to have to disrupt afterwards. I think, was that a deathless run for the side of Virtus.pro?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check the scoreboard in a moment. Let's have a little peek. No, Kevster, Psycho died.
Yes, Kevster dies once, Psycho dies once as well.
All right, Clear on something more conventional. Mauga, May for Light as well. Okay, I like what I'm seeing.
Good way of being able to deal with Ice as well. If he tries to get a little bit too aggressive, you can try and wall him away from the rest of his team. As for 9Z, the issue really was that Virtus.pro picked up that cap so quickly, so you can see already trying to make sure that that same event does not occur on Sanctum.
Yeah, just eventually kind of poking and prodding. Hydron and Kevs are looking for an opening pick. A good wall, but Ice immediately...
Oh no, the bait.
Fixer!
Everyone looked at the Ram, thought it was an easy kill. Fixer
That's
just
2.
bops them off the map.
What a beast.
Oh, total bait. Nat 20 on deception check. Nat 1 for 9Z to try to pass it. And yet again, Virtus.pro established that first point and make it so much harder for 9Z to walk back into these fights.
All right, well, Hydron trying to go for a swing, doesn't want to get too close to the edge. Fear of the boop now is kind of inevitable. Light playing on an off angle. Trying to get a good wall again on the Ramatra. There's going to be a stun from the stomp there from Clear. Good Suzu timing too, but Ice is still pretty low in the front line. Now this should help bandage the wounds somewhat. Clear isolated from the rest of the team too. Ends up getting focused down by that beam from Psycho.
Oh, they're so split as well. 9Z trying to use Light's Mayhawk to just stop the bleeding, stop losing more players, but Virtus.pro on top of them to the point that Hydron actually has to use the overclock.
Oh, Hydron's going to try and take this as Kevs is on the high ground, just snipes Light already. Oh, dearie me. It's like shooting fish in a barrel from up this on this angle for Kevster.
Zero respect from Virtus.pro.
LCS?
Like, they start pushing 9Z back, and then they find more. They do not let up to the point that 9Z are having to use ultimates just to try and zone Virtus.pro away, but they're still being able to flank around, take those high ground angles. So now if you're 9Z, you don't have overclock to force the space. You have to just try to walk point to get into a position to be able to use this rush or the blizzard.
Rampage, or sorry, Rush. They got B. They got a lot of tools to kind of win this fight, but they need to actually find a pick, find an avenue of entrance to get in, but Wed already ends up going down. 4-man sound barrier there for 9Z. Only a 3-player one for VP, but LCS now trying to boof people away from Clear, but it's just not happening.
Oh, no.
Blizzard thrown in from Light over the top, but FACEIT on another Rampage. This Blizzard didn't really find too much, and it's all FACEIT here in this final fight. I mean, VP are going to cap, and that should be map 2. Not sure anybody can touch. Clear is the closest one. He's on the Mauga. It's just not happening. There's the OT. VP with the first map under their belts.
Oh, as a Lucio player, you love when Sanctum is rolled on the pole. You have the Euro signs in your eyes, essentially, the moment that map pops up, because you just know you get so much value. Look at these replays like this here.
That was a max range boof as well.
Max range boof over the top of the Mei wall. Finds a second onto Light, and then that last fight, when we have Blizzard in play, camps out the duration of the Mei ice block and goes for the boot to deny the Blizzard. There we go.
Oh, the Blizzard hits the point as well, but there's no one nearby. Oh dear, we knew it was going to be a tough battle here for 9Z, and it's proving exactly that. Virtus.pro just look cool, calm, collected, ready for this game, and maybe even preparing for what's to come.
It's a statement as well from Virtus.pro that, hey, we don't have to rely on the Cassidy to be able to find these wins. Like, Kev's has been playing the Xion and the Sojourn, and he has been hitting those shots, being a real pain for 9Z to have to deal with. It feels like they're always on the back foot, is the thing for 9Z. Like, yes, you're trying to build up to those ultimates. You're like, okay, if we lose fights in neutral, at least we can bank ults, and we can try to use those to brute force point, so we can find, like, flip or potential picks. But Virtus.pro, they felt so in control of the tempo. They knew. Like, the amount of times that we saw them put early pressure on 9Z when they were rotating choke, they knew when they were playing into things like the Blizzard, the Rush, they didn't want to close hold, because then they could be punished by going for those styles of plays. They could be Mei walled off, they could have to eat the Blizzard, they could lose players to that Rush. Better to let 9Z go onto the point itself so you can play around the side lanes of it and pick 9Z off as they try to walk forward. Like the fact that we see 9Z's rush, but it's their Kiriko who dies. No one else from Virtus.pro is in a position for that rush to actually punish them. And then you use Sim Wall, you cut off the line of sight of the heal so that the Mauga is vulnerable. It always just felt like Virtus.pro were the ones forcing 9Z to have to use things and always finding the better trades.
I'm kind of counter-compering them as well with the Mei. But you're just walking in to the Devil's Lair versus Ice and versus FACEIT.
Yeah.
See where we want to go now.
The one time Ice got walled, it was a bait set up for Virtus.pro. It was not overextension, it was more about setting up FACEIT. After that, we did not see Mei walls find value because Ice was just not running directly at 9Z. The people who were applying pressure were things like Kevster on the Sojourn, who could just power slide his way out of difficulty.
Smash it there on your screen. Debating what he wants to ban. We'll see they're banning second with 9Z picking the map first, and then banning what they want to. Looks like that's been sorted out now. We'll see how Virtus.pro want to play. Is it going to be another Atlas? It feels like it's only been Atlas recently.
Yeah.
Second maps.
I feel like Atlas would have the issue of, like, if it's Flashpoint, just playing out the same way as Control.
New Junk City, Symmetra and Mauga ban. Okay.
I do like the Sim ban because it targets what VP want to be able to do, right? They want to be able to set up those off angles. They want to be able to use the Sim TP to be able to dodge out of the way of things like the Blizzard and Mauga Cage. And we can see, like, Virtus.pro, yeah, they're not going to play the Mauga. They will ban it out. 9Z banning out the Sim means that Kevster's Cass is left on the table, but you don't have to worry about a Cassidy with the Symmetra's teleport mobility. So if we are seeing things like the Jetpack Cat, at least that's super telegraphed when you're flying in with the Deadeye and you have the opportunity to be able to shield it or kite it.
Just saw light on your screen there. Didn't have a hot start onto the Mei, unfortunately. See how they end up tackling this, because we know at some point, especially in these series versus EMEA teams, you're going to want to ban the stim. If your team, or even your region, to be fair, is not a sim team or a sim region, you will end up getting run over, and it's one of the big proponents in how Virtus.pro have been doing so well this year. Let's load in though. Map 2, New Junk City, with a ban for sim for 9Z and a Mauga ban for VP.
So honestly, probably more Ramatra from Ice. Maybe even a little bit more of that Junker Queen that we got teased when we headed over to that first sub-map of Nepal for Clear. As 9Z, like, obviously you want a curveball composition, right? You want to be able to bank on the fact that there's less tape of the compositions that you play. Ice, do we get to see the Rhine? No, it feels much more in line to get that Ramatra. Just for Virtus.pro to have so much tempo potential.
Clear is back on the Queen as well, really believing in this small buff in the recent patch. Believing that this is the tool for them to utilize to come up with a win. Oh, Kevstorm is going down first. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, Kevster goes very low. Has to be very careful that he does not overswing. But look at the players from 9Z that also very low themselves as Kevster fully recovered, starts shooting back.
I mean, this is really just shoot the Queen comp. Queen has to be so careful. And you're just basically running as a 4-5, running at 9Z and trying to find picks like this.
Well, there's no shields as well, right? Junker Queen does not provide any shielding to be able to block out the damage that Kevster can contribute. So 9Z having to be very careful how they position, because if someone swings out too wide, Kevster punishes instantly. He's already 70% to OC.
Yeah, I mean, how does he do so much damage so early on? Hydron, though, with an early snipe onto Landon. There's the shout from 9Z to try and get him in a good spot. Psycho falls pretty low. Now Light on an off angle. Trying to tag down somebody, but he's trying to face up to one of the very best. Kevster takes the mini pack as well. There's the bike thrown at him, and Kevster still kills LCS.
That's a huge pick off. 9Z now only having that Kiriko healing. So Virtus.pro getting the opportunity to stall out this fight for Kevster to come back.
Oh, Fixer with a kill onto Wed as well. He has been a third DPS for the team so far for VP. They have not let go of the point either. They weren't able to finish that fight quick enough. They've not given up the point. VP are still standing tall with Fixer with another.
Yeah, there's one more fight before we call this one. 9Z at least will have that Kitsune rush from Wed, since they've been taking far more damage
they can't
off
touch.
of the pressure from Kevster, but no one's going to be able to touch. And that is first point. They were too close to ults. No one can go for something like the Tracer to be able to tag on. And they'll carry forward that ult charge for this next one, but Virtus.pro, they can just start fighting to force 9Z to have to use ults at a worse opportunity.
All right, we'll see how well Kevster and Hydron match up against each other with these OCs, but not required. At least not in this fight. That was a very quick one. Kevster might go down. No! Nice wall from Psycho, saving the Sojourn's life.
We're starting to see the issue of the Queen. We're really starting to see the issue of the Queen. Virtus.pro on rotation, half of that team split, half camping point, the rest playing mid. Just catsing onto 9Z's players before Wed can have any confidence to be able to use that rush, which means that when this next fight breaks out, not only will Virtus.pro have a defensive position, they'll have 5 ultimates to overwhelm 9Z.
Yeah, 5 ults. That's a lot. In Overwatch terms, that's a whole lot. Overclock from Hydron. Quickly though, Virtus.pro using that cover on the high ground, just dip away. Hydron's going to take the height away from him, but a quick rush on the point from Landon doesn't mean he ends up going down, puts himself in a vulnerable spot. Annihilation and a Ravenous Vortex kill. The sound barrier from Fixer just too good. LCS just a few percentage points away as Fixer goes on the hunt.
Yeah, Fixer just gives the sound barrier to Ice so he can run aggressively at 9Z before LCS bulls a beat of his own. Because if you're Virtus.pro, yes, 9Z have unmatched sound barrier for this next fight, but if you play your cards right, they don't get the opportunity to use it before Kevster can rip it away.
Rampage for Clear. Still a Suzu that Landon's going to have to be pixel perfect on. He's looking to line people up on this high ground here. An opening, he's looking for it. There it is. Rampage, 3 players. They get lit bright purple, but a quick teleport from Landon helps Ice Gnome stay alive, but not for too much longer. A good hound down there, but they do end up trading. Clear gets booped back in and instantly frozen by the Blizzard. Perfectly placed by Psycho. It's 99%. It's going to tick over to 100 as well. Doesn't take a genius there to tell you that. There you go, 2 points on the board for VP.
Oh, that was beat fight as well, Jack. That was beat fight. A rough sound barrier from LCS, which finds nothing. As Virtus.pro now building towards the last and match point to be able to close out this series, and Hydron is taken down late or early in the terms of unlocking this 3rd point.
Please, Light.
That Caps are just totally.
Light, you gotta get out of there, man. Oh, that's
they don't care about setting up a point. They just want more picks in mid.
More blood for the Blood Gods. VP, they're gonna have priority position in here and a free cap.
Yeah, it's literally just Squishy's capping as well. Ice is just holding 9Z at bay. With the Vortex, Light now onto the Tracer, understands you can't play front to back. You have to try and find a way of worming your way around the flank to put pressure and force Virtus.pro's attention back.
Light with a very quick recall there. Oh, shut down by Psycho. I think that shot went through Ice Gnome there as he tags it. They trade for Kevster, of course. Landon with a rush in just a moment. Psycho ends up going down. Now the tables are turning. 9Z are in a good spot to win this. They just need to finish this one clearly. Hydron finds himself in a 1v1. Landon ends up going down. Sound barrier from FACEIT to try and save the day. Annihilation from Ice Gnome 2 runs over the back line. 9Z, no supports left, and Clear's going to have to pick up the pieces, but I think there's too many of them scattered all over this point for him to do anything about it. The Ramatra just way too strong. 9Z cap the point, sure, but how long can they really hold on?
64% stalled out for Virtus.pro as well, and Kevster for this next fight. Overclock and rush when 9Z don't have a beat. It has to be a Sojourn for Sojourn diff.
They know this Tracer hasn't got a recall too, so they just force themselves on the point to pop that rush down as well. Hydron, this OC, just not really living up to the Sojourn trailers. Ice Gnome on the Doomfist. Okay, I was hoping we'd see one today.
The flip! Virtus.pro got the flip of Kevster's OC.
Whoa, 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 what's happening with the gun here? Kevster, you overloaded that a little bit too much. Clear ends up going down to the OC as now final fight here for 9Z to get back in.
I mean, do you even get the chance to regroup and push with Sound Barrier? Virtus.pro won't allow 9Z free passage.
Yeah, Light needs this pulse bomb to connect as well. He's got to be the hero for 9Z right now. A Sound Barrier from LCS is going to be good for 4. OT now here. Light still trying to connect with his pulse bomb. He ends up hitting the recall really early though, and Psycho's still got the Blizzard to pop on the point.
Yeah, Blizzard will be called into play from Virtus.pro. 9Z got the flip. It's all about the Rampage value.
Pulse. He's got to let this pulse go eventually. It's perfect time to get onto Psycho here. Ice Gnome going extremely low. There's the Rampage. It hits 2. Ice Gnome still staying alive somehow. The Blizzard's going to be good, but there it is. The bleed out onto Fixer. 9Z. They're still alive and well, but Ice Gnome with a double kill on the Doomfist. He's just not really too healthy though. Sub 200 HP as he goes in for yet another slam. Doesn't find anybody.
Still putting pressure, building up that Meteor Strike as well so he can be more aggressive, have the emergency get out of jail card.
1 HP.
Just has to deal with Hydron on this high ground, just clears back on D.Va.
No Meteor Strike either. He's 2% away before he ended up going down. Clear back on the D.Va. And Light still with the Pulse Bomb in his back pocket. More of a threat at this point, but the threat is working out for them. LCS tagged down by Kevster, but a quick pulse on the back of Landon's head. Light saves the day in 9Z. This is going to be the point cap.
Unless Ice touches with Meteor Strike.
So low though, there's just no support for him to stay alive. He's already used the block, and there it is. Point for 9Z.
Not a 3-0. But that fight going so long has allowed Fixer and Landon to build up both support ults. For Hydron, this has to be such a clutch OC. He'll have a rush to enable it, to try to rip away the sustainability from Virtus.pro's side, as Kevster back on the Shion.
Yeah, no one's hating this one, that's for sure. A really early rush to start off for VP. 9Z are going to return in kind. Kevster playing on it. Just trying to force 9Z away from their own at this point, as Hydron gets walled off as Sound Barrier and straight to the backline. Hydron just double dashing away, trying to get out as Clear's mech ends up getting deleted.
That should be flipped for Virtus.pro. Clear is also going to be left baby D.Va form. forcing him to just drop off the map if he wants to be able to get that mech in time.
Now he's managed to build it back up and actually gets back in too, but another D-mech is going to be disastrous, but he gets away.
Yeah, they're turning their attention to steal with Light, who's still on this Tracer. On that point, behind Ice actually, putting too much pressure on the backline.
Yeah, good little bait there. Light does end up having to hit the recall though. He's taking too much damage. Yeah, a body shot from Psycho and then an easy finish off by Kevster. A sound barrier onto 4 players for 9Z as they try and turn this fight around.
Where's the follow-up though? Beats already degraded. They get no kills until now. Kevster's cleared off, but Virtus.pro about to hit Blizzed on point.
Yeah, and also, there's an annihilation after this Nemesis form.
No sound barrier at least.
Well, I say that, it's actually Icehome's still a little bit too far away. They managed to kill Psycho, so no threat of the Blizzard anymore. As Light just trying to force Ice to use this ult, but they're happy just to take this to OT because it's so hard to kill a Ram here without dealing with the supports.
Ice?
Eventually ends up ripping it too.
Yeah,
it's just too much healing.
I mean, they've still been able to hold on to point. Only now do 9Z find that flip. Ice taken out of this fight. Virtus.pro going to have to just gracefully give this one away. Light now has to make magic happen for 9Z to be able to stall out to 92% and surpass Virtus.pro's ult economy because they can just bank up ults here, Jack. They're about to hit 4.
Yeah, the only thing they're lacking will be that annihilation. Okay. Alternate approach, going from the middle section of the map, waiting for that disruptor shot to dissipate.
So it has to be so careful with mech management too, with the Blizzard Brat.
That's a perfect pick. You couldn't ask for a better one from Light there.
Yep.
Pulse bomb to the back of Kevster, okay.
Virtus.pro still think it's winnable though. Landon uses Rush.
They got a sound barrier as well. Clear's going to get D-Mech, so an instant hopeful reposition for himself with his self-destruct. Hydron, again, double dashes away from the team. A freeze onto Clear's mech as Wed ends up getting slain by Landon. A good return kill, though, onto Ice as 9Z put them in themselves in a spot to win this fight. Clear takes down Psycho, too. He may have lost his mech, but Kevster hits the spree straight to LCS. But the kite, it might be too good. Execution not enough to kill Hydron as Landon gets the flip.
Virtus.pro still have players up. Landon forced to TP out. It comes down to last fight territory, but LCS has the sound barrier. If NZ can hold on to it, this could be huge.
So close to capping though. And Virtus.pro right now are in a position to win as well. They've got the point cap themselves. Soundbar from LCS doesn't bear any fruit though. No kills just yet. Light forced to recall again. Pulse bomb available. And that's about it. The only thing 9Z can hold on to hope for now is a big pulse bomb yet again for Light.
The annihilation from Ice, 9% away, no beat delivered.
It's got to get something here. Yeah, Icestone's got annihilation now. Oh, and they get the cap!
Not only did they get the cap, no one is there to contest for OT.
Tragedy in the 9Z camp.
That is...
Putting themselves in a spot to win.
Yeah.
But they all step off the point as that point goes the way of VP.
So close.
A 2-0 to finish the series in VP and 9Z's debut game here at midseason.
I mean, if you're 9Z, you'll always ask what if. What if we were still on point? What if we didn't allow Virtus.pro to flip? What if we got kills with a sound barrier before VP could build to that annihilation? Because I think, like, that's what you're panicking about, right? You've used sound barrier, you've used all of your ultimates, you know that Virtus.pro are about to hit theirs. It's overtime. You won't be able to disengage that annihilation if it comes out from Ice, and the Ram does not instant die. 9Z see their hopes of winning that series fall away.
Beast mode indeed. EMEA's #1 seed. Coming up with a 2-0 victory. They'll be facing familiar foes sometime soon in that upper bracket game.
Still, if you're a team that's about to go up against VP, like, you're looking at how close some of those fights went. The fact that 9Z did take some of those points, almost took that last point, and you're thinking, hey, that's weaknesses that we can start to expose. Like, VP, there were some fights where they got a little bit ahead of themselves, throwing those ults, trying to just push in, like, very early with the Doomfist too.
Very quick 2-0 here for VP, so let's get a word from Psycho down on the stage with Ian.
Standing by with Psycho right now. Psycho, did that feel like Look, no disrespect to your opposition there, but that feel like a little bit of a warm-up match for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very nice to get used to the stage, new setup, new crowd, everything. So we took it as a warm-up, and it was pretty easy.
Well, I mean, look, you come into this after a phenomenal regular season, undefeated. Since Stage 2, what have you guys been working on coming into the Esports World Cup?
It's a new meta. There's so many comps being played. I mean, you guys see the matches. Every team is playing a different comp. Everyone's playing something else. We just need to get good at adapting and sticking to our style.
Well, speaking of the new meta and the new patch, last time you played Twisted Minds, who will be your next opponents here in Paris, it was on that old patch. Do you think things could be a little bit different this time around?
No, I think First to 2 also makes it easier to play against Twisted Minds. So we'll see tomorrow.
You are just absolutely oozing confidence right now. You can just see beyond us the trophy in the distance. It is very early days. You've got a long way to go. But how confident do you feel you and your team are about potentially lifting that bad boy when this is all said and done?
To be honest, I think any team can win in this meta. It's very close between everyone, but if we play like we did today and we play our game, no one can beat us. And we said that during Stage 2 as well, and we were undefeated, so yeah.
Just a couple more from me, because I'm just loving in talking to you right now. The Club Championship is another big part of the Esports World Cup. VP looking really strong in the Club Championship table. How important is it for you guys to get some points on the board for your organization?
I'd like to say I don't care about it at all, but to be honest, I do. I was watching PUBG last week as well, and I was super proud of the VP team. And our org is amazing, so I personally want to do it for our org as well.
For the badge. Finally, speaking of badges, you are up against, like I said, you're up against Twisted Minds, and that is your old team. Is there a little bit of added spice going into this matchup?
I mean, of course. I mean, I want to beat my old team and prove that they made the wrong decision.
Nice one. Congratulations. Let's talk again. You were brilliant. Thank you very much. Hey, look, we've got one more game to go, guys. Let's keep going.
Thank you, Lord Chambers, as we take a look at some of the best moments here. A bit of a blunder. 9Z showing life in game 2. Zoe, they forgot the point.
Yeah, you know, that happens to the best. That's just, it do be like that every once in a while. I think was generally impressed that they managed to win some team fights, push back a little bit, show a little bit, a few signs of life, if you will, because this is an extraordinary opportunity for a lot of these players that are still grinding in Tier 2 to put themselves on the radar for other opportunities in the future, right? And this is double elimination, so they're not out yet.
Don't smile at him, Jake.
I mean, it's a good shout. It's a good shout for 9Z, you know, to get a chance and to, hey, show that they can at least hang in some of these fights. But in the end of the day, I mean, we got Landon here joining us in the studio. And we always knew, you know, this one was going to be a bit of a warm-up match for you guys. I got to ask, though, to not let you bask too much in this victory, looking ahead to that match against Twisted Minds, that's obviously something that you've played against them all year long, all stage long. This is a recurring opponent. You come in prepared. You probably expected this match to happen regardless. How do you think about that match coming up next tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, there's like certain teams in a tournament that you know you have to play to win the whole thing, and Team is one of those teams. Like, I think a good 30% of every VOD review is about how to beat Twisted. But I think even for them, like, they're thinking about it a lot too. We have a couple of bans set up, you know, we got a couple of comps set up. I feel more confident than ever that we can beat them.
Is that because you're able to take out the Symmetra, or because you're able to stall out Quartz, who's been on fire every time he's touched the EWC stage?
They're a really, really good team, but I think, like Psycho said, kind of, a 1-2 format doesn't
help them out,
you know?
huh?
They have a couple of stuff that they're like the absolute best in the world at, and we can make it really, really difficult to play that stuff.
Do you think it's an advantage for you guys that you did end up dropping some maps and had really close matches in the playoffs for Stage 2? Like, did that give you an opportunity to kind of revisit some of your strats and learn something?
I mean, for sure. I think winning a match 3-2 and winning a match 3-0 teaches you like very, very different things. It's really, really hard to win a match super easily and then improve. Like, normally, like, the losing team gets a lot of benefit. But if, like, a lot of our games in Stage 2 were like 3-2, you know, even the grand finals 4-3, like an absolute dogfight all the way. And even though we won those games, there was so much to learn that it helped us keep improving.
Speaking of, what did you learn from last year at EWC to now 2026 in Paris?
I mean, EWC like taught me so much. Like, it's the biggest tournament of the year. Like, I think it's the event that every player, every org, every team like cares about more than anything else. Last year I had a lot of success playing stuff that's kind of similar to what I'm playing now on my team, and figuring out how to like handle like the pressure of these single elim matches like later on, you know. like these tight games, you know, where you don't exactly know who you're going to be playing the next day. Like all of that practice is still super helpful.
Yeah, you know, you guys have been a really fun team to watch this year in particular. I feel like this Virtus.pro team has leveled up. I mean, with Kevster taking the reins on HitScan, you guys showed an impressive performance in Japan. I think that was the start of something that then in stage 2 has really come to fruition with you guys securing the #1 seed. Coming into this, especially looking at not just Twisted Minds, but also GK, where, you know, another team that a lot of people are looking at is to make a deep run here in the tournament. How do you think regionally EMEA is stacking up against the competition right now? Would you put your, like, the overall results of the region over even a region like Korea?
I mean, it's really, really hard to argue that EMEA isn't like the #1 region. You would never, I mean, like the fact that a team as strong as Twisted can finish 3rd regionally and then still go into this event and look, still go into this event and look crazy is super impressive.
Yeah,
help him out. So we got to switch earpieces for him there. Landon, you're an American playing for EMEA on the best EMEA team, but there's 44% Koreans playing in this competition. What is it like on the global level right now? Are you guys all speaking English? How do you guys get into practices? How do you scrim against teams from all different regions now that you're here in Paris?
Whenever I go to these international events, I'm always so surprised by the amount of people that speak English, you know? Like, not to take it for granted or anything, but like players that I've never interacted with before, you know, I'll be in an elevator or I'll be waiting, you know, in line with food, and guys that I just was totally convinced only spoke Korean or something will come up, yo, hey, what's up, man, you know? Like,
they bait us, I swear. They always claim they don't speak English for interviews, and then they're all like fluent. So yeah, who was your main practice partner? Did you have a particular arrangement of teams that you practiced a lot heading into this?
Going into this event, I think Zeta Division were a team that we practiced a lot against, you know?
They look pretty good. That seems like a good practice partner.
They're super good, and they also like throw a lot of stuff at you.
Okay.
Like Zeta, like, I mean, you saw today, like the pace of the game that they play is so aggressive and so intense that like a 2 hours against Zeta feels like a full day, you know?
Do you feel like Zeta is the top squad to come out of Group B? Because you guys are in totally different groups. So in theory, you could be meeting each other in the playoffs.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's always hard to count Crazy Raccoons out. Like the star power of that team, you know, and like they play like just solid, fundamental, good Overwatch. Like I think it's really hard for them to have a bad day. I don't know who will win.
Landon, we're going to give our players in this next match a few more minutes. While we do that, I want to take a look at your team's highlights. Can you break down the current meta in Overwatch right now? Who is the most important piece on each team, and what should we be looking forward to now that we have 4 more days of action?
I mean, my team always makes fun of me because I kind of have a catchphrase about the game that it's just a hit scan game. I think hit scan is the most pivotal piece of any team.
Hit scan.
Hit scan. Like Cassidy, Sojourn, Xion, Freya, Imre, any of those heroes, like the more resources you pour into them, the more benefit you get. Like I'm looking at Kev just take apart everyone here, and I've never been able to do that on Kiriko. I can't just kill 5 people when I decide to. A Lucio can't really do that either. But a hit scan, you give them the right resources and they will tear a lobby apart.
It's a good shout out. I mean, the level of the hit scan players here on LAN, it almost ascends to another level. I mean, look at players like Quartz on your team. It's Kevster. Stalker's had a hell of a year.
Yep.
And pretty much every top team is going to have a player that it feels like can take on the world. When you talk about that, putting resources into the hit scan, though, it feels like that's a lot of the responsibility on you and on your role as a flex support. How do you think about playing Kiriko in this meta in terms of knowing how to balance all of what's asked upon you? You know, getting these clutch kills on tracers while also trying to keep your backline alive.
It's for sure a tough balance, but I kind of have the mindset that it's way easier to help Kevster get a kill than it is to like recover a kill. You know, like if they're able to take out one of my teammates, for me to hit it like a double headshot across the map, it's a bit harder, you know, than just keeping my own teammate alive first.
Looking at the competition here, do you feel like there's any players that are completely going under the radar? Who's the big underdog players? Who are the ones that we should keep an eye out in this tournament? Any maybe younger players that are still up and coming?
I mean, for me, I think GK is super, super underrated still, you know? Like, I think they're like easily like a top 3, top 4 team in this whole tournament. Obviously that's a lot of my old ex-teammates, you know? I love those guys. Yep. But they're genuinely like looking very scary right now.
And Landon, of course, what I love about EWC is we get to see people of all different ages. When we were doing Fatal Fury, we had guys who were 44 years old. When I was doing EAFC last week, we had 16, 17-year-olds. How old do you think the oldest player in Overwatch can be and still compete at an elite level?
I've always been of the opinion that like you can play as long as you want, as old as you want. It's just about how dedicated you are to the game. I think Overwatch can be a very intensive game to practice and be a pro in, you know? Like even just this past year, the amount of new heroes that have been added to the game, you know, you really got to stay on your toes. But if you really enjoy the game and you're in love with it, I don't think there's any limit.
Keep grinding. Well, we got to let you go celebrate with the team tonight. Before you go, anything you want to say to everyone who's been supporting you and Virtus.pro here this week?
I mean, I love all the fan support. Like our team can really feel like just the sheer amount of love the European fan base has for us. It's always a blast, and I hope they're ready for the game tomorrow.
Top dogs in Europe right now. Virtus.pro starting off a perfect 2-0. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
That is Landon. We will be right back with more from EWC. It's day one of Overwatch.
Trust. You touch.
Yeah, touch. Trey one. I'm gonna die. Trey one.
Swing
left.
Give no point.
Kill one.
Luo. Back in backline.
Yeah.
Kör. Diven. Du kör med.
Diven booster. I can't. Close support. Oh.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
What's up, guys? It's time for another pick'ems for the last match of the day. Defending champions Team Falcons versus Dallas Fuel. For this one, I went with Team Falcons winning 2-1 against Dallas Fuel. I feel like it's gonna be a close fight, but Team Falcons defending champions, I feel like they're gonna get the win. How about you guys?
Yeah, I've got Falcons 2-1.
Same prediction.
Yeah,
we're on the same wavelength.
Exactly. I think Dallas could do something with like the Rhine stuff that they tried a few weeks ago, and then that they keep trying now and again. I think they could surprise Falcons, but I think Falcons are just a much stronger team.
Yes, exactly. Okay, how about you?
I think the same score, honestly. I think
2-1 as well.
Yeah, to Falcons. I think Dallas is like a really good team, but like I don't rate Falcons. I don't really like them. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry. But like they always have plot armor, like when it comes to like these lands whenever they make it. So
I love that. I love that phrasing. A plot armor. Yeah. Falcons having plot armor. And thank you so much for being honest. Hey, we're all on the same page, right? We're giving Falcons getting the win 2-1 against Dallas Fuel. We'll see if that happens. We'll find out soon.
We are Team Falcon, reigning Overwatch champion at Esports World Cup. We are here to do it again.
It's a pickle Lambda, the perfect answer. Symbol comes up, Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocks out of Mech, can't get back in. They will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable!
Team Falcons' run last year at the Esports World Cup was led by their Overwatch 2 team. Their win in Overwatch was what sealed the deal for Team Falcons in winning the club championship in 2025. That was last year. This year, they come in the EWC somewhat a shadow of their old selves, but still with championship expectations. They did not qualify for our first event of the year, the Champions Clash, and are here in Paris thanks to their amazing performance last year. The loss of Stalker has been huge, as he's moved over to Crazy Raccoon, who had been a powerhouse to start the year.
이적을 한 이후로는 연락을 딱히 한 적은 없고, 그 전까지는 조금 친했었는데 아마 이적하고 나서 약간 라이벌 팀으로 가다 보니까 좀 안 하는 게 아닐까.
Falcons is to repeat as the club champions in EWC this year. They'll need its Overwatch team to rekindle some of that championship magic that's still on this roster. With the competition stronger than ever, they'll need an all-time performance to defend their title.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Of the night, we've got the Dallas Fuel rolling into the STC Arena where they are prepared to take on reigning EWC champions in the Falcons. Welcome back to the opening day of Overwatch at EWC 2026. We've got Zoe and Jake here in the studio. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, back on Overwatch. You'll love to see it. And Jake, I want to start with you. Falcons won last year. They beat OWCS. Twisted Minds got third and T1 got fourth. But Crazy Raccoon went out in that round of 8 thanks to this team. Let's talk a little bit about the Falcons. What made them so dangerous last year?
I mean, last year, this was a bit of a different team. They were able to get the win. It was huge, but we saw in that video, right, that like Stalker leaving this team has really changed the tenor. This year has been tough for Falcons with Merritt, the new superstar Hitscan. He's been out with a hand injury for some time. I mean, this has not been the year that Falcons were hoping for. So here they're back at the Esports World Cup as title defenders, but I doubt they feel like title defenders, right? I think they feel a little bit more like underdogs, but if they can get the momentum rolling, that could start to play in their favor.
I love someone there with the blonde hair, all smiles all last year. When you're looking at the squad right now, who's been the happiest player? Who brings joy to your face when you watch the Falcons?
That's always someone, though, right? It's someone like
of the
just
whole
conjures.
World, he's kind of
literally, he sparks a joy. No, I think we might fall into a trap here where we underrate Falcons as a team just based on their performance in their own region. We haven't seen what they can do internationally since they didn't qualify for the Champions Clash, but you have to have the caveat here that this is an insanely stacked roster, like front to back. Like every single player is like at the top of the game, but they're playing in an extremely competitive region. Now, if we have these players stacked up against literally any other region, they should still technically be considered a favorite.
If you're looking at the squad, I saw Merritt and Checkmate. Are they your new DPS?
Yeah, more than likely going to be, the key starters. And it's fair. What's always said, like yes, maybe they struggled in Korea, but these are, like a world-beating roster on paper. You look at, those names. Those are all players who have lifted trophies in the past, all players who have competed with the best in the world. I do think this opening draw, though, is a bit of a spicy one because Dallas Fuel, even in North America, are a very hard team to pin down. They play their own style. They really don't care about what other teams think is the best. They bring their own look, and that makes them uniquely difficult to prepare for. In a first to 2 series,
I was just about to say
more
especially
vulnerable to bans potentially with how much they rely on the double flex support, the Liari, and strategies like that, playing around their support line. I'm also curious to see what Kellen brings to the table. Then again, the more I think about this Falcons team, maybe they're going to hit their stride at just the right moment here in the Esports World Cup. They've had to make do without Merritt, which was definitely tough, but he should be able to be back in the starting lineup now and firing on all cylinders.
Merritt is back, and last year he made his impact felt on the Widowmaker. We talked with him before the matches, and here's what he had to say to Danny Lim.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim is back for another quick pre-match interview. This time I am joined by Merritt from Team Falcons. Merritt, Team Falcons, you guys are the reigning champions. You guys are back. Does that put more pressure on you and the team? 자, 일단 아무래도 이제 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 다시 또 EWC에 오시게 됐는데 좀 그거에 대한 부담감을 느끼시나요?
부담감은 살짝 있긴 한데 이 부담감을 이제 즐겨보려고 합니다.
Definitely, I can't lie. There is a little bit of pressure because we are the reigning champs and we are defending that title. But I am trying to enjoy that feeling right now. Talking about enjoying, I know we haven't been able to see you in action because you had that finger injury. How's that injury going? Are you feeling better? 자, 방금 이제 좀 즐긴다는 얘기를 했는데 저희가 아쉽게도 메리트 선수의 부상 때문에 좀 경기를 많이 못 봤었는데 지금 현 상태에 손가락 좀 괜찮으신지?
네, 아주 괜찮습니다.
He says everything is okay. Does that mean that we are going to, I don't know, see you, the greatest Korean hit scan player on stage today for your first game? 그러면 어떻게 오늘 아무래도 세계 최강 우리 또 아시아의 최고의 히트 스캔 메리트 선수의 경기력을 오늘 좀 볼 수 있을까요?
네, 많이 기대해 주셔서 좋을 것 같습니다.
Definitely look forward to my match today. All right, another question, Merritt. Your first game. How do you feel like that match is going to be played out? 자, 그럼 첫 번째 경기에 대해서 좀 더 얘기를 해봅시다, 메리트 선수. 좀 오늘 경기 좀 어떠실 것 같으신가요?
상대가 이제 북미에서 또 잘하는 팀인데 저희가 쉽게 이기지 않을까 생각합니다.
I know that our opponents are a great player, a great team as well, but I feel like, against us, I think it'll be an easy win for the team Falcons. I love the confidence, Merritt. I can't wait to see you on stage. Thank you so much. 화이팅!
감사합니다.
Thank you.
So good to hear from Merritt. And Jake, you saw he was bitten by a lion on that middle finger. Has he healed up yet?
I mean, that's to be seen, right, in this match. It's great to see Merritt, though. I mean, I coached him when he was a rookie player, was like a really exciting superstar. But back then, I mean, it felt like a kid. And now seeing him in that interview, he just seems confident, composed. And after a tough injury on a competitive player's career, it's fantastic to see him looking mentally prepared for the match. Honestly, just that interview alone, the confidence oozing off of him, I feel even better about the chances for Falcons after seeing that.
And of course, we got to talk about Merritt's opponent today. He will be playing against the Dallas Fuel as we welcome Hastro's crew back into the Overwatch universe. Fuel, they had one of the original rosters that won over the fans. Where are they at right now in your power rankings?
I mean, honestly, I ranked them pretty high because, as we already said, they have their own style. They have the double flex support backline. They love to play the dive. I think what they're individually bringing to the table, you can't underestimate them. You can't count them out. And also, they're coming in on a high note. They're coming in with momentum. They had an incredible, salty lower bracket run in the Stage 2 playoffs, and then a very convincing victory in the grand final. So I think they're coming in with their spirits high.
Jake, I asked the fans who was going to win this match. Do you want to know what percent thought Dallas would win?
I see it too, Puckett. It's a little tough.
It's a single digit. 9% of the fans went with Dallas Fuel. 91% are going with Falcons. Is that because they're not familiar with Dallas's game, or they're just too familiar with Merritt?
And it's fair enough to be big on Falcons. I do think they're the names on this team. You wouldn't be surprised to see them make a deep run. Hey, maybe defend the championship. Wouldn't shock you considering their pedigree. However, I think people are underrating the possibility for Dallas Fuel here. I mean, they play
9% is pretty low.
They are very, very good at the style they play. I think when Kellen is able to bring out some of these dive heroes, I prefer when he's on the wrecking ball to the Winston personally. But when they bring that pace with the tank lineup, creating a lot of room for Luke Mito to work in the backline, he can get a lot done. That can get dicey for a hit-skin player like Merritt very, very quickly. So Falcons, they need to be well prepared for this match. It'll be a test of the coaching and the preparation for this team.
So I love the Chronic, but who do you love on this roster?
For Dallas Fuel, I'm a Kellen stan as well, I have to say. Although I do have to say I'm very impressed with the backline because they have been showing like enormous improvements and they're not swaying from their individual play styles. They're not buying into what the other people playing. So I really liked it about them, and they're coming in with a lot of confidence due to that.
And of course, Jake, we mentioned it is 1-2. We're always playing control, but if we go to a map 3, where can Dallas Fuel cause problems for the Falcons, or where is there a weakness in the Falcons game? Is it control and flashpoint, or something more like push or escort?
I think the control should be good for Falcons. I think Falcons are going to prefer the more dynamic map types like flashpoint and push. I think Dallas is one of the few teams at this tournament that I expect will prefer to play more escort and hybrid because of playing this double flex support style. especially I think CJ on the Ana is going to be really my player to watch from Dallas Fuel. I mean, Kellen can do big things. We need to see big performances out of Chronic to match Merit on the hit scan, but CJ's Ana has been a real pleasure to watch. I think he's one of the best, certainly in the region, to do it, and it's been an incredible glow up from his career, right? Starting in Tier 2 a long time ago, has risen to pretty much the top here in North America, and he makes a lot happen on the Ana with relatively little resource in the back line. So I'm expecting to see big things from him. If he can keep the Tracers in check, then it could be setting up Fuel for success.
So we are 25 seconds from going live. Who do you got, and how many games do we go?
I'm Falcons 2-0. Sorry, I do love Dallas though, so I'm voting with my brain, not with my heart.
Falcons 2-0. Who's your player to watch?
All of them.
Yeah, sitting on the fence.
Unit.
We're
They're
sitting on 5 fences there.
That's right.
I'm going with Merit today. He's back in the roster. His finger is healed, and he's ready to win 2-0. Let's go down to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of Overwatch. Just kidding.
No, of course, it's been a long day in the best way of Overwatch. Are you still with us? We still got one more. Hey, the crowd in Paris, are you still with us? You still ready?
Vous êtes toujours avec nous?
One more to go, Lou.
Let's bring our teams for our last game of the day, starting with Dallas Fuel. Coming from North America, the team that just took the regional title. They are the champions in title in America. Ce sont les champions en titre de la région North-Amérique. They look sharp all stage long, and they locked in the number 1 seed out of NA. But can they do more tonight in Paris?
Their opponents love some EWC. It's Team Falcons! The defending mid-season champions have come to town. A team with serious pedigree who auto-qualified for this event but had a much tougher road through stage 2. The question is, can they soar once again to previous heights here in Paris?
This is maybe one of our closest matchups of the day. Save the best till last. Mesdames et messieurs, le meilleur pour la fin.
A big showdown here, North America's #1 after they sniped that perfect season away from SSG versus Falcons, who, yeah, they qualified last year. Not had the easiest run this year so far, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas Fuel did not have the easiest run for the NA playoffs bracket, though. Dealt a defeat by Liquid on day 1. And honestly, a lot of it came down to just counter-comping, right? We've talked about the depth of hero pools all day, but for Dallas Fuel, they like to play their own style, and a lot of that has been dive with Kellen. And really, to go further through the NA bracket, they had to actually play him much more on the Mauga.
How healed is Merit's index finger? That's the, not index, what's the middle one called?
Middle.
Middle finger.
It's just called middle.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
How healed is that finger? That is the big question on my lips currently. He's been away for quite a considerable amount of time. Honestly, one of the worst injuries possible for an esports player.
Yeah, and Spin was the one who had to sort of like substitute in for the team. He is the one that we basically got to see play with Falcons all of stage 2. And as the desk said, Falcons have not had a great time of it recently. The only reason that they get the opportunity to be here is because they won the title from 2025, so they're here to be able to defend it, because they would not have qualified through their own region. They got pushed out by Zanside. They lost to them 2-4 for their first playoffs match. So not a deep run, nowhere close to it.
They still made it here thanks to their performance last year, taking the dub. Mauga ban for Falcons, a brick for Dallas Fuel.
No checkmate. Spin was subbing in for Merit, but they've actually played him alongside Merit this time. Checkmate totally absent on control.
He's running pretty late here, but the Team Falcons fans still coming out in force here in Paris. It's going to be a Ram head-to-head. Shio, though, back on the Cats, and there it is, the Cassidy.
Lucamino on that Mizuki as well. Much more damage and great chains to be able to shut down Spin and someone.
Spin just trying to find an actual angle to get into this fight for the Tracer. It's going to be fairly tough. Sonjin's trying to do the same thing on the other side. Spin even being a little bit cheeky there, actually facing Chronic in a 1v1. He's going to escape with his life as the point unlocks.
I mean, Lucamino's also just doing so much passive healing, right? With that aura from the Mizuki. It means that Kellen has so much more survivability versus someone.
Nice kill from Sonjin to start us off with. Team Falcons, though, they did manage to cap that point first. They're ignoring someone for the time being, who's kind of sitting in this corner, waiting for that Nemesis form to run out. And now Merit trying to get up in the faces of Lucamino, but swiftly dealt with.
Field up, still alive, as too is Chiro. So Falcons both supports up. They can stall this out to be able to win it, actually. Spin with 2 kills.
Yeah, Spin, I can't believe he ends up going down that early on in the fight and comes back and gets a double. Another kill, though, onto him, thanks to Sonjin. And the Cat, Chio, yeah, goodbye. So rejoining the rest of his team as they let the point go.
He lives, though. Not a death, so not a stagger. Falcons just waiting for Fielder and Spin to rejoin before you can push forward with that rush. But in that window, CJ should be able to build a match for Dallas Fuel to hold their ground.
No support ultimates available here for Dallas Fuel. Although, they're pretty close. We'll see if Fielder ends up popping the trigger first. Oh, Chronic actually ends up going down. Nice little pick from someone. Almost perfect timing there. Both those rushes going down, but the Sanctuary, Dallas Fuel can play around this with ease. Kellen with a nice little annihilation kill onto someone, now trying to chase the backline away. But has to look in 3 different directions at once. Requires some backup. Sonja's going to be able to provide that in spades. Another kill onto Spin.
Risky use of the Sanctuary in that last fight too. Now you don't have it to be able to absorb Merit's Deadeye, which is why Dallas Fuel went so heavily after the Cassidy when it was up. So Falcons, they do lose the fight, but they do still have the flyby with Merit to tether up with Chio. So it's all up to Dallas Fuel just being able to live the Deadeye engage.
You'll see, Kellen puts a nice little wall or a shield between someone and the rest of his team. Means someone has to play a little bit more careful. Merit, High Noon. Oh, he's actually on the high ground. He's managed to, well, Chronic's on the high ground, sorry. He's managed to corral them onto the point. Isuzu from Fielder keeps them healthy as they try and get a flip. Dallas Fuel building up to 68% here, but it's Team Falcons now building up their own percent. Sonjin with a pulse bomb in his back pocket.
Oh,
good stick.
Sticks onto Merit.
Yeah, they do end up trading their Cassidy's though as Chronic ends up going down, and there it is. Dallas Fuel reclaimed the point, but Spin still getting the job done. CJ down, now both Ramatra are staring at each other longingly.
Falcons, they get the flip. Oh, well, they barely actually get pushed off of it. Dallas Fuel holds.
The flip maybe, Lucamino does end up going down. Should be trivial now, yeah, Team Falcons sneaking away.
84% of the point picked up for Dallas Fuel. Merit actually off of the cast entirely. Coming back on the Sojourn. More mobility, more flank angles, but less pressure onto Sojourn on that Tracer, so it falls to Spin and Fielder to win the 1v1s.
I mean, Sonjin's had his number. Oh, the pulse bomb is just divine. Chronic, though, with the roll away, does get that damage mitigation. Kidnap, straight over the edge. Oh, yes, please. Chio with a perfect pick onto Kellen.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel just can't commit to the fight without that tank. They were approaching double support ult fight as well to take advantage of that window. This is last fight territory. Falcons will just be able to hold close to choke, force Dallas Fuel to have to burn ultimates just to bypass them.
Yeah, but Dallas Fuel do have 3 ults, so they can use one to get past the choke if needed. Well, in fact, they can use both support ults with Sanctuary and the Rush layered on top of each other. And the Dallas Fuel trying to push themselves forward. Now someone just caught off. I mean, he needs heals, he needs summon. Looks like teleport from Field is going to suffice for the heals. And now the annihilation from Kellen to try and split the team. And he's done exactly that. Overtime for Falcons, but Dallas Fuel get the flip.
One more fight though for Falcons. As long as they can try to keep someone like Spins up. Merit's taking pressure too. Great Vortex from Kellen to put the pressure into Falcons regroup. Someone has just touched for the point.
Oh, pulse bomb from Sunjin puts a quick end to Merit, who's 1% away from the OC. Another touch there from Spink, keeps the overtime going. He's gonna have to get another one real soon. He's managed to keep it going for so damn long. Falcons just need to react to it.
Merit, though, still absent from this fight. That's the overclock that you're waiting for.
Annihilation for someone 10% away, but actually staying alive is going to be a big problem. There you go. There's the focus fire. It's going to be good. Merit back with an OC, but Fielder's already been dealt with. Feels like a Dallas Fuel round, and it's going to be just that. 100 to 99 for the Fuel.
Seonjin with the pulse bomb. That's the thing that allows Dallas Fuel to be able to hold Falcons off. Like, you get the pulse bomb, you stop the overclock. You deal with the rest of the team, and then when Merit has to play to clutch out that overtime fight with the overclock, the only thing that he can find is an angle from main directly into Kellen's block. There's nothing he can do, no off angle. That moment right there allows Dallas Fuel to come back from behind.
Oh, the body block. Oh, spin. That's so sad. Nice work from the Fuel. We knew this was going to be close, and that's kind of painting the perfect picture for us already.
Yeah, we talked as well about like the drawback, right, of going for the Sojourn over the Cassidy, the fact that Seonjin just gets absolutely unleashed unless Spink can keep an eye on him. As it will be traces for both teams. Merit sticking with the Sojourn though. Falcons really wanting to have that pick potential.
Kellen only dying once that last round. Pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Oh, chains from Lucamino go a little bit wide. Hard to lock down the Tracer when she's got so much mobility there. All good though. Chio and Merit win their couple of duels against Chronic and Sonjin.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel totally teethless in this fight without their DPS. Falcons able to establish point control and now look for more. Looking to try and take CG and Lucamino out of the fight late.
Yeah, nice little stagger. Shouldn't mean too much though, just gives Dallas Fuel a couple of moments as long as they don't die here, although the threat is ever present with Spint on and off angle.
Lucamino actually off of the Mizuki, off of how aggressive Team Falcons have been, running him down with the Tracer.
Double recall for the Tracers there. Now taking to the skies is Lucamino trying to get his 1v1 versus Chio, but he's not going to get it.
She'll have to be so careful too. Fielder racing towards that rush. If Dallas Fuel go too deep towards the point, they won't be able to disengage it cleanly.
Yeah, another force recall there on Sonjin this time around. Dallas Fuel once again trying to force Chio off at an off angle, but unsuccessful.
I mean, if you're Falcons, you're more than happy to just eat the poke damage, translate it to the rush charge for Fielder. When Dallas Fuel are too deep, that's Vortex already used from Kellen, so they can't slow down Falcons' chase down.
Rush,
they just have to run away.
I mean, Falcons are set up for success here. Oh, the dash back in from Sonjin actually results in a trade. No, the ult has to be popped here to guarantee this fight, but CJ is going to have his in a couple of moments, but dies before it can even rip it. Team Falcons, this round looking a little bit easier.
Yeah, we'll get to see a replay here of how exactly we got that Tracer. Yeah, the blink. Right on top of Spin. No chance to Susie too. You're just not ready for the pulse bomb to be there.
Oh, Merit 1 HP. Got to be careful. There's the catnap. Trying to get someone out of position there. Chio ends up grabbing onto someone, getting him out of dodge, in fact.
Catnap gone from Chio, though, means you don't have it to take away Kellen's Annihilation. Falcons have to be very careful how close they played around.
Chio couldn't have been more one there if he tried. And yeah, unfortunately, because of just that very thing, he's going to have to make sure someone goes back to spawn. I mean, that is just an awkward situation for Chio and Fielder to be in. Too low to help someone out in that front line.
Merit with the overclock. Dallas Fuel, no good answer to it outside of just, again, getting aggressive, flooding Falcon's own spawn lane, trying to look for more, delaying out the regroup, and farming more point percent off of the back of it because they have to make up for lost point percent.
All right. Merit, you've seen the Sky Noon. How about the Sky OC? Should be a little bit difficult though, realistically, especially playing around this. Oh, Sky OC, they're gonna go for it anyway. Looks like Lucamino's been able to get out of there. It does take a railgun shot in the end, and now Merit's on the point. Catnap goes wide there for Lucamino, but Chronic ends up going down first. A good start for Falcons.
It's totally disrupted Dallas Fuel's coordination too. They're so split.
Kellen's just trying to keep this one going here with this Annihilation, but can they actually get any pickoffs? That's the question. It's not going to last too much longer here. Good kiting from Falcons so far.
Oh, two good kills as well from Falcons. Both supports dead.
Yeah, I mean, surely that's just it for this round too, is the Dallas Fuel. They've got control, sure, but not anything more than that. 97%, touch has to come in, but I don't think it's going to happen. Team Falcons tying us up.
Falcons, really good discipline, honestly. Perfectly playing into the spacing of that annihilation. You can play the long wait, right? You're building closer to Fielder's Kitsune Rush, which would have clutched you out that fight flip. But then they get those 2 crucial picks on the back line, and from there it's off to the races you go. No sustainability, no chance of holding your own, and you get the picks to make sure that Dallas Fuel can't regroup and look for touches into the OT as we go the full 3 rounds for the second time on Samoa. As Fuel, now we get to see, we talked about this, right? The prospect of seeing that double flex backline. Lucamino breaks out the Wu Yang, so we'll have to see how well Spint can deal with it, getting on top of the Wu Yang to make sure that he can't just poke Falcons from afar.
Yeah, Chronic on the M-Ray too. Been loving this pick so far. Chio a little bit scouting on the Cats, looking for Lucamino to start off with. I say scouting, a rather dangerous one. Look, Chio just got away with a free kill.
Yeah, I think it was less scouting and more scratching. Directly through the Wu Yang's face. Off of the back of like that, and the pick onto Seonjin as well, that should just be cap. And Lucamino, he's had enough, he knows. If he tries to go for the Wu Yang, Falcons will run at him, so he goes for the Illari instead.
Feels like he's the most dangerous UAV there ever was. That was a little absurd. Yeah, Lucamino on the Illari, a lot more upfront damage now.
Falcons as well, like, do you have a way of being able to break that pylon early? So Chronic can be a lot greedier about the angles that he holds peak in.
Good shots on to Chio. A little too nimble on the Cat though, so Lucamino's going to have to suffice with just damage. Off angle though for Lucamino is going to get sorted in just a moment, but Kellen just goes down in the front line, no help.
I mean, Dallas Fuel is so split, right? They're all trying to take different angles, which means that there's way less players to be able to aid Kellen on the front line, so Falcons ignore the off angle and just go for the throw. Run the Ramatra over.
Looks like a very well-drilled and executed Team Falcons right now, fully prepared for what the Dallas Fuel are throwing out.
Yeah, if you're Dallas Fuel too, like these fights have been so one-sided, you're so slowly building up ult bank, you have nothing really to abuse to force Falcons to have to respect you. Rush will be matched by fielders, so you can't use that to flip the fight.
Yeah, we get it. Your ultimate's almost ready. We understand. Lucamino required the Suzu there, so again, the front line's going to be rather dangerous place to be. Kellen and Chronic feeling that first hand, or first fist, as someone just caves their head in. 70% already, and Dallas Fuel, Moxie, they've not really had a fight.
Well, Fielder used the rush as well from Falcons just to twist the knife extra deep into Dallas Fuel's regroup. This is last fight territory, and they just have to have someone threaten the back cap just to buy space to walk to point.
Renewed again.
God, Chio's just going to be such a menace again, surely. Sunjin forced to recall really early. Oh, what a stick! What was that, Sunjin? Okay, a little bit of comeuppance there for Chio. They do trade though, so it's a support for a support as Merit taking matters into his own hands, but shut down by Kellen's annihilation. Someone not long for this world either. It is going to be a triple for Kellen, but they're still having to deal with this 99% for Falcons.
Great vortex as well from Kellen, totally shutting down Merit before he can swing out of that cover. Once he's activated the OC, forces the power slide to reposition instead. But like you said, Falcons, last fight territory. They've got Annihilation to be able to force their way onto point. Dallas will have to find picks and now.
Chio, oh, can't go down just yet. There's a health pack just there. There you go, sneaks it away.
Oh, they're jumping Lucamino.
It's going to be a disaster if they manage to find a pick here. Dallas Fuel can't afford to lose anybody. There's a pulse bomb for Spin. He's already found the no clip there. Onto the one clip onto Lucamino and a pulse to follow up. I mean, what a disgusting round from Team Falcons. Didn't really feel competitive, to be honest. The Dallas Fuel are just going to fall over here. It's a 99%. Maybe one person to touch. A downtown captive Sun, not even going to connect. Team Falcons with map 1.
Flying through. Night and day when you compare their performances the last time we saw them for stage 2. Merit coming back has made this team look absolutely different. We said he was one of those players to be able to watch the flexibility of his hero pool, the skill that he can hit, but it feels as well like he's that anchoring presence We have to talk about Chio though, on the Cat. Like, just playing Cat, almost like a whole dive DPS, putting the pressure onto Dallas Fuel's back line so that Lucamino can't get away with these really greedy, hyper-poke style compositions, not getting to play that Alari, not getting to play the Wu Yang. We don't even get to see one whole fight with the Wu Yang before he swaps.
Yeah, no big tidal blast. No nothing, really. Bit of a lackluster performance there from Dallas Fuel on that last round. Falcons now in the lead. This first to 2, meaning they're on match point now.
Yeah, Falcons feeling very confident, I feel, off of the back as well. Like, they matched the Ramatra. They had some really good annihilations. They had some brilliant reads as well of the ult economy that Dallas Fuel had. And they knew, like, when they started winning those control fights, just to keep that bleeding going, to not allow Dallas Fuel to get those clean resets so they can't build up those ultimates, and just find point flips.
What's the difference they're going to make in this next map, you reckon?
I mean, I feel like if you're Dallas Fuel, off of how dominant Falcons were at playing that last point of control, you don't go Flashpoint. I think you have to avoid it. Maybe the desk were talking about the fact that, like, Dallas Fuel, do they want to go for something where we can see that double flex backline? Or do we think that they go for one of the directions that they've had one of their identities, the Rhine? Because I think if you do want to go Flashpoint, you would avoid a map like Atlas, you try to go New Junk City, and you try to play the Reinhardt for Kellen.
Wheat and Sparkle on the stage, deciding where they want to go next. It's going to be Dallas Fuel's choice. But yeah, I'd happen to agree. I think staying away from Flashpoint is going to be for the better of the team.
We'll have to see how they do, though, if we do move towards the Escort or the Hybrid, since they've liked to play dive. They did start leaning more towards the Mauga, deeper into that run of the NA playoffs. But I do feel that Falcons just were more coordinated, especially when it came to pinning down one specific target, right? Dallas have always liked their dive. We've seen the Winston, we've seen the Diva, but Falcons, they were playing dive compositions without, like, dive characters. It was like that dive tempo, which just kept eating away at what Dallas really got to do. Is I feel like we're seeing a substitution that looked like potentially Checkmate, replacing Spin.
Yeah, the most likely scenario there for sure. We'll see. Just want to know where we're going.
Yeah, me too.
The Dallas Fuel, of course, upsetting SSG in that finals in North America Stage 2, denying them the perfect stage. We knew they were going to be kind of a mean team to deal with, but upsetting in that fashion is, it's got to feel good if you're the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Falcons, right, you've dealt with some of the issues that Dallas Fuel's flexibility have had. They've loved having this poke-heavy backline to be able to apply more pressure in downtime neutral. It buys you so much space to be able to control those angles if you can just sit there and spam from afar with things like the Wu Yang. The issue is that Wu Yang at the start of those rounds, when you don't have those perks, you burn so quickly out of healing resources, and you don't have the triple orb off of Falling Rain to have that intense pressure of forcing the DPS to be able to give up that space of giving up the challenge versus you. So hats off to Falcons to identify that that was what Dallas Fuel were going to try to rely on, having that additional level of damage that the Wu Yang could provide, the angle control that they would have to worry about when they played onto beach, so that you're not just concentrating on the rundown of your Ramatra on main, you punish the staticness of the Ramatra shield, and the Wu Yang's able to just bend those orbs around it, get that damage, get someone low enough for Dallas's DPS to be able to take them fully down. Falcons, it seems like they just read their opponent so well. They knew the turns that Lucamino would make. And even when we saw the Alari swap come out, they had the ultimate to just full push in despite Pylon being there set up.
Just getting Checkmate set up and ready to go for Team Falcons, and then we'll be into the next map.
I feel like this means Reaper. Checkmate's been playing a whole lot of Mei, a whole lot of Reaper. Falcons have played Vendetta Xion as well, was one of the compositions that they really liked playing versus Zanside on Antarctic Peninsula, actually. The map that they were able to win in their playoffs. But that was when the Reaper was banned. That was also when Merit was not in.
Yeah, still feeling confident though is Merit, it seems like. Let's have a look. Here we go. Sonjin on your screen there for a brief moment. It's been a long day today, so they've been waiting this whole day really to play this match. Anticipation must be killing them in some regard.
I feel like the map pool change as well quite drastically impacts what exactly the Fuel would want to be able to do. A lot of their options that they had at being able to successfully pull out those dive compositions have been removed from play entirely. So it makes it much harder for you to try and work out where exactly you want to go. As we talked about, like, maybe Flashpoint would be a good choice with the Rhine, but it feels like Falcons would be more comfortable playing into the style of Flashpoint. So potentially you're dissuaded entirely from that map type.
So we're just getting Checkmate set up. Apologies for the delay. CJ2 longing on his face to get into the next one. Longing to claim the next couple of maps too. To get this first round under wraps.
This will be tough for Fuel as well, right? Mentally. You have to sit there understanding you're one map down in a 1-2 format. You lose this next one, you go down to the lower bracket. There are no easy matches here for mid-season. If you go down to the lower bracket, more pressure, more stress, more unknown quantities as well, since you're facing teams that you have not yet previously. We've got teams that did not make it to Tokyo. So for a lot of these teams, a lot of these rosters that were formed within 2026 that had those changes at the tail end of 2025, this is really the first time that they're getting to match up to each other outside of those scrim opportunities, and every player will tell you, scrims are not the same as officials. Teams will hold back, they won't show strategies, and they will sometimes even underplay their performance so that you underestimate them when you face off in these tournaments. Plus, you're probably not scrimming the teams within your group, right? The strategy is that you scrim the teams within the other group so that you don't have the chance of running into someone who already knows your compositions within the first few days of the tournament.
Oh, I like those little cards, those OWCS career cards. They look sick. Man, we need some trading cards for OWCS. That's all I'm saying. Gimme. I'll be ripping boxes on stream.
I was about to say, we just like have a break.
Hey, put that on the desk. Put that on the desk. Get me up there. Let me rip some packs. Someone get on that. I know you're listening.
Getting ready to head here. You can see like Dallas Fuel. That is not a calm team. That is a team who wants to get in and just be able to play. And you're probably running through like so many situations through your head, trying to work out what is the best composition to play. What is the best ban to be able to use as well versus Falcons? Do you potentially go for something like the Sojourn, which gave a lot of issue having to play into it? The OC angles, the space that it forced, like you look at that retake on Downtown, where it's Cat just dropping the Sojourn through. Yes, the overclock does not get kills and value the traditional way, where you see it lighting up the kill feed, but the disruption that it created within the Dallas Fuel core, allowing the rest of Falcon's team to pour through main and overrun any of that space. So even though Fuel had things like Annihilation ready to go, they just don't have the confidence to be able to rip it, because they feel like they're just not going to be able to support the Ramatra enough for the ult to gain value. Allowed Falcons opportunities that they otherwise would not have had.
Almost perfect posture there from Fielder, you see that?
Yeah.
Back completely straight. Looking great.
Do you think they ban Cap?
I think it's a good possibility.
They haven't really been leaning that heavily on Cap. And Cap does seem to be enabling a whole lot of what Falcons want to do. Not just enabling the rest of Falcons players, but also Gio, as we talked about, he has just been diving with the Cat to put more additional pressure onto players like Lucamino. That's always been one of the things that you can sort of abuse on Illari, right? The amount of pressure that it forces the other team into having to do. Stepping forward into your space, being able to break Pylon. If you don't break Pylon, that's constant healing flowing throughout the fight for the Illari to be able to survive. And she does enough damage to be able to win the 1v1s too.
Yeah, it was a pretty close map overall, my last one. A little 2-1. If you had to describe it in one word, what would it be? Beginning with B. We've got 2 more minutes, I've got time to kill.
Wait, is there an actual answer to this?
No, there's no no, I described the last map using the letter B.
Using
Single
the
word.
letter B.
Single word, beginning with B, what is it?
Brawly.
That's good, I like that. I would have accepted beautiful, bountiful for Falcons. Yeah, that's all I got right now. It's quite late. Let me bust out the Theosaurus. I almost couldn't even say that word as well. My goodness. That's a good one. I like it. I like it.
Brawly? Yeah, I mean, Ram's involved. There's always going to be some form of brawl.
That's true. As soon as I saw those Ram changes, I'm like, we're seeing more.
Ram players, they're eating so good at the moment.
Ryan players, not so much.
Yeah, but hey, you have a ban draft. You can...
Yeah, that's true.
You can boot the Ram.
You can ban him one.
Oh, hello.
Neon
Junction.
Neon Junction is the map pick. There you go. That's where we're going. Sim, Wuyang Bang.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about the Sim ban. More and more teams have been cracking the code on how to be able to attack Neon Junction very quickly to take first point, and a lot of it is off of Sim TP. Like being able to give your DPS something like a Cassidy, just the ability to instantly take the high ground angles away from that defense can be oh so problematic because it just totally skips the choke.
Looks like Checkmate is just about ready to go. Like the Wuyang ban as well. A lot of spam. Dallas Fuel not afraid to run that double flex.
Forces potentially as well Lucamino to have to go onto the Illari if he wants to be able to provide more of that poke damage. And as we've seen, Falcons were equipped to be able to deal with that one. Plus, well, no, it would have been second ban. So it wasn't first ban to be able to protect the cat as well, since you're taking out a support hero. So we will see. I do like for these teams like Neon Junction, obviously Falcons very prepared for what Dallas Fuel were running. Neon Junction, much more new in our map pool. Very little tape on how these teams are able to play into it. So you can sort of hide your compositions ahead of time. And sometimes like these teams not knowing the right composition to walk out versus can just lose them the first fight instantly. Especially if you have a misread on what the attacking team will run. If you start off on a defensive composition, the attacking team scouts it out, doesn't even take the first fight, just takes like 20 extra seconds to walk back to spawn and swap to something which allows them to take that fight very quickly and win it before you can build up ultimates. That's always a rough one for the defense to have to recover from as they start losing the tempo, losing control, even when you head through to second.
All right, Games Live. There you go. Producer subtly whispering that in my ear. Definitely didn't scream it at me. Let's get into this. Neon Junction coming up. Newest map added to Overwatch. So we rock in. No Wuyang, no Sim either. Falcons up a map already.
Yeah, this is the map I would describe as the most beautiful if we're using your B words. Yeah. It is a very pretty map, as we'll get to see. Checkmate, yep. playing that Mei, so yet again, we're starting to see taking advantage of the lack of symmetry here, being able to use those Mei walls, make it much harder for Fuel to be able to walk around the chokes.
That's how I'm feeling right now. Eyes wide open, pure void into those eyes. Look at that. Scariest looking animals in the Overwatch universe, I'll tell you.
Really?
Of course they added it to Neon Junction, yeah.
You think the pigeon looks scarier than the crocodile on Survivor?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Don't get Rose started.
You take a fight with a crocodile instead of a pigeon.
You seen the death stare those little guys are giving?
I've seen the teeth of a crocodile. I'm taking my chances with a pigeon.
Nah, absolutely not. Don't want to take your chances with this though. Chronic on the Widow, nothing too crazy. Not going to give him a chance to get a shot on.
Yeah, Falcons on the defense, Chio, not on the cat. Mizuki instead to be able to put more pressure on what Dallas Fuel are going to be able to use. Getting that hinder with the chain into checkmate with the wall off could be the touch of death that Dallas Fuel want to try to avoid.
Oh my goodness, Kellen take infinite damage challenge, very easy. That was so much spam. Merit checkmate just pulling it down damage. This is going to be the big problem for this Ramcom. If they get warded off on one of these side rooms, it's pretty over for Kellen.
Yeah, but Chronic on that Freya has the ability to simply just dodge the Mei wall entirely by lieu of going above it. Sionjun too, already on the off angle with high ground to put pressure on Falcons.
Yeah, this is just where you need to be right now. On the off angle, permanently pressuring somebody. Lucamino goes down though. Still 3 minutes to go with a tick on the board. Dallas Fuel are in good standing still.
Merit, just good poke shots, forcing Dallas Fuel to have to fully back away, wait for Lucamino to come back, and that allows him to pick up Chronic.
All right, another good kill. All right, Merit. Fully locked in, it feels like, especially on this Cassidy.
Great chain from Chio, catches onto Sionjun before he can bike away, setting up the rock follow-through from someone. So despite Dallas Fuel already picking up one tick, because they've bled out more players, they're losing more time and allowing Falcons to hit rush first.
Question is, how quickly do they end up ripping it? That's the big question on my mind right now. CJ and the rest of Dallas Fuel just wanting to build up their own, knowing that Fielder's going to have his online earlier.
Chio building up the Sanctuary as well, so by the time Dallas Fuel are ready to go, Falcons will have both supporters and Deadeye to zone.
You've got to pop it at some point. There it is. Fielder's going to pop his exactly the same time as CJ there. Now Callum with the Annihilation can make this fight a little bit more dangerous for Falcons. Sanctuary comes in, but it's too little too late. Someone already dead. Catnap, Lucamino gets nothing. Kellen down. Tanks traded. A high noon for Merit. Just puts Sonjin in the dirt. Chio picking up the kill credit.
Great flashbang from Merit as well. Makes Sionjun so vulnerable to Chio's follow-through. So despite Falcons being down a tank that whole fight, they're able to hold off Fuel, and the ult trades really costs the attack. They burned 4 ults in that fight. You only have the bowler shot from Chronic here.
Oh, even Chio getting a little bit spicy on the off angle. What really is this bolus going to do? I mean, if you find success or any value here from Chronic, it will be a miracle, it feels like. Callan just taken too much again. He's already stepped up, used that Annihilate, or the Nemesis form. Oh, the wall is a bit devious too. Lucamino on an off angle. The flux is going to be good. That's Suzu. A little bit too late there. Eventually, Chronic unleashes the bolus, but it doesn't get anything in the end.
Checkmate still holding on to that Blizzard as yet again Chronic falls. Dallas Fuel just not able to find these kills as Falcons perfectly play around the cover. Great wall as well to stop Kellen's disengagement. And that is lost by territory now, Jack.
Oh, they're going to try and... This, a Shion of all things, really?
Yeah.
Weeb out here staggering Shion. Okay, 30 seconds to go. Final fight.
Fuel have to just walk into both a Blizzard and a Deadeye. And the time it will take to navigate those two, Rush and Sanctuary will be up for the OT.
4 letters. GLHF. Good luck. Have fun. They're going to try. Don't think there's going to be too much fun to be had here as Checkmate hides on this off angle with this Blizzard in his hands. They're going to try and bait people in first. There's the Blizzard. The wall's going to come up. Not quite, actually. So the wall's kind of disengaged. There's only 10 seconds to go now as the Dallas Fuel try and cap.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel, though, totally out. Having to and CJ pushing them back in.
Yeah, here comes the Sanctuary too, so they're going to be basically immortal here. Sonjin ends up going down. Lucamino with the touch, but no follow-up here for the Dallas Fuel. Just not happening. A high noon. A cherry on top. Team Falcons looking unstoppable.
Well, we thought that this could be the matchup of the day, that this could be the closest. It's looking like it might be the fastest. great plays from Falcons. Yes, Blizzard does not catch anyone, but it does split the team totally. Forces out the Suzu as well, and allows you to have the rush to match the rush, and the Sanctuary to win out the mirror.
Merit looks like he's had approximately 0 days off with the shots my guy is hitting.
It's the synergy as well from Falcons. Like the target focus, the discipline, being able to win out fights despite being down your tank. Like if you don't have that Sigma in so many of those fights, like you lose that ability to have just the shielding or the absorbing of some of the damage.
You seeing this?
Yeah.
Hey, you peeping this?
It's just someone. That's the only person who goes down. And if you're Falcons, like you consider that someone doing his job. Right? He's acting as that buffer. He's making it next to impossible for Fuel to be able to get past him.
Come on, guys.
And onto his squishies.
I know it's been a lot. Come on.
They heard you, Jack.
They know. The observers have known for years, and they've trolled me ever since. I shouldn't have mentioned it all the way back, what, 4 or 5 years ago? Biggest mistake.
This
Here we go.
Be a blast from the past.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you see Merit in the cam there, shaking his head.
They're doing it, Jack. Oh, we were so close to someone rolling out on Winston. Hey, look.
I'm sorry.
We could have had the callback. That would have been dirty, though. Putting Phil down to lower bracket with a Winston.
On Neon Junction of
on
all maps
Neon
as well.
Junction.
Yeah.
But no, we swap back onto the Sigma, and Falcons try to make their intrusion all the way around left side of Statue, wanting to take that same high ground angle that Dallas Fuel set Sunjin up earlier.
Merit gracefully walking forwards. She almost found a solo kill, teleports back. They forced a recall on Sunjin, so his effectiveness is cut in half here. CJ just trying to heal up. Kellen in the front line has to take an alternate angle as he was blocked off by that shield. A good rock, a better Suzu. Another wall comes in as Merit is capping the points. Hasn't got too much to deal with right now, but Lucamino and Shio, they end up trading each other. That was, okay, you don't see that every day.
Fuel, hold on, but not out of the woods just yet.
That rock was ridiculous.
I mean, for Falcons, if they get kills on Fuel, right, because the defense has so much more distance to be able to walk, it's so much more beneficial for Falcons.
They're just going to rush here, forcing Kellen to pop this Annihilation. And he's so low already. I mean, the focus fire should be good for a kill, surely. Rush from CJ is not enough to keep him alive. There's the tick on the board already, Team Falcons. They're just going to walk all over this one. It's going to take a miracle right now for the Dallas Fuel to find a way back into this map.
No pulse one for Sunjin to shut down Deadeye. Falcons just trying to keep alive.
Yep, Shio doesn't end up going down, but he's already found one. There's the bolus, and even a Sanctuary being popped from Lucamino, but someone's still alive on the point. Kellen's back on the Doomfist. There's the Blizzard to split the team. Kellen finds yet another one onto Merit. A good freeze onto Lucamino. A rock cleansed by a Suzu, but still the defenders not in the best spot. The spawn advantage very much in favor right now of the attackers.
Kellen back on the Doomfist though, so Phil's still having a tank to rally around.
Sanctuary? Kellen, how long can he actually stay alive? Sonjin's already gone down to Merit, a good punch into the wall. But how long will Kellen actually last? I'll tell you, not too much longer. Double headshot from Merit, and that will be that. Team Falcons absolutely destroy the Fuel on Neon Junction. That's a 2-0.
Yep. Well, I would not be able to describe that map with a B word because I would say that Falcons were relentless, I think is the best way to describe that attack. They just kept picking apart at Fuel, forcing them because of that tick situation to have to just use ults to be able to make up for the absence of players, understanding that they have so much more distance to cover when they lose a player to walk back. It forces things like the Doomfist, the Shion swap to come out. Even we get the zoning Blizzard, forcing that Swift Step from the Kiriko to just totally abandon your tank on the front line to guarantee that you survive. And it just allows Falcons to be able to play retake the moment that they hit that Sanctuary, absorb all of the healing, and just totally cut Fuel off from that fight.
Disgusting stuff. There's a word beginning with D. To describe that one. Team Falcons, a 2-0 over Dallas Fuel. Thought it was going to be a close one, not to be. Dallas Fuel how going to have to fight back in that lower bracket now. Let's jump down to the stage with Ian and someone.
Yep, that someone is someone, and I'm standing by as well with Maddox, our translator. He's wearing a mask because he's so sick at his job. Someone, I'm going to come to you first. You're coming in here as the defending champions. You haven't had the best year since then. Does this feel like a bit of a redemption opportunity for you and your team?
일단 서먼 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 작년 EWC 대회 우승한 이후로 사실 1년 동안 좀 많이 좀 부침이 있었는데 이번 대회에 다시 오셔서 타이틀 디펜더로서 다시 제도약의 신호탄을 좀 올리는 계기가 될 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
지금 저희가 디펜딩 챔피언이긴 하지만 이제 또 26년이라는 새로운 시즌이 열렸고 지금은 저희가 챔피언이 아니라고 생각하거든요. 26년은. 그래서 저희도 이제 챔피언이 되기 위해 이제 도전자의 마음으로 시작할 겁니다.
That being said that we are title defenders, I don't think this year is our year right now. So we just came here as more of a challenger than a champion. So in that sense, I think we're gonna get through one step by step and try to lift the trophy again.
Wow, a very humble and modest answer here from our defending champions. What do you think you need to improve upon from what we've seen from Falcons in stages 1 and 2?
이제 스테이지 1, 2를 통해서 좀 팔콘을 팀 팔콘이 이 정도는 좀 더 계산해야 될 부분이 있다라고 하면은 좀 어떤 부분이 있을지 궁금합니다.
사실 저희가 이제 스테이지 1, 2가 성적이 좀 안 좋았긴 했지만 EWC 준비하면서 좀 많이 극복이 됐고 문제점이 점점 줄어들고 있다 생각하기 때문에 사실 지금 이대로만 하면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Well, honestly, we had a lot of problems going through stage 1 and 2, but that being said, we have prepared a lot for this EWC and we solved a lot of that problems. So I think if we can play just what we play right now, I think we'll be just fine.
Finally, from me, you talk about problems. The next problem that you guys will face is Weibo Gaming. They will be your next opponents. How do you feel about them?
이제 다음 상대로 이제 웨이보 게임을 상대하시게 될 텐데요. 좀 다음 매치에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
저는 그 EWC 안에서는 제가 알기로는 웨이브한테 져본 적이 없거든요. 그거 그대로 이어나가도록 해보겠습니다.
Well, we never lost against Weibo in EWC, so we'll continue that streak.
Thanks, Maddox, and thank you, someone. I'll let you go and join the rest of your team. Congratulations to Falcons, the defending champs, start on a W. We move on. Tomorrow we'll be back on stage, but we're going to wrap the show up nice and clean. See you soon.
Someone looking and sounding great as always. Look at that rock to that prediction of the Tracer. Spicy stuff there from someone. It's been a very long day of Overwatch here, but in this match, to round it out, was completely the opposite. It was very quick.
Yeah, we thought we might have the longest match of the day.
Yeah, facts.
I think we actually had the shortest. We'll have to go back and look at it.
I'm not doing that. Come on, man. Tasmo would not let me hear the end of it if I did that to him.
I mean, full hold Neon Junction into a fairly quick attacking take of it. That was a very fast map too. In comparison, honestly, I think the longest series of the day was actually surprisingly Team Liquid versus WBG.
It was a good series. Let's have a good look at the bracket. Here is Group A on your screens. We're seeing 9Z, T1, TL, and the Dallas Fuel going down to those decider games. Whereas those decider matches, VP, TM, Weibo, and Team Falcons, they fight for a spot in the playoffs.
A very fast rematch for some of the NA teams as well. Liquid, Dallas Fuel facing off against each other. And despite Dallas Fuel being the first seed from NA, that does not set in stone the result, right? After all, it was Team Liquid who were the team who beat them on day 1 of playoffs to send them all the way to that deep lower bracket run. So very much all to fight for. As looking at our Group B matches, Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming, Geek versus Zeta.
Looking down those the deciders though. Come on, Farrell, you got it in ya. I'm always cheering for the Japanese squad. AG though, want to make China proud here. Of course, China's not been doing so hot outside of Weibo Gaming in the international stages, so we'll see how them and JD Gaming do tomorrow for the Group B decider matches. But that is going to be it from myself, Jaws, and Moxie here on the casting desk, and obviously the desk talent too. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Oh, the Sky Noon is just so damn big! Lethal gets 3 from the skies!